is good for Hashem and good for the world. In other words, if Rishayim are not together, if they're not concentrated, it's good for them because then they can collaborate with one another, and it's also good for the world. For tzaddikim, ra lahem v'ra li'olam. For tzaddikim, obviously, again, it's not good. It's not good because again, when tzaddikim are together, they're able to go ahead and collaborate, and they're able to be a force amplifier. So for Rishayim, Pizur is good. Ultimately, for tzaddikim, it's not good. I will say it's also Pizur. So Pizur means literally again scattered. Pizur also means sometimes people say no, a person could be in one geographic place, but they're in a million different emotional headspaces. And when a person is like that, we all experience things like that. It's very disjointed. And it's very hard to accomplish something when you're not self. Essentially, really what it represents. Let's do the opposite. Kinos for the Shai and Allah and Rabbi. So kinos means gathering. When the Shai are together, that's bad for them and bad for the world, obviously, because then they can collaborate. For the tzaddikim, I know Allah behind all the world. For tzaddikim, it's good for them and it's good for the world. So we'll say this is really incredible. So for tzaddikim, Kizus gathering is bad, Kinos is good. So of course, understand this on a Hashem level. When tzaddikim are together, that's great. They can collaborate. They can accomplish. It's a force multiplier. And when they're dispersed, again, they can only accomplish as much as any one individual can. But it's not just true for others. This is also true on a personal level. Sometimes in life, I'm in a state of Pizur. Pizur is I'm all over the place. When I'm all over the place, it's hard to accomplish when you're everywhere. Why? Because I will say Pizur means there's a lack of mindfulness. There's a lack of presence, right? Kinos means there's mindfulness. Kinos means a gathering. I'm in one place. I'm mindful. I'm attentive. I'm there. It's interesting. Sometimes we like to think that when you focus on multiple things, we're accomplishing more. But we know this. When you multitask, maybe you are accomplishing more, but the quality of the work is significantly diminished. That's Pizur. Pizur is multitasking. So just know again, it's not the best thing. Kinos is where there's mindfulness, there's attentiveness, I'm present. When that happens, it's good for me and it's good for the world. Incredible. Let's finish up. You might say, tranquility is bad for the Shayim, because when it's tranquil, the Shayim can do a lot more damage, and it's bad for the world. It's like right when the Shayim have Shaka. But tzaddikim, hana Allahem, v'hana Olam. For tzaddikim, ultimately, against tranquility is good for them, because with tranquility, they can focus on accomplishing more. And obviously, if the tzaddik can accomplish more, then it's good for the tzaddik, and it's good for those. There's so much to discuss about this Mishnah, but for a different time. Top of Ayin Day 72a says the Mishnah, Rabbi Yosef Lili Olam. Because the Ben Mora has stolen money and has purchased some wine, it should be executed. You want to say it's $1 million question? Everyone here told us all kinds of stuff. God, the Torah knows what is going to happen with Ben Solar Umora. The Gemara says, why? Why? At some point, he's going to finish all of his father's money, and the back is going to in the motion. He's going to want to sustain this habit that he's born, and he's not going to be able to. The Yotze of Parshas Drachim, Molastin, and Sabrios, he's going to go out and he's going to become a robber. Amra Torah, Yomos Zakai Va'al Yomos Chayiv. The Torah says, let him die for his sins. In other words, remember, has Ben Mora, has he done something bad? Yeah. Does it deserve death? No. But the Torah sees where this type of behavior is going to lead to, and ultimately, again, he says, you know what? Kill him now. Before he becomes a real liability for himself and for greater society. So he says, the death of the Shem is good for the Shem. Again, kill this kid before he goes out and becomes a real menace to society, and it's good for the world. And what's another way? This is so fascinating. But first of all, so this part comes back. I like that. This is all, anyway, so remember, this goes back to yesterday, back when we saw the Machlokes, did Ben Sora Mora happen, did it not happen? So remember, all of this together. So that's but it struck me, why do you say this, right? What's the whole sum of Ben Sora Mora? He's going to steal money. He's going to purchase meat and purchase wine. And we're afraid that when he finishes his father's money, he's going to go out and steal. I don't understand. Maybe he'll just get a job. Maybe he'll manage a hedge fund. Why don't know. Why do you automatically see that he's really stealing in order to these habits? So I'll say, what do you see here? What do you see here? When you get used to not working, when you get used to handouts, when you get used to going ahead and seeing your lifestyle on the back of others, that is a very difficult habit to break. That's what's happening. So because this kid has never worked, there's just one thing if he's a industrious young man, he likes to sing. He likes nice things. So what happens? What they do? They hustle. They hustle. I still hustle once, nice meat, nice wine, nice. But we're not worried about a kid like that. What we're worried about is the old guys want to have a son. They're like, ideally, the world owes you the same, and you go out and you support yourself from other people's hard work. That's a terrible midah. And that's a midah that's not going to be good. That's the kind of person that when you run out of father's sons, he's not getting a job. He's like, you know what he's doing? You know what he's doing? He's taking from other people. He's taking from other people. It's such a detrimental mindset. It's not just about the meat and the wine. It's about a feeling of entitlement. And you feel so entitled that you can take other people's stuff to support yourself. What's that? You know the worst midah the worst midah, entitlement. Nagia, like sex. Sometimes the Rabbi pointed out that in Yiddishkeit, there are no rights. There's no bill of rights in Judaism. Right? The Torah doesn't entitle you to anything. And sex, you don't have a life. And in Yiddishkeit, there are only responsibilities. There's 613 responsibilities. Responsibilities, not rights. Why? Because the Yid should never walk around feeling. No one owes you anything. After the Baruch doesn't owe you anything. And I will say, by the way, it sounds strange. It's like, wait a second, that's not true. People do owe me something. Right? People owe me our cars. I tell people this. Listen, the problem is if you walk around feeling you're entitled, there's one thing you can be happy to show, which is you will be profoundly disappointed. So you can feel entitled. Everybody owes me everything. Okay, and when it doesn't come again, you get offended, you get all these other before. Walk around, you know what? No one knows you anything. No one knows you anything. Don't walk around with some idea of entitlement. That's the most I can. In marriage, don't walk around feeling that your spouse owes you something. Your kids don't owe you something. Your parents don't owe you something. Your friends don't owe you something. When they do something, you will feel such a profound partial. That's beautiful. But again, you spend with so much life disappointments if you get rid of the feeling of entitlement. And that's what's happening over there. You know, real danger of the soul in your life. It's not the meat and it's not the wine. It's the walking around from a young age with the feeling of entitlement. Jews don't have rights. Jews have responsibilities. Dispense with the feeling of entitlement. All of the life relationships, much happier in all areas of life. Let's go back to it. So much Vanal Tzadikim. Tzadikim, right? Tzadikim, so Tzadikim ultimately again, death is bad for them and bad for the world. The Gemara says, Yayin, which is the thing on the side of the shoulder. Yayin, Shino Yayin, sleep and wine, different shoulder, but then not cause problems. Shino Yayin, Shana Nova, and all the other Tzadikim, rather than the other wine and sleep is not good for the Tzadikim. Why? Because they go to the Tzadikim if they're drinking or they're sleeping or they're not performing their nice and open. Sheket or Sham, rather than all the tranquility is bad for the Sham, bad for the work. They do all the imaginations. Tzadikim, Hanola, Vanal, the Tzadikim is good. The Tzadikim is good. These are the Sham, Hanola, Vanal. So again, scattering, displacements is good for a Sham, good for the world. But Tzadikim, Rala, Hamrali, Mishnah. Abab Maktaris, what's the switching gears now? Abab Maktaris is a thief. Abab Maktaris means a thief becomes the secret. I was saying that literally, Maktaris, the way that actually understands the way the mind is over here, is a thief who comes in through tunneling. literally again digging a tunnel right from somewhere into the house of the person who wants to rob. So above my parents, we gonna say so. If somebody now, the assumption is this is happening in the secret. The Torah says that if somebody breaks into your home, somebody into your home, you're allowed to kill them. You're allowed to kill them. Now we'll see why that is. The Gemara says so. The thief is judged based on what we believe he is going to be doing. So let's say again, Ruben broke into my home. And when breaking into my home, he broke a barrel. Also, if I'm not allowed to Ruben, we'll discuss the comments of this, then Ruben is going to be tired for breaking the barrel. If Amo done in Potter, but at the end of the day, I'm allowed to kill Ruben, then he's Potter for breaking the barrel. And listen, now why is that? That's a community good out of me. Since I'm allowed to kill him, he's tired. For financial damages. Says I'm a Rabbi, my time, my press. We'll say now, why is it that you're allowed to kill someone for instance? Right after all, again, the person was a thief. And someone to steal stuff. So why are you allowed to kill the person? So let's listen to this. Chazaka in other man and Aslam alone. Let's listen to this. The Chazaka is people don't just let other people steal their stuff. Like in other words, it's my stuff. And I'm going to defend my home, I'm going to defend my property. Behind me, a thief knows that. The thief knows that when he breaks into someone's home and wants to go and steal someone's stuff, that the homeowner is going to defend his property. So therefore the thief says, so therefore every thief knows that the homeowner is going to remain ready to defend himself. And therefore, what does that mean? Every thief, therefore, is ready to do what? To do what? Steal the homeowner. So therefore, a thief, and again, I want to say, this is not like a pickpocket, right? This is a person breaking into a home in a secretive way. So everyone knows that a person is going to defend their home. Therefore, the thief remains ready to kill the homeowner if they're required. And therefore, the thief becomes a real thief. The thief, among the lines, again, is actually looked at as a murderer. And therefore, again, the Torah says, if somebody comes to try to kill you, you're allowed to kill them first. That's the Baba Machtaras. Incredible. So Amarav, Habam Machtaras, but not okay. Let me It was interesting. That's fascinating. So let's say Reuben breaks into my home. Right? Reuben breaks into my home. And Hamas, again, he gets out, and he takes some stuff with him. So Rav says something very interesting. Rav says, Reuben doesn't have to return the items. Doesn't have to return it. Right? My taiba. What's the logic? Since when he broke into my house, he was considered a road date. He's chayiv misa. So because he's chayiv misa, therefore he's potter for any type of monetary law. Therefore, he doesn't have to return the objects. If he gets out alive, right? He gets out alive, and he takes my stuff, he doesn't have to return it. I will say, by the way, very similar also like we have this in castle doctrine. Like this idea, people defend their home, and there's an understanding that if someone breaks into their home, no one's going to say, "Oh, you know what? It's just stuff." No, yeah, it is stuff. You know, it is stuff. But you know what? It's my stuff. And I'm forced, and you did it. So if I'm armed. I'm going to defend my home. The law recognizes that as well, right? And you're not trying to ask, what exactly are you here for? In other words, expensive stuff, maybe a little something to come out. You know, like there's no understanding of I'm going to defend my home. You're going to defend my home, and therefore, if you're coming in, you're ready to kill me, and therefore, again, I'm ready to kill you. That's the halal. That's the halal. So I'll say, so Rabbi says like this. So Rabbi says, but it's a pretty wild statement. So Rabbi says, Reuben breaks into my home, and he gets out alive, and he's holding my stuff. Rav says he doesn't have to give it back because halacha ma'aseh killing since he's subject to a dati, therefore he's part of any type of monetary compensation. So you can keep my stuff. So Rav's statement makes sense when let's say the object is no longer in existence. All right, so he stole something and then it broke. He's not trying to make financial restitution. The Gemara says about not Allah, but no, he has Rav, he has to get back. Not true. Not true. Rav said even if the object is extant, still Reuben doesn't have to give it back. Incredible. Because again, essentially, since Reuben the thief was liable to a death penalty, he essentially acquired the object through his death penalty. Like he's subject to death, he's not subject to any type of financial compensation, and therefore the object is now deemed to be in his rishos. Gemara says, "V'lo, this is not true." Kim Rachmana Bershusa the Indian onsen. About the Indian Mikna Bershusa de Marayo Kandi. You must say that's not true. When you see that the object is in the shoes of the thief, that's for only if something happens to it, the thief is responsible. But if Allah, for an obligation of return, of course, if the item is still extant, the thief has to give it back to the owner. Maybe the Haba Shaw is no different than a Shaw. So we'll say, so you are suggesting over here is this interesting statement of Rav. So Rav says if the thief gets out alive with an object, he doesn't have to give it back. Rava says that's only if the object is not extant. But if the object is extant, of course, the thief has to give it back. So that's less to none. Thief comes in, writes repetitiously, and he breaks a barrel. Yesh lo damim chayis. So the lashon of yesh lo damim means that the homeowner is not allowed to kill him in these circumstances. We'll see what those circumstances are. So if it's a case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, so the thief is liable for the damage to the barrel. Ain't no damim potter. But again, if Allah says I'm not allowed to kill him, then he's not chayiv for financial compensation for the broken barrel. Now, time with the shiva. Now, the reason this whole discussion is happening over here is because he broke the barrel. If he ain't no damim potter, or ultimately again, where Reuben will be potter from allowed to kill him. Hanotol lo. But you see from here that had he taken the barrel, he would not be liable. Seemingly support the position of Rav. So he says, no. Huadin afidu notol nani. It's not true. Even if he took it, technically he'd be chayiv. The reason the Mishnah framed it as a case of breaking the chavis is to teach us that Allah in a case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, even though he broke the barrel, right? I'm not allowed to kill the thief, even though he broke the barrel, he's still going to be chayiv. So the Gemara says, Pshita, that's obvious. Masik, he's a damager. Even if he did it without kavanah, he's still going to be chayiv. The Gemara says, who cares kavanah, not kavanah? Adam muad li'olam. Right, the person is always responsible for damages that they cause, whether they have intention for it or not. So Tanina, the Gemara says, li'olam ben b'shogig ben b'lezid ben ba'onis ben b'rasan. The person is always muad. First, the Gemara says, right, kasha, you're right. I don't know what to do with this. So Master Rabbi Barabaye, I go in if case B'Shabbos Chayyim. We've seen this case many times. Person Reuben steals my money back on Shabbos. So Chayiv should is Chayiv B'Gnei Kol Mishavel Adei Yisur Shabbos. I will say now normally again. Now what's the halacha? So Reuben steals my purse on Shabbos. Then what does he do? Now obviously he picks it up and then he leaves my house. There's two things that are happening over. What are the two things? Number one, theft. Number two, Chilul Shabbos. Remember, for Chilul Shabbos, you're Chayiv Nisa. But the halacha over here is he's Chayiv for both things. Why? Because there's no simultaneity. Why is no simultaneity? When does the theft occur? When he picks it up. When does the Chilul Shabbos occur? Only when he picks it out of my business. Because there's no simultaneity, there's no Kirudi Zadabine, and therefore halacha l'maisa is Chayiv for both. The Gemara says, Hayim Megarer v'Yotzei Potter. But if he dragged the money bag out, right? He dragged it out, so that, remember, you're only chayiv for Geneva when you lift the object or move it into a different domain. In this case, there will be simultaneity because he's dragging it. Therefore, at the moment that it crosses my threshold into Rosh Hashanah, both theft and Chilul Shabbos occur together. Shari Isra Geneva, Isra Skila, Ba in Kava. And Rabbi says, the Gemara says over here, what do you see from here? You see from here that Allah again, right there's and ultimately, again, five lines of the bottom, the case ultimately, again, where we said that it's potter, will be a case ultimately, again, where the object was thrown into the river and therefore no longer exists. Also, the Gemara suggesting that remember, all of this is in Rav, right? So again, the Gemara suggesting like this. Rav says that if a thief is chayiv misa and steals an object and gets away with the object, he has no obligation to return it. Now, Rabbi and everyone else is incredulous about that. It doesn't make any sense. And now, what's Rav's logic? Rav's logic is killing with Rabbi today. Since as a thief, you're liable to death, therefore you are exempt from any other monetary liability, even if that object is mamish sitting in your hand. Rabbi and everyone else says, what are you talking about? I understand that the object was destroyed, the object was lost, the object was broken. There's no obligation to financial institution. But if the thief is literally holding the object in his hand, of course he has to give it back. So that's the Rava. So this is this Rava. Now remember, Rava was one who argued on Rav, and Rava had goats stolen from him. Right? It's repetition. Someone tunneled into his pen and stole the goats. What happened? Then the thief had a change of heart, They wanted to give it back. But Lo Kavlimu, Rabbi would not accept it back. Why? Amar, since Rav said his piece, Rav said his piece. Now let's remember it again. Now Rabbi argued on Rav. But Rabbi said, since Rav said that when a thief steals something, he's not obligated to go ahead and return it. This was Rav's statement. And Rabbi says, even though I disagree with it, I accept it. Incredible story. So much to say about that, but for a different time. So listen, what I just want to point out is halacha l'maisa, though, just to be clear, we don't paskin like we paskin like Rav, but only when the object is no existence. So if a thief is ahead and tunnels in, steals an object and gets a halacha l'maisa again, he's going to be liable, but now technically speaking, like, obviously you can't for the fact, right? But l'maisa again, if the object is no longer in existence, the thief is not obligated to make financial restitution. But if Reuben came in, stole my object, gets out, and then we find the object. If the object is still in existence, halacha l'maisa, we don't pass like Rav, we pass like Rava, and halacha l'maisa, the object itself has to be returned. Incredible. All right, let's go. Turn our banon. Ein lo damim mizarcha Hashem shalav. So the pasuk says that the homeowner, right, is not chayiv for killing the thief. If the sun, literally again, if the sun is shining. The Gemara says, I don't understand. Is the sun only shining on one person? What's the meaning of the pasuk? Rather, what it means is like this. If you know with absolute certainty that the thief is there, if it's as clear as the sun, that the thief is there to kill you, kill him first. Then laugh, but if you're not absolutely certain, I'll target you. Don't kill it. I will say, now watch this. That's price of one. Price of two. Tanya idach. Zarcha Hashem shalav. Damin. Techi Hashem shalav bilvad zarcha. Ella. In barlacha kishem sheyish lo shalom imas. Rabbi Segmas says like this: if it is as clear as the sun that the guy loves you and is not going to kill you, then don't kill him. Being love, but if it's not as clear as the sun, hargeyu, kill him. Rabbi said, the Gemara says, Kasha stala stala. Rabbi, you see what just happened over here? These are two dramatically different prices. Rabbi saying, price number one essentially says like this: the only way you're allowed to kill someone is if what? Is if it is as clear as the sun that they are going to kill you. But if it is not as clear as the sun they're going to kill you, you can't kill them. According to the second price, only if it is clear as the sun that the guy is not going, then you can't kill him. But if there's any suffix, you can kill him first. Rabbi say, those are two pretty dramatically different prices. So what do you do with this? Lokasha, I'm a base. Well, say this. I'm a base. We are great. I'm a base. 10 minutes to go. I'm a base. Kan ba'aval aben. Kam depend ala. Wow. About this. Everything depends on who the thief is. Right? One is talking about a father who's stealing from his son. And when a father steals from his son, it's absolutely certain a father will never kill his son. So if the son, now again, the father might steal from his son apparently. Right, but the father is never going to kill his son. So if the son discovers, he wakes up, and his father's in his house, tunneling in, stealing stuff, the son is not allowed to father. Because the son knows that a father will never take the life of his son. May steal from his son. CCOC, what you see from his father, parents sometimes do mistreat their children. Right? I see over here that you have a case, so we can't say that a father won't steal from his son. Apparently, that does happen. So sometimes parents, knowingly or unknowingly, will mistreat children. But one thing to count is Rahman Asab, a father to a father will never kill his child. On the other hand, if his son breaks into his father's house, not so pashut. Sometimes the son could kill a father. So I'll say, such a heavy gift. Right? So therefore, again, if the thief is, the son knows with absolute certainty his father is not going to kill him, and therefore, again, the son has no license to kill the father. On the other hand, Allah, when I say the son breaking the father's home, Father, we don't know. We don't necessarily know what the son may be prepared to do. This is interesting. So Rav said, anyone who breaks into my house, I'm gonna kill him, except if it's Rav Hanina Bar Shiva. I'll say such an interesting compliment, right? In other words, anyone else who breaks into my house, I'm gonna take him down, except if the thief is Rav Hanina Bar Shiva. Mars is my time. What's the reason? Maybe because Rav Hanina Bar Shila is a tzaddik, obviously he brings a tzaddik. That is going to break into someone else's house. Ella, we should be killing the merachim al merachim al habayis. We'll say this is such a touching Gemara. That says because I know that Rav Hanina Bar Shila loves me like a father. So I want to say something so beautiful about this. I know that Chanina Bar Shila loves me like a father, so I know that even if he were to break into my home, I know that halacha l'maisa, he would not go ahead and take my life. So what you also see from here is apparently there could be other relationships outside of an actual father-child relationship where someone could love you like a father. So it does exist. There's nothing like a father's love. I said a father's love is unique, a parent's love is unique, but apparently in life there are other people who could love me with that unconditional, non-judgmental love, like a father loves his son. Incredible, I would say. Incredible. So much to say about this, but I'm going to lose my job if I don't. So, so, Damim Lo, Bein B'chol Bein B'Shabbos. Ein Lo Dam Bein B'chol Bein B'Shabbos. So, the Gemara says all of these halachas. So, instead, Jerusalem, what we have over here is as follows. The metric we adopt is like this. If someone breaks into your home repetitiously, the understanding is that the person is going to stand up and defend their property, which means that anyone who's breaking into my home secretly is ready to kill me. Because ready to kill me, therefore, what? I have the halakhic obligation to kill them first. But when are you allowed to take the life of a thief? Only when you are not 100% sure that they come in peace. If I'm 100% sure that they come in peace, then I can't kill them. The only real example of that is like a father or someone who loves you like a father. Otherwise, if you're not sure, defend your life and defend your life at all costs. Now the Gemara says these halachas apply both by Shabbos and by. So the Gemara says Bishlam and the Shabbos. So it's ultimately again, I understand I'm allowed to take the life of the king. Whether that makes sense. Why don't I need that qualification? It's just it's not like time, Maybe how that would be based in. Because also this is kind of like execution by basing, just like basing is warranted to execute someone. So too, if the thief is coming in and I don't know 100% that he comes in peace, I'm allowed to kill him. So this is like I become like the Bezdin. I'm going to Bezdin. So I might have thought the Shabbos Lokadinon. So I might have thought that Bezdin doesn't execute on Shabbos. Maybe I can't kill this thief on Shabbos. Kamash Shalom was the first my line. Dikatlinon that I can. Ella Donim Lo Bein B'Chol Bein B'Shabbos. But again, the thief I'm not allowed to kill the thief, and there is liability for killing the thief. So now that halakha applies on Shabbos and during weeks. You must understand what's the condition. Hashka b'chol katinu b'Shabbos b'bayit. If I can't kill him during the week, I certainly can't kill him on Shabbos. It means it's like this. We'll say, let's say somebody breaks into my home on Shabbos and then the wall collapses on him. Sif halacha l'may said it's clear that he was going to kill me. I can't remove the rubble from him. The halacha because he's liable to a death penalty. But if I'm not sure if he came to kill me, right, or I'm sure that he didn't come to kill me, halacha l'may say again, I could remove the rubble in order to save his life even on Shabbos. Tanabon. V'huga b'chol adam. Umeis b'chol misad. Shati yachol amis. This is incredible. Reuven breaks into my home. Now what happens? Shimon, my neighbor, sees Reuven breaking into my home. So what's the halacha? Shimon, my neighbor, has the right to kill Reuven. It's not just me, the homeowner, that has to kill Reuven. Even someone else has the right to kill Reuven. Not only that, but he's allowed to kill Reuven. Anyone's allowed to kill Reuven. I kill Reuven. He kill Reuven. With any way we need to. And why the Torah needs to teach me that anyone is allowed to execute Reuven after all. Why is that coming? Because one would have thought, I'm the license to kill the thief is only for who? Only for who? Only for the boss. Only for me, the boss. But other people don't have a right. Kamash Malon makes you. Which by the way makes sense. Why Kamash from the remember, once Reuven is breaking into home, he has a status of what? Of a road date. Once he's a road date, then anyone has the right to go ahead and execute. Even my neighbor. The Elames. The Famisa Shati Yakalani. So, Lama, I will say again, why do I need the special people that teach me to kill him? Anyone needs to kill him. So I say, I kill him from a murderer. What's not a murder? I will say, this is someone in general. Reuven killed Shimon. Now Reuven is going to be executed by Bezdin. There's a particular type of misa, right? You both say whatever the type of misa, whatever, depending on crime. Let's say Reuven is decapitation. Let's say whatever the misa case, let's have a sword. So what do? You execute whatever you can execute him. So the Gemara says, I don't know to execute someone with the prescribed death penalty. So how do you know that if I can't execute Reuven with the prescribed penalty, that I could go ahead and execute him however we execute him? Most you must become plus it says execute him however you need to execute him. To which the Gemara says no. So therefore, we'll say Same thing over here. By the thief, kill him. However, you need to kill him. Kushma says, no. Hasam, most humus. It's different because the execution of the Torah uses the lashon of most humus. And what does most mean? That even if you can't give the proper death penalty, Bezin has the right to execute it. However, you get executed. I the nigmar minay. So once we learn from this, learn from Rothschild that Allah when someone is with death penalty, just kill them. However, you can kill them. There's also Gol Adam. Gol Adam, remember again, right? Reuven kills Shimon accidentally. The relatives of Shimon have the right to seek revenge from Reuven. By Gol Adam also, they have the ability to kill Reuven however they want to do it. Say, what do you have over here? You have two psukim that teach you the same concept. And Gol Adam. What do they teach you? That whenever someone is liable to a death penalty, if you can't give them the prescribed death penalty, then what? You can kill them wherever you want. So we'll say, what is this called? This is called Shnei Ksuvin Abon Ke'echad. I have two mitzvahs or two halachos that teach you the same thing. So the Gemara says, now what's the halacha? Shnei Ksuvin Abon Ke'echad Ein Melamdim. Also, in general, whenever you have two psukim that teach you the same concept, you cannot create the principle from them. Machteres ini el machteres gato chaser de kafifu minayin. So therefore, we'll say again. But halacha l'maisa. So therefore, we say so again. We don't turn very important halachas from here. Number one. Not only is the homeowner permitted to kill the thief, but who else is? Anyone else. Why? Because the thief has the status of a road. That's halacha number one. Halacha number two. How do you kill the thief? How do you kill him? However you need to. Two important halachas. We'll say another part of halacha. Machteres ini el machteres. We'll say I only know if the thief is tunneling in. The Gemara says, Gadol, Chasero, Karfifo Minay. How do I know that if it's coming through my roof, my chatzar, my carpet? How do I know, Lord, even if it's not tunneling, it's coming through a window that I could also kill him? Kamalomar, Yimatse Hagona Mikamah. The Pasuk says Yimatse. However you find the thief, wherever the thief is found, without to execute him. In Cain, Matamlo Machteres. That's easy. Why does the Pasuk say Machteres?
I just didn't want you to have
tunnel.
Blank
Charges
social
back
media.
in normal way that it's done. Tiny Machteres, any Machteres. I only know that if it tunnels in. Head on it, the clutch with the roof, Kamalomar, Yimatse Hagona Mikamah. I in came Matamlo Machteres. So ultimately, again, if that's the case, then why does it say Machteres? Because Machtereso, so he has to.
So now what you want to do is take any
if you're
content that you have
if you're tunneling, just know
and
that's
put
your
it
hasra.
into Grok.
If you're tunneling, the Torah itself has already said that halacha l'maisa, you are warned. Now, let's say we have to stop over here for today, but l'maisa, this is now going to end. This is going to lead into the next sugya, which is: does the thief require hasra? Is there hasra necessary in this case? You want to suggest tunneling in by definition is your hasra? No, for that. So I'm going to stop over here for today. Shkoyach.
Title with hashtags and descriptions with hashtags for your
All right,
video.
have on Zoom. I get distracted to all of you. Jerry, Mazel Tov, my granddaughter's wedding. Mazel Tov, have on Zoom. Jerry will ask me right up his granddaughter today.
When you have the results, send me
okay. Next. Go ahead.
what the responses were, and if they're good, then you can start uploading it to YouTube, period. Does this make sense, question mark?
Sorry? It's only extenuating circumstances. All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin by taking all of our sponsors for this morning. Tricky thing. Our Hamilton sponsor for Top Shin Pei, the year 5785, Pilsen Shmach of Eretz Yisrael. For in the source of wishing a Mazel Tov to Yoshua Mordechai Tilson on his engagement to Amit Cohen. Mazel Tov, may they be Zochai Meretz Hashem. We should just note that Yoshua Mordechai is a brave Chayal, a brave soldier. Baruch Hashem gave much to Am Yisrael, to Eretz Yisrael, and now it is so beautiful that he is going to be celebrating the building of his new home, which should occur in Eretz Hashem, the Shar Tov Mitzlachos, and should in Eretz Hashem be benched with generations of beautiful simcha, mazel, and bracha. Well, with that, let us begin. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning and discuss of all of our precious hatzis, Mefresh Baruch Hu, Eretz Hashem, bring them home, the shalom and the karov, and by all of our soldiers will be successful. The whole Maaseh Yideihem. Today's daf. It doesn't matter what today's daf is. Let's not get caught up in details. Let's always the trees from the forest. We're going to be learning Sanhedrin today in Eretz Hashem. We're going to be starting on daf Ayin Aleph 71, and we're going to see in Eretz Hashem where the journey takes us. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Ayin Aleph 71a. We're picking up about 12 lines up from the bottom. So the says, "Come on, Azal Hadisanya." Whose opinion is reflecting the following statement. So there was never such thing as a Bais Hanuga. Bais Hanuga means ultimately again a home that was afflicted by tzaras. So such a thing never happened, such a thing never will happen. Whose opinion is this? So the Gemara says, why is it written? If it's never going to happen, why is it written? Ultimately, in order to learn it and receive reward. Who does this opinion reflect? Kabbalazar ben Shimon. Like Kabbalazar ben Shimon. Look, that's Talmud. It's not a good Shimon. Shimon says, the only thing about it is Tamei, Achir, Kishtei Gris, and Ashtei Avonim, Kishtei Salim. The Karen's office. So again, in order to have Saras and all, remember again, there's a whole topic with Saras in the house. Last year, Kodesh points out that Halacha and Saras in the home was not as much a punishment as much as it was a bracha. Because Rashi points out before the Jews came into Eretz Yisrael, the indigenous nations, they hid treasures in the walls of their home, and the truth is they know that those treasures were present with saras, because that would require the removal of stones, and then one would see the treasure literally again that was buried behind. So again, in order to have saras in the home, you need to satisfy so many different criteria. It has to be like two greases. A grease is a measurement. Ashtei Avonim on two different stones, B'shtei Ksavim on two different walls, the Karen is Zavis. So essentially, you have to be in a corner. Argo Kishnei Grisen, Barafo Kishgris, you have to have a length of two grisen, a width of one gris. So my time is what's the resolution is logic? Why does he say this? Ksiv kilos. Because the pasuk says, talking about Tzaras on the home, it says that it was on a wall, and then it says that it was on walls, plural. So you must say, shoot kilos. What ultimately again is a home? What is a wall that is like the walls, plural? How the Omer is that turns of this? This refers ultimately again to a corner. So Tanya Rothschild says, so Rothschild says, Makom HaKetchum Asa. But how you call it also Churbisa Segirta, but there was a place in Azov, and they call this place in Azov Churbisa Segirta. So again, interestingly enough, Rashi points out that we have Churva is Mitzora. It's called Mitzora. It's on the time. Sagirta Shinosi Misham Bais Hanuga. So essentially, what the Balazar we can say this, but exactly there was Manish home known to have tzaras. Each kfar akol nama kan halakti begavil. For easy makom shemitzayin also va'amru avanim l'migaos kinu misham. So each kfar akol says one time I was in Gavil, and in fact I found the place where they were storing stones that they said were removed from a home afflicted with tzaras. So let's say, so once again you see this tension on one hand. First opinion saying it was never a home with tzaras, never happened, too much specificity. The other opinion saying that Allah saying, no, we actually saw a home with tzaras. Beautiful. Much to say on this, but we'll cover a little bit of ground before we get into some life lessons. Says the Mishnah, Hayachman Gider, O Higer, O Ilay, O Suma, O Kirish. So it's this one we saw in the last suga that in order for a child to become that slower and more that, what the Gemara was, the parents have to be shabat. Parents have to be quote-unquote equal, right, or similar. Now, the reading what I was talking about there was that parents have to be shabbat to call the Mara Ubakoma. They have to be shabbat, they have to be similar in literally, again, their voice, their height, and even in their appearance. Now the Mishnah goes on to more technicalities. If one of the parents was a Gidin, Rashi points out over here as Gidin is they're missing the hand, an amputee, or Chiger, or they're crippled in their leg and therefore can't walk. O Ilay, or mute, O Sumo, or blind, O Cherish, or Cherish generally means deaf mute. Eno Nasa Ben Soromora. The child can't become Ben Soromora. This is a technicality. Now, why is that? Shneimar, because listen to this. The tough subo of the Bimo, the Pasuk says his parents will grab him. Will grab him for no giving. Obviously, in order to grab him, they need hands. So if they're missing a hand, then I love myself, kid can't become a Ben Soromora. Vote C also, they will take him out. So therefore, again, if they lack a leg, lack an ability to go and remove him, they can't take him. They will say, the parents will say, below illness, not if they're mute. Benenu zeh, that they will to identify this son below sunu, and not parents who are blind. Enenu shomi. They say they have to say the son doesn't listen to voices for low charging and not a mute. Not a mute. Versus master both with Shlosha, Matkin also. They warned him in Sorah Mora, so again there's Hasra. They warned him first in the presence of three, and then ultimately administer Malchus afterwards. Chazer B'Kilko. So you're about to say it's interesting because here it introduces something new. Apparently, there is like a hasra. They warn the kid about his behavior in front of three, right? So again, apparently the way it works is like this: the child or the young man steals the money, purchases the meat and the wine, conforms to all of the criteria that we established in the last couple of days. His parents warn him in front of a basin of three, and then again they flog him. They give him Malchus. If he repeats the behavior again, that's when he becomes a Ben Soromora. If he goes ahead and repeats this errant behavior, then he is judged by reason of 23, which makes sense because now this is a capital case. But again, he's only executed if part of the reason of 23 consists of part of the. I should say differently. The original three, who essentially judged him for Malchus, have to be part of the subsequent basin of 23. Because they have to say, the parents say, this son. This son means the son that was warned and flogged in front of you, the first three, is now going to be executed for becoming Ben Soromora. Incredible. Shema Shanisina, the Gemara says, what do you see from here? Well, Krah. Keep it safe. I want to say what you see from here is something very interesting. That halakha l'maisa, when the pasuk is written a certain way, that's the process that has to be followed. In other words, I want to say, what does this mean? So you would have thought like this. If you look at this pasuk of Ben Soromora, right? So the pasuk says, the top subo of the hero. His parents will take hold of him. And they will take him out right to the base. And they say, now if you notice, what's happening over here? If you notice, there's a very literal interpretation of the pasuk in here, right? That literally they have to be able to grab it. They have to be able to walk. I don't know, when you look at this pasuk, one could have also easily said the pasuk is more figurative. I don't know that you have to understand the pasuk in such a literal sense, but clearly the initial understanding in a literal sense. What do you see from your Shabbos? We know, but you have to follow a pasuk as the way that it's written. This is different. Shiny hapa, why on the base? Making progress. Shiny hapa. 71b, the Kulik Kra Yisiru. So as I said, this is different because here the pasuk itself is written in such an elongated form. Look at actually, Kulik Kra Yisiru. The Matzi L'Nuchta about Sisei also Shara Holy Skeleton. You know, you could have this whole thing to parents will grab onto and just say, you take it to the base, done. The fact that the pasuk is written such longhand indicates to us that there is a hakpada. The Torah is telling us that again, the parents have to be able to engage in all of these processes, and in do so prevents the kid from becoming Soromora. Okay, the master of the Shloshah, and we warn him in front of three. So he wants to why do you need three betrays out here? Why do you have Hasra in front of three? You just need Hasra in front of two witnesses. A Rabbi Halkid Kamer, master of the Shnayim. The Malkin also different Shlosha. Remember what it means is like this. You're right, we warn him in front of two witnesses, and we give him Malchus in front of three, because three represents a basin. So Malchus ben Soromora hit Ksiva. Where can we ever see Malchus ben Soromora? Right? The only thing you ever see by Ben Soromora is what? His execution. Nisa. Where are you getting Malchus from a Ben Soromora? Rabbi Avot. Rabbi Yisru. So I'll say you make him Zera Shava. The Yisru. So it says the Yisru also, the Yisru by Soromora, and then it says the Yisru by Malchus, and then again the Yisru Ben, Vayam Binakol Zarasha. So essentially there's a Xer Shabbat between Malchus and between Ben Sora to teach us that first time offender, right? First time offender Ben Sora gets Malchus. Okay, incredible. He must Chazer killed them. So again, Ben Sora once again repeats his negative behavior again. How you judge this time in front of the of 23 because now it is effectively a capital case. So the Gemara says, "Haimi boile zeh." So Margashins, the name is zeh. That's not a Margashin. That's a objection before the Mishnah. Just 1 second. Haimi boile zeh lo sulim. Now remember again, but we already used that zeh. That zeh was already darshan to teach us what? That Allah the parents have to have sight in order for the kid to become that sort of. So how are we now using that same zeh for a different drasha? And he lift up the name of who? My name is zeh. The pasuk could have just written the name of who, but it says the name is zeh. Shmamina Karti, Shalom says zeh teaches me two things. It teaches me number one, it teaches me parents have to have sight in order for the son to become a son. That's number one. And number two, that the original three who served as the basin from Malchus to be part of the basin of 23 for execution. Incredible. Baruch Hashem, Marino, Perkat, Hekev, Zaki, Zakar, Takto, Parker. Okay, Sugya. That is interesting. There's like a window. It's the window. It has to be like a cut on some of the ish, which essentially is you can only become Ben Sora Morad immediately upon reaching adulthood. And the metric for that, the Gemara says, essentially was what the Gemara called like a beard of pubic hair, a ring of pubic hair. So the Mishnah raised a very interesting point over here. Let's say a kid is accused of being a Ben Sora Morad, right? And when he is brought to basement, he's of the age where it's appropriate. In other words, where you could be done, you could be a judge of the Ben Sora Morad. And then what happens? He ran away from basement. He escaped from basement. Actually, before the verdict was passed. And then what happened? They find him again. They want to bring him back to basement. But by they bring him back to basement, he is further physically mature. What's the Potter? In other words, he's aged out of Ben Sora Morad, and therefore again, remember again, this is because he escaped before his verdict. So if he escaped before his verdict, by the time he gets back to basement, he's already too physically mature. Right, what we call the Zakana Tacto has already formed. He's out. He's free on a technicality. On the other hand, if let's say the kid came to Bezdin, was judged, verdict was passed, but he escaped before execution, and then we find him afterwards, even though now he possesses more signs of physical maturation, we can still execute him. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Benoach Shabir Es Hashem. Interesting piece over here. So let's say the Benoach, a non-Jew, who cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu Chas v'Shalom. And then what happens? The Africa Miskaya. And then he converted. What's Potter. Thank you, very positive. Why? What's the logic? Let's look at the logic. Holo b'mishtana dino, mishtana misaso. Because the one say that halacha l'meisa, his whole legal framework changed. Remember again when he was at Rashi points out something very interesting. So literally translated, since his legal ramifications or his legal framework changed, therefore his verdict changed as well. Take a look at Rashi. All the Nishtana Dino Nishtana Misaso, Dino Mekarni the Dachot, the Dain Echad, the Bolo Asra, Dino Avid Ashkaf, and Asra, the Sanhedrin Shafal Dino Benedict. As a Ben Noach, right? Ben Noach is judged with one witness, one judge, and no hasra. A Jew is judged with a basin of 23, hasra and everything else. So therefore, again, since now he's converted, since his legal framework changed, therefore what? His din, his halacha changed as well. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Baruch Achlo Ligmadina. So I'll say our Mishnah seems to support the same idea. If the Ben Sora Mora, if he escaped before the verdict was delivered, and before again, and then when they found him, he already exhibited signs of further physical maturation. His Potter might have a what's the reason? Because he changed. Since he physically changed, therefore what? His din changed as well. So Shmuel says, no. No, shiny hapa, the Ovid Hashtalah Barkatalu. No, it's different. Why? Because now he's in a state where if he had committed that very same crime, right? As a child, or as a young man with enhanced signs of physical maturation, if he were to steal that same money and by meat and by wine, he would not be chayiv at this stage. That's why if he escapes before the verdict, he finds him later on, he's going to be potter. So Tashma, and you should read the Baruch the Afrikaki gives up like Afton, chayiv. So ultimately,
Yo, what up, Elio?
if they deliver the verdict,
Can you hear me?
He's executed, and then they
Elio.
and by the time they find him, years old, he doesn't exhibit
Elio.
physical maturation. What's that? Chayiv. He's chayiv. Now why is that?
Elio.
Because again, our license verdict was passed.
Can you hear me, big dog?
Of course, he's going to be chayiv. So what a tremendous Mr. So from Ben Noah, curses up on his father, and then he converts. What's halacha? He's not subject to a death penalty.
Yo, Elio. Elio. Can you hear me, big man? Yo, Elio. Big dog. Unmute your mic. Let's talk, big man. Hello? Hey? Elio. Yo, Elio, you're big time.
I'm a person, not a person. I committed an avera. As the person who committed an avera, I warrant a particular.
I'm looking at your YouTube channel right now, big man.
This concept of tshuva, and tshuva says,
dude, you're huge. You're huge. You're like, you're giant, dog. Elio, talk to me. How are you? Elio, you have 670,000 followers on YouTube. You gotta talk to me. I've been live streaming my life 24/7 for 4 years, dog. If anybody who knows a lot about YouTube, it is I. What up, big dog? Elio, we're gonna talk, big man? Alright, it's okay if you don't want to. I'm just chilling. But Elio, we need to talk, my man. Let's see. I'm watching right now, Elio. Here we go. Here's your channel. Look at you, baby. Word, dog. That's true. No. Dude, Elio, you're giant, dog. Get the fuck out of here.
It's just a whole new set of laws and a whole new set of realities and a whole new set of ramifications.
Elio is a giant.
That's the greatness of change.
Was that really? I think
I can take myself from one framework to another framework. The framework still there. The framework didn't change. The framework didn't change. I changed. So that Ben Noah, who curses that comes from Chas v'Shalom. If he becomes a yid, he becomes a yid. So at the end of it, again, he's not holy Ishtani. He's a different person, and therefore a separate set of demons. When we become Bali Tshuva, when we change, when we lift ourselves, we just take ourselves from one framework to another framework. That's incredible to me. Let's go back there. Now, what business they do, I'm not exactly sure, right? But like, again, she goes ahead, she goes ahead and she goes, look how the heart is putter. She's putter, right? She's putter because of these why? Let's say that what logic was it? The logic was it? Hello, myself, remember, because as a Jew, a Jew who goes ahead and gets the Ben Noah, and a Jew who commits adultery, the wife of the Ben Noah, is not subject to that penalty. So therefore, Hello, myself, the Ben Noah, he is subject to that penalty. Now, Hello, myself, he is not subject to this penalty. So that penalty also can be so this guy like, if the Ben Noah hits a Jew, or the Noah committed adultery with the wife of a Jew, and then he converts, he's not going to be liable. He's going to be liable. Why? Because again, these are actions that how you can make it also be liable. So the Noah is liable, the Jew is liable. Rabbi, why? In order to apply this metric of change, we that both the gain and the death penalty changes. The high, here shiny, the cessel or shiny. Here, particularly perhaps of these judgment they change, but the death penalty still remains the same. It's quite fascinating. So Bishlam looks at me, Parasite, the Sire, Sire is the death penalty itself. When you kill someone, says Ben Rock is Sire, and now we'll see Parasite. Remember, Ben Rock was so clever a little while ago. Ben Rock was always executing Sire. So as a Gentile, Sire, and as a Jewish side, as a Ben law, it's side, and that's retaliation. So you different. So you can look at something like down in the white line, they're not on the left side. Looks like you're coming out here, you can look at the not on the left side. The law, as well as the Jews, have the constant of Skila for now down the left side. Or I, but also doing yourself, doing the interest cover, right? I but it is a community sin within yourself, comparable to interest cover. Cover the community shaker. So it's a Rabbi you say again. And interestingly enough, the more lenient penalty is automatically dragged along or included with a more severe one. Honey, Rabban don't say cover. The fact that Rabban will say that Sayyid is more cover than Sayyid. And if you see the Panic cover like this, we had all this stories before. And the thing Julie says, the Panic explanation is more cover than Sayyid. What do you say? And she said, well, you kind of begin national. The Amar, when we saw more of the Nira, Ela Ela Panic, was really having some focus. So I'm trying to national, one for the Nira, so it's not and then he converted him was a Benora or he's a Jew, so they cannot. So it's either a Tzeach and the Kala kind of back to Sayyid, or exactly. But according to this, as a Benora, the murder, he would be higher, and now as a Jew, he would be higher Sayyid. Again, you assume that Sayyid is in the meanest form of death penalty than Kala. And therefore, in the more lenient one is a Jew, the more comfortable. Let me say that, right? And you might say, it's Tidon the Kala. So you might say, Tidon the Kala. The skill of Mamalo. So she would be judged with Kala, and that would skill. Why not with stuff? I'm sure you have the Ishkani. It must be because I love myself. Don't you mention here about that? So what about all the judges kind of like why not skill up? I'm just saying because the change was complete. And when we open up, you cannot the skill up. So ultimately again, so your person the time you like to have it instead right there also subject to skill incredible. Also what's in the break, the take website, what the take like this. The rough formation is that this is sort of more everything propagation, and then he escapes. And you find him later on, what do you do with him? So he enters into the place. If his verdict is passed, like when you escape before execution, when you find him, you execute him. If he escapes before the verdict is passed, then what do you do with the ends? If you find him before you develop further signs of physical maturation, then you pass the verdict and you can kill him. But if you escape before the verdict is passed, and now you develop further signs of physical maturation, since he has changed, right? Things have changed, you can no longer judge him as they say anymore. And there's other cases that, and there's other cases like that. And there's a law who curses a Kavish Baruch and then converts, and then law who goes ahead and hits his friend, right? Or commits adultery and converts. Similar types of cases. Let's go. Let's go. And then not as much because of what he has done, but because of what we are concerned he is going to become. And as a young about the Messiah, and let him die in truth, and don't let him die, kind of culpable, not wise. And doesn't show because the death of the wicked is good for them, because the death atones for them, and it's also good for the world. It's a death of the Tzaddik is bad for tzaddikim, and it's bad for the world. And let's see why is that bad for tzaddikim in such a time in our Mishnah. Why is that bad for tzaddikim? Why? Because the Mesa, with that, they no longer have the ability to go ahead and perform nice and children. They say life is the greatest gift. As long as you're alive, you have the ability to change yourself, change the world. So death for tzaddikim is a bad thing, because with their death, you lose your ability to have change. And it's bad for the world. The Gemara says, Pizza, sorry, Radio, Yain B'Shinu Shaman Allah, and Radio, also listen to this. Wine is sweet, when you're shutting, it's pleasurable for them, and it's good for the world. Why? Because if you're shutting or drinking and you're sleeping, the emissions that lost, it's not bothering anyone else. So you have to find why you have to have sleep and go for it. So this year, Rabbi and Rabbi always is incredible. But for some people, wine and sleep is terrible for them and terrible for the world. Shabbos is why, because the tzaddik is drinking much, or the tzaddik is sleeping, he's not accomplishing. And if the tzaddik is sleeping, you're not accomplishing drinking, you're not accomplishing, it's bad for him, and it's bad for him. So the other is that this is the right way what we do. Sleep is bad, sleep is very bad, apparently. It feels so good, because the higher that's the first time we are doing it's not good, we want to keep tzaddikim. Incredible. These are the shots behind by now the other. So what these are again, displacement. You know, it's a scattering. It's good for a shot and good for the world. In other words, if you're shutting are not together, if they're not concentrated, it's good for them because then they can't collaborate with one another, and it's also good for the world. So tzaddikim, Rabbi and the Rabbi. For tzaddikim, obviously again, it's not good. It's not good because again, when tzaddikim are together, they're able to go ahead and collaborate, and they're able to reinforce the fire. So for shutting Caesar is good. So vision is literally very scattered. Caesar also means, sometimes people say, no, Caesar could be a one geographic place, but there are many different emotional instances. And when persons like that, you know, real experience things like that, it's very distinctive. It's very distinctive. And it's very hard to understand when you're not self-essentially, even if Caesar represents, but he's like, oh, look up to the opposite. It's the opposite. You know, there's kilos. Kilos will shut out of the other. So kilos mean gather. When you shut them out together, when you shut them together, that's bad for them and bad for the world. Obviously, because there is a collaborate for the tzaddikim. Hana Allahal, the Hana Allahal. For tzaddikim, it's good for them and it's good for the world. So what's that? It's really this kind of good. So for tzaddikim, Jesus gathering is bad. Here it is good. Because tzaddikim on a perfect shot level. When tzaddikim all together, that's good. You can collaborate. You can accomplish. It's a force multiplier. And when you're dispersed, again, you can only accomplish as much as any one individual can. But it's not just too frustrating because you have to feel personal level. Sometimes you're like I'm in a state of teasing. Teasing means I'm all over the place. When I'm all over the place, it's hard to accomplish when you're everywhere. Why? Because it's like teasing means there's a lack of mindfulness. There's a lack of presence. Right? Jesus means it's mindfulness. I'm in one place. I'm mindful. I'm attentive. I'm there. Sometimes we have to think that when you focus on multiple things, you're accomplishing more. But we know this. When you multitask, maybe you are accomplishing more, but the quality of your work is significantly diminished. That's Caesar. Caesar's multitasking. So just know again, it's not the best thing. Kinos is with his mindfulness, his attentiveness, on presence. When that happens, it's good for you, and it's good for the world. Incredible. Let's finish up. It's bad for the show, because when it's trying to give you a lot more damage and it's bad for the world, it's bad for the show. But tzaddikim, but tzaddikim also give tranquility, it's good for them, they give tranquility, but to focus on accomplishing more, and obviously for tzaddik to accomplish more, it's good for the tzaddik, and it's good for them. The Rosh is so much discussed about this Mishnah, and for the different time. Talk about it in 72a. Says in the Tanya, I'm using the video, why? בסוף גם בסוף נגמר נפסה but the Torah sees where this type of behavior is going to lead to, and ultimately says, you know what, killing now, before he becomes a real liability for himself and for greater society. Because the death is good for the son, again, kill this kid before he goes and becomes a real menace to society, and it's good for the world. And that's another thing. It's so fascinating. First of all, so this part comes back. It's not like the first part. It's God, you know. So it's so skeptic, so an accent. It's hard to read that. So remember, this goes back to yesterday, back when we saw the forecast, and then saw what happens and not happens. So all of this together. That's how I read my forecast. And it's like, why is it different? What's all to the right side more? He's being still money, he's going to purchase more than purchase more. It's his father's money, he's going to grab and steal. I understand. Maybe he'll just get a job. Maybe he'll marry some hedge fund. You know, I don't know. But why are you automatically assuming that if you're stealing with 100% support his habits? So let's say what you see here, basically here, when you get used to not working, when you get used to handouts, when you get used to going ahead and supporting your lifestyle on the back of others, that is a very difficult habit to break. That's what's happening over here. So because of this kid, he's never worked. Now, there's one thing that seems like that's just a man. He likes to shit like this. He likes to make so what happens is you, but hustle, he wants nice meat, nice wine, nice car. It's funny, working hard for. We're not worried about a kid like that. What we're worried about is somebody who steals, what's this habit? You develop that type of muscle from when you're young, that like materially, to where it owes you something, and you go and you support yourself from other people's hard work, that's a terrible move. And that's a move that's not going to be broken. That's the kind of person, when you run out of the father's gun, he's not getting a job. He's going to know what he's doing. You see what some other people speaking of other people. It's such a detrimental mindset. It's not just about the meat and the wine. It's about a feeling of entitlement. That you feel so entitled that you can take other people's stuff to support yourself. Listen, you know the rich muda for you. The rich muda? Entitlement. Magia is all sex. So try to get like a pointed out. In Yiddishkeit, there are no rights. There's no bill of rights in Judaism. Right? The Torah doesn't entitle you to anything. You don't talk about the rights, but in Yiddishkeit, there are only responsibilities. There's 613 responsibilities. Responsibilities, not rights. Why? Because you should never walk around feeling entitled. No one owes you anything. After the Shtar, he doesn't owe you anything. And listen, by the way, it's so strange. People owe the iPods. I tell people, they say, the problem is if you walk around feeling entitled, there's one thing to be absolutely sure of, which is you're profoundly disappointed. Profoundly disappointed. So you can feel entitled, okay, everybody owes me everything. Okay, and when it's up to time, you're going to get upset, you're going to get offended, you're going to get hurt, you're all these things, or walk around, you know, no one knows you everything. No one knows you anything. Don't walk around with my entitlement. As well as I can. Now, don't walk around feeling that your spouse owes you something. Kids don't owe you something. Parents don't owe you something. Your friends don't owe you something. It's beautiful if they do something for you. And then when they do something, you will feel such a profound weight of class. I tell you. That's beautiful. But again, you can dispense with so much life disappointment that you get really the feeling of entitlement. And that's what's happening over here. You know, the Egypt, the Ben Solar, it's not the meat and it's not the wine. It's the walking around from the young age with a feeling of entitlement. Jews don't have rights. Jews have responsibilities. Dispense with the feeling of entitlement in all of your life relationships and become much happier in all areas of life. That's what I say. So much of So Tzadikim ultimately again get is bad for them and bad for the world. The Gemara says Yayin, this is just repeating what we saw in the show. Yayin, sleep and wine are good for a shame because then they're not causing problems. But wine and sleep is not good for the tzaddikim. Why? Because we're going to tzaddikim if they are drinking with us, sleeping, you're not performing the nice and told. Second, the Hashem, tranquility is back to Hashem, back to the work, because it gives them time to engage with all the other imaginations. But tzaddikim, another banavi, or for tzaddikim is good, for tzaddikim is good. Usually, the Hashem, another banavi, so again, scattering, displacement is good for Hashem, good for the world, or tzaddikim, another banavi, Mishnah. About Makkas, what's the switching gears now? About Makkas is a thief. About Makkas means a thief who comes in secret. I'm also literally Makkas means that actually understands it. Means my understanding what he's learning is a thief who comes in through tunneling. He's literally digging the tunnel from somewhere into the house of the person he wants to rob. So about Makkas, we go to Sofa. So it's about somebody might be attention to this is happening in secret. If you understand that it's into your home, telling you it's home, you have to kill them. I will see why that is. You might say so. If the thief is dead, it's what you believe he's going to be willing to do. I don't want to see that. That's obvious. So let's say and let's say you didn't break into my home. So you're breaking into my home, you put a barrel. Also, so when you reach home, I'm entitled. If I'm not allowed to kill you, then you're discussing the language of this, then you're going to be tired of breaking the barrel. You're sorry, when things are done in public, because you're allowed to kill you, then you talk about breaking the barrel. And listen, I want you. That's a key to do that in the day. Because since I'm allowed to kill you, he's tired of that penalty. Because if I'm definitely what you did when you was public for financial advantages. Essentially, I'm a rabbi, my time, Paris, we're saying how why is it that you're allowed to kill someone who breaks into your home? After again, the person is a thief. He's coming to steal stuff. So why are you allowed to kill the person? So you must listen to this. So let's listen to this. The Chazak is people don't just let other people steal their stuff. Like, in other words, it's my stuff, and I'm going to defend my home, I'm going to defend my property. Behind me, the thief knows that. The thief knows that when he breaks into someone's home and wants to go to steal someone's stuff, that the homeowner is going to defend his property. So therefore, the thief says, I'm going to do that from a shotgun, so therefore, every thief knows that the homeowner is going to remain ready to defend his own. And therefore, what does that mean? Every thief, therefore, is ready to do what? To do what? Kill the homeowner. So therefore, a thief, and again, I will say, this is a thief. This is not chocolate, right? This is a person breaking into their home in secret as well. So everyone knows that they get their home. The thief remains right homeowner if it requires. And therefore, the thief becomes a relative. The thief, what I'm saying is essentially looked at as another. And therefore, again, the Torah says, if somebody comes to try to kill me, I'm not going to you're allowed to go first. That's about incredible. So it's Amarav, Habab Maktaras, the Nako came in the outside part of Israel. That's it. Doesn't even make it to my home. Right? You make it to my home. And Allah said, when he gets out, then he gets out, and he takes some stuff with him. So that's just really interesting. That says, Reuben doesn't have to return the items. Doesn't have to return it like my Kaima. He's done anything. What's the logic? Since when he's looking to my house, he was considered a low gate. He's carrying Nisa. So because he's carrying Nisa, therefore he's pucker for any type of monetary law. And therefore he doesn't have to return that. If he gets it on, he gets it alive. He gets it alive, and he takes my stuff, he doesn't have to return it. And we said, by the way, very similar also like we have this, remember, like the castle doctrine. Like this idea that people defend their home. And there's an understanding that it's something like thinking, oh, no one's going to say, oh, you know what? It's just stuff. It's just stuff. No, yeah, it's stuff. You know what it is stuff. But you know what? It's my stuff. And I worked for it, and you did it. So if I'm armed, I'm going to defend my home. But the world recognizes that as well. But you're not going to ask, what exactly are you doing? Like, whether it's expensive stuff, inexpensive stuff, maybe it's something people are saying, no, you know, like this. There's no deep understanding of yours. I'm going to defend my home. You're going to defend my home. And therefore, you're coming in. You're ready to kill me. And therefore, again, I'm ready to kill you. Gets out alive, and he's holding the stuff. Rothschild doesn't have to do it that. Why? Because halacha makes it chimney to get out of the way. This is subject to that penalty. Therefore, it's like every time monetary compensation, you keep my stuff. That's not. The staff of music without kishishiva to a singer. So that's thing makes sense when let's say the object is no longer in existence. Alright, so he stole something and then it broke. He's not tied to a financial restitution. You might say that I'm not normal, but no, yeah, the object, it's that. That's not true. Although, incredible. Essentially, since moving the feet, that penalty, he essentially acquired the object in that penalty. Like he's subject to that, he's not subject to any type of financial compensation, and therefore, the object is now deemed to be in his issues. Once and for all, this is not true. To accumulate one of the issues of the Indian policy. Another issue of the life, you must have not true. When you see that the object is in the issues of the food, that's for oyster. If something happens to it, the food is accessible. But if Allah for an obligation to turn, of course, if the object still expands in the food, it's not to give it back to the owner. So that's a big deal to get from over here. So that's if the big gets out of line with an object, he doesn't have to get back. Rabbi says that only if the object is not extant. But if the object is extant, of course, the thief has to be. That's very like it's not. Homer says she has a hugget. Thief comes in, he writes repetitiously, and he breaks a battle. Reach low dummy kites. So what does reach low dummy means? That the homeowner is not allowed to kill him. We'll see circumstances are. So if it's a case where none of that is over the so the thief is liable for the damage to the battle. But again, if Allah says I don't have to kill him, then he's not chayiv for fighting numbers which would have broken battle. Only the sheep man. Then he's in the second is happening over there, so he grabs the battle. If he's in the double sucker, well, ultimately, let's not even cut him not to kill him. Hard not going to know, but you see things right, and have you making the battle, you're not liable. See supporting position. So what's the learning of what we are doing number 9. It's not true. It's something that we can decide. But all the Gahani Shabbat Sahab is too much more. The reason which the things that the things are breaking the Habas is to teach us. If you reach Mogram in Abba Shiva in Nanikai, the Hochalaman start in the case of Malaya to take the food. Even though we go to battle, like not for the food. Come up, even though we broke it down, we still want to be tight. So that's obvious. It's damage. I'll come up from that to do some other cover. Even if we give it out, come on, so we tight. We must much more take it, cover, not cover. The person is always responsible for damages that damages that they cause, whether they have intention for it or not. So Tanina Gemara says, Adam will be all of them showing being the reason they the honest game and us. Because there's always more if you want to be like Kasha, you're like, I don't know how to do this. So I said that we I go and get the Shabbos Chai, we've seen these kids many times. But he steals my money back on Shabbos. So start the whole. So Chai, she was having them from the show with the Shabbos. So I said, I'm not going to again. What's that about? So he steals my books on Shabbos, and what does he do? Now, obviously, he picks it up and he leaves my house. There's 2 things that happen. What are the 2 things? Number one, theft. Number 2, Chilul Shabbos. He's trying to remember, for Chilul Shabbos, you Chayiv Nisa. But the whole belief is Chayiv the both things. Why? Because there's no simultaneity. Why is there no simultaneity? When does the theft occur? When does the theft occur? When he picks it up. When does the Chilul Shabbos occur? Only when he takes it out of my beliefs. Because there's no simultaneity, there's no purity out anyway, and if I look at this, it's Chayiv for both. You know, it says, how you got it, they should drag the money back out, right? You dragged it out so that, remember, you're only chayiv for the neighbor when you lift the object or move it into a different domain. In this case, there will be simultaneity because it's dragging it. Therefore, the moment that it crosses the threshold into the Shasaradin, both theft and Chilul Shabbos occur together. Shari Isra Gleiva, Isra Skila, and it was like, so the Gemara says, she sees me that I'm up on this, like this, the Shadini Binara. I don't think that that comes over. fathers, a lot of Harvey Penny Pucker, and Reggie Shadino, but now the lesson. The case ultimately would be a day where he said that it's Pucker. It would be a case ultimately a day where the object is delivered, and therefore no longer exists. So most of the Imam suggesting, remember, all of this is in Rab, right? So Rab, so again, what the Imam suggesting is like this. Rab says that if a piece is Chayiv Nisa, it steals an object and gets rid of the object, he has no obligation to return it. No obligation to return it. Now, Rava and everyone else is incredulous about that. It doesn't make any sense. And now, what's Rab's logic? Rab's logic is to be Rabbi Day. Since as a thief, you're liable to death, therefore you are exempt from any other monetary liability, even if that object is not sitting in your hand. Rava and everyone else is talking about. I understand that the object is destroyed, the object is lost, the object is broken. There's an obligation for financial institution. But if the thief is literally holding the object in his hand, of course, he has to give it back. So that's the way it's like this. Rava, it can relate to the reason of the type of Rava. Rava now, remember, Rava argued on Rav, and Rava had goats. The goats stole from him. Right, so someone called him to his parents stole the goats. But then the thief had changed the heart, and he wanted to give it back. But no company, Rava would not accept it back. Why? How much? Enough to do it out. Since Rav said his piece, Rav said his piece. I'll say it again. Now, Rava argued that Rav. But Rava said, since Rav said, so when a thief steals something, he's not obligated to go ahead and return it. This was Rav's statement. And even like he said, you may say, I accepted halacha myself. Incredible story. So much to say about that, but for a different time. I just want to point out, it's halacha myself, though, just to be clear, we don't hospital like, we don't hospital like Rav, but only when the object is no longer in existence. So if he goes ahead and punches him, steals the object, and gets away, halacha myself again, he's going to be liable, but now technically speaking, obviously can't go and answer that, right? But the myself again, if the object is no longer in existence, the thief is obligated to be a financial institution. But if he goes in and stole my object, gets out, and then we find out that if the object is still in existence, halacha myself is no possible Rav, the possible Rabbi, and halacha myself the object itself has to be incredible. All right, let's go. So Pasuk says about the homeowner, right, is not carried, is not carried for killing the thief. If the sun, the little bit of the sun is shining, right? If you actually is the sun only shining on one part, what's in your heart like Ella? In Bar the Chagab, like Yeshem, She'ein Lo Shalom Incha, Hagim. Right, what means is like this. If you know that to certainty, that the thief is there, it's as clear as the sun, that the thief is there to kill you, the thief is there to kill you, kill him first. You're robbed, but if you're not absolutely certain, I'll tell you, don't kill him. Now listen, now watch this, that's Bryce or one. Bryce are 2 times either. In Zacha Shanish Allah, Shamar. If you have Shanish Allah, no Zacha, Ella. In Barlow Paki Shanish, Yish, the Shamar Zima, that in Same Muslim would say like this. If it is as clear as the sun that the guy loves you and is not going to kill you, then don't kill him. But if it's not as clear as the sun, how dare you? Kill it. But also, you must have this time on Stella. Rabbi, you should have a little bit. These are people not giving advice. Advice number 1, I said this like this. The only way you're allowed to kill someone is if it is as clear as the sun that they are going to kill you. But if it is not as clear as they're going to kill you, you can't kill them. According to the second advice, only if it's clear as the sun that the guy is not going to kill you, then you can't kill him. But if there's any suffix, you can kill him first. And what's that? Those are 2 pretty nice different vices. So what do you do with this? Look at I'm a days, well, saying to this, I'm a days. We are great. I'm a days, 10 minutes to go. I'm a days. Come ba'ava, come wow. But that's what you do. Everything depends on who you do this. Right? We're talking about a father who saves his son. And what's when the father saves him, the son is absolutely sure the father will never kill his sons. So if the son, now again, the father might steal from the son of energy, right? But the father is never going to kill his son. So if the son discovers he wakes up and his father's in his house, telling him he's stealing stuff, the son is not allowed to kill his father. Because the son knows that a father will never take the life of his son. He makes this from his son. So you see what you see in there is parents, somebody do mistreat their children. Right? After all, you see over here. And you have a piece of it, you can't take the box out because if I agree, that does happen. So sometimes parents knowingly or unknowingly will mistreat their children. And one thing you can count on is that when a father kills his child, a father will never kill his child. On the other hand, if the son breaks into his father's house, not so popular. Not so popular. Sometimes the son can kill the father. So it's such a heavy gemara. That's therefore again, if the thief is a father, the son knows that actually something his father is not going to kill him, and therefore again the son has no license to kill the father. On the other hand, the halacha says the son breaking into the father's home. The father, you don't know. You don't necessarily know what the son may be prepared to do. Incredible. Called the Asiyari Ma'aleh Machtar, Hadina Le'levan Me'lav Chalina Bashila. This is interesting. So I've said, anyone who brings into my house, I'm going to kill. Except if it's Rav Chalina Bashila. Okay, such an interesting compliment, right? Anyone else who brings into my house, I'm going to take him down. Except if the thief is a Chalina Bashila. Much might have to reason. Even if it's a tzaddik, if you have the Chalina Bashila as a tzaddik, well, obviously, it will be a tzaddik. Haka Asi the Machtara. So I'm going to break into someone else's house. Ella, we should be killing together. The Merakim, I like the Merakim Ababadai. Let's say this is such a touching gemara. Love says, because I know that the Chalina Bashila loves me like a father. So it's so beautiful about this. I know that Chalina Bashila loves me like a father, so I know that even if he was to break into my home, I know that Halacha L'Maisa, he would not go ahead and take my life. So what you also see from here is, apparently there could be other relationships outside of an actual father-child relationship where someone could love you like a father. So it does exist. There's nothing like a father's love. Right? So the father's love is unique, a parent's love is unique, but apparently in life there are other people who could love me with that unconditional, non-judgmental love, like a father loves his son. Incredible. There's so incredible. So much to say about this, but I'm going to lose my job if I don't go on. So Gamin Long, Bein L'Chol Bein L'Shabbos, Ein L'Gam Bein L'Chol Bein L'Shabbos. So also the Gemara says all of these halachas. So said Jerusalem, what we have over here is as follows. The metric we adopt is like this. If someone breaks into your home surreptitiously, the understanding is that the person is going to stand up and defend their property, which means that anyone who's breaking into my home secretly is ready to kill me. Because ready to kill me, therefore what? I have the halakhic obligation to kill them first. But when are you allowed to take life of a thief? Only when you are not 100% sure that they come in peace. If I'm 100% sure that they come in peace, I can't kill them. The only example of that is like a father. Like a father or someone who loves you like a father. Otherwise, if you're not sure, defend your life and defend your life at all costs. Now the Gemara says these halachas apply both by Shabbos and by weekday. The Gemara says this fellow in the Shabbos is good. So ultimately, I understand we're not taking the life of the thief, whether it's Shabbos or weekday. That makes sense. Why don't we get qualification? It's it. It's not like kind, you need to have a basing. Because what I say, this is kind of like execution by basing. Just like basing is warranted to execute someone, so too if the thief is coming in, and I don't know 100% that he comes in peace, I'm allowed to kill him. So this is like I become like the basing, don't the basing. So I'm not thought Shabbos I got to so I'm gonna thought that basing doesn't execute on Shabbos. Maybe I can't kill this thief on Shabbos. Come on, Shlomo said first my line, he got me that I can. Ella, Johnny Mo, being the holy Shabbos. So what's that? But again, the king, I'm not allowed to kill the thief. And it is my holy for killing the thief. So now that halacha applies on Shabbos and during Easter, you have to understand what's the condition. Hashka b'kol putting on Shabbos right? If I can't kill him during Eid, I certainly can't kill him on Shabbos. The reason like this, let's say someone gets into a home on Shabbos and then the wall collapses on him. This halacha when I say it's clear that he was going to kill me, I can't remove the rubble from him. The halacha because he's liable to death penalty. But if I'm not sure if he came to kill me, or sure that he didn't come to kill me, halacha when I say again, I can remove the rubble in order to save the right evil on Shabbos. So who does the call Adam? It makes the police start. Shabbos so this is incredible. He breaks into my home. Now what happens? My neighbor sees me breaking into my home. So what's the halacha? Shimon, my neighbor, has the right to kill Reuben. It's not just me, the homeowner, has the right to kill Reuben. Even someone else has the right to kill Reuben. Not only that, but he's allowed to kill Reuben. I can't even kill Reuben in any way he needs to. So he must be someone who look at the ball. So I understand why the party is teaching that anyone is allowed to execute Reuben after a lifetime. I come in because I would have thought, well, if I execute late, they know the Mamin Asma Mamona. I was like, I'm not supposed to license to kill the thief. Only for who? Only for the Balabas. Only for me, the Balabas. But other people don't have a right. Kamash Tolo Meitu. So what's it? It's funny as it says, like Kamash Tolo Meitu, Tadu Akanan. Remember, once Reuben is breaking into my home, he has the status of what? Status of what? Of Rodef. Once he's a Rodef, then anyone has the right to go ahead and execute him. The commission has a lot of so yeah, but once again, why don't you expect from people that people need to kill him? What's that? I can only say what's that? From a murder. What's all about murder? What's the someone in general? So like we're gonna kill children. They're going to be executed by basic. There's a particular type of Musa, right? The most whatever the depending on the crime. Let's say it's high to solid decapitation. But let's say for whatever reason he doesn't have a sword. So what do they do? You execute him. You execute him. So you must decide your most of come out there. Let's say ain't no decide I need to execute someone with the prescribed death penalty. Then you have to look on the Super Bowl. Shut the ocean and listen to the I don't know. But if I can't execute even with the prescribed penalty, that you go ahead and execute him however you can execute him. Most you must become welcome. Prophet says execute him however you need to execute him, to which you have to bring. So therefore, this same thing over here. By the feet, here and however you need to kill him. This was a real shiny outside, then a most units is different. We have the execution comes to watch the most units. And what is most units? That double execution means that even if you can't the proper death penalty, then you have to execute it however you can execute it. I believe not need. So I'm going to do this. Learn from Rothschild that I love them about son. When someone is liable to a death penalty, just kill them however you can kill them. They shouldn't have been exactly all that down. It's in the bank after. Because it looks like it's also all that down. All that down again. That's even still accidentally. The relative to sin have the right to seek revenge from leaders. And that exactly got by them also. They have the ability to revenge. However, they understand that what's already happened here. You took something that teaches you the same concept. What's that? You exactly all that down. What do they teach you? That whenever someone is liable to a death penalty, if you can't give them the prescribed death penalty, then what? If you kill them at every line, so say, oh, what is this called? This is called Snake Silver Avoid Gaffer. I have two mixes, so two halachas that teach me the same thing. So the Gemara says, now what's the halacha? Because Snake Silver Avoid Gaffer ain't no lesson. I want in general, whenever you have two super and teach the same concept, you cannot create a case of all from them. Then I have a Makaras in or Makaras. God will cut there, got people in mind. So they'll say, for a lot of them, so therefore, we so again, we don't try to find a lot here. Number one, not only is the homeowner related to the thief, but who else is? Anyone else. Why? Because the thief has the status of a relative. That's all number one. Number two, how do you kill the thief? How do you kill the thief? How do you kill him? However you need to. However you need to. Two part of the law. So what's the other one? Maybe I'm a tenant. And also, I only know if the thief is coming in. And you might say, Gado, let's say, how do I know that it's coming to you? My cousin, how do I know that it's not coming? So you believe that I can also kill him. However, you must say, I don't know if you come up from. The prophet says you must say, however you find the thief, wherever the thief is found, you must execute him. Okay, not Hamil Machteres, and that's the why does the prophet say Machteres? It makes the role of God loving, you see Machteres. So this is not the thieves, follow me. So I just spoke about the one more than that. Machteres, God will cut the Kapit Minayin. I only know that the penalty is. Herod, they come into the windows of the prophet of the Lord, you must have done up in Papa. I didn't say Machteres, so ultimately again, if that's the case, then why does it say Machteres? Because Machteres is only Hasras. And look at the remember, if you're telling just now, that's Hasra. If you're telling the Torah itself, I've already said that Allah will Allah so you are warned. I would say we have to stop over for today. But Lamaisa, this is not going to be edgy, slanted, leading to the Masuki, which is first the things require Hasra. Is your Hasra in the same case? You want to just telling you by definition is your Hasra? No for that. So that's why we'll stop over for today. So yeah. Great run. All right, step on Zoom. I'll get you stuck to all of you. I'll tell you, that's what's up on your girl, that is all right. Love is up. Come on, Zoom. Join us, 9% today. Okay. That's right. That's good. Thanks, man. As you can see from my post, from 5 to 5, the amplifier and the research Alright, then it's like good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shift. Hey, our Talmud sponsor for Talk Shin, hey. Those who have very self, dedicating all the instructions this year. The book for the Solo Phobos for Am Yisrael. The only sponsors for this morning, Milton Melanie Wigner, the dedicated Shira and Anna of the Bris of the grandson, Gad Moshe, both the Shira and Ari Kibir in Yerushalayim Yerachodesh. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov to the great Yerushalayim. Here for the camp, but of course it's important to recognize that as we go ahead and we did our shit this morning, the Levaya, the multiple Levayas for the Bibas family are underway in Eretz Yisrael. We hope that in America lifetime is one of the most precious this time we should have in our life. That broken family should experience in the Kama, and when the next Hashem and the Baruch Hu should just bring the soul of true soul of for all of our Yisrael. But with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Ayin Aleph 71. We are taking up the Nes Hashem on Ayin Aleph. There's a lot to do today about Hashem, and we are taking off 70B. 70B, we lined up from before the line of yes and wise. Remember again, we left off in the middle of the sugya of Batsheva giving Musar to Shlomo. And she said it's follows. And not neatly. So again, actually, I read this part quickly at the end yesterday. So she, not finally, sorry. She said to Shlomo, you are the son of my mother. What does this mean? So Batsheva said, how you work was. So then again, Batsheva is giving Shlomo Nishal, that the over and don't bring in the finer things in life. One of these advantages of being the priest, that's two luxury items, and he's over and don't. And she's essentially giving it a different point to listen. And listen number one is that people are going to hear you. You should learn to read what you need your roots, because that's why he follows the subject. If he follows the subject and you're misbehaving, you must be a mother. That's number one. Number two, she said, I'm out of my way to make sure that you be a healthy baby. And now number three, she calls it Barney, the son of my neck. And also, this is incredible. She said, come back to Shabbat Salita, all of God's wives. I didn't know she was thinking about me there. The English said, hugging him out this. Give me a son who is worthy of the monarchy. She can tell us that all the Shabbat gods, they want in one thing.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you am, you will. I shoot my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My shootings go back to the pandemic. You've seen the death of the queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates planned today's content as king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral. When I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. If you can, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Thank you.
And she said, just give me a son who will be attractive. I said, there's so much to be learned from this tomorrow. What do we want for our children? We are all too often in life. We put the right emphasis on getting right for our kids. And we start to focus on, what do we want our kids to be when they grow up? I want to make sure that my son, my girl, will be a doctor, a lawyer, a rabbi,
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
on what my kid is going to do for her now. So which of course, as I said, is incredibly important, as we all know. But at the end of the day, it's important to see what that Shabbat wanted from her son, and the qualities that she wanted from her son. Giving a son who takes life seriously, that's what Jesus said. You can tell about that person by how they approach these relationships in life. That people love, Jesus is a leader, and Jesus is a leader of seriousness. And when you have a leader that is ruthless, that's why when they're tough, puts it so early on. And you see that before, when you have a leader that is ruthless, it means that you have a seriousness and courageous approach to life. And when people who are zones are successful in whatever it is that they do. Memul of the Torah. Don't be, what does it mean to be memul of the Torah? To be filled with Torah different ways you can approach Torah. First, you can take a lackadaisical approach to Torah, lackadaisical approach to learning, a lackadaisical approach to observance. Or first, it could be Mamula. Mamula means I'm mulling, I'm fully committed. Hugging Levius is all encompassing. What are the qualities that are necessary in order to become a Rabbi? I don't know, but I would imagine that you have to have alamailis to be a Rabbi. That's what a mother wanted for her child. Jesus, Mamula B'Torah, hugging Levius. Incredible. So Hashem says to Shlomo, so Bathsheba said to Shlomo, it's incredible, you've got the wrong friends. Why are you hanging out with those kings who become intoxicated? There's like a king chevra, there's a man of chevra. Why are you hanging out with the man of chevra? Because they drink too much wine, and after drinking so much wine, what do they say? What do we need God for? We're the king, you're all powerful. Well, as long as we make sure and the rulers, the abuse of being intoxicated beverage too much. We should call Raza only living mode. And you have access to the one before whom all secrets are revealed. Should you become inebriated with wine? And Lord will say, we keep seeing the two sides of wine, right? And on one hand, the ability of wine to, first of all, take sometimes the edge off life and allow me to lean into my newfound circumstances. Also to unlock, to bring down the walls that are sometimes walls we often let keep you shut. On the other hand, it's easily abused and easily misused as well. So Allah Bathsheba says to Shlomo, what are you doing? Why waste your time with wine when you have access to the knower of all secrets to HaKadosh Baruch Hu? So no matter how powerful a ruler is subservient to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So again, if you have to go ahead and show up in front of the ruler of the universe, why waste your time with wine? How about Yitzchak? How do you know that Shlomo B'Tshuva, so to speak? In other words, Shlomo was Mekabel, his mother's Yisr. So he said, literally again, I'm less than an ish, and I don't even have wisdom. Who's the ish he's referring to? Noah. Shlomo was excited. Again, he's not faulting Noah for going ahead, and the first thing that he did is he planted vines. So Shlomo recognized, you know what? I made myself even more mundane than Noah. But Latinas Adam leave, and there's not even the proper wisdom of man. And who's that? He's the Adoration. That first Adoration over again. And one mitzvah wasn't able to comply. Shlomo had not a limit, but he's not even on that level. Incredible. So it's another tremendous mission to ask you. What must a great people? One of the must a great people? The ability to take Musa. No one likes Musa. No one likes it. No one likes rebuke. No one likes critique. No one likes constructive criticism. No one even positive feedback. I've come to find positive feedback is often laced with, sometimes laced with some other, it's natural, it's normal. Good people are able to hear, especially when the positive feedback or that negative feedback or that critique is coming from someone who loves them as much as it stings. They're able to hear it, they're able to implicate it, and they're able to pivot with it. And it's God was Shlomo was one of the wisest of men. Gets a patch from his mother. Gets a patch from his mother. And essentially, what does he say? He says, thank you. He says, thank you. That's godless. That's godless. Okay, let's go back to it. Said the Gemara. I'll talk about it. I'm not going to go. So again, back to the story. I'm going to be about any time actually called the Kabila, Shekunis speaking. So this is very interesting. Then sort of us, when we stopped in yesterday's daf, right, is again, what he has to steal, right, what I should say, to steal money, what he has to buy is job money, and how much of it he has to consume. Now we're talking a little bit, and we're talking about who does he have to consume it with? Who does he have to consume it with? Rabbi says he's only hired if he eats it with a group of sweeping. Now, what are sweeping?
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. And I please share my project with everyone.
What turns a person or turns a king into a sort of Mora is not just that he's stealing money, that he's treating an addiction for overindulgence for wine and meat.
It's spacesdashboard.com. SPACES DASHBOARD.com.
speaking. Now, it's interesting. It actually defines supervision. Listen. What is making empty people? Empty people.
Oh, you saw it, so you know what I'm talking about. Oh, phenomenal. I'm glad somebody saw it. Thank you. No. Okay, just type this in spaces, SPACES, dashboard, DASHBOARD.com. All right, do you see it? Oh, absolutely. That's an incredible strategy. Basically, use your current network to be able to spread the word about the project to other people, other communities. It's a fantastic idea. All day, every day. That's how I live my life. It's part of my mantra. Excellent. Thank you so much for the opportunity. First and foremost, check out Trend Scales. If you're not, you're missing out. Also, join the Baby Billionaires Discord. If you haven't done that, you need to. It's a wonderful community. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. If you don't know who I am, you will. This is essentially a timeline or time capsule of human achievement. This is something that I've been doing for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person else, which is a very influential individual. I'm going viral. When I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent. If you're not already, I want to ensure that you have generational wealth. If you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer that you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view a link to my YouTube streams, it's located in my profile. Additionally, you'll find a link to my YouTube streams and my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree, which is linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at that link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also have the opportunity in my pinned post to find my Discord link. It's discord.me/Rabbi. We have over 2,500 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the life program, and most importantly, desalination. destination technology, and you pump rich seawater onto land to make it. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a reader, you're a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a direct message. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you, both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Oh, I'm probably at about a dozen or so in the last 24 hours. I've been doing it all night, making sure that everyone in Nigeria knows what I'm doing, everyone in Asia knows what I'm doing, everyone in Europe, everyone in Oceania, and certainly North and South America. We're spreading the love to the world. I do everything that I can, not just to promote my project, but really help people who need jobs. I set them up with recruiters in whatever country they are. Specifically, many of them are in Nigeria. I make sure that they have CVs. I personally coach them to work with recruiters. We make sure that they get link trees together. They get all their social media aligned. I ensure that we optimize their profiles, their profile pictures. We put content on their um, their accounts, and then I teach them how to show just like I do in different spaces. I do everything I can to help as many lives as I can on a given day. So thank you for the opportunity to share that. Oh, I love it. I do my best to plug that when I say if you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider, if you're a shiller, send me a DM. I'll, want to be a mentor, coach, and friend. So I do try to plug that. It depends on the space. Some people give me more time than others. A lot of people say you've got 30 seconds. There's just so much that I'm doing. I can't fit that all in 30 seconds, or sometimes it's 40 seconds. But to kind hosts who give you the opportunity, I'd love to be able to share that kind of information with people. And for anybody who's listening out there, if you want, just connect with me. Send me a DM. I'll send you the list of the top 5 recruiting agencies, specifically in Nigeria, but wherever you are, we'll find them. I advise people to just get a CV together, a resume. If you don't have one, I help people to do that. The easiest way is just go to ChatGPT, give them your name, your contact information, your education, your work history, and what kind of job you want. And it will put together the absolute best CV or best resume that you've ever seen. Upload that to a recruiter. It's my advice that sure, it's great for you to be able to show yourself, but why not have a team working for you to get you other jobs? There are many jobs in Web3, Web2, just working remotely that these recruiters will get for you, and they pay excellently. And I want to make sure people are aware of that option as well. So appreciate that little extra time to be able to tell people that if this is of interest to you, no matter where you are in the world, I will help you. I've hired hundreds of people in my time. I'm a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've marketed in huge IT projects all over the world to millions of people, hundreds of millions of people on billboards. I've been in commercials, in movies, you name it. Digital advertising, radio advertising. I've written jingles. If you need help with your project, especially making people find out about it for free, connect with me. I'd love to help you.
We'll see why that is. That doesn't come in so much. The easiest thing that is, as long as you buy kosher food, even if it's chicken, or even if it's fowl, or myself, you should put that soda in there. He's like, remember, chicken on the so this is fascinating. So remember how much meat does it get? How much meat does that soda have to eat? You want to go to the soda? Okay, first thing in the go, tatima. So let's say, for example, you eat a little bit less than tatima. Tatima minus desires. So the halacha is, if he's mashing the desires with fat, with chicken, that can get us over. So you can't eat the tatima, you can't eat the tatima. Ultimately, again, you can't eat the tatima of fat.
Thank you so much for your kind words. Go ahead, my friend. Well, I'm a rabbi. Rabbi is the Hebrew word for teacher. So I have a religious background, and my last name is Rothschild. So I am Rabbi Rothschild. Oh, we're all related. There are over 3,000 of us in the United States alone. It's a somewhat common name within the Ashkenazi Jewish community, similar to what you might find the Kennedy last name in the Irish community.
Let's say the kid, the kid joins a meet from a baby, right? The halacha is that when a baby come back from the cemetery, we have what's called the Sudas Haviyah, new consolation. So let's say again, the kid sits down and joins us. So that's a Sudas mitzvah. That's a Sudas mitzvah. So then again, what we see over here is the bonus of the food.
Well, 100%. I mean, I talk about in my spiel, I want to make you rich. And if you just, if you may allow me to tell you how I want to do that, we are one tweet away from making you all rich. And what does that mean? Somebody's going to hear me in my spiel and hear it enough. I use a type of psychological technique known as mere exposure effect. It's used a lot in advertising, but basically it's that repetitive process that people first might hear it and they might just perhaps ignore it. Then they might even dislike it, but eventually you hear it so much that you start to say it yourself. It's very much used in advertising and marketing, and I get people who are already trying to memorize my spiel. I had someone in my Discord today. They're a major YouTuber, have 660,000 YouTube subscribers. It just takes one person like that to say, okay, wait a second, you've got more content on the internet than any ever, and you're going to make me not just a millionaire, not just a billionaire, but a trillionaire. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so how are you going to do it, Rabbi? Well, it's essentially a five-pronged approach. The first is the data. You know, you guys hear me say data has overtaken petroleum as its number one resource. I'm literally sitting on a gold mine or oil derrick of content. And this content isn't just important for humanity to be able to study from a biological level, but in a way for AI. AI needs human examples on which to build its models. And I have more data of any single human in history of mankind. And it's from many different angles over the course of a long period of time. And it's very consistent data. That's going to be extremely important to train AI models. So that makes it valuable. Additionally, it's not just my story. It's the story of the world, at least since the pandemic. I keep the radio on in the background of all of my streams that archives the minute by minute news that's going on in the world. So it's essentially, like I say, a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. Additionally, that data is going to be very important from an academic level of studying my eating habits, my sleeping habits, my bathing patterns, my circadian rhythms. Every single aspect of the human body can be studied. And this is just from a two-dimensional perspective right now. In the future, we'll be able to use augmented reality to know my body temperature, the humidity, all of the aspects that we would want from a scientific data standpoint. So the data of the video is very important. Secondly, I have more social media than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I seemingly have more content than people would go through in their entire lives, which is going to be really exciting for people. We're going to be able to monetize not just the video data, but also the social media data. Additionally, the endorsements that I'm going to be able to do. Currently, I'm a spokesperson for a cryptocurrency. It has had an all-time high of like $360 million. But in the future, I'm going to be able to be a spokesperson for organizations like JP Morgan Chase and Honda and perhaps Deutsche Bank and anyone else that we want. What makes me really interesting as an influencer is I will wear your brand as I've worn this cryptocurrency brand years, and I wear it 24 hours a day. For any other influencer out there, their content ends. Eventually, their fans get to watch all of their content and it's done. Mine continues. You will go away, which is a really exciting opportunity. And the final aspect where I know I'm going to be able to make people a lot of money, including all of you, is through cryptocurrency. Everything that I say will turn to gold because I have such a large platform. Any cryptocurrency that I endorse, any project that I endorse, will immediately get a spotlight on it to make it at least give it the groundwork for one of the most successful projects in the history of mankind. So this strong approach, I think, will to make you all exceptionally wealthy, and I mean it. I don't want to just make you wealthy. I want to make your friends and family wealthy. And if you say, well, Rabbi, how are you going to be like, isn't that a lot of people? Isn't that money? Well, if you think about it, really not. There are maybe 10,000 people on Twitter spaces with whom I've had interactions over the course of my years, and your friends and family. Okay, that's maybe like 20, 30,000 people. It's really not an overwhelming amount of people who I think I'll be able to help with this project. And it's just a matter of time until one KOL, one major influencer sees what I'm doing and says, you know what, I'll repost what this person's doing. It seems really interesting. They seem good-hearted and it seems genuine. And who knows? It could be the most important thing that they ever do, and it could be a catalyst for something really special. I know if I continue shilling for the next 50 years, if it takes them, somebody's going to find out what I do. They're going to think it's really interesting, and it's going to go viral. So get ready for that. When I say all the things that I tell you, I really do mean that.
And then we see from this other passage, the Mishnah, that again is Zola refers to one, and Zola refers to me. So put it all together and understand that from the Zola, his issue is overconsumption of meat and wine. Incredible. I will say this is a fascinating thing. I'm already zero. Chavayesh in the base of Medrash. Whoever sleeps in the base of Medrash, Torah Nasa Lo Kuroi. This Torah becomes conscious. So it becomes conscious. Like conscious of Moses. The Kuroi, Helvish Yuma. The one who slumbers will wear conscious.
The way that I do it, there are temp email services that I can use, especially if they're just throwaway accounts, and I automate them. So especially like Kick, I have more than 10,000 Kick accounts. I have it automated. I create robots essentially that can do a lot of this for me. But it does get challenging, and I do get locked out of accounts. That's why, especially on like my YouTube accounts, I've had thousands of people follow me on YouTube on some of my accounts. After about 6 months, I stop them and I just create brand new ones to basically archive the footage. I do have strategies that I use if anybody's interested in organizing mass amounts of social media, but I don't recommend this. Really, all you need is just one social media account for every major platform, and then you're good. And then exactly the strategy that I say, have it all sent to your business account. The most amount of emails you're going to get from different platforms is about 30. That's anything that someone can manage, especially if you delegate which types of notifications that you want, and you'll be very successful with your project if you keep it simple and limited like that. Just one account per social media platform. If you have a project and a business account, okay, then maybe you might need two, but I certainly don't recommend having all of these different accounts unless you're doing something perhaps world changing like I feel like I'm
here
doing.
I was, here I was talking, here I was doing. And again, the reality is, the Torah is broken up. It's not conclusive because I wasn't fully rested. By the way, you begin to see a theme, right? You begin to see a theme. What did Bathsheba want for Shlomo? What did she want? She wanted Jesus. She wanted Jesus. So as I saw again, so what does Jesus mean? Jesus is like, when I'm doing something, I'm in. I'm in. Let's say ever in a meeting with someone and they're checking that we have an old meeting. And how to anyone? My crowd got over this. Started this night. If you're checking on me, I have better things to say. Better things to say. You're on a Zoom, right? But it's okay. It's okay. If you keep it, go. Do what you have to do. But if I look at Garrett, what are we doing? What are we doing? We're never focused on what it is that we do. We're always somewhere else. So when I'm in the office, I'm trying to have a few minutes to learn. Somebody don't learn in your office. Don't learn in your office. You can do work in your office. Work in your office. And it is working. Working. You're in the office. I guess if you're self-employed, you can do whatever you want. But if you work for someone, they're not paying you to catch a couple of minutes of learning here and there. Do your work. And be sorry. And be committed. And be involved. And when you're here, learn your Torah. And don't be work. Don't be work. Just commit yourself to whatever it is that you're. Otherwise, you're going to see your entire Torah life. And after 120, you come to the base of Shalala, and you don't come to shake. What did you learn? What did you learn? What did you learn? And you say, I'll tell you, I remember it was that day, and we did this together. But I can tell you, I got through and emailed that day, right? And I texted one of my colleagues that she that day, right? And I checked the news 14 times that day. I remember he said, why? Because you do it and just do it. And commit yourself to shutting off your distractions. Commit yourself. And this is going learning, this is going gathering. Otherwise, I'm here and I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping through gathering because I'm elsewhere. I'm sleeping through learning because I'm elsewhere. We have literally the greatest treasure in the world at our fingertips. Every single day. Every single day. I'm watching you live in a car, you live in a time where it's so ridiculously easy. There's only one thing we have to do. Pay attention. Don't fall asleep. Don't go ahead and get involved in multiple things. Just don't sleep figuratively in the base measures. Just do that. Just do that. Bring us Jesus to our learning. Bring us Jesus to our davening. We're all young people. There is no telling what we can accomplish in many years in this world. Let's go back to Mishnah. We shall other welcome shoes up. It's very interesting. So by the way, as we look like that, I think I said this when we started the Sugya Ben Sora Mora, which is I would say, what's the one takeaway from all of this? Clearly, the system is rigged so that this doesn't happen, right? And again, and that's okay. It's good to say that. It's good to say that. It's the same with the death penalty, right? The system is set up not to execute someone. That's how it's set up. So then Solomon also, all the details, and watch this. He says, listen to this. Kid, we'll just call him kid. Well, he's an adult. Remember again, I'll say, also on consideration. How old is Ben Solomon? How old is he? How old is he? Right? So remember again, he is a gadol. What was Rothschild of the Gemara? Somewhat British. In other words, he just recently entered into adult-kite. We're going to see that concept again. Shortly, So go to Mishadavid. So watch this. He stole his father's money, but he ate the stolen food in his father's rishos. Okay, or he went ahead and he stole other people's money and ate it in their rishos. Okay, or he stole other people's money and he ate it in the rishos of his father. Let's say first one line, I come about it. Was in one case was done Ben Soramora and until he steals his father's money and he goes ahead and he eats it in someone else's rishos. But I need to say this outside for just a second. Remember, Ben Soramora is all about what? All about what? Formation of a kid's behaviors. So the idea of doing his father's. If he's eating this, like, obviously, what happened? What has happened? Whose money that you have to be stealing? Whose money? Has to be his father's money that he's stealing, right? It has to be that. But what my son, interestingly enough, if he's consuming it in his father's rishos, the assumption is, what is the father going to do? What's the father going to do? Father's going to say, what are you doing? If a father sees his son engaging in reckless behavior, a father is going to say something. He's going to shut that down. He's going to shut that down. So the other say, which is just a tremendous historic thing as well. Too often, we see our children engaging in negative character traits. But one of the greatest misconceptions is if we discipline our children. People are so today, parents are so afraid to discipline their children because they think that if I discipline my kid, he's going to go off the garage. If you discipline your kid, he actually has a better chance of staying on the garage. If you don't discipline and it's a free for all, and there's no rules and there's no consequences, and you think that's love, that's not love. That's parental delinquency. That is parental abdication. That is a betrayal of the sin and responsibility that the Shabbat is giving you. You have to come down with a ton of bricks on every single thing. But boundaries are the picture of character. And sometimes parents think, oh, it's like this, God, if you ever come back around, that is a real roll of the dice. Sometimes it's most of the time it doesn't. So again, it's fascinating. Even if kid knows, I can't split myself with you in front of my father. Your father's going to shut that down. So I told him to shut that down. So there's the only piece of it so interesting enough is like the kid is stealing the money of his father, but concealing and because that combination is again, the essential is doing possible money because he has access to that. So therefore, there's access to money plus the consumption taking place somewhere else. That's the real combination that creates my soul and it's stealing your father's money and consuming it elsewhere. It's not just your father's money, it's your father's and your mother's. Both of them together. We'll see exactly what that means. So again, he steals money from his father, and so his father's a short. Even though he has access to money, he's going to be afraid to develop this type of habit on his father. His father sees him being quiet. His father is going to shut this down. And you steal other people's money by going out and using other people's insurance. That's also not a habit for me. Why? After that, he has no concern about eating it. Someone else who chose other people's money, so the whole confidence sort of motives is stealing his parents' money because he has access to his parents' money. That's when the worry about developing the coach came, which are heroes of publishers, father is evil, but in his father's domain, the money is not accessible to him. And he's going to be scared of his father. Actually, he said, all the real publishers are feeling the strap from above. So it's like the only thing that makes the kid into a very small moment. So they must say, you should be able to list all the qualifications is he has to be stealing his father's money, and the consumption has to be taking place outside of his father's home. That's the amazing winning combination. That's the winning combination. That is the negative combination of what the kids try again. Stealing his father's money, worrying about having fun life, access to his father's money, and he's consuming it somewhere else, and therefore someone else is not going to get initial about his reckless behaviors. That's what we are concerned about to happen from this. It's incredible. Incredible. University, I'll be showing you, but University says the only type of distance from his father and his mother. But Sigmar says, first of all, he means things from his mother. He gets his mother property from Machi Kosi, or you also what are these things from his mother? Whatever technically belongs to his mother only belongs to his father. So what's the Shiloh? So Sigmar says, like I said, you tell that over, you'll decide. But I don't know if you're free, and see that, and some of the other people, no, and you just interesting enough, his parents, the kid's parents prepared a beautiful dinner for themselves, and brought nice steaks, and beautiful wine, and what does the kid do? The kid sets a soup that is ready for all the others, and the kid can only steal from his parents, and effectively steal from both his parents. One thing that effectively gives us on that, by those, any side, achieve the best result, you know how driving this all, but that's not how it works. Or really, it doesn't come in so well to steal food. It doesn't come in so well at what? Which is steal money. I can purchase expensive wine at a discount, You let this go. So the Gemara says, Ella, Uma, maybe when it comes to be evil. You're like, rather than what happened, and set aside evil. Take it back up there.
That's their game.
And we got to live on expensive furniture seed made up of meat and wine. And what did this kid do? The kid stole the money that was set aside for both of his parents. He's like, the Amri Le'akar, the Amri Le'amnash, the Balik, which is fine. Again, the wife of the mother could have money, you have the share money. Someone said, someone beat her, the husband has no rights in that. Okay, that's a bad money. Just like the Rambam does not accept that this is like that. The Rambam does not accept it. The money does not have to belong to the father and the mother. It just has to belong to a parent, whichever parent it is. How you have another right, so it's incredible. Let's say the father. The father wants to bring it to the as the mother did not. Or I think also you know so the father didn't want to, the mother wanted to. And you're not saying so the mother actually makes you see him. Actually straight up the son. And two individuals and so the mother when both parents are committed to bringing the baby or then so as the mother process. And you know he says, not somebody so the mother that is what he says, the marriage wasn't a legal one. So it sounds like the husband and wife having a legal marriage, their son can't become a ben sola in the way. All right, so what does this mean? Let's not really know what does that mean exactly? What does that mean in our local elements of the life? He is not fit for her husband. So the Gemara says, who cares if the marriage is legal or not? Right? What does it matter? At the end of the day, this is the kid's father, this is the kid's mother. Why does the marriage have to be legal? Ella, who shut out the ugly comma. So let's say this is incredible. Let me know what the money is like this. The mother has to be similar to the father. What does this mean? Kind of like a best support to the woman. And the high school shut out the ugly. The call did not let the comma in and out of the same way. This is why. The parents actually have to resemble each other. The mother and father don't resemble each other in terms of the sound of their voice, and their height, and their height. The Jewish can't become against Surah Bora. Why not? My time is Ramadan, and then you show me out the community. Fascinating, right? That the Pasuk says, this kid doesn't listen to our voice, which indicates to us he's the Kohen of Shalom. The parents have to speak with the same voice. Not the Kohen, not the Kohen of Shalom. So again, the parents have to resemble themselves. Exactly, but they have to have some level of resemblance, and also resemblance of Jerusalem. What a tremendous mission for us. What is the teaching us about parenting? Like parents have to be shut up. They have to be on the same page about the care of their kids. When children receive contradictory messages from parents, it's a disaster for their child. So it has to be somewhere at the community. Parents have to speak, one second, what if parents have distances of opinion about the genius of their kids? It happens all the time. But that's the job of parents, very to reconcile that and to figure out a unified approach independent of your children. But when they present to the kids, when they talk to the kids, when they're not with the kids, when they come with the kids, that has to be done with one voice. Because again, if you're giving your kid two different types of if the mother saying one thing, the father saying one thing, don't be surprised when the kid goes down the wrong better because he's not unified, cohesive. Interestingly enough, if the parents are making fun of the kid can't become a someone why? Because it can't fault the kid for making poor decisions when the child is receiving a non-unified feeling. If the child is receiving a unified feeling, as soon as you talk about decisions, that's when that's so emotional. There was a lot of fashion. Mother and father have to be shut up, have to figure out a way to get on the same page about the vision of the family they want to raise and the type of children they want to inspire. Incredible. You know those guys, right? Do not have one family. So we're according to the following things. That's it, Laura. So okay, so it's not my fault. It's not my fault that we cannot make it. It's broken up like syndrome. You can't put all of this on one page. It's literally the things that, literally that, this is much as it follows. Again, I'm not wrestling. I'm just want to sit around $4 dollars. So if people from other shields talking about this little case of our shield, just remind them, in the last 2 cycles, we never finished later than any other shield. Right? So Baruch Hashem, at the end of 7.5 years, we'll be exactly where we have to be. We might not be doing any pieces, but we'll get there. It wasn't easy to this one. Kiman Oslo, Hajisanya. We just need to reflect on the following idea. Ben Sora and Moretz, Lo Hajya for Lo Asiliyos. So you're like, why the crap? Why was it just pushing this all day? So who's the people that the following idea? Ben Sora and Moretz, it never happened. Lo Hajya, it never happened, and it never will happen. So let's say, by the way, actually when you see this, after all you've seen, it makes a lot of sense. To get all of these details lined up, the probability that happens actually makes a lot of sense. Again, it's not saying it can't happen. I really can't happen. You want to see what the probability never has happened and never will happen. You must have a lot of mixed up, so why is it written? Why is it written? So you must approach the habit style. Again, in order to live it and receive rewards. Some things you learn because you need to know what to do, and other things you learn because you get stuck on it. Okay, I just want to point out. The Gemara says that sometimes when you look at that phrase, Rosh the Kabbalah Schar, means what? Just learn it for the sake of learning it, and you get schar, you actually learn it, even though there might not be anything practical that you could do with this, but there is schar, there's the word for the act, so it's a very important lesson. There is schar for the act of just engaging in Torah learning for the sake of Torah learning. I think that's not what it means over here. Rosh the Kabbalah Schar means, you're right, could I love means that then Surah Umorah will never happen. Never happen, will never happen. But Drake analyzes the Kabbalah Schar. What's the schar? What's the reward? There are lessons to be learned from Ben Surah Umorah, even if it will not actually ever happen. But let's say, what are the lessons? What's the Drosh? What's the Drosh the Kabbalah Schar? So let's say, so again, I want to fast forward a little bit. We're going to see in the next Mishnah the Holy Soul, the Holy Soul and Soul Umorah is what? What's the Holy Soul and Soul Umorah? The Holy Soul is Hashem Asim. Ben Soul is not actually put to death for what he's done now, but rather again, this is why is he put to death? For what he's going to become. See, I was like, what is something amazing? You know what the essence, you know what the ultimate lesson of Ben Soul Umorah is? What's the ultimate lesson of Ben Soul Umorah? What is the Ben Soul Umorah? What's the lesson, Deborah? What's the Soul Umorah is that once a person makes certain decisions, they can't change. That's the Soul Umorah. The kid made a decision at a young age to steal money, to buy money, to buy meat, to buy wine. Like, that's such a decision. What the Soul Umorah says, you made those bad decisions, you have to put yourself on an innocent course. So the Gemara comes along and says, that's not true. That's not true. The Soul practically, it's not true, because there's no such thing as a view that can't be changed. So no matter how bad your decisions have been in life, you could always put it in reverse. You could always go ahead and take it right. That's what it means when it says. Listen, that's the words. That's the words. The Gemara says, sorry. Ben Solar Umorah, like higher from the Assyrians, there's no such thing. Because conceptually, no such thing as a person can't change. So says the Gemara. So we're not going to corrupt. So why is it here? Drosh the Kabbalah Schar. So learn it and receive reward. What's the reward? So what is Drosh? So analyze. And so what's the analysis? The analysis of the Solar Umorah is, but yet, there are so many people who think that they can't change. There are so many of us who think that we can't change. When I learned that Solar Umorah, I learned about a person who quote-unquote can't change. He makes certain terrible decisions that he can't back himself out of it, but that's not true. That's not true. Listen, no matter how much of a bad spot I put myself in life, I I can always get myself out of it. It doesn't mean it's not collateral damage. And it doesn't mean that there aren't irreversible realities. There are. Time to make decisions, and we can't undo that which is done. But change is absolutely always possible. That's what it means by solar reward. There's no such thing as a person who cannot change. So what should you do with it? Look the Kabbalah stuff. Listen, because so many times in life, we think we can't change. We think we can't change. So learn by solar Amora and recognize that you absolutely can. The Gemara says,
Yo, what up? Hey, how are you? I don't know, big dog. Okay, welcome, man. How are you?
Do you remember me?
Yeah, I remember that name.
Yeah. I'm new on the e-girl world. There's lots of things you can do.
Oh, I wish I could right now. I'm in the middle of a Twitter space, so when I get time, I may.
Okay.
Thanks for letting me know. I appreciate it.
This is probably the most important line in the entire sugya. It never happened, never will happen. Because the concept that a person can't change is antithetical to Yiddishkeit. So what do you do with Ben Solar? Because that's what some already is. A king can't change. Never happened. You have to change a person who can't change. So what do you do with this concept? Choose, learn it, analyze it, Kabbalah's time, reach the benefit. What's the benefit? By learning about the context of the king can't change. And recognizing that this never happened, never will happen, I receive the greatest reward in the world. The greatest reward is a recognition that I absolutely unequivocally have the ability to change at any juncture and any point in life. Incredible. But I'm not doing this. But says, one second, what are you talking about? Listen, incredible. Watch this. I'm ready to sit. But says, I saw a Ben Solar Mora. I saw him. The Ashati Al Kibro. I sat on his grave. I sat on his grave. How can you tell me never happened? I saw it. I was the little Mario. I saw it. It's on his grave. Now, why exactly sat on his grave? We're not having a whole discussion about this. Not for now. Not for now. The Gemara says, come on now. So what do you do with this? So the Gemara says, there has been so much. Okay, I think the way it works is like this. The Gemara says, it's not our game. They never want to be so and all that. They never will be a best one. The only thing we're making it back. And many people go through life thinking that they are a best solo mode. But the other thing says, you know what? I've been to many Rabbis, people who left this world, and they left as a best solo mode. They left this world thinking that they couldn't affect change. They left this world thinking that they couldn't make something better of themselves. You're right. There's no such thing as a best solo mode. You'd be surprised how many people leave this world thinking that they were a best solo mode. But it's like one of the most tragic things in life. Tragic things in life is we leave this world. There's so many things are accomplished. We leave this world, we are actualizing our potential. We leave this world, we are becoming the kind of people that we really think about becoming. So I don't think there's anything with disagreeing. I think if anything, we're just talking about human nature. So the reality is, there's no such thing as so tomorrow because change is impossible. We have to be honest and say, tragically, at going to the Leviathan, there's so many Ben Solar Morais. People who left this world never made the changes they did because they thought that they couldn't. Because they believed too much in Ben Solar Morais. Incredible. The Gemara says this out. Come on, also understand this. So there's a legal thing is reflected in the following idea. You already got us. You already got us. It's a city like that of idolatry. Well, Hudson, incredible. Never happened, never will happen. But love and so why is it in the Torah? And as a drunk, the Kabbalah stars, ultimately again to learn it and to receive reward. Same idea. The Lord said, what does this mean? How can you do that? There's never already got us. As the Lord said, there is no such thing as a city of Jews that is not one side. Not possible. But you can't have a place. You can't have a place where every single year is raised. That's impossible. It's just not possible. Someone's not published, someone's not told you. So what is this? So let me say, even one visit in the city, it can't become an area backhouse. It can't become an area backhouse. And that's my kind of reason. I'm a car that's cultural, she calls out to us, and follow us out to the age. Because what if you do the area backhouse? So what if you do this? You have to gather everything and burn it in the middle of the city. Now, the favorite music, the mezuzah, actually, the city was actually not real. You have to mezuzah, you can't burn a mezuzah. I like it to burn a mezuzah, because mezuzah is the name of Hashem. You can't burn
Thank you so much for the opportunity, Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. For world peace, I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated the data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1. Is this not a chill and show? I understand. If I may just give some advice, you should remove the fact that it says chill and chill in the title because you're going to get random people in here who think they can tell you about their project. Oh, okay. Hey, agree to disagree. Best wishes to your project. Thank you.
Don't tell me what, don't tell me who you are, tell me who your friends are, you know who your friends are. Oh, I forgot about that. All right, then I'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tough Shin Hey Hey. Dulcim Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Sherman Drushas this year as a Zufus for Besoros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Dafyomi sponsors for this morning, Milton, Melanie Gertner, for dedicating the shir in honor of the bris of their grandson, Gad Moshe, born to Shira and Ari Gertner in Yerushalayim, Yira Kodesh. Mazel tov to the Gertner Mishpacha. Beautiful and incredible. I will say, of course, it's important to recognize that as we go ahead and as we begin our shir this morning, the multiple Levios for the Bivas family are underway in Eretz Yisrael. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah that those precious neshamas should have an aliyah. That broken family should experience in the Chama, and that in Eretz Hashem and Kodesh Baruch Hu should just bring besoros tovos, true besoros tovos for all of Am Yisrael. With that, let us begin. Today's daf is Ayin Aleph 71. We have to start Eretz Hashem on Ayin Aleph. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem, and we are picking up 70b, 3 lines up from before the lines get wide. So remember, again, we left off in the middle of the sugya of Bathsheba giving Musar to Shlomo. And she said as follows: "Mas litru." So again, I read this part quickly at the end yesterday. So she, Mar Barney, sorry, it says Shlomo, you are the son of my nether. What does this mean? So Bathsheba said, "Kol nashim shalei sadicha hayunodros." So remember again, Bathsheba context again. Bathsheba is giving Shlomo Musar that he's overindulging in the finer things in life. One of the advantages of being the prince. Got a lot of access to luxury items, and he's overindulging. She's essentially giving him different forms of Musar. So Musar number 1 is that people are going to hinge your delinquent behavior on me. Because after all, your father's a tzaddik. So your father's a tzaddik, and you're misbehaving, it must be your mother. That's number 1. Number 2, she said, I went out of my way to make sure that you would be a healthy baby. And now number 3, she calls him Barnitri, the son of my nether. Looks like this is incredible. She says, all of David's wives, are you no joke? So making the following measure. Yehivi ben Hagum Amalchus. Give me a son who is worthy of the monarchy. So this is incredible. Say all of David Amalek's wives, they wanted one thing. They wanted a son who would become the next king. That's what they wanted. Bathsheba said, I always wanted something different for you, David. What did I want? Va'anina darti va'amarti. Yehivi ben Zoris and the Mula Batora. Wow. What did Bathsheba want for her son? She said, give me a son who is Zoris. That's someone who says Zoris, alacritous, Jesus, give me a son who, when he does something, he does it with a sense of purpose, does it with a sense of cleanliness, does it with a sense of alacrity. That whatever he does in life, he takes it seriously and does it with incredible Jesus. Give me a son, ultimately, who is filled with Torah. Ba'algun Linavius, and ultimately worthy of prophecy. Now, if you notice, by the way, she doesn't say, give me a son who's a prophet. And she says, just give me a son who's worthy of prophecy. I will say there's so much to be learned from this Gemara. What do we want for our children? So all too often in life, we put the wrong emphasis on what we want for our kids. And we often focus on, what we want our kids to do when they grow up. I want to make sure that my son, my daughter, they don't be a doctor, a lawyer, a rabbi, an accountant, all different. There's such a hyper focus on what my kid is going to do for parnasa, which of course parnasa is incredibly important, as we all know. But at the end of the day, it's interesting to see what Bathsheba wanted for her son and the qualities that she wanted for her son. Give me a son who takes life seriously. That's his reason. So we'll say, you can tell a lot about a person by how they approach the different initiatives in life. There are people who are, Jesus is a midah, and Jesus is a midah of seriousness. And when you have midah of Jesus, that's why again the Rav puts it so early on in Mesilas Yesharim. When you have the midah of Jesus, it means that you have a seriousness and a Kovid Rosh approach to life. And when people who are zoris are successful in whatever it is that they do. Mamula b'Torah. Don't be, what does it mean to be mamula b'Torah? To be filled with Torah. In other words, there are different ways you can approach Torah. There's a lackadaisical approach to Torah, a lackadaisical approach to learning, a lackadaisical approach to observance or persecution. Mamula means I'm mulling, I'm fully committed. Hagum Levius is all encompassing. What are the qualities that are necessary in order to become a Navi? I don't know, but I would imagine that you have to have Allah mindless to be a Navi. That's what a mother wanted for her child. Jesus, Mamula b'Torah, Hagum Levius, incredible. Elam Allah, I'm welcome, Dr. Young. Like that, I'm welcome, so Bathsheba said to Shlomo, it's incredible. You've got the wrong friends. Why are you hanging out with those kids who become intoxicated? Like a king's chevra, like a monarch chevra. Why are you hanging out with the monarch chevra? Because they drink too much wine. They have to drink too much wine. What are they saying? What do we need God for? We're the king. We're all powerful. We're rose in the shape. And those rulers, they abuse the intoxicated devils too much. Misha called Raze Olam living low. You have access to the wine before whom all secrets are revealed. Should you become inebriated with wine? In other words, we'll say, you keep seeing the two sides of wine, right? And on the one hand, the ability of wine to, first of all, take sometimes the edge off life and allow me to lean into my newfound circumstances. Also to unlock, bring down the walls or sometimes the walls you often have to make it dark. On the other hand, it's easily used and easily misused as well. So Allah Almighty said to Shlomo, what are you doing? Why waste your time with wine when you have access to the knower of all secrets? No matter how powerful a ruler is subservient to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So again, if you have to go ahead and anyway show up in front of the ruler of the universe, why waste your time with wine? Amar Yitzchak, how do we know that Shlomo did tshuva? So in other words, Shlomo was Mekabel, his mother's Musar. So he says literally again, I'm less than an ish, and I don't even have wisdom. This is incredible. Who's the ish he's referring to? Noah. It said, Vayochal Noah ish ha'adama. Shlomo was excited. Again, you might have faulted Noah for going ahead. The first thing that he did is he planted vines. So Shlomo recognized, you know what? I've made myself even more mundane than Noah. But Pinas Adam he was not even the proper wisdom of man. When you do that, you got Adam Arishon. That refers to Adam Arishon. Again, at one mitzvah wasn't able to comply. But he's not even on that. Incredible. So say, by the way, another tremendous thing to ask you. What is the hallmark of great people? One of the hallmarks of great people, the ability to take Muslim. No one likes Muslim. no one likes. No one likes rebuke. No one likes critique. No one likes constructive criticism. No one even likes even positive feedback. From the time, positive feedback is often laced with, often sometimes laced with some other. You don't like it. It's natural. It's normal. Great people are able to hear, especially when that positive feedback or that negative feedback or that critique is coming from someone who loves them. As much as it stings, they're able to hear it, they're able to implicate it, and they're able to give it with it. God, Shlomo HaMelech was one of the wisest of men. Gets a patch from his mother. Gets a real patch from his mother. And essentially, what does he say? He says, thank you. He says, thank you. That's godless. That's godless. Okay, let's go back there. Says the Gemara. Says the Gemara. I'm not Yavo. So again, that's back to the story. I'm not Yavo. In the fight, actually, so this is very interesting. Ben Solomon, so when we established in yesterday's daf, right, is again, what he has to steal, like what, or I should say, he's stealing money. What he has to buy with that money, and how much of it he has to. Now that we're pivoting a little bit, and we're talking about who does he have to consume it with. Rabbi Abo says he's only hired if he eats it with a group of sweeteners. Now, what are sweeteners? To get on to that, it was speaking, it's like 4 lines up from where we are. Rachel, she had to move it. Listen to fascinating. What turns a person, or turns a teenager against Sarah and Mora is not just that he's stealing money, that he's creating an addiction for overindulgence for wine and meat. It's also the chevra that he ends up with. Chevra means everything. So Rabbi Abo says he's only hired if he eats it with a group of sweeteners. Actually, the point is that raking. Well, what does raking mean? Empty people. Empty people. שיגידו בכך, ועוד ותשמעים, תביסה בכתס, אבל מי שתחבורה אדם חגו, לפי חייגתנו, ממש, they will not spend so more with the Kabur to love Mitzvah. So what's like this thing Rabbi says, when it's been so more Chayiv, only when he's eating the meat and the wine with the streaking. I just want to point out on the streaking. If you notice how Rashi defines streaking, he doesn't say like Abagdon. People who go ahead and commit actions. How does he define a bad chevra? Raking. Empty people. Empty people. An empty person may or may not be committing an avera. Or being empty. There's nothing in it. There's no drive. There's no drive. There's no shifa. There's no pull to something greater. There's no, as we saw before, there's no zrizos. There's no mamula l'torah. There's no hagum religious. There's nothing pulling a person towards something greater. Well, if I have nothing pulling me towards something greater, I'm empty. I'm empty. And what Rashi is saying, listen, you know what? Chevra of empty people is much more dangerous than a chevra of sinning people. Well, first of all, not every chevra is a chevra of sinning people, because all of us commit averas. The Lord said that at least when a person is committing an avera, what does it say about a person? They have a desire for something. Desire for something? Okay, maybe the one thing is desire for something. Raking is a desire for nothing. You have a desire for nothing. Just like emptiness, that's being discovered. So the concern over here is, if he's surrounding himself with these kind of people, that's when his Ben Sora Umora addictions are really disturbing. However, you must learn and turn eye what you learn. One of the Kaburas is what you answer the Gemara. Like once the Mishnah says that if the kid is eating his meat and drinking his wine in a Kaburas mitzvah, now they will discuss what that means, but the concept what that means is he's eating it, he's eating it up, he's stealing the money, he's purchasing the meat and the wine, but he's consuming it in some type of mitzvah context that he does not become a Ben Sora Umora. So when it says time out, the mitzvah. Now the reason is because the act of consumption is returning the mitzvah. I love mitzvah, but if it wasn't a mitzvah, Afagad, the last even if not everyone in the Fedra is one of these speaking. Hakamash Malaj, the Afagad, the coolest speaking, gave into the mitzvah to us as well. We'll say, so essentially we're saying like this, that if the Ben Sora is doing the meat and wine in the Sudas mitzvah, even if the entire Fedra for the Sudas mitzvah are speaking, he doesn't become a Ben Sora Mora. That's not Ben Sora Mora. Or if it's not a mitzvah, if the entire group is speaking, it doesn't become Ben Sora Mora. Or I'm not going to say again, if the entire group is one person is speaking, or if there's one good guy in that Fedra, he also doesn't become Ben Sora Mora. He only becomes a Ben Sora Mora if it's a non-mitzvah meal and all sweet. We'll say two profound lessons over here. Number one, well, three profound lessons. Number one, the power of cover. The power of cover. Surrounding yourself by the right people. You go through life and you think, it doesn't really matter who I surround myself with, who I'm friends with, who I share my Shabbos meals with, whatever. I can kind of insulate myself against that. It's not true. It's not true. Who you hang out with and who you keep company with makes you who you are. That is the way that it works. Terrible things are going to occur. On the other hand, interestingly enough, what you see over here is that it's a chevra of all speaking, but there's one good guy, then what? That's not the chabura speaking. What do you see from there? The power of the individual to impact the chevra. That one person in a chabura of speaking can have a tremendous and overwhelming impact. You never underestimate your ability to have an impact on the people around you. Number three, even if you have a whole chabur of speaking, but you're eating a sudah, it's fun. It's not a problem. It's not going to come by some more wine, because if you put yourself in the right circumstances, even if you don't necessarily have the best chevra, putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashpah on you as well. So putting yourself in the circumstances has a hashpah on you as a proper right. That's mitzvah. Putting yourself in the right has the right hashpah on you, but never underestimate the ability to have an impact, even if you find yourself surrounded by the wrong type of influences. Incredible love. What you begin to see for Ben Solar and Morav, interestingly enough, is all of these things fuel the addiction. Right? In other words, that it's the theft of the money, the overindulgence, or the development of an appetite for expensive things like the honey, wine, the meat, right? And then also embedding himself with the wrong groups of people. All of these things are necessary in order to make the Ben Solar and Morav. But about Ibrahim, I would say, so remember, the example that the Mishnah gave for a Sudah Mitzvah was the Sudah that they made for Ibrahim. The Shira Chodesh was the intercalation of the month. In other words, adding on an extra day to the month, making it a month of 30 days instead of 29 days. So we made a suda for that. So you might say, one second, Memra, the Bashan Yad Masku, is that saying that they had eaten wine for that suda? But I learned in Olula and the Bashan Yad, the people know about that meal is actually a very simple meal. Why did they have the meal to of the month? They had bread, right? They had bread and chickens and legumes. That was a very but they had to decide about how to integrate the month. You don't want that to lead to a fabrengen, right? In other words, that needs to be like there's a lot of decisions that have to be made over there. So you need food, right? Because it might take a long time. But you want to keep a very simple meal. You might be talking about that being only on the past business, we do also plus line, but the mitzvah costs that's the case. You're right. Normally, the people who were going for this suda, they were only eating. This is an interesting fact. What did they eat by the suda for that Chodesh? Bread, wheat, and legumes. So let's say they were having a meal. And let's say Ben Soramora shows up for that meal. Or he's not a Ben Soramora yet. He's a candidate. Ben Soramora candidate shows up for that meal with stolen meat and stolen wine. It sits down to each of them. That can't transform it into a Ben Soramora. Why? Because he's eating it in the context of the Sudas Mitzvah. So eating even stolen items in the context of the Sudas Mitzvah will not make you into a Ben Solar or more. Incredible. Come up on in only the Barak. So it's not just to work out that Suda. In only the Barak, this Barak was Saladin Adam. So you need at least a meaning, right? That really is a meaning for that Suda for the Barak Hodash. Then only Allah, past love in the kidneys. Furthermore, again, you're only going to go up there with bread, actually, it's not really sure, it's pasta, using bread made from wheat, and chickens and legumes. They only allow or eat and you only go up on the night to the 31st, like the night after the day. So you only go by you only go for the Suda at night and not by day. Rashi says they go up to the Suda by day and not by night. They don't have to by Abba. So with me, the go up early to the meal, in other words, go up to the meal while it's still daytime, come down before sunrise, people are starting to get up, that will make a rush. People will know what it is that you're doing, and that way, again, the extension of the month will be properly publicized. Incredible. Awful, nice change. I'm supposed to say again, just to keep our chain of thought over here. What we're now beginning to see is that there are certain exceptions or certain types of consumption that prevent the person from becoming a Ben Solar Umora. So essentially, if the act of eating itself takes place in the context of a mitzvah, such an act of consumption cannot make the boy into a Ben Solar Umora. In the same way that eating with certain positive chavra also can't make the boy into a Ben Solar Umora. Fascinating. Remember that. כל מייס שני, כל מה שבשביל, כיוון שכל החיים, אבל קצת, כיוון שכל החיים הקאו, לא ממש. So remember again, somebody steals money, like steals money, like stealing money, goes and purchases meat and wine and eats in Yerushalayim. So again, it doesn't come out against Sodom or wine that, because that's a normal act, right? She's performing something normal. When she stole the money, the act of consumption itself is a normative act of consumption. What makes you into a Ben Solar or Mora is the development of non-normative appetites has developed through
This guy's
non-normative
absolutely sick.
And if you do something called normal, you'll become a Ben Solar or Mora like that. Fascinating. Let's go back to Alcohol and Velo Steak or something that I'm on. Alcohol Buster Oath, International Ben Solar or Mora. Great. Chicken can't make you into Ben Solar or Mora. It's gotta be flesh. Gotta be meat. Basically, goes down and steals money. And when you buy a schnitzel, right, that's not going to make you get it. Alright, one night about we learned in the Mishnah. All from the Vedas of the Mishnah, but I wasn't going to ask Solar Mora. That's not true. The Mishnah indicates to us if you stole money and bought non-kosher food, we'll see why that is. He doesn't become a Solar Mora. The inference from that is that as long as he's buying kosher food, even if it's chicken, right, even if it's found, that Allah told him, so he should become a Solar Mora.
What did you say? Why are you changing your voice? Okay, you either leave now or I'm going to ban you.
So let's say, for example, you eat a little bit less than a tartima. Tartima, I don't know, minus desires. So the halacha is, if he's mashlim with desires, with fowl, with poke, chicken, that can make a nice olive oil. That's the finish over here. So you can't eat the tartima, ultimately, again, can't eat the tartima of fowl. But if you eat almost the tartima of meat, and you go ahead and you're mashing up that shear with a little bit of fowl, ultimately that's going to make you feel good. All right, incredible. I'll go over to this about the Clara. So listen to this. And how the Mishnah says, if you eat things with Farmis or Clara, it doesn't become a solar or more. What is that? So Farmis, what does it mean Farmis? Ultimately, again, he participates in the meal for consolation of mourners. Consolation of mourners. Now look at actually just a moment. Actually said to here that soon can hear anything about him. Let's say the kid, you can't call him Somer because they're not yet. The kid brings a meat from a baby, right? The halach is that when a baby come back from the cemetery, they have what's called the Sudas Havra, meal of consolation. So let's say again, the kid sits down and enjoys that. That's a Sudas mitzvah. That's a Sudas mitzvah. So remember again, the thing over here is the development of a Ben Solar Mora only goes ahead and becomes Ben Solar Mora if, number one, he's stealing money, number two, he's purchasing wine of very high quality, and then number three, it's in a context which leads to the development of negative addictions. All you see over and over is that the consumption itself takes place in a positive context, then we are not concerned about the feeling of addictions. So again, obviously, a positive context would be Suda Shabbos. does it in Shabbos. The Chiddush over here, is that, let's say something as simple as Sudas Havra, the meal for our daily. That's also not a mitzvah that will not consume that the feeling of the negativity. Incredible. The Gemara goes back there. The Gemara says, so kindness tzibur. What do you mean Dvaratera? So let's say he steals money, purchases meat and wine, and eats it during the fast day. Eats it on Tainus Esther. The Gemara says, so that doesn't make no Mitzvah Mora. So why not? That sounds great. Like, why wouldn't that make him do Mitzvah Mora? The time of night, I'm a crow, and then there's Shomer B'Cholenu. They call the love of Kol Shemot. This is fascinating. Like, you have Mitzvah Mora. That's the mean that the child is defying his parents' instructions. And it's related to the Kolenu. But if his act of consumption is in defiance of our Baruch Hu, that does not make it into Mitzvah Mora. Isn't that fascinating? But that's just a technicality. Right? So Ben Sora Mora is someone who defies his parents. His act of consumption is an act of divine defiance that he doesn't go on Ben Sora Mora. He's getting up on a technicality. Incredible. I will say the way, and that's why all of these different things. That's why if he steals money and buys chazer, you would think like steals money and buys chazer. Of course, Ben Sora Mora. He's not. It's fascinating. He's not. If he goes to the kosher butcher and buys the finest cut of meat, he becomes Ben Sora Mora. Goes to the supermarket, buys a piece of chazer. He's not a Ben Sora Mora. Why? Because that's the shot. It's one of Ben Sora Mora is the relation right there, but Kolenu. His act of defiance is act of defiance against his parents, but it's not an act of defiance against God. I mean, both of them act of defiance against God, but he's stealing. Something itself technically is halakhically permitted, but if his act of consumption itself is halakhically permitted, then halacha myself is not a Ben Sora Mora. Let's go like that. So the example says, therefore, same idea. Ben Sora Mora is anything, but didn't eat wine. I'm sorry, didn't eat meat. Because you know Ben Sora Mora. The only thing Ben Sora Mora, you have to eat meat. Ben Sora Mora, he has to drink wine. So the Gemara says, no alcohol basar. What is it? He's going to eat last year, the day of Kilis. So what's it? Even if he ate a cake of pressed figs. Now, a cake of pressed figs from Kilis, right? From Kilis was a very high quality. Very high quality. This is especially even has that quality almost like meat. I'm not sure even if you eat the daily kilos, a lot for the myself, you still don't come in for a ball. The shasa, dash the follow. Sorry, below shasa and last week, dash the follow. So it is the apparently drinking of wine. Of milk and honey have an intoxicating smell. So even if you drink those items, you have an intoxicant, even though the effect is the same, because he doesn't drink wine, doesn't drink and so forth. The sign of Rothschild, just dash the fellow, it makes nice to dash the chai, top of wine out. It was the interesting nuts to develop the behind it. The head, 20 kilos, his cake of fresh fish and kilos, or he drinks honey or milk, and then he drinks something that does the avoda, he's chai. Now, why is he chai? He's chai is doing the avoda under the influence. Right? That's the halacha. You're not allowed to do the avoda while intoxicated. Because these items, there's a level of recreation, and it's going to be high for that. Absolutely high. Once I was from about 71A. Everyone else is from actually a couple of years. From Rabbanon, alcohol, my alcohol, Boston. Ben Sora Mar, you can't eat any item. It doesn't eat meat. Or he drinks any drink, but he cannot drink wine. In also Ben Sora Mora, actually, you only become Ben Sora Mora, and then you go ahead and eat and you drink wine. Amar, so well, is so very. As the pastor calls him again, rotten.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here, Penn Island. I saw that you were hosting a space and had to hop in. Wow, what a massive space we have. If you don't mind, I'd like to share some alpha with the room. I saw the growth and motivations aspect of this title of the space. So if you are looking for a job in Web3, no matter where you are in the world, if you haven't considered a recruiting organization, it's an excellent way to get your foot in the door to many organizations that you may not normally have an opportunity with him to work. I have put in the purple pill a list of some major recruiting firms throughout the world, but specifically in Nigeria, for any of our friends in Nigeria who are looking for Web3 jobs, looking for opportunities with startups, perhaps. If you don't have a CV, a curriculum vitae, or a resume, that's okay. It's really pretty easy to do in 2025. You go to ChatGPT, you give it your name, your contact information, your desired position, your education, and your work experience, and it'll create in 5 seconds the best resume you've ever seen. You upload that to the different recruiting agencies, and then you have a team that's working for you. These people get paid to get you paid. So you don't have to be on your own in order to find many of these positions, and they'll get you anything that you want. If you're a graphic designer, they can find that job for you. If you're a community manager, they'll find that job. If you want to work at a startup, they'll find that job. And many of these, most of them are remote, so you can do these jobs anywhere in the world. So if you're looking for a job in Web3 and you get frustrated because you come to spaces and you're not finding that the people are hiring you, or you're wondering how you can get some experience, I really highly suggest going with a recruiting firm. I've had six-figure contracts with Fortune 100 companies through recruiting firms, headhunting firms. They're excellent, excellent opportunities to get your foot in the door. Additionally, I'd like to drop some alpha for the room on how to perhaps market yourself as best as possible. I get a lot of people who come in and say, Rabbi, I'm a graphic designer, I'm a social media marketer, I'm a community manager or a reply guy, and I don't really know where to start and how to market myself. Can you help me? And the first question I always ask them is, do you have a LinkedIn a link tree? And if they say yes, that's great, and you should look at it. If they don't, though, I help them to build these. And this is all free. The strategy is completely free. Nothing that I tell you costs any money. But basically, if you are trying to get your foot in the door in Web3, you want to create a link tree. It's very important for you to have all your social media in one place for recruiters or job hunters or job headhunters or perhaps project managers to be able to connect with you and see all of your accomplishments with one spot. You can put that link in your biography of your usually your Twitter bio or in the profile. Then what I recommend that you do, and believe it or not, this is a winning strategy. I get cryptocurrencies and NFTs who tell me they're very happy that they went with the strategy, and it's free. Is you want to create a profile on the top 30 social media accounts, and you may say, Rabbi, that's a lot of social media. I don't know if I have time for all of that. Well, it's really not that much of an investment. If you take maybe 2 or 3 hours, you can create those 30 accounts. And then what you do is you link them to your link tree. What this is going to do, it's a 5-pronged strategy. Number one, this gives you 30 different places for you to be able to promote yourself. Secondly, it gives you 30 different places to promote your clients. Thirdly, it gives you 30 new communication channels for you to get business. Not everybody's on Twitter, unfortunately. I was with the cryptocurrency yesterday, and we did some research with ChatGPT. X is the number 16 platform in the world for social media, which is somewhat disappointing. We would think that it would be bigger, but you should be on all of these different platforms. Google, of course, is the top website in the world. You should be number 1, number 2, number 3, the top 10 in the social media results. Additionally, this strategy is going to allow you to dominate social media results, search engine results, and AI. You're going to be able to give AI the information about yourself, basically curate that knows about you with this strategy. And the final reason why this is an excellent strategy, or I don't find it to just be an excellent strategy, but many colleagues do as well, is that it makes it difficult to impersonate you. You don't popular on a certain social media platform, and then somebody impersonate you and ruin your good reputation. So that's what I advise people to do. If you're looking for someone to coach you, mentor you, just really be a friend in this, help you with whatever you do. You should also know generally what I have people do once they create their link tree and they connect all their social media. We put content on it so that it's just not that you just don't have skeleton accounts. What we've been doing is using Grok to create videos, just short videos that tell people about what you do, and maybe like 10 of them, and those help to populate the YouTube results, YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, the TikTok feed, which is all important when getting your name out there, and provides positive information about what you do. I also help people to join X Spaces, Discord, not X Spaces, well, certainly X Spaces, but also X communities, Discord communities, Telegram communities, Facebook communities, because your network is your net worth. We all know that, and I want to help you increase both of those. And then what I help people to do, not just make memes, but also market yourself with memes. Basically, putting your handle in the corner. People will take that meme and spread it all over the internet, and they will know that you are the creative force behind it. Some other things, just tips that I give people to create a Fiverr account. This is like a gig website that allows you to do jobs for as little as $5 and as much as $500 or so, and allows you to be able to create a website for someone or write creative content for people. I can tell you out of personal experience, I have hired contractors from Fiverr from Nigeria to help me with press releases, not writing them, but publishing them with some of the connections that they have.
And she goes ahead and eats it in someone else's rituals. Listen, I need to say this outside for just a second. Remember, the Surah Umar is all about what? All about what? Formation of addictive behaviors. So the idea over here is as follows. If he's eating, right? What has to happen? Whose money does he steal? Whose money? Has to be his father's money that he steals, right? It has to be that. But Lamaisa, interestingly enough,
so I haven't heard of that one, so I can't necessarily endorse that one. But I can tell you, at least with Linktree, you can put any link on there that you want, and you can have unlimited links, essentially hundreds if you want it. And it's trusted. People know Linktree. It's the #1 LinkedIn profile creator in the world, and so. But there may be alternatives that you may want to explore as well. Upwork is great, but I do know Upwork has limited new contractors on occasion. So if you can get in with them, that's fine. But they have more of a vetting process than something like Fiverr. And then what I teach people to do as well, if you don't already know how to do it, is to get a 30-second chill, a 60-second chill, and a 3-minute chill, so that you don't come into spaces saying GM to the host, GM to the co-host, GM to the audience. I don't really know what to say, but I need a job. Send me a job. Give me a job. That you're able to come in and say, GM, everyone. My name is X. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. My name is XYZ. I want to partner with you. I want to promote you on different social media platforms because I want you to get 30 times more DMs. I want you to get 30 times more people buying your crypto project or your NFT or whatever it is that you're promoting. Additionally, I want to dominate search engines, and this strategy does do that. So if this is something that's of interest to you, you send me a DM. I'd love to work with you. That's what you want to be able to say. You want to be able to give value to people. And for those of you who are looking for a job or looking for a gig or looking to expand your social media network, I think this is good advice, and I appreciate the opportunity to share.
Plus, the consumption is taking place somewhere else. That's the usual solar and you'll see more and more. And that's the solar more. Second one, actually, you'll come to you don't become a solar more. You're stealing your father's money and consuming it also. And you're going to do all that. Actually, you're going to be the also the says it's not just your father's money, it's your father's and your mother's money. Both of them together. We'll see exactly what that means. It says in Mara, so again, he steals money from his father and he turns out, even though he has access to money, he's going to be afraid to develop this type of habit in his father. His father is going to shut this down. Other people's money.
Absolutely. And that's why I recommend going with the recruiter. Manpower Nigeria is hiring right now for Web3 positions. There are some other recruiting organizations that I've put in the purple pill that are specifically for Nigeria and for Nigerian people. So go with the people who know your environment, which are recruiting organizations that are in Nigeria, and that's why I have it specifically located to those. Additionally, Fiverr doesn't have as many of those restrictions that Upwork does. You're able to create an account basically instantly, and you can start doing work immediately. For some other of these types of contractor positions, sometimes they black out certain areas of the world or they scrutinize people. So don't get frustrated. Continue to do what you can to get on as many profiles or as many platforms as possible and to create profiles. But some of these are easier than others. But if anything, make sure that you have persistence, make sure that you have fortitude, make sure that you stay committed. And if you want it badly enough and you stay motivated, you will get a position and you will enjoy that position, or you'll go find something else that you do enjoy.
Burası bir huda olmaya açıklamış almış alıyor. Bir says only five institutions mother. Sigmar says, First of all, again, what do you mean distinction from mother? This is mother property from Masha Constitution from the Bible. I was going to say again, what do you think from his mother? Whatever technically belongs to his mother only belongs to his father. So what's the title? So the Gemara says, like I said, how you tell that over, you'll decide. But I don't know if you're saying, when you see that, you call it other religions. No, what it means is his parents, right? The kids' parents prepared a beautiful dinner for themselves. They bought nice steaks and beautiful wine. And what does the kid do? The kid dress a suit that is ready for his parents. And the kid comes along and steals that from his parents. So he effectively steals from both of his parents. One thing that doesn't make you better, but that's not how it works. Oh, remember, you don't come to Israel to steal food. You don't come to Israel if what? If you steal money and then purchase expensive wine at a discount, and expensive meat at a discount. So the Gemara says, you're right, rather than what happened, the father had set aside money to take his wife out for dinner.
Yes, to JB Keys and anyone else who's interested in what I just said, send me a DM. I have this all laid out in an outline. I get asked about it multiple times a day, and so I'll provide you with all of the social media that you need, all of the links to the websites that I've been all of the links to the recruiting organizations that I've referenced. So anyone who's interested, send me a follow. I'll follow you back. Send me a DM, and I'll respond to your DM immediately.
The money does not have to belong to the father and the mother. It just has to belong to the parents. Mishnah, higher of your votes in a row sense, won't say this is terrible. Let's say the father wants to bring you to David, but the mother did not.
No, I posted it publicly. In fact, I put the social media in the purple pill. The issue that I run into is the message that I have is it exceeds the character count, so I have to break it up in several messages. But no, I post. Yeah, but people don't want to click links, especially if they don't know you. They want to be able to see the information.
What does that mean? What does that mean that Allah amongst the wife is not fit for her husband? So the Gemara says, who cares if the marriage is legal or not? Right? What does it matter? At the end of the day, this is the kid's father, this is the kid's mother. Why does the marriage have to be legal? Which the Gemara says, Ella, the Shabbat la'avid kama. What's this incredible? Let me know what the Gemara means is like this. The mother has to be similar to the father. What does this mean? Hanging on the Chabad says, so you don't know. And la'haisi imo Shabbat la'avid, it's called the Naya is the Kuma in a Nasa and Solomoya. This is wild. The parents actually have to resemble each other. If mother and father don't resemble each other in terms of the sound of their voice, the way they look, and their height, the kid can't become advanced solar anymore. Why not? Nighttime, the Omicron, and then Shomea Bitcoin. Fascinating, right? That because it says, parents say today's thing, this kid doesn't listen to our voice. which indicates to us, need to call what each other. The parents have to do the same voice. Not the common nami button each other. So when the parents have to resemble themselves, have to look exactly what they have to at some level of resemblance, and also resemblance of the like what a tremendous Musa has. What is the teaching us about parenting? That parents have to be shava. They have to be on the same page about the unit of their kids. When children receive conflicting messages from parents, it's a disaster for their kids. Disaster for their kids. So it has to be shomer the kolim. Parents have to think, well, now one second, what if parents have to do this? It happens all the time. But that's the job of parents to reconcile that and to figure out a unified approach independent of their children. But when they present to the kids, when they talk to the kids, when they manage the kids, and they the kids, that has to be done with one voice. Because again, if you're giving the kid two different types of if the mother's saying one thing and the father's saying one thing, don't be surprised when the kid goes down the wrong derech because he's not getting a unified, cohesive message. So interestingly enough, if the parents are giving two forms of the kid can become a Sarmara. Why? Because he can't fault the kid for making poor decisions when the child is receiving a non-unified chinuch. If the child is receiving a unified chinuch, it's limited trouble decisions again. That's when they soul and more kicks in. They will say, but what if mother and father have to be shut up, have to figure out a way to get on the same page about the vision of the family they want to raise and the type of children they want to inspire. Incredible. Incredible. So the goes like that. Kiman Oslo Desanya. From where, according to the following opinion, how do you pencil the Mora? So we'll say, okay, so this is it's not my fault. It's not my fault that we cannot make it. It should be broken up like a block. You can't put all of this on one thing. It's really different either. So the Gemara says as follows. Kiman just again, I'm not Russian. I'm just going to put you on forward knowledge. So if people from other shir told you about the slow pace of our shir, just remind them in the last two cycles we never finished later than any other shir. Now it's about after 7.5 years we'll be exactly where we have to be. It might not be on a daily basis, but we'll get there. Let's listen to this Gemara. Kiman Oslo, Hadisanya. Which is reflecting the following idea. The Mora, Lo Haya Volo Asiliyas. So you're like, what? Were you just doing this the whole time? Who's the thing reflecting the following idea? That Sora Umora never happened, the Haya, it never happened, and it never will happen. So I'll say, by the way, actually when you see this after all we've seen, it makes a lot of sense. To get all of these details lined up, no, what are the kind of motive that happens? So actually it makes a lot of sense. Again, it's not saying I just want to be clear, it's not saying it can't happen. Really, it can't happen. You might just say with probability, this happened and never will happen. I the Gemara said, so why was it written? Why was it written? The Gemara says, Josh the Kabbalah style. Again, in order to learn it and receive the reward. Some things you learn because you need to know what to do, and other things you learn because you get stuck on it. Listen, I just want to point out. The Gemara says, now, just sometimes when you look at that phrase, Josh the Kabbalah style means what? Just learn it for the sake of learning it, and you are for the act of learning, even though there might not be anything practical that you can do with this, but there's no word for the act. It's a very important lesson. There is for the act of just engaging in Torah learning for the sake of Torah learning. I think that's not what it means over here. Rosh Hashanah means, you're right, it could very well be that the Sora Umora will never happen. Never happen, will never happen. But Drosh, analyze it. What's the sky? What's the sort of word? There are lessons to be learned from Ben Sora Umora, even if it will not actually ever happen. And they say, what are the lessons? What are the lessons? What's the Drosh? What's the Drosh for Kabbalah sky? So let's say. So again, I want to just add a little bit. We're going to see in the next Mishnah that the Holy Yisod Ben Sora Umora is what? What's the Holy Yisod Ben Sora Umora? The Holy Yisod is Hashem HaAsid. Hashem HaAsid. Ben Sora Umora is not actually put to death for what he's done now, but rather again, why is he put to death? For what he's going to become. See, I will say, do you want to something amazing? Do you know what the essence, do you know what the ultimate lesson of Ben Sora Umora is? What's the ultimate lesson of Ben Sora Umora? What is the Ben Sora Umora? What's the lesson, Chapter? The concept of Sora Mora is that once a person makes a decision, they can't change. That's been Sora Mora. The kid made a decision at a young age to steal money, to buy meat, to buy meat, to buy wine. Right? That's done. He made a decision. But Ben Sora Mora says, "Oh, you made those bad decisions. You have put yourself on an irreversible course." So the Gemara comes along and says, "That's not true. That's not true. Ben Sora Mora exists as a concept, but practically it's not true because there's no such thing as a yid who can't change. Then no matter how bad your decisions have been in life, you could always put it in reverse. You could always go ahead and take your life with this. That's what it means when it says. Listen, that's the words. That's the words. The Gemara says, sorry. Ben Sora Umora, Lo Haya, Lo Asilios. There's no such thing. Because conceptually, there's no such thing as a person who can't change. So says the Gemara. So why is it here? Drosh Makabel Sky. So learn it from the Hebrew word. What's the word? So analyze. So what's the analysis? The analysis of Ben Sora Umora is that there are so many people who think that they can't change. There are so many of us who think that we can't change. So when I learned about Sora Umora, I learned about a person who quote unquote can't change. He makes terrible decisions and he can't back himself out of it. But that's not true. That's not true. Listen, no matter how much of a bad spot I've landed myself in life, I can always get myself out of it. It doesn't mean it's not collateral damage. And it doesn't mean that there aren't irreversible realities. There are so many decisions, and we can't undo that which is done. But change is absolutely always possible. That's what it means, Ben Sora Umar. There's no such thing as a person who cannot change. Lo haya or lo yeya. So what should you do with it? Because so many times in life, we think we can't change. We think we can't change. So learn Ben Sora Umar and recognize that you absolutely can. The Gemara says, Kiman. The Gemara says, Kiman Azla Desan. You Ben Sora Umar, lo Asilios, Laminate. So who's the thing? Is this Kiman Kadiuda? Sekadiuda. The Ibai Sema, Rabbi Shimon, the sound is very interesting. Rabbi Shimon, if we make sure Afazeta, Timar Basa, the Shasa, Taxi, Yana, and Kalki, I'll be more Tino, something subtle, because this kid stole some money and purchased meat and wine, especially going to take him out to get stoned, and we'll go, and so far it never happened, and it's never going to happen. In the future, so why is it here? This is probably the most important line in the entire sutra. It never happened, never will happen. Because the concept that a person can't change is antithetical to leadership. So what do you do with Ben Sora? Because that's what Ben Sora is. A kid who can't change. Never happened. No such thing as a person who can't change. So what do you do with this whole section? Drosh, learn it. Analyze it. How does time the benefit? What's the benefit? By learning about the context of the kid who can't change and recognizing that this never happened, never will happen, I receive the greatest reward in the world. The greatest reward is a recognition that I absolutely unequivocally have the ability to change at any juncture, at any point in life. Incredible. Rabbi Yonasan says, 1 second, what are you talking about? Listen, it's incredible. Watch this. I need you see it. Rabbi Yonasan says, I saw a Ben Sora Ramola. I saw him. The Ashati Al Kibro. I sat on his grave. I sat on his grave. How can you tell me you never had? I saw it. I went to Levaya. I saw it. I sat on his grave. Why? About this, not for now. Not for now. The Gemara says, come on now. So what do you do with this? So Rabbi Yonasan says, there wasn't so much. Just like the way it works about this. Rabbi Yonasan is not arguing. There never was a Ben Sora Morat. There never will be a Ben Sora. Rabbi Yonasan is the nothing is that. Many people go through life thinking that are a Ben Sora Morat. So you know what? I think to many guys, people who left this world, and they left as a Ben Sora Morat. They left this world thinking that they couldn't affect change. They left this world thinking that they couldn't make something better of themselves. You're right. There's no such thing as a Ben Sora Morat. Yet you'd be surprised how many people leave this world thinking that they were a Ben Sora Morat. I would say one of the most tragic things in life is we leave this world. There's so many things on our culture. We leave this world without actualizing our potential. We leave this world without becoming the kind of people that we really can So I don't think Rabbi Yonatan is disagreeing. I think Rabbi Yonatan is just talking about human nature. So the reality is there's no such thing as Ben Sora Mora because change is very possible. Rabbi Yonatan says, tragically, I've gone to the Levayas of so many Ben Sora Moras, people who left this world never made the changes they could because they thought that they could, because they believed too much in Ben Sora Mora. Incredible. The Gemara says this house. Come on, also understand you. So we'll say whose opinion is reflected in the following idea. Yerni Dachas. Like in Yerni Dachas is the city wiped out of idolatry because of idolatry. Incredible. Never happened, never will happen. But Laman Yichtaval, I say, why is it in the Torah? So when I say, Drosh the Kabbalah Star, ultimately against to learn it and to receive reward. Same idea. The Lord said, what does this mean? How can it be that there's never Yerni Dachas? And the Lord said, there's no such thing as a city of Jews where there's not one side. It's not possible. It's not possible. You can't have a place. You can't have a place where every single Yid who's there is God. Impossible. It's just not possible that someone's not published, someone's not holy. So learn it and receive reward. Come on, Rabbi Eliezer, the son of Rabbi Eliezer, Omer. Kol ir sheish b'afilu mezuzah achos, eno nasi yer nidachos. Oh, so Eliezer says if there's even one mezuzah in the city, it can't become a yer nidachos. It can't become a yer nidachos. So my time, what's the reason for that? I'm a crowd that's called shlo to close out called to follow us after the age. Because what do you have to do with yer nidachos? What do you have to do with it? You have to gather everything and burn it in the middle of the city. You have to use a mezuzah. You can't burn a mezuzah. Right? Why can't you burn a mezuzah? Well, because mezuzah has the name of Hashem. You can't burn the name of Hashem. So therefore, you see it. There's even one mezuzah. You can't become any dachas. You can't become any dachas. Therefore, it's possible that any dachas ever existed. I'm Rabbi Yonatan says, I need to see you. Yashaf Yafila. I was there. I visited. Right, I went on tour. Right, I decided to go to and again, I saw the ruins of the city. I saw Gary Dachas. Once again, it's the city so that I'm going to disagree. I don't understand saying sometimes again, just like individuals give up on themselves, communities give up on themselves. And communities also forget that they can become better, that they can become holier. Again, communities are made up of individuals. If you have a group of people who think of themselves as a bad soda or more, they can't change. They become a fevra, they become a tabur, they become a deal, they become a community. Here in the Dachas, I think they can change as well. Right. Mind us what the sign does. Bye, Samuel. Oh, yeah. All right, let's see. We have to stop over here. Listen, just when my performance review comes up, just know I tried. I guess I could have started 5 minutes earlier. And we're going to pick up right here. We are right on track. We are right on track. So we're going to be great. I'll say, what can we have skill? What can we have skill against? Nothing. I'll say, tremendous stuff. Good. All right, come back and learn. All right, everyone say good morning. Good morning. Let's go spot Hashem to see everyone back in person. Let's go spot Hashem. It's beautiful. It's 30 Shalayim HaChodesh. Let's go spot Hashem to connect to this major Shalom together. So we have an incredible daf ahead of us today. Begin by thinking more about Shalom today. Our annual Chag Kodesh month. We come to the spot about Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Shurim and Rothschild as his course. Yisrael Tovos for Yisrael. Our document sponsors, Shortay Narim Karamari, Yishmael's father, Mordechai, Yitzchak, and Ariel Asapar, in America, is continuing good health. In America, we continue good health. His mother, Alina Baston, we hope that in America, like Honduras, together with Coach Companies, will have a computer and game with Tua. It's called the Tree Years and Shem. That we will probably do something to come to the family. Is to bring back the rest of our house to the Shalom and the colors. soldiers should be successful at home and not say we are picking up ammunition on 78. Name was a kite. Ben Solar Imora. Ben Solar Imora. From what point in time is a Ben Solar Imora kite to be the Ben Solar Imora? It says, you see your whole kite to my boss and you should cut you with your hand calculate. This is fascinating. So as the Ben Solar Imora kite, when it goes down to a kite to my, now we'll discuss exactly how much a kite to my is. Or it is a kite to my of meat, and he drinks a half a mug of Italian wine. Fascinating. That is Israel wine, not French wine, Italian wine. What's up? One second. The wine comes first. Hold on. So it's like, so, first of all, you know, back to the time that used to do a Yana Italian. Italian wine is the best. Like you said, Italian wine, right? So Italian wine is the best. He said, in my ship, that's right. Aber the company in the Kaiser countries, what we're going to see in the bubbles, the entire issue of the solar Mora is not really what we have done presently, but what we are concerned is going to become. So part of that is developing certain appetites that is going to get addicted to. So the Mishnah works under the assumption, this is quite fascinating. What do people get addicted to? People get addicted to really good things. Generally, it's interesting. You don't find people getting addicted to mediocre things. They get addicted to things that provide a high. So the idea over here is he's only kind if he steals money to purchase very high-end wine. So the issue is right, the high-end wine came out of Italy. The Italian wine, so he went ahead and stole our money to purchase other kinds of wine is what he thinks. Okay, Rabbi Yossi said, Rabbi Yossi argues on the measurements. He says, Mona Basar or Mudyan. He said, not a tartima of meat, rather again, a mana of meat, and not the half a mug of wine, rather again, a whole mug of wine. Okay, so what's the watch this? So that's alcohol. It's not alcohol. We need alcohol. Happens that he then sold the Mora, stole the money, and went ahead and bought the wine, right, or bought the meat, and consumed it in a Habulas mitzvah. This is fascinating. So he took the stolen food and he ate it, for example, in a meal. It's for one example of this. For example, Ibra Kodesh, so discuss this more in but again, when they would decide to go ahead and intercalate the month, right, make the month a full month of 30 days. So you have a synagogue to declare that. Or, Akom like the King Yishalai, or the Nation Yishalai, Akom the King which is that's in the Muslim. For that matter, he ate non-kosher items. Let's say it turns out that he ate non-kosher meat. Akom Tame and my solution to a Muslim, he also, sorry, Teva. He ate Teva, which is one type of use. My solution, that do not remember, my solution goes to the lady, and the lady is obligated to separate out Shuma from the my solution. Or my solution, you have to show with you. My solution, you have to, that's what happens to you. And alcohol does show mitzvot, the government show avera. Whether you eat something that's mitzvah, so that's avera. So you want to discuss exactly what that's talking about. Alcohol, so again, what's this? Interestingly enough, so first part of this now, you test the measurements. How much wine does he have to purchase with the stolen money? How much meat does he have to purchase with the stolen money? That's my focus, Tanakama, and Rabbi Yossi. After that, we're going to have an interesting exception. The interesting exception is if he consumes the stolen meat or stolen wine in what the Mishnah calls a chabulas mitzvah. Chabulas mitzvah. Shalom Lamed again, he's going to be part of this is younger than you. What happens if you sort of stolen money? Then you do the purchase meat. I don't know, because of something else. Like, anything else, but not meat. Or, how much do you shots in value? Or for that matter, again, you purchase so much, you purchase the drink. But what beer? You didn't buy wine. Ain't no nonsense, man, Mora, actually, your boss of the Yishti. So, say, if it's just like us, so it says, he does not become a Mora until he steals money and he uses that money not to purchase meat or wine. Purchase of any other food item or purchase of any other drink does not make one into a solar emotion. The pasuk says, "Sovel l'sovel." So this is the pasuk from Torah, right? Sovel l'mora, and then should have learned Sovel l'sovel. Literally, again, he's a glutton and a glutton, right? Glutton representing meat, glutton representing for wine. And the Gemara says, how do you know that soda is soda means you eat wine? Like, how do you know that? The Gemara says, no, it's not exclusive. After he is soda yayin, is soda like basar. See, soda like basar, soda, don't be a guzzler of wine, and don't be again a gluttonous consumer of food. Okay, so this is the very strong model, incredible. Now let's analyze. Sometimes it says, Tarkima in their mouth. So let's say, remember again, the Tanakama said that the amount of meat for which a ben solar umora is higher, if you spend money and buys it, is a Tarkima. So sometimes the Gemara says, or the Gemara says, I don't know how much is a Tarkima. What is that? So you must argue that Shukra Yossi, the Yayin, wants to go for after Basar, and he said Tarkima, Tarkima. So what we can extrapolate is as follows. Rabbi Yossi argues in the Tanakama. Now it appears, based on the wine measurements, that Rabbi Yossi doubles the Tanakama's measurements, right? Because here the Tanakama says, Tarkima of meat, a half a lug of wine. Rabbi Yossi says, a mana of meat and 1 lug of wine. So the fact that he doubles the wine measurements, the fact just means that what? He doubles the meat measurements as well. And therefore, what's a Tarkima? A half a mana. Now, by the way, we're talking about actually like how much meat that is in the session. Right? That's all half a mana. So that's not what this Rabbi Yossi Tanakama. Incredible. That's the money. So let's say, I'm just mentioning, Shady Day is working on getting together a chabura that meets before the dafir in the morning, or it doesn't have to be whatever chabura wants you to be at also, but whatever he sees that he got back to Chazar and heard the shakla and karya. That's the give and take of the Gemara. So the foundation is because again we try to always pause. I always try to do this. Try to pause at different stages in the Gemara just to understand what we're doing as a so understand the Gemara right here, even it's not enough in the Gemara, so you see that the beginning and the end. So you see over here again, that's just a unit of discussion that's extended. Now we've clarified the Machlokes, Rabbi Yossi, and the Tanakama. Next, I'm going to kind of Elochai, and so you can see Sevi is the striking fellow at the second end of the second table. Right, it's good. Right after the striking fellow at the end of the first table. I don't know anyone of everybody's beautiful. So the answer is I'm going to kind of Elochai, I see that plus of the soul, the Yochai Yagin the soul, the Yishai the shit of the soul of the soul. So I think it's very interesting. So it gives another qualification. The Buddha says, the only time you become that solar motor is when halal for myself, halal for myself, you pointed out, and you're purchasing the meat at a discount and purchasing the wine at a discount. This is fascinating. In other words, this is what I said, you can't become a ben solar motor if you pay retail. Right? If you pay retail, you might not even do it. So then forget about ben solar motor. Right? So you only have halal for myself, ben solar motor, get out of discount. Now what's the shot with that? So you're going to be Rabbi Yain result about the yoga which is the most liberal let's work backwards because we've already seen it, but we see more specifically today. Why is it then solar motor executed? Why is he executed? Because you're nervous that someone who has developed these type of appetites when he's young is going to become addicted to sustain this type of lifestyle and is not going to have the necessary funds to sustain constant consumption of meat and wine. And what's going to happen? He's going to rob, he's going to steal, and he's going to become dangerous. So the idea over here is, it only works if you see him developing the behaviors that would lead us to that tragic conclusion. So in other words, if he's already able to figure out how to get wine, good as the chap, good wine cheaply, good meat cheaply, that means that there's like a stick of addiction going on over here. And that's what gives rise to this concern. Furthermore, he's only valued if he eats raw meat and drinks undiluted wine. Now the Gemara says, one second, you eat raw meat, undiluted wine? That's not true. It's not true. That's what it's a statement. If he eats raw meat and he drinks undiluted wine, it's not normal. It's not normal to eat raw meat. Yain Kai is mostly undiluted wine doesn't really mean undiluted. Rather, what does it mean? It means that it's not fully diluted. In other words, he uses a lower dilution ratio. Right? So the wine is stronger. That's the chap. right? What does it mean, basar chai? This is incredible. What does it mean, raw meat? Raw meat doesn't mean raw meat, rather. What does it mean? Bashir, below bashir. It means cooked, but not really cooked. Kibasa kiba the akla ganfi, like the type of seared meat that thieves eat. Now look at Rashi. Rashi will say, so Basa kiba the akla ganfi. Kanya is the column. The kabasa get your the meat from the what's fascinating. How did thieves eat the meat? How did they eat? Right? They sear it. They sear it on the outside. It's very on the inside. By the way, I feel very vindicated because I get a very hard time to do everything very, very, very well done. But you see, all I am is a halakhic Jew. That's all. That's all. I can't read it. Okay, just the rest of the chevra who eats stuff red, who eats stuff red, right? And it's seared on the outside. It's on the inside. You need to do a cheshbon on that. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, right? Again, that's how thieves eat their pan-seared steak is managed a micro of Gavnovin. Okay, that's a mic drop. That's a mic drop right there. Okay, he said, "We get that in the shop to the diet, right?" He works us out. Rather than this, you don't tell life. One second. So all of this also remember what we're looking for over here to notice are interesting behaviors. That's what we're looking for here. There are markers that are here. So already, like again, all kidding aside, with Gemara, what does this represent? Thieves. One of the luxuries that thieves don't have is relaxation, right? They are usually on the run, always looking for the next market, anything else like that. So that's why, in all seriousness, they can sear the meat and then rather than eat it. So when you see some of the young age exhibiting types of behaviors, it becomes the marker for us. It becomes the danger sign that something is up. And again, unfortunately, this child is on a terrible, almost irreversible path. He might look like it. He might look like it. Rabbi, listen to that. I'll put Somalia, the Shasi and the Ito, and the Rasim and Sorobot. This is fascinating. So Rabbi Yossi said as follows. Both of them said, if the Sorobot eats salted meat, or he drinks wine from the press, that doesn't make you a Ben Sorobot. Now, what's very interesting. Salted meat was considered to be inferior, and therefore, interestingly enough, when you look from that color perspective, non-habit flooding. Wine right off the press is inferior, and therefore again non-habit forming. So therefore again a boy who still lives on his parents and uses their money to buy salted meat. Or to go to buy wine right off the press. Halakha nice again, that does not make him into a very sore or take a look at Rashi. Rashi's right as well. Also when the end of the detail, they're not important, they're not kosher, therefore no manship. Ultimately again, they're not habit forming. We're not having fun. It's just such a. We'll come back to that a little bit. These markers like this. You know, it says turn hustle. Obviously, the child is going to be what's the definition of salty meat and what's the definition of wine right from the press. So, okay, that's our next little business. So, what's this is the captain of halacha. It's not halacha. All one of our children. Erev Tishbav. So, on Erev Tishbav, say Sudan of Sakis, right? Remember again, you should say guys in halacha. 2 times a year, yes, you don't accept this, right? 2 times a year. One before Tisha B'Av, one before Yom Kippur, but of course, we are worlds apart, right? We're worlds apart. The Suda Masekes before Yom Kippur is a Yom Tov Suda. It's Mamish Yom Tov Suda. Right? It is a celebratory Suda, exciting for the cleansing and the Kippur that's about to come. Like, you know, this the evening, this is, we talk about Yom Kippur, like we have a qualified news coming, that's excited for that. So it is coming, excited for that upcoming application. To manage cleanse ourselves. Conversely, at a Tisha B'Av, which are giving us seconds, is a morning meal, right? And with MOU, right? A mournful meal. That is not a celebratory meal, but ultimately, again, that is a meal that kind of already puts us in without restrictions in that meal. So, we're going to need to much ourselves. So, at Tisha B'Av, the person should not eat pre-cooked foods. As this is what I'm saying, you can't have 2 different foods. But no problem, that's what I used to be. You can't eat meat and you can't drink wine. Listen to this. Listen to this. Only Basa Maria, the Shosi Yain Ito. Wow. What can you eat on Erev Tisha B'Av? Salted meat. You want a big turkey at your Sigma Sakas? You can. Interestingly enough, you could have salted meat. You could have salted meat and you could have wine if there's any left in the dough. Right? So you can have salted meat and you can go ahead and you can drink wine right from the press. So let's say now, before the what does that show you? What does that show you? That shows that these items going to have the identity of meat or the identity of wine. That's sort of the same key of Tisha B'Av, which means that it's not the basar and it's not the item. So the Gemara says, so you keep it. Basar is not obviously we have to get definitionally what are these things. So basar we have to come up. So what's that? So it's interesting. Now, obviously, it can't mean that a person puts some salt on the meat and showing you again the salt and meat. What the word? When we see the salt and meat, the kashrus, what are we talking about? We're talking about meat that is packed in salt. So how long does meat have to be salted for so that it loses its identity as a basar and becomes basar maliyah? So the Gemara says as follows. Basar maliyah had kama. I'm going to tell you about how the cold message is shlamim. So as long as it's like shlamim, what does that mean? The window for shlamim consumption is 2 days and 1 night. So essentially, what you salted meat for 2 days and 1 night, that's called salt meat. And then you can use its identity as meat. Now, I want to be clear on something. When you can use its identity as meat, if you eat it, it's delicious. Right? I mean, just to be clear, it's really delicious. But the idea is for other halachos that you're saying basar, it's not basar. So the very soul of motor steals money and purchases that kind of salted meat, he's not hired. If you want to eat that meat on Erev Tisha B'Av, you can eat that meat even on Erev Tisha B'Av. So that means that if you look at actually that says in the contrast with Shmanim, so upper Allah Shmanach Yirach Shmanim, Shnegim and Halayla Echad, a guy will look with himself, follow Iku and Nabiach. So what's this? The idea. The window of Shmanim is not actually, if you're Shmanim for 2 days and 1 night, so salted again, if you eat the meat salted 2 days and 1 night, then it's salted meat. And again, there's a lot of actually high for it. And halach l'maisa, I can eat even an Erev Tisha B'Av. So the words of what that wine, the idea that come up until what point in time is wine called wine for that? So what's to understand? Remember, fresh wine was inferior. Aged wine was good wine. So when is wine considered to be what we call wine from the press, i.e. fresh wine? That's inferior. When it's, the Gemara says, Ad Kamos, conversion process, when it's fermented. Process means fermenting. And also, honestly, when people start earlier, when you know that wine is fermenting, it's like a stick of froth. So when it's frothing, that means that the wine is fermenting, that's the IE. So everyone say, again, for our purpose, so that is the start time. No, actually, so this is the positive and said, therefore, what we are establishing over here is that a sort of that is kind of for spending money and purchasing wine and meat. We established our from the book from Mishnah is solo is machloket how much he has to steal, how much wine, how much meat. But now definitionally, wine means good wine. Good wine. The Mishnah calls it Italian wine, but right now the Gemara is saying it's got to be wine. Wine for our purposes means it's not fermented. It's not fermented. Furthermore, meat means non-salted meat. What's the definition of salted meat? Although if I might say any meat that is set in salt for at least 2 days and 1 night. Let's go back to that time. So you know, it's about time, right? Yain process combination Hebrew that fermenting wine of is not subject to the halach of Hebrew. Remember, what's halach of Hebrew? The halach says that if you eat masculine, if you eat liquids open overnight, you're not allowed to drink it. What is concerned about? But if you're not concerned about, snake venom. Now, for example, we notice our Hashok brings down that today many people aren't knocking on this anymore, right? They leave a drink out overnight, they leave a cup of water out, overnight, but we do treat it today. So you might say things that are official, that's because of the living hotels where then the snakes are not really as common. And that's why when you see in general people are not common. Anyway, the point of the view is froth and rice fermenting wine is not subject to the halacha of uncovered liquids. Apparently snakes don't come next to fermenting wine. The comment is also, how long does that process last for? 3 days. So apparently for the first 3 days after the wine is first treated, after it's pressed, it's still in the state of fermentation. And then for again, I love when I saw the notice of Hebrew. So let's just say, interestingly enough, so the point we really might be in the top of the year is, beforehand we said that the definition of fermenting wine is as long as it's frothy. But here it says 3 days. Now the context, it sounds like the wine froths for even longer than 3 days. So what's the halacha of that? So right? You need to know what kind of wine is yichayim for stealing. How come I? So he mentions how some simple called merchant Ishmael, Nami is facing part. So let's say, so ultimately again, when it comes to, let's say, for example, Tisha B'Av, and when it comes to Tisha B'Av, everyone is really simple. So therefore again, as long as the meat is like showing, i.e., it's been salted for less than 2 days in one night, then it's considered to be meat and it's going to be an element of simple. How can we should be? I think so on my website, it's not a being simple. What is it again? What is it again? Addiction. That's the development of that. I hesitate to use that word addiction because that word often is very loosely. But we're using now, we're about to lead you into a particular lifestyle. So the Gemara says, should be, or the whole shul, one non-shul. In order for the Ben Soda more to be for there to be a fear of addiction for the whole life, so ultimately, again, and that is something of really high quality. So even if I'm not even if I'm up on a race that's salted for less time, it could still be that would not be a deal, that would not be subject ultimately again to Ben Soda and more. The yani had many, but for wine up to 40 days. So up to 40 days after it's been pressed, it's still considered to be fermented. And if I love for myself, and someone would not be tied for that. And everyone said that needs to be, it appears from the Gemara. It appears from the Gemara that halacha myself, that for Ben Soda and Mora, we adopt the Shlomo metric. So if it's salted meat, and the definition of salted meat, 2 days and 1 night, if he steals when he purchases, that means he's not going to be tired. He's only tired when he purchases what we'll call fresh meat. Wine, same idea. Only tired for wine if it's not fermenting. What's the definition of not fermenting? It's not bubbling, it's not frothing. But once, right, but if it's still frothing, then ultimately the other is not going to be tired. It's incredible. I'm going to say a beautiful Gemara. I'm not trying to, when we bring I'm not trying to, when we bring Yain Ba'olam, why did Hashem create? And you will say it's a big cycle. Why, it's interesting by the way. Wine is fascinating. Why? Because on one hand, there's no life cycle event without wine. Right? A bismillah has wine. A chuppah has wine. Right? We're going to see a levaya has wine. Everything has wine. Yet, we see that Chazal say that wine can get you into so much trouble. So let's take a shot. Why did they get a bunch of movie crews like the new Kevin Lamar? Should create the wine, El Menachem, Avelim, or the Shalim Schal and Shai. Hashem created the wine really for 2 primary purposes. Number 1, to give comfort to mourners. And what is this mean? If you remember again, if you know the second one, then they will learn that when the Avelim would come back after the funeral, what would they get? They would get a big glass of wine. A big glass of wine and encouraged to drink the entire thing. Why? We won't say why. Because what did it do? It took the edge off. It took the edge off a little bit. Right? It didn't take away the pain, but ultimately, again, it went ahead and soothed. And also, there's a tremendous social hospital in this. So what does this mean? So you give the other a cup of wine. What does it do for them? So it's like there are 2 different types of problems. There are some problems you can solve, and there are some problems that you can fix. And then there are other problems which you cannot solve and you cannot fix, and they are just what they are. And what you need to figure out ultimately is how to move into it, is how to embrace it, is how to just own it and say, okay, this is my life. These are my circumstances. No matter what I do, they're not going to change. Let me take a life deep breath, bend my shoulders, breathe into it, and somehow make something great out of these circumstances. That is the point of that cup of wine. That cup of wine is the first deep. You don't know this. When you have a glass, what happens when you have a glass of wine? What happens when you have 2 glasses of wine? It's like what's over here, right? Well, it's 2 azugos, right? 2 azugos, right? 3 glasses of wine. So, the problems don't look nice. I'm not foolish. My problems are still there. When you have these 6 glasses of wine, you have no problems, right? I know my problems are still there. But you know what? Okay, I'll handle it. When, how, what, I don't know. But I know I got this. I got this. The stuff that looked impossible before the glass of wine now looks possible with the glass of wine. It looks like it's such and so what does that make wine? I shouldn't create wine to help us take that collective deep breath, or that personal deep breath, and be able to say, okay, for the others, I just lost someone that I loved. My life is forever different. It will never be the same. But somehow, some way, I will get this together and move myself forward. That's the soul of wine says to do now. Furthermore, and the shine cover shine. I will say that again, without the wine also that Shkava also applies. Life's problems are in two different buckets. The way you can solve, the ones you can't. The ones you can solve, roll up your sleeves and create the solution. The ones you can't, lean into it. Embrace it, accept it, and navigate that new reality. So again, furthermore, wine is also key for a shine. For a shine. What does this mean? Even the greatest of a shine, but even what's looking for sin, does exist. Does things that are good. Right? And halacha l'maisa deserves reward for it. How does he get his reward for it? Good bottle of wine. Good bottle of wine. Right? That's the reward for it. Sorry, and therefore they get their reward in this world. In judgment that must be the next one. So you're not to the shake on the old nefesh or the outside. To the shake on the old day, the yain l'mari nefesh. Really, again, given the tax of given beverage. The oldest the one is lost. You must have trained to get to refer to the Russia, and give wine to those who are bitter of soul. All of these might be said, Akei yain kiyis hadam. What does it mean when it says? It says, Akei yain should not be the way to shall Hashem on the Raza. Should not be the way to Raza. So be careful with wine. Because what does wine do? Wine
How are you, Mr. Aquarius? Yeah, so how did the dermatologist go?
I got an injection in my head.
Okay, does it hurt?
No, not really. I'm just and she confirmed my head later on. But she said not to, to be careful in that area today. It'll be all right tomorrow. So I think it's a little sneaky, but it's okay. It wasn't too bad, though. I knew I was going to be right. But I didn't want it, but the spot is getting a little bit bigger. So we don't want it burnt, and I want to be ready for the wedding next. I'm going to have some hair for the wedding next year. So that being said, I'm going to go. I got to get that zit because I go every 4 weeks.
Okay.
So hopefully, the circumcision is a little bit improved. We'll see.
God willing.
And then Sunday, we're not going to we're going to reschedule Stacy and her family have lost people in their families from them. So condolences to them. So she said that we're going to reschedule it. Hopefully by she has to do it before the beginning of in January, beginning of February. So we're not going to do that this Sunday. Because she got her uncle passed, and then I think her cousin's aunt passed away too. So yeah, it's a death in the family, in her family. So.
Well, we hope send our wishes to her and her family. We hope that.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent. And okay, so how's Pop Pop?
He's doing good. He's in there looking at people.
Okay, is that his favorite pastime? Is that his favorite pastime? Yeah.
Yeah, they can take all the time. Yeah, we probably taking a nap. Nah, baby, take a nap. Then be up, then eat, go to sleep, go to the bathroom. Yeah.
Absolutely. Does he use a computer at all?
He's 99 years old.
No. I know. Hold on. No, I know. He never ever. I know. I figured.
Never ever use it.
Okay, that's that.
I'm 42.
I understand.
Now, we had a computer, but he never.
I understand. So my next question: has he ever used an iPad?
Rabbi, why would you ask a stupid question? I want you to answer like this.
Well, I think that it's something that you could give him a show that he likes.
He's not the
I mean, it's just.
He's not going to know.
No, that's. Miss Aquarius, I think you're overreacting.
I'm just telling you. I know my auntie gonna say no. I know.
What I'm saying
You don't
is,
know
what I'm
iPad?
what I'm saying is that you can watch television on an iPad. So I was going to ask, does he ever watch?
He doesn't look at you like he used to, Rabbi. This time of year, he doesn't look at things like this. He
Okay,
don't even look at football like he used to. You're probably looking at that like about 5 minutes. You're going in 5 minutes. Okay, friend, you look at things. You look at it for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, go in there. You got to tell that. Even baseball. I say goes for yeah, he loves baseball. But the second word segregation. See, that's it now. It's different now. He's getting older.
okay,
And I thought you look at it. You don't look at it like
okay,
you don't look at it.
okay. My next question is, what? I mean, I'm sure he's seen your iPad, right?
No, but he's not gonna look at stuff. He doesn't even look at. He doesn't.
Miss Aquarius, Miss Aquarius, Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius, Miss Aquarius. I'll ask you this. I'll ask you. I'll ask you my questions at another time because you're not getting what I'm asking. I'm just, I know he's 99 years old. My question is, Miss Aquarius, you just do you. You just do you. When you're in a better mood, talk to me. I can't even ask you my question. My question was just going to be, doesn't he think it's cool that there's this like invention? Okay. Okay. I mean,
he's gonna know one day and the next day he ain't gonna. Just like he doesn't know he's 99. He doesn't know the next time he ain't gonna know he's 99.
okay. When computers came out, he was like in his 70s, right?
Right.
And so he never even used one, right? Has he ever used one for anything? Oh, that's fascinating. That's really really interesting that like he's one of the last people really on earth who's never used a computer. That's fascinating. And he's never gonna need to. That's really cool. He's like oh, what's the phrase that they use? He's like from a bygone era. But he does use TV. Does he radio? Okay. Very interesting. Okay, so he still does TV, but kind of one of those things. He likes football, not so much baseball. Okay. Does he like anything? Does he like basketball?
I don't know if you ever get basketball.
Okay.
We're just putting anything on that. He doesn't look at people like he doesn't read stuff like he used to. I know my friend was like, she said to go, whenever we go to college, so we're going to have to really do it. He needs something because he be bored. Sometimes he be sleepy. He's getting older. He's not like he used to read and stuff like that faithfully. He doesn't do that now. Stuff has changed now. His body and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, no, I get you. I don't want you to think I was suggesting.
I want him to like
And I don't want you to think I was suggesting you should use a computer or an iPad. I was trying to get to the question. Wait, right.
So we used to have and we used to be out there getting his age or something. Now when we have the phone, we go ring. Here go. He doesn't know. He doesn't push the button. Here, just pick it up and they come out. He doesn't know to push the button.
Okay.
That has changed.
Yeah. No, I get you.
That has changed.
So he did have a cell phone.
I know he's not going to push it.
No. That's not what I was going for. getting to the point that so he's a person who has never used any of that stuff. Uh, that's that's
Okay, now, G.
that's really rare.
But we really didn't do, I didn't really do no computer until I was young. I wouldn't even get a computer until like in the 90s.
Well, that was everybody's experience. I mean, really, unless you were like, unless you were like,
like 8th grade, 9th grade.
okay, yeah, unless you were a programmer, you weren't using it before the 90s, basically.
All right.
Oh, okay, so
Yeah, 'cause we didn't really have social media like that back in the day. You should know that we didn't. Well, we didn't.
I know.
We started
The
real
launch.
young, but
Oh,
we didn't have
Miss Aquarius,
Black Planet and MySpace.
Miss Aquarius, we're one
We
year.
didn't have TikTok.
We're 1 year apart. What do you mean in my days?
I don't know. You wouldn't be 30, right? You 30 something.
I turned 40 in 20 days.
So you know what I mean? Yeah, we didn't have, but I'm glad that we just had got into the color because my cousin is like 50, 49 years old. She'll be 50 next year. So they had black and white. You're my best friend. They had black and white. They had black and white TV. Just when I got into when I got here born and I got into the 90s, they just started having color TV.
Okay.
Just started.
All right. Well, now you said that your Papa does not have a cell phone anymore, and I understand, but he did have a flip phone, but he just couldn't get that one going. Okay. Yeah. Totally makes sense. Yeah. Wow. He is just. Oh yeah, no, I imagine that.
Take me to work every day.
I imagine that. Well, wow, he's really unique. Never had to use a computer or any of that other stuff. And yeah, wow, that's really interesting. Okay, well, I'm glad that he's doing better, and I hope things go well with your head. That's something that we never want to happen. And oh, hey, I know you were in here. Yeah. Did they have to shave a lot of hair?
They didn't shave them. I have my alopecia. They had to give me injections in that spot where the hair is not really growing, and I'm like losing a little bit of hair. They had to just give me some injections. I have to get them injections. I don't know how long, but I have to get the hair and to see if the hair will really help the hair to grow a little bit more.
Okay.
My auntie had it before a long time ago. She said they helped her, so hopefully they helped me.
Yeah,
I didn't want to do it. I already knew I was going to have to don't get the last time, but then the girl said that I didn't need it, whatever. So that I already knew. That's why I said it's something. I already knew I was going to get an injection in my head. That was the next step anyway, because the girl said that the stuff I already got they gave me is already number one thing to use. So the next one was injection. So it wasn't that bad.
yeah, especially in your head. I knew you were in here earlier, and there were a bunch of people in here. Apologies, I was in a space, and
It's okay. It's all the back. Did they come back?
oh, those guys will come back. Yeah, we're growing with supporters. Oh yeah, you know how people are. We have over 600 people on the server. It's growing every day. We're about to approach 2,700. We might hit 2,700 tonight or this weekend. So that's good. And I in a month got 2,000 followers on Twitter, which is a lot. I mean, you know how hard it is to get people to follow you on Twitter. And I'm at like 2,100 right now. So that's really good. And I'm in this other Discord. it's got 8,000 people in it, and they made me my own channel because they know how much I stream in there. And so I get some interesting people from there into here. We had somebody in one of my other streams. He has 660,000 YouTube subscribers, which is just a huge amount. He was in the Discord earlier today, so that was cool. And I have this thing. I just have to complain for a second. I was in this really big space. There were 5,000 people in it. And I was talking to people about how to get a job. I've hired a lot of people in my career, and one of the best ways that you can do it is through a recruiting agency if you have either no experience or maybe not the right kind of experience. It allows you to get your feet wet. And so I was going into this, and the people they really liked what I was saying, and this guy kept interrupting me. And it was like my turn to talk, and I had to do everything I could to bite my tongue and not be mean, and just be like, okay, well, thank you for the information, and basically just I didn't say this, but I wanted to say, as I was saying, like basically I would say there's a website that of which you should all be aware. It's called Linktree. It's the like primary place where people put all their social media, and this other guy comes in and he's like, oh, well, what about links.co? And I'm like, nobody knows about that one. I'm basically telling people Coca-Cola, and he's telling somebody about, caffeine-free diet root beer. It's like nobody knows about that. Like they know about Coca-Cola. They trust Coca-Cola. So anyway, this guy bothered me, but I didn't let him get to me. And I've been up all night. And so if I'm a little snappy, I'm tired. I'm trying to stay up all day so that my hours get normalized. So we'll see how that goes. So if tonight, for one reason or another, I'm asleep, I'm trying to reverse cycle, but I'm doing my best to stay up. So, are you gonna take a nap?
Yeah, I'm gonna take a rest myself. It don't hurt. I don't wanna touch in that area. I just she gonna pick her hair tonight. I just put a blanket on my head. I don't feel like messing with it.
It's interesting because you really represent like the first piece of
What?
So it's okay. It's a rest. I know, but I don't like stuff. I had to get the girl to hold my hand. I said, no, I don't like me. So she's gonna have to go again with me up there again. And then, hello.
Welcome. What's up, Creepy Wheels? How are you? TGIF. Excellent. Oh, every day's a holiday. Every day's a feast. How did you find out about me? Someone invited you? Okay. Do you know how they found out about me? Where's that concept? Because it's actually a direction. Remember that talked about when Yaakov comes along. So remember, okay, well, do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the nation of a king, and everything in between. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother, Creepy Wheels?
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, that's essentially what my life is and has been for the last 4 years. So that gives you a pretty good idea of what I do. So I'm always... Well, I stream on YouTube and quite a few other platforms, and I'm really involved on Twitter Spaces. I haven't been here for 4 years. I have done a lot of IRL streaming, especially at the beginning of this project. However, once I started to get a Discord and started communicating with people, it became too difficult to manage a Discord while also live streaming in public. So I go to where the Wi-Fi is the strongest, and I've created a community in here of over 2,500 people. And we continue to grow every day and get to meet really nice individuals such as yourself. Absolutely. What do you like to do? What are your hobbies? What are your hobbies? What are your favorite things?
I'm sorry, my friend is I'm just working 5 days a week.
So Bathsheba,
I can support.
literally tied Shlomo to a post
Excellent.
and was ready to
Are you in? Are you
That shows you
are you into gaming or NFTs, crypto, anything like that?
She tied him to it now. She wasn't really going to flog him.
Just small gaming.
Okay, what games do you like?
She said,
It's most,
she said, what are you doing, my son?
Milsing?
The son of my womb,
Yeah,
the son of
Milsing
my
is very
vow.
similar.
What are you doing?
Oh, okay, like Call of Duty.
Call of Duty.
Okay. What about Counter-Strike? Okay. Do you like Counter-Strike?
Yeah, it was way back
Yeah.
started.
You know what people are going to say?
It got me hooked up.
Excellent. What about not just Counter-Strike, but Rainbow Six?
Yeah, it's every corner of those games is like fun with playing online with friends or strangers.
Most certainly. What are the other military sim games that are out there that you like?
Yeah, it's been ordinary torture for me. But I haven't came in for a couple of months because, you don't feel like it just sometimes you don't take a pause and you don't know how long the pause is going to take you. You just sit around and watch other players.
Absolutely. And do you play on Steam?
But didn't hear that.
Sure. Do you play on Steam or do you play on console? What do you like? On what do you like to play?
Yeah, I'm sitting at the PC. So, computer, so just gaming on the computer. So, I don't have any console. It's sitting with the.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning.
Keyboard and
See everyone back in person.
mouse. It's
stuff shows the influence of this TV showing your coverage. Against those boxes and see what's left right. It's measures to learn together. So also we have an incredible time ahead of us today. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors today. Our annual commentary.
All right. And are there any games that are coming out that for which you're excited?
America's continued health of his mother, Arena Masculine. We hope that the marriage she together with multiple ladies will have completed during the fall and 12 mission years Hashem. Right, we have all the missions and come to the families. Just bring back the rest of our hostages and all the soldiers should be successful. All in our say. Firstly, that we have an incredible daf today. Today's daf is Ayin 70. We are taking up at the Mishnah on Ayin 70. Name is we'll say Ben Sora Mora. But what on define is a Ben Sora Mora?
And are you? Are you someone who only enjoys military sim games, or do you like games like Grand Theft Auto?
When he goes and he eats a tartimar, now we'll discuss exactly how much a tartimar is. But when he eats a tartimar of meat and he drinks a half lug of Italian wine, fascinating. That Eretz Yisrael wine, not French wine, Italian wine. One second, for the wine connoisseurs. So say so. First of all, take a look at Rashi. Rashi says I'm ready to do a yaina Italian. Italian wine is the best. Not for a bento or a mora, right? So Italian wine is the best. He said, the entire issue of the Torah and Mora is not really what he has done pleasantly, but what we are concerned he is going to become. So part of that is developing certain appetites that he's going to get addicted to. So the Mishnah works under the assumption, this is quite fascinating. What do people get addicted to? People get addicted to really good things. Generally, it's interesting. You don't find people getting addicted to mediocre things. They get addicted to things that provide a hub. So the idea over here is he's only chayiv if he steals money, which is very high end wine. So in the Mishnah's time, the high end wine came out of Italy. It was Italian wine. So if he went ahead and stole money to purchase other kinds of wine, it was an issue.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You too, Creepy Wheels. Pleasure to meet you, my friend. You're welcome anytime.
He said, rather again, a meat, and not the half a lug of wine, rather again, a whole lug of wine. Okay? So that's let's say he stole the money.
I like him.
Went ahead
I like
the wine. Right? So bought the meat.
I like Hello Kitty. Okay, cool. I'm looking.
And he ate it, for example, in a meal that was a mitzvah. For example,
Okay.
this, for example, Ibra Chodesh. So but again, when they decide to go ahead
everybody's doing it.
Make the month, right? Make the month a full month of 30 days.
Okay, so you're gonna make that your avatar?
Or Alcohol Meister Sheni Yerushalayim. Alcohol Nevelim Treifos Shkatzim B'Ramasim. In that matter, he ate non-kosher.
Yeah, I like that. All right. I like the second to last one and the third one. That one? Yeah, and the third one. No. Oh, apologies. No, the fourth one. I think you should. Yeah, I think you should do the second. I think you should do the second to last one if you want people to know it's Hello Kitty.
So first,
Yeah.
how much?
But there you go. I think that's a win.
How much meat?
You're welcome. I really like your choice. I really like your current one too. So don't think I don't like that.
If he consumes the stolen meat or stolen wine,
Absolutely. I understand.
What happens if the Zohar or stole money?
I'll tell you when it changes.
I don't know.
Did you change it?
Right? Anything else, but not meat. Or Shasa Command, or for that matter, again, he purchased the drink. But he bought beer.
Look at you. You're smart.
Aino Nasa Ben Sora Mora. Torah says he does not because of Sora Mora. No, he steals money and he uses that money not.
Are you doing this on Are you doing this on an iPad? Are you doing this on an iPad? Wow, it runs really nicely. Yeah.
Pasuk says, sold out, sold out. So this is the pasuk from Torah, right?
All right. I see it changed there.
Literally, again, he's a lot.
Oh, it changed already.
Right?
Now you're pink. I like it. I like it. Look cute. Yeah, and people can tell. People can tell what it is.
How do you know that?
Exactly. Have you ever heard Hello Kitty talk?
Don't be a
You know.
guzzler of wine.
That's part of
Don't be again.
she does have a voice to my knowledge. It's part of her mystique.
Incredible. Now let's analyze. So I'm going to says, Tartima is a mountain.
Exactly, that's what makes her, like, in my opinion, super cool. Do you know she's the number one cartoon character in the world, bigger than Mickey Mouse?
It is a Tartima. So come to the Gemara and says, Rabbi Zera says, I don't know how much is a Tartima. What is
I
that?
just think that's fascinating. How could you be bigger than Mickey Mouse? But she is.
So what we can extrapolate is as follows. Rabbi Yossi argues in the Tanakama. Now it appears, based on the wine measurements, that Rabbi Yossi Tanakama says,
Hey, do you do boo-boos?
a half a mug of wine. Rabbi Yossi says, one of meat and one load of water. The fact that he doubles the wine measurements, the Pash just means that what? He doubles the meat measurements as well. And therefore, what's a tartimar?
Yeah,
Half.
they're like the big thing. They're like, you remember Furbies?
Right, I saw a half a month. So that's not what it is. Rabbi Yossi Tanakama.
No, you won't. But they remind me of the Furby craze. Like, everybody's got their, gotta get a little boo-boo.
A chabula, before the tafiloni in the morning.
Oh my God, this girl got she got some glasses, she got a boo on it, she got ornaments, they got a boo
just to
she got
give
some
and take
boo on
of
her,
the Gemara.
but she said
So just not mention it because it
but now she's started fascinated by it stuff too, just like the kids. I'm like, girl,
stages of the
I
Gemara
would be
just
like,
understand
boo in that house.
so understand that the
Right.
Gemara even just mark it up from your Gemara so you see in the end. That's just the unit.
I remember when I never had a Furby, but I knew some people who did.
Next.
And that it would like learn, like, I don't know, it was like very early, like robotics, if you remember. Like it could talk to you and it would like know different things to say, and its eyes would move. And I always thought that was these are craze or whatever you want to call it. And it's like winter 2025. Labubu is the new Tickle Me Elmo or the new Beanie Baby or the new Furby, whatever you want to call it.
Going ahead and you're purchasing the meat at a discount and purchasing the wine at a discount. This is fascinating. In other words, this is what I say. You can't become a Ben Sora Umora if you pay retail. Right? If you pay retail, you might not Ben Sora Umora. Right? So you only have local Ben Sora Umora if you get it at a discount. Now, what's the pshat with that? Take a look at Rashi. Yain Bizol. About Yokelo Shlichi Lemos, Lignos to the Hadalor. Remember again, let's work backwards because we've already seen this, but we'll see more specifically today. Why is a Ben Sora Umora executed? Why we execute? Why is he executed? Because we are nervous that someone who has developed these type of appetites when he's young is going to become addicted to sustaining this type of lifestyle and is not going to have the necessary funds to sustain constant consumption of meat and wine. And what's going to happen? He's going to rob, he's going to steal, and he's going to become a community danger. So the idea over here is, it only works if you see him developing the behaviors that would lead us to that tragic conclusion. So in other words, if he's already able to figure out how to get wine, good wine, good wine cheaply, good meat cheaply, that means that there's like a particular addiction going on over there. And that's what gives rise to this concern. Once they get ready for this. Furthermore, he's only having raw meat and drinks undiluted wine. Now the Gemara says, 1 second, you need really raw meat, undiluted wine? That's not true. It's not true. That's talking about saying he eats raw meat and he drinks undiluted wine. It's not normal. It's not normal to eat raw meat. So the Gemara says, no. Yayin chai is mazuk v'lo mazuk. No, undiluted wine doesn't mean mazuk. Rather, what does it mean?
That sounds
it means that it's not fully diluted.
better.
He uses a lower dilution. Right, so the wine is stronger. That's the chai. Right? What does it mean, basar chai? This is incredible. What does it mean, raw meat? Raw meat doesn't mean more raw meat, rather, what does it mean? Bashil v'lo bashil. It means cooked, but not really cooked. Kibasar kiba da'achlo ganfi. Like the type of seared meat that thieves eat. Now look at Rashi. Rashi almost right across. Plus, Rakiva the Achol Gandhi. Kavya v'gecholim v'kavasi be'irevin v'nich what was that? What's fascinating? How did thieves eat their meat? How do they eat their meat? Right? They seared it. They seared it on the outside. And it was rare on the inside. By the way, I feel very vindicated because I get a very hard time for eating everything very, very, very well done. But you see, all I am is a halachic Jew. That's all. That's all. Apparently, okay, just the rest of the chevra who eats stuff red, right? And it's seared on the outside, it's seared on the inside. You need to do a cheshbon nefesh. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, right? Again, clearly, that's how thieves eat their meat. Pan-seared steak, mamish a meichel of ganovim. Okay? That's a mic drop. That's a mic drop right there. Okay. So if you get that in the shop of the Dario, right? He was as well. Rabbi Yossi, come and buy it. So again, one second. So all of these also remember, what we're looking for over here, if you notice, are interesting behaviors. That's what we're looking for over here. There are markers that are here. So already, like again, all kidding aside, in the Gemara, what did this represent? Thieves, right? One of the luxuries that thieves don't have is relaxation, right? They're on the move, they're on the run, always looking for the next mark, everything else like that. So that's why, in all seriousness, they just sear the meat and then they go ahead and they eat it. So when we see someone from a young age exhibiting these types of behaviors, it becomes the marker for us. It becomes the danger sign that something is up. And again, unfortunately, this child is on a terrible, almost irreversible path. Gemara goes like that. This is fascinating. So Rabbi Yossi said as follows. Both of them said, if the Sormar eats salted meat, or he drinks wine from the press, that doesn't make you a Ben Sormar. Now, this is very interesting. Salted meat was considered to be inferior, and therefore, interestingly enough, from that Torah's perspective, non-habit forming. Wine right off the press is inferior, and therefore, again, non-habit forming. So therefore, if you have a boy who steals money from his parents and uses that money to buy salted meat, or to go to buy wine right off the press, again, that does not make him into a Ben Sorah or more. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi's right across. They're not important. They're not chashuv. Therefore, ultimately, again, they're not habits forming. They're not habits forming. Just say such a right. Okay, we'll come back to that in just a little bit. The Gemara goes right there. The Gemara says, "Turn hustle." Now, obviously, the shaila is going to be, what's the definition of salted meat and what of wine right from the press? Okay, so that's our next little business. So we'll say this is a fascinating halacha. It's not hustle. All part of our sugya. Erev Tishbav. So on Erev Tishbav, we'll say Sudim of Sekes, right? Remember again, we should always recognize in halacha, 2 times a year you have Sudim of Sekes, right? 2 times a year. One before Tishbav, one before Yom Kippur, but of course, they are worlds apart, right? They're worlds apart. The Sudim of Sekes before Yom Kippur is a Yom Tov Suda. It's Mamish Yom Tov Suda. Right? It is a celebratory Suda, excited for the cleansing and the tshuva that's about to come. Like, it's interesting. Even though when you talk about Yom Kippur, like you have like butterflies in your stomach, like excited for that. So it is almost double. Excited for that upcoming opportunity to manage cleanse ourselves. Conversely, Erev Tisha B'Av, Sudim of Sekes, is a morning meal, right? And with M-O-U-R, right? A mournful meal. That is not a celebratory meal, but ultimately, again, that is a meal that kind of already puts us in. There are restrictions on that meal. So therefore, the Gemara says, Erev Tisha B'Av, lo yochel adam shnei tavshilin. A person should not eat 2 cooked foods. At the Sudim of Sekes, you can't have 2 different cooked foods. Lo yochel basar lo yishteh yayin. You can't eat meat and you can't drink wine. Listen to this. Listen to this. Ochelu basar maliach v'shosi yayin gito. Wow. What can you eat on Erev Tisha B'Av? Salted meat. You want to have beef jerky at your Sudim of Sekes? You can. Interestingly enough, you could have salted meat. You could have salted meat, and you could have wine. If there's any left in the belt, right? So you could have salted meat, and you could go ahead and you could drink wine right from the press. Now, before we go, what does that show you? That shows that these items don't even have the identity of meat or identity of wine. That's serious. Essentially, Mamish means that it's not basar and it's not yayin. So the Gemara says, So you people. Basar Maliach, so it's not obviously we have to get definitionally what are these things. So Basar Maliach had Kama. Shavuot says it's interesting. Obviously, it can't mean that a person puts some salt on their meat and suddenly again that's salted meat. What in other words, when we speak about salted meat, what are we talking about? We're talking about meat that is packed in salt. So how long does meat have to be salted for so that it loses its identity as basar and becomes basar maliach? So the Gemara says as follows. Basar maliach ad kama. So as long as it's like shlamim, what does that mean? For shlamim consumption is 2 days and 1 night. So essentially, once you've salted meat for 2 days and 1 night, that's called salted meat. And then he loses its identity as meat. When he loses its identity as meat, if you eat it, deflations. Right? I don't know, just to be clear, right? You're going to deflations. But the idea is for other halachos that concern basar, it's not basar. So if a Ben Sorah Morav steals money and purchases that kind of salted meat, he's not chayiv. You want to eat that meat on Erev Tisha B'Av, you can eat that meat even on Erev Tisha B'Av. So that seems so. If you look at Rashi says there, calls Mashu Kishlamim, Shelo Over Alav Zman Achila Shlamim, Shnei Yom V'Layla Echad, Adai Belich L'chusahu, V'lo Ikri Maliach. So this is the idea. The window of shlamim is our metric. If you eat shlamim for 2 days and 1 night, so saltu again, if you leave the meat salted 2 days and 1 night, then it's salted meat. And again, that's more is not going to be chayiv for it. And halach l'maisa, you can eat it even on Erev Tisha B'Av. So the Gemara says, what about wine? Well, up to what point in time is wine called wine to the best? Unless you understand. Remember, fresh wine was inferior. Aged wine is good wine. So when is wine considered to be what we call wine from the press, i.e. fresh wine? That's inferior. When it's, the Gemara says, ad kama, kol koses. When it's fermented. Koses means fermented. Rashi points out over here, the way you know that wine is fermenting is like a strip of froth. So when it's frothing, that means that the wine is fermenting. That's the idea. Therefore, I'll say again, for our purpose, so that's the case. So just because of the second, therefore, what we are establishing over here is that a Ben Sorah Morav is chayiv for stealing money and purchasing wine and meat. It's established already from the Prophet. Machlokes, how much he has to steal, how much wine, how much meat. And now, definitionally, wine means good wine. Good wine. The Mishnah called it Italian wine, but right now the Gemara is just saying it's got to be wine. Wine, for our purposes, means it's not fermenting. It's not fermenting. Furthermore, meat means non-salted meat. What's the definition of salted meat? Although when I say any meat that is sat in salt for at least 2 days and 1 night. Incredible. Let's go back to that time. So the Gemara says, we learned Yain process that fermenting wine is not subject to the halacha of Jibli. Remember in the halacha of Jibli, the halacha says that if you leave liquids open overnight, you're not allowed to drink it. What are we concerned about? What is we concerned about? Snake venom. Now, it's turned out, we know this Rothschild brings down that today many people are not doing this. Right? They leave a drink out overnight, they leave a cup of water out, overnight. But we're not going to drink it the next day. So the verse says, that's because again, we live in locales where that's why I gave this one about. In any event, the point over here is frothing, fermenting wine is not subject to the halacha of uncovered liquids. Apparently, snakes don't come next to fermenting wine. The Gamba Tisisa. So, how long does that process last for? 3 days. So apparently, for the first 3 days after the wine is first treated, after it's pressed, it's still in a state of fermentation. And therefore, again, Allah myself, there's no issue of people. So what's this? Interesting enough, the reason we might be this up over here is beforehand we said that the definition of fermenting wine is as long as it's frothing. Here it says if you have a consciousness, it sounds like the wine froths for even longer than 3 days. So what's the halacha about that short mark? What kind of wine is chayiv for stealing? Hachamai. So the says Hasan Mishum calls Mamim Nami is basic. So ultimately again, when it comes to let's say for example Tisha B'Av, right? So when it comes to Tisha B'Av, remember again it's a din in Simcha. So therefore again, as long as the meat is like shlomo, i.e. it's been salted for less than 2 days, in one night, then it's considered to be meat, and there's going to be an element of simcha. Half of Mishum and Shuchi, by then Sora Mara will say, it's not a din in simcha. What is it in din? What is it in din? Addiction. That's the developing. I hesitate to use that word addiction. That word is very decent, but we'll use it now. We're worried about him being drawn into a particular lifestyle. So the Gemara says, Mishum Shuchiru, or Bechol Shu, Monam Shu. In order for the Ben Sora Mara to be a fear of addiction to the high life, so ultimately, again, it has to be something of really high quality. So even if halacha is salted for less time, it could still be that would not be a din, or that would not be subject ultimately again to Ben Sora or Mora. The yayin ad yom, but for wine up to 40 days. So up to 40 days after it's been pressed, it's still considered to be fermenting, and therefore halacha l'maisa, the Ben Sora Mora would not be chayav for that. And I will say that it happens to be, it appears from the Gemara, that halacha l'maisa, that what we for Ben Sora or Mora, we adopt the Shana metric. So if it's salted meat, and the definition of salted being 2 days and 1 night, if he steals money and purchases that meat, he's not going to be chayav. He's only chayav when he purchases what we'll call fresh meat. With wine, same idea. Only chayav for wine if it's not fermenting. What's the definition of not fermenting? It's not bubbling, it's not frothing. But but if it's still frothing, again, it's not going to be chayav. Incredible. We'll say beautiful Gemara. I'm not kind of Lodivra ba'olam. Lodivra yain ba'olam. Why did Hashem to eat wine? Right, we'll say it's a good shayla. Wine, it's interesting by the way. Wine is fascinating. Why? Because on one hand, there's no life cycle event without wine. Right? A bismillah has wine. A chuppah has wine. Right? We're going to see a levaya has wine. Everything has wine. Yet we see that Chazal say that wine can get you into so much trouble. So what's the pshat? Why did the Rebbe Shalom really create wine? So you know, incredible Gemara. Hashem created wine. El Menachim Avelim or L'Shalim Schal Rishon. Hashem created wine really for 2 primary purposes. Number 1, to give comfort to mourners. I was saying, what is this? Remember again, you remember the second of my time. Remember again, we learned that when the Avelim would come back after the funeral, what would they get? They would get a big glass of wine. A big glass of wine, they were encouraged to drink the entire thing. Why? You understand why. What did it do? It took the edge off. It took the edge off a little bit. It didn't take away the pain, but ultimately, again, it went ahead and sued. It was there's a tremendous mental consequence of this. What does this mean? So you're going to give you a cup of wine. What does it do for them? There are 2 different types of problems. There are some problems you can solve, and there are some problems that you can fix. And then there are other problems that you cannot solve and you cannot fix, and they are just what they are. And what you need to figure out ultimately is how to lean into it, is how to embrace it, is how to just own it and say, okay, this is my life. These are my circumstances. No matter what I do, they're not going to change. Let me take a life deep breath, bend my shoulder, lean into it, and somehow make something great out of these circumstances. That is the point of that cup of wine. That cup of wine is the forced deep breath. When you have a glass, what happens when you have a glass of wine? What happens if you have 3 glasses of wine? I'm getting the blank looks over here, right? What happens is 2 is super, right? 2 is super, right? But 3 glasses of wine. Suddenly, you know what? Problems don't look. I'm not foolish. My problems are still there. We at least 6 glasses of wine have no problems, right? With 3, right? I know my problem. But you know what? Okay. I'll handle it. When, how, what? I don't know. What I know, I got this. The stuff that looks impossible before the glass of wine now looks possible with the glass of wine. I will say it's such a so why did we start with wine? Hashem created wine to help us take that collective deep breath, or that personal deep breath, able to say, okay, I just lost someone that I love. My life is forever different. It will never be the same. But somehow, some way, I will get this together and move myself forward. That's the soul of one says. Furthermore, the shine is color shine. I would say, but again, without the wine, also that also simplifies. Life's problems in two buckets. The ones you solve, the ones you can't. The ones you can't. The ones you solve, roll up your sleeves and create a solution. The ones you can't, the ones you can't, lean into it, embrace it, accept it, and navigate that new reality. So again, furthermore, wine was also created for Rothschild. Rothschild was what does this mean? Even the greatest of Rothschild, right? Even the most wicked person does mitzvahs, does things that are good, right? And halacha l'maisa deserves reward for it. How does he get his reward for it? Good bottle of wine. Good bottle of wine. Right? That's the reward for his shine, and therefore they get their reward in this world. In judgment, that brings them to the next world. Shneimar, Tinu Shecha La'ovei Nefesh, outside. Tinu Shecha La'ovei, the Yayin Lamari Nefesh. This is again given intoxicating beverage. La'ovei to one who is lost, which pretty much understand will give it to the Rasha, and give wine to those who are bitter of soul. Rabbi spoke, Might have said, Akir Yayin Piyas Adam. What does it mean when it says the pasuk? Al Kira Yayin Shemad B'Neim Shal Sham Ba'Olam Hazeh Umal B'Neim Olam Haba. So be careful with wine, because what does wine do? Wine makes the face of the Rishayim red, right? When you drink a little bit, so you get a little bit flushed. So the Rishayim get red, they get flushed with the enjoyment of this world, that they will be pale in the world to come. Meaning again, so enjoy it, Rishayim, right? Enjoy the wine and enjoy whatever's coming to you in this world, because know that judgment awaits you in the world to come. Rabbi Amar Alteri Yain Tziyis Adam, Alteri Yain Shachari Sodom. Be careful with wine. Be careful with wine, because we'll say sometimes too much consumption of wine can lead to blood, meaning can lead to certain deleterious results. The panoramic sieve shows a kind of contrast of each. On the one hand, it says Tirosh, it says Tirash, Vikarinon Tirosh. So it's quoting over here. It's quoting over here from the pasuk of these are the brachas. These are the brachas of Yitzchak, Rabbi, with Yaakov. V'yikin l'cha Elokim, again, it says about the Shabbos. V'yikin l'cha Elokim, v'kalashayim v'yishmani haaretz, v'rov zagon v'sirosh. So what's that? Sirosh means grapes. What the Gemara is pointing out over here is it's written with chasar, it's written without the vav. So it can be read as tirash, right? It could be looked right, you see it as tirash, but yet we read it as tirosh. So we'll say, what's the difference? Listen to this. Zacha na'aseh rosh. Lo zacha na'aseh rosh. So we'll say alcohol, right? Alcohol could be used in one of the ways. Alcohol could be used as a mechanism of profound personalistic debasement. Like any person can engage in all type of terrible behaviors, or sometimes we'll say, sometimes what wine has the ability to do is it lowers our guard a little bit, lowers some of those inhibitions, and the real me is able to come out in a good way. As we'll say, sometimes whether we recognize it or not, we're so guarded about the holiness that we possess. I don't, so we put up walls. The injustice is so much. We put up walls around our neshama, and those walls we block ourselves from fully spiritually self-actualizing. And sometimes a little bit of wine comes in. The walls come down, and my real neshama is able to come out. So interesting, the same thing. Wine can either be rash means like a papa, like a nothing. For some people, wine unlocks debasement, and for other people, rosh, like a rosh, like a head. A little bit of wine can lower those walls and allow me to finally access my neshama. Incredible. Rabbi said, Yismach or Yishmach, Vikarinon Yismach. So again, what it was, wine makes the heart happy. So again, it's not vocalized. It's Yishmach or Yismach. So the Gemara says, Zacha the sample. The person is righteous, and ultimately again, wine will go ahead and cause the person much joy. Lo Zacha, if I'm not the person is not so bad, Yishamamei. Wine can destroy. So he'll say, the whole chap of wine, without wine, he'll say, anyone could project an image of personal power. What does wine do? Wine gets out the inner you. And then it'll say, then when that inner me comes out, that's when the truth comes out. The shaila is, who am I really on the inside? Am Russia has to show masquerading as a tzaddik, or perhaps again a mediocre guy, or I should say I'm a tzaddik masquerading as a mediocre guy. And ultimately a little bit fun is able to show what is really on the inside of the individual. Incredible. Rabbi said wine and nice smells, like aromatic smells, made me very smart. So Rabbi would say this like this, that a little bit of wine helped me to access a lot of my inner kedusha, and what's going to get a sense of smell is also linked directly to the neshama. Right? Because remember in the Shemkei of the Kabbalah, Paul says, "Vayipach ba'apav Hashem blew life into the nostrils of Adam." So the sense of smell is directly connected with the neshama. Which is why Matzah Shabbos we have the summit, right? Why we have the summit, that's why something has to be custom to smell the summit on Erev Shabbos as well. All of that unlocked through the neshama. Incredible. By the way, it's interesting. Rabbi says that it's wine and sense that made me smart. What about like learning? Like, I came to Shir, I went to Yeshiva, I went to this. So it's like what you see from Rabbi is something very interesting. That so much of self-actualization is not just about the information you learn, but it's your ability to access your insights, right? So often in life what we do is we're walled off to who we are on the inside. So I spend a lot of time like on external things. I dabble a lot, I learn a lot, but then I wonder like, doesn't it have the full impact on you? And the answer is very simple. If you're not in touch with your inner self, you can't fully self. You have to know your neshama. You have to be connected to your neshama. You have to understand who I really am on the inside. That's why Rabbi says, you're right, of course I learned about the Torah. Of course I learned about the Torah. But in addition to all the Torah, Rabbi says, I also knew who I was on the inside. That's what wine and the sun represent. I know I'm in touch with my inner self. I'm in touch with who and what I am. About what's working, what's not working, what's whole, what's broken. And because of that, because I'm in touch with my inner self, I'm able to become the best version of me. Incredible. Mike says, what's the meaning of the Hosea? Lemi Avi, Lemi Avoy, Lemi Madone, Lemi Sia, Lemi Bitsantino, Lemi Chachulilos Inayim, Lema'achim Alayim, Lebayim Nachum Masa. That's the interpretive passage there. So this passage that was putting over here is from Mishlei. And essentially what Shlomo is lamenting over here, by the way, is overindulgence in wine. Overindulgence in wine. So the Gemara says as follows. Ultimately, however you interpret this passage, what the Pasuk essentially is saying is, right? Who's going to ask to say whoa? Who's going to say, all right? Who's going to say I? Who's going to say vavoy? Right? So ultimately, who are the people who overindulge? The Pasuk is, those who spend too much time with wine. Remember, again, Shlomo understood this firsthand. Shlomo has everything. Shlomo also understood, and we're getting to this more, about the destructive nature of overindulgence. So the Gemara says, you can dash in this pasuk from the beginning to the end, from the end to the beginning, it's the same drasha. Garash Ovei Tulila. Yud Gimel Vav. So what's it? Right? So, sorry, Garash over Tulila. So a certain guy who lived in the Galil, dashed in the following idea. Interestingly enough, he's anonymous. It's quite fascinating. But he dashed in, he made the following drasha. What was his drasha? Listen to this. This is fascinating. Yud Gimel Vavim Nemu B'Yayin. There are 13 vavs that are said in conjunction with wine. Now, what does it mean in conjunction with wine? Let's remember again. The first time we have mention of wine is where? It's where? Noah. So 13 vavs in the section of Noah with wine. If you look at Rashi is over here. Yud Gimel Vavim Lashon Vai Vai. So what does that mean? Now, Vav, remember, Vav often represents Vai. Vai means, whose translation of Vai is Vai. Right? Vai means so what the student Galilean was saying was, it's interesting that there's a lot of ice, a lot of wolves an exception concerning wine by Noah. So you must listen to this. Now we are here they are. Two bulbs right there. Again, you count as you go along. So Vayichal, Vayesh. So again, Noach got off the table. The first thing he did was he planted a vineyard. Right? Vayera or Vayar Chama Dikinan as Erbas Aviv. Vayageh B'Shtein Echad B'Chutz. Right? So Cham. So remember again, Noach gets drunk, falls asleep. He's naked, or at least in some shape of disrobedness. Cham sees his father in the state, comes and sees the other brothers. Vayikach, another vav. Shem, Vayachs, another vav. Esa Simba, Vayasimu, another vav. Al Shechem Shnei. So Cham does nothing. Right? All actually does something. So Shem and Yafas come, they walk in backwards, they cover up their father. Vayach, another vav. Achalis, Vayachas, another vav. Esevas Avim, Upanem, another vav. Vayikach, Noach, another vav. Noach, something, fucking wine. Vayez, another vav. Eis Asher Asam Abinach. So this is the story of one of his son, just sees his father. Anything calls his brothers. Shem Yafas come and they cover up their father in his state of debasement. Noah wakes up and the pasuk says Noah knew what his son from his Rabbi. So Moses says, obviously it's interesting. Obviously, Cham did something to Noah. The issue is the pasuk doesn't say what Cham did to Noah. So there's not focus. Rabbi Chadamar Sirsu. One opinion says that Cham castrated his father. The Cham Amar Rabbi. Other opinion says that Cham went ahead and sodomized his father. Okay? You must remember one says that he castrated him, he touched a couple over Rabbi, kill over Rabbi. So the one says castrated, and why would Cham castrate his father? He didn't want his father having any more kids. 3 of us is enough, they didn't want any more kids. So therefore again, just like Cham went ahead and prevented his father from having a 4th son, so Noah cursed Ham's 4th son. Who was Ham's 4th son? Ham's 4th son of Osai was Cush. It was Cush. Right? Sorry, Cush died with the Canaan. Right? So Ham's 4th son was Cush, Mitzrayim, put Canaan. So just like Ham prevented Noah from having a 4th son, Noah cursed Ham's 4th son. The one says in the Salamite, Vayar, Sifacha Vayar Ham. Right? Canaan, as Erbas Avim, Vayar Osa Shechem ben Chamor. When Shechem abducted and violated Dinah. And again, there are both ideas. As I'll tell us that he violated her with Bia Shaloti Darka. So you must additional mandala says so Kilu Bervi. So ultimately again, so it makes sense. The one says that he castrated him, and rather than having a 4th son, it makes sense then that Noah cursed Ham's 4th son. Alamandamer Rivo Maishna Bervi. But according to the one who says, why did he curse his 4th son? Why not just curse his 1st son? To which the Gemara says, according to I think they sodomized him, both sodomized him and castrated him. Okay, no life lesson. Okay, Gemara says follows. So say, so what happens? So the pasuk says Noah profaned himself and he planted a vineyard. So again, so just to point out over here, the Rothschild over here is incredibly important. That a Rothschild Olam is bringing Noah to task for the first thing that he does in his world is to plant a vineyard. That's Rothschild Chulin. He profaned himself. I'm going to Noah, right? Noah. What are you doing? Why is the first thing that you're going to come into the vineyard? Shouldn't you be learning from Adam Arishon? Shalogaram lo elayayin. This is why. What caused Adam and Chava to make a mistake? It was wine. So the Gemara says, now one second, what does that mean? The man the Amar Osio Sha'afam and Adam Rishon Geffen. We're going to see, interestingly enough, that there is a fundamental machlokas. What type of tree did Adam and Chava eat from? Remember again, they eat from the 8th das Torah, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. What did they eat from? This is machlokas. The Tanya, Rayemer Omer, Osio Sha'afam Adam Rishon Geffen. So what's his first opinion? Rayemer says it was grapes. The forbidden fruit was grapes. So as such, Adam Rishon's sin was committed with grapes. So now Noach gets off the table, and what's the first thing that he plants? The first thing that he plants? Grapes. What's the matter with you? What are you doing? Did you not learn from Adam Rishon? Say, I'm a base. She'ain, Lekad Rabbi Shenebi Yulam Adam Adam Yain. And also interesting, the mayor says, now where does the mayor get this from? It's almost as if the mayor backs into this. The mayor says, there is nothing which brings misfortune upon a person like war. Obviously, I will say, there's two sides of the same coin. I see all we extol all of the greatness of war, the power of war, the beauty of war. But wherever you have the possibility for extreme kedusha, which is what wine has, you also have the power for extreme debasement. Which also, by the way, I just want to point out, I just want to cover over here, which is why it really is important, besides supporting the economy of Eretz Yisrael, to really drink Israeli wine. Really, again, we're living in a time where Eretz Yisrael has the most incredible and beautiful award-winning wines. It's absolutely, I don't have like shares in it. I just want to be clear. It's not a business thing. I thought we live in a time where Eretz Yisrael is producing beautiful and award-winning wines. There's another reason for it. Wine is dangerous. Wine is see for results. Wine is really dangerous. I think that one of the ways we help to offset that danger is making sure our wine is coming from a place of traditional power. So if I know at least the wine comes from Eretz Yisrael, it's more than a holy soil of Eretz Yisrael, I have absolutely no doubt. I don't know how it's true, but I know that it's true. But if wine comes from the holy soil of Eretz Yisrael, by definition, that wine has a tradition that other wines do not have. And therefore, by definition, I think one has the ability to utilize that wine in a much more public way than they can with any other type of wine. Okay, beautiful version of it. Any event, so the Gemara says false. The Gemara says, therefore, wine, right? Wine comes along, elegant. So therefore, again, that's why Kodesh Baruch Hu brings Noach to task. How can you go ahead? And be planting wine when other people are in trouble with wine? The Yudah says, no, it wasn't wine. What was it? It was wheat. The eighth, fascinating. The eighth das tovara was wheat. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean that wheat grew differently in Eden? Or just maybe eights was just more of like a description, not taken literally. But I like that Yudah says it was wheat. Interestingly enough, wheat, when a child begins, it's interesting, because wheat really represents like the first consumption of like solids. So when a child begins to consume solids, so again, there's a certain level of das that comes with that. And the Chayyim says, no, it was a pig. The Davish killed the revolt, miscreate. I will say why, because the very thing that they sinned with was the very thing that they covered themselves with. Shene'emar, vayitpelu alei te'ena. Remember, after Adam and Chava each when they eat das tovara, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, they recognize that they were naked. So what do? They cover themselves. The Chazal tells us elsewhere, none of the other trees wanted to give them their leaves because they sinned. The fig tree gave them the leaves because, again, that was the tree with which they went ahead and basically. Also, by the way, just fascinating, very much as to what Adam and Chava sinned with. Opinion number one, grapes. Opinion number two, wheat. Opinion number three, figs. Interestingly enough, what will you never find mentioned in Chazal? Apples. Apple, right? So where does that come from? Right? Because that Adam and Chava eat the apples. So we'll say it's an interesting connection. Remember by Yitzchak Avinu, when Yaakov comes along and comes in masquerading as his brother Esau. So remember, Yaakov comes in, Yitzchak thinks that it's Esau, and remember what are the words that Yitzchak uses? He says, the scent of my son is like the scent of the field. Rashi Yaakov says, scent of the field. When somebody's murdering and torturing animals, they stink. What does that mean? So no, he says, Yitzchak Avinu was referring to Reach Sagas was Gan. And Rashi Kodesh quotes Medrash that says, what's the Reach of Gan Eden? And Eden smells to stay hapuchim. And Eden has the scent of an apple orchard. So that's the scent of Gan Eden. Rashi quotes that. So somehow, again, and that's a fact. So I guess somehow it evolved that because Gan Eden has the scent of an apple orchard, so it became assumed that Allah Adam Chava ate from an apple. But Lamaisa, you see over here, there is no mandamar that says it was an apple. One of these in any event. So according to the opinion that says that Allah Lamaisa, it was grapes. The Shlomo takes Noach to task for going ahead and planting grapes. We'll say Masa Asher Yisarsu Imat. Okay, so let's get ready for this. These are the words of Lemuel. And Lemuel was chastised by his mother, right? King Lemuel was chastised by his mother. Even kings get chastised by their mother. So what is this? First of all, say, who is Lemuel? Right? He points out over here, Lemuel is Shlomo Melech. Lemuel, Maisa, must like the Shtarki. We'll say Lemuel is a action of two words, Shlomo, Kel. That all he was an attribute to the Shtarki. So get about this here in the schema. Shlomo Melech was rebuked by his mother. What did his mother say? Listen to this. I'm ready. I'm sure. So Bathsheba, remember again, so Shlomo's mother is Bathsheba. Bathsheba really tied Shlomo toes and was ready to flog him. That shows you how angry parents get with children, right? Everyone said this is an adult son. This is an adult son. She tied him to a bed. She wasn't really going to flog him because she wanted to put a little fear of God into him. So Bamrolo, she said to him, Marguerite, Umar Barditni, Umar Barditni. She said to him, what are you doing, my son? My Marguerite, my son, the son of my womb, son of my vow. What are you doing? So you must say, Marguerite, what was Bathsheba chastising Shlomo about? Everyone knows your father David HaMelech is such a big tzaddik. What's important to see? Shlomo was living the high life. Right? He's the son of the king. Right? He's the money. He's looking. He's got everything going for him. See, he's living a good life. And his mother is chastising him for too much overindulgence. And the first thing she says to him is, you know what people are going to say? Tell him it's a tzaddik. It must be that this side of Shlomo, that must come from the mother's side. That must come from the mother's side, right? So people are going to hinge all of your overindulgent parent behavior on me. Omar Bar Bibni and the son of my womb, all of your father's other wives, once they become pregnant, they no longer have relations with the king. From Chazal's perspective, so relations during pregnancy is healthy for the fetus. So Bathsheba said to their son, said to Shlomo, you know me, even after I was pregnant with you, I made sure to have relations with your father in order that you would be a healthy and vibrant child. That's interesting how a parent-child conversation, right? But Lamaisa again, she says, you see, I worked so hard for you, and this is what you give me back. And Bar Barbary, what's it to do? Stop, I'm reading the just stop over here. Stop over here, both sides. Again, we're fine. It's fine, by the way. The topping gets shorter, so we're gonna be fine. We're gonna go say, what's the rush? What's the rush? Just gotta come on one foot back to the all right, come on Zoom. Have a great day, everyone. Oh man, wait until I tell you the rest of it. It's scary. Even scary. Okay, good morning. So what he decided was Jensen was a young man. Today's daf. That's it. Is Sanhedrin daf Samach. We begin by thanking our sponsors. We thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors in the year 5785. The Tochim of Eretz Yisrael as a source for the Surah service for all of Am Yisrael, all of Klal Yisrael. We also thank our Dafyomi sponsors this morning, Mel and Karen Ram. We were with this Mel's father, Mordechai and Yitzchak. Have a really amazing family. We're going to begin the last of the days, and we begin with the 4 lines at the bottom, Liga, the Rabbi. Yesterday we mentioned the Gemara quotes Rav Kishta, who tells us another exception to the halachas of Ben Sora Umora. That is that the Ben Sora Umora cannot be a father. So, unfortunately, he says, Amar Kishta Katak Shaholid Ain Beno Nasa. Sorry, Katak Shaholid Ain Beno Nasa Ben. Just as halacha is, if a Katak gives birth, his child is automatically going to get a lifetime exemption from the halachas of Ben Sora. Why does the Pasuk the Ish that the son has to be born to an Ish? If the father of this Ben is not an Ish, then he's automatically going to be exempt from the halachas of Ben Sora. And the Gemara is going to spend the entire Amud today discussing whether or not a child can have a child. That's what we discussed in Gemara. Who is telling us that the
puzzle is trying to include the child of a child. He must have been of the opinion that a child can have a father. That part is Rabbi why. Rabbi can tell his Kasa ain't a mole. The child cannot give birth. Whenever Kasa in aim is going. Talking about the halacha of Gezel Hager. There's a halacha person and he is approached by the victim of the theft, and the person denies it. This is not true. I never stole it. They take the oath, they take the wood, they steal it, and then it turns out that he's right. This is right. Halacha is that you have to teach the person that parent turns to the public, and he has to read the Bible. Now the Bible says if he in alias law, if this person has already passed away, and he does not have anybody who is going to be an heir of his estate, halacha is then the payment goes to the child. The word is hold on. The pH, the other yourself in a girl. Doesn't have any relatives. Everybody's got some relatives. Even if you don't have that many relatives, you go back generation. Find somebody to relate to. How can someone say that there's a person who's not of a goal? How will the get like Garfield something that steals from the convert? And convert halachically is not going to have your family unless he gets married and goes to family. Now, the other is very clear in the concept that if aim law is goel, the is does not have anybody as a redeemer. Then the pasuk says is has to start law. If the person who you stole from was an ish, you have to start reviewing and use the goal is he has people who are relatives who could actually pick up the payment for him. They laugh or not. However, Katan, if the person who was stolen from is a child, he after locks or love do not have to start looking to see if the child has any relatives. Why the child is a convert, the Yadua, in Mozolan, it's obvious that the family members. Why? Because the child cannot father another child. Therefore, it's impossible to assume that this child convert has any relatives. Therefore, don't bother with them. Clearly, we see the Rabbis of the opinion that a child cannot father another child. Clearly, that in stark contrast, statistically, just because it's possible to you that a child has a child, that child is exempt from the entire concept of the Torah. Well, how do you compete against these? Rabbi asks the following question. It doesn't cost me this. My focus is Rashi never determined what's supposed to be done with Rashi. Rashi tells us to talk about a person who has an affair with a shipper. Shipper is a shipper who is considered to be halfway free and halfway still a maid servant because he's married to an Eved Ivri. Since he has an affair with her, that halacha is that person gets malchus but does not get visa. Husband says this, Haley, Ella is. I only know this halacha is true and prefer to leave out in it. But it's trying to be elected to royal Leviah. How do I know that a 9-year-old child, 9 years old, and one say who's technically able to engage in the Leviah? How do I know that this person is going to be doing the Martha? And the Lomar says this, the additional love in the word says this, that includes even a 9-year-old child. A 9-year-old child is possible to do in the concept of Leviah. And including the concept of Leviah, that means he has the physical ability to just perform the Leviah. He's able to perform the Leviah physically, and also be able to be Moshe Chazera. He gets to preach the Chazera. You can't that would be talking about the flaw in the Leviah. Saying that a 9-year-old child in one day can produce the Chazera, then obviously what can happen is what the father of child is actually years in the mode. Yes, he can't actually physically perform the Leviah, but it's not going to be strong enough to be able to do this. What is his life? Similar to grain that only grew 1/3, that did not grow 1/3. If you tell them to try to plant that, it's not good. Have a seed, have a kernel, try to plant it, it will grow. The same thing is true when it comes to the child. He will be able to perform the Bia, but the action of the Bia is not going to be strong enough to actually. Okay, so it's possible that Robert was correct. They learned another allusion to the idea, which is he loves this, he loves it. possible to take a person who eventually averages somebody and kills them. The other people is the hard guy, the Arma, kind of long. So this is kind of a play on words over here. If this deal's going with if the person can go, then he may be the Mazriah. He's able to cook his physical body production of the Sarah to Mazriah and can actually produce the semen. However, in cotton made Mazriah, a cotton, while yes, cannot be able to produce it, then that would be the process that yes, it can be body can produce it, but it cannot produce it and be Mazriah and actually strong enough to actually to see the child I'm gonna lay Rav, my master the high needs what you feel. Where do you find that this word nazi actually means to cook? Nazi seems to be a person looking in the pencil. Where do you see the word nazi means to cook? He says, he says, like Yaakov, yes, the pasuk actually the word beloved means 100. It's small. The word goes on. It says, and that's a question of this concept. Very small. Very small quote is followed. Then below again, when it comes to that sorrow, the only thing the kid can be is exclusively a bad, a son. He cannot be a father. Again, so here we have a Uziris to tell us a child, a Vetsora More, Vetsora More must be a man exclusively and not a father. Now hold on a second. Take it up. How is it possible that Vetsora More can't even be a father? Remember I mentioned the entire period that Vetsora More is that period of time between he starts to grow the hairs until it grows in. So if you're telling me that she became pregnant after he grew two hairs, and she gave birth before all those hairs grew in, well, that can be equal to time. Well, that happened. Pregnancy and birth to that. Well, the amount of time that there is for Sarah and Mora growing these 3 months, March will take 3 months, the initial phase of the kids grow, which will they grow in. Now, it's not so close to 3 months. It has to be that the child is going to actually be able to be a father, and they'll have to be excluded from that. Elola, what must be about? The Aver, the comic life of this woman became pregnant before the child was this little child. So already she gave birth, the child was conducted before the years to it. Now, parents if they are sons out of control, the Zola, the Soviet, the president, goes to the process, they have on a second, he's a father. The student becomes only relevant to someone who is a child. That's the case. When I said that the family at the moment, we must learn from the can indeed give birth to a half of the money we had left. No, incorrect. Well, hold on. The Albert Boston Dice we're talking about is that the woman became pregnant from this young boy after he brought the Sarah. So he's a gadol, already a gadol, he's a gadol, he has appeared. Now, the older women to give birth, like a normal person, she gave birth, many months after all those hairs completely grew in. Would it be costing to have the question of the that this entire period is 3 months? No, you misunderstood. Also, Bibi Omar, when Rabbi came and told us that Amrit Marava, they told him a Rabbi then, when you meant to say once you have to be a ben, so you can't be called the father. When is someone called the father? He's called the father as soon as the person who is pregnant is noticeably pregnant. People see a woman is pregnant and say, oh, she is the father of the child. There's a concept. Not people from the word that. Where does this child come from? Now, once they say, oh, it came from this person, oh, the father of the child, call the father, before the father, the child is actually born. So yeah, the time of the pregnancy takes place, the conception takes place after he grows from here. Now, when is the woman noticeably pregnant? There is no pregnancy. That's what you because what happens? You have to actually be noticeably pregnant. That will happen within those 3 months. Once that happens, those 3 months, that's what Kuchar Kubra will say, hold on a second. Oh, it's that person, that boy, that's a third Laura, that guy. Oh, well, not a man anymore. Okay, so in other words, it's going to work. It's going to work. It's possible that she can pregnant from him once he was already all the days of the third Laura are only 3 months. We didn't learn the 3-month period. We learned the period of 5 days. We're going to have to come and take some of those here. Mara says it's not a contradiction. You know what? You give him the best of both worlds. It gets stuck in Afghan production kit, all the years grew in, which is 2 months, then how long it is, what he's back. However, Mulligan production Afghan Hickett is very slow, 3 months fast, he's off the beach. He gets the whole rope from both sides, and he gets both. Decided to support me. Yaakov now talking to Major Avina. Yaakov from now talking to staff from Yaakov is Amar said the following is Major Avina by Yeshua. Said the following is Major Avina by Yeshua. Tani namu Major Christodai, learn from Christodai. Amar of Shatai, that your legislative that you first in your 7th month, Ain Ubra Nikar with Christodai. Sometimes get this not assume that there are 2 possible types of pregnancy. One pregnancy is a pregnancy, another pregnancy is a 7-month pregnancy. And not that when a woman gives birth in her 7th month pregnancy, rather than the type of pregnancy that finishes in 7 months. Whether or not this is consistent science or not, modern day science is above my pay grade. That's what tomorrow is going to be discussed over here. Now, if that's the case, if a woman who can complete her pregnancy in 7 months, how would you divide the trimesters? When will those trimesters happen? Typically, once 9. But in this case, after 7 months. So, when is her Uber going to be recognized? When will we be able to know she's pregnant? It must be, he says, the aim Uber Nicholas is not going to notice her pregnancy when it's only a third, which is going to be 2 months and a third of a month. 2 months over a week. But he's not tonight, over Nicholas. You'll tell me that she's pregnant after a split, after the way there, which is now, Lomali Gimel. Why do we have to wait 3 months? But this raven, the Tesla Sagi with 2 months and a third, that should be enough. In other words, it's enough for her to and it's noticeable. In other words, he gets told this as a potential bachelor in Laura. Look at this woman. If she's not pregnant, you say, okay, you're eligible. If she is pregnant, then you won't be eligible. But for her, she would be much earlier time. The fact that we don't know what that means, it's not noticeable. On my lane, he said no. Olaf, Olaf, over Nicholas, looking out. Yeah, you will become noticeably pregnant a third of the way through, which is 2 months and a third of a month. However, it's no must we always go after the majority. Most women do not give birth after 7 months. Hold on a second. You're about to kill this Bethor Laura. You're assuming that his wife, woman, is going to be. Bottom line is that you're assuming that she's not pregnant, but do we actually go after the majority? That's over here, where it says, Torah Amra, Torah keeps us. That, but just to aid we said this before, that one of the jobs of an adjudicating basin is to try to save the potential convict in this case. Last time it's Zilba Saruba, basically job is to find a way to save from Misa. And now you're saying, go after your job, you put the guy to death. That's not how it works. As you are to make your Ravina, they came back to Ravina. Remember, like, yeah, this is the function for Zilba Saruba. Do we not go after the Jardi? I'll prove to you that we do. So it's not, it says in the Mishnah, that's what over Mishnah, and it tells us what that's all about. He was testifying in the capital case, in the case, and he says it's happening the second day of the month. That's why we're doing the Gimel. The other one says it's the third day of the month. We do not qualify their ages by virtue of the fact that they have contradicting months of the days of the month. Sorry. Well, I should say this guy got the memo that the previous month was extended. The other person does not know that it was extended. Therefore, they're both referring to the same instance that happens at the same time. But their calendar that there's a date limit. One of them got the memo that this next day, the previous month, the other one did not. If you're just talking to the capital cases, we do not go to the majority. They might adopt the Kimisadi, but we do still come out to the SRD. Let's just straight up to the majority. And what will we say? They are just simply being not kiss each other. LOL. Whether it's just each other, LOL. You must say, go after the majority. And what is that? You've been empty. How did you know the now that one had a nap on the phone to get them to keep the thing. And therefore, some people, it was very common, you went around town, you asked these butchers, and one guy said, it's a second of the month, the other guy said it's the 6th of the month, and eventually, sometimes really much people figured it out. But it was very complicated mistake, and the majority of people would make that mistake, and that would be far different from the system. We also learned someone a girl who learned this previously a couple weeks ago, about 2 weeks ago, we learned this Gemara. It says about a girl who was 3 years old one day, she went to Sophia. They're here qualifying the any time Sophia, it is much a lot of Sophia. You can be married with Sophia, the Yavim Kana is the marriage takes place, then she is officially married to him. The other one is to make it. If she's married to someone has been with her, then the halacha is the time makes it. Thomas Wala, the time is going to stop the Aliyah. And if somebody is going to follow her up, then the Sunnah was said last time, as very specific things to the top of the Aliyah, even for next to touch it, the person next to become Tomei, and he can do some other thing. This is the Kohen, if you're going to start the Kohen, it's called the Sunnah. The last Sunnah, all I have to know is this is relevant on here. If any one of the disqualified people are interested, they're possible to not do because disqualified people now in Boilel, Assad, Arayat, the North Bandera, and in the Arayat is intimate with her. Now, while they push it around, they will be put to death for being any one of the Arayat, they are going to be hired visa. Why? Because they had to post that via one of the Arayat. Why is it true? One would say that maybe he is someone's knowledge who can't give birth. And Dyson also the person who married her never wants to marry a person who's not going to have children. This person went to heaven with instant rib or with the Alliance. And why do you assume that the island is not going to be an island like everybody else? The majority of the people children, and it's and therefore you're probably got it down. Now you can put your guy to there, or into one of the Alliance. Why? Because he's married. Hold on a second. He's married. Maybe married to the Barbie to the island. Now, the island, most women are not an island. Therefore, the basic, you got it. Really, you got it down. You got to grow with the garden. But the night diet, the left, funny, the ultimate diamond catch like 2 or 3 times. The carbon and you read it carefully enough. It said, you put the guy to death. That was referred to all the Arias. Now it's referred to the father. Hold on. It says any one of the forbidden relationships. A lot of people have delusions of grandeur. Married this child, loves her so much that even if it turns out you're an island, you're going to keep your wife, in such a case, even if it turns out you're an island, still going to start the business plan. Again, we do see that we do not have a right to go after go. Hamasilois is not something. The woman engages in a very grotesque act of secret with her young child. Harabah, as a result of that act, the child had our own. So last time we learned, it was a Monday, Sunday and Monday, a few weeks ago, the hara is not focused on either initial contact or is the initial penetration. For studying children in our bia, it is also the bia, but it's the first part of the bia, which is a prophecy. The woman has this intimate relationship with her son, the child, the Shami Orim, Hasla, Minat, Luna, she becomes the father, Luna, Persona. The Sulam Aftir says that she's going to be close to Luna, watching Amr Kia Ray, Rabba, Marnak, Kia, son of Rogan, Shani, son of Father. Amr Kia to the Amri Law, or sister of Nikiri, not close to successor as went and say that it was the Kia, the son of Rabba, mainly in the name of Kista, and some says with Kista, who said in the name of Nikiri, that Hakomos and everyone, both Italians, will agree that the ventation of Yom Echad should be of Sevilla. Everyone agrees that this child was talking about in this case was 9 years old in one day. Sevilla, and yes, he qualified his mother as a Zona from Papa, Zona. It was less than 8 years old in the Sevilla. Everyone agrees that Sevilla is not a Sevilla, a young child like that cannot have that's what here is Mahloket, Ella, and then Snona. We're talking about a fast and 8 years. Shaman says, we could learn from generation. In other words, we're able to find a biblical reference the fact that an 8-year-old child, an 8-year-old child had a baby, and we'll say, even though nowadays in science, they're not what happened previously? We're going to assume that it is a via nowadays as well. Still, it's average. It still says, look, I mean, there's a you cannot learn from previous generations. The rest of the case, I'm family trees.
Such a motherfucker. What's this thing?
How do we know the previous generation of rushing through it for so much time? How do we know the Torah Rishonim had children when they were 8 years old? You know the oldest. He laid law, if you want to switch that, the number of these hello, so Bathsheba. This woman is Bathsheba. Bas Eliam Ishis Uriah Hakiti. So let's just get this clear over here. Number one, you have Bathsheba, who is the daughter of Eliah. Let's get them in their families. Bathsheba is the daughter of Eliah. Ishis Uriah Hakiti. It also says the Eliah ben Achitophel. Eliah was the son of Achitophel. Now, Bathsheba, son of Eliah, son of Achitophel, Agilon. And essentially, he called him Yiddish before Hashem because of Hashem. And who is this referring to? That was Shlomo Hamelech. Shlomo Hamelech was great grandson of Hashem. So, Leah, Sheba, and Shlomo Hamelech. It says in the concentration by Gilish to sign Yamin that ended 2 years later. And they were chasing after Absalom Barak. Absalom ran away. The Gilish Yeshua. But he saw something different from Yeshua. Since the Yeshua of Absalom Yisrael, he assigned him 2 years. Then Amalek will not see the king. Now it says, Yomer Absalom, Amalek said to Amalek, El Sanah, as the Darius heard that, go to the Solomon and then whatever, sit up and help the rock to the Nasa, he was the one who helped him complete his plan. And he realized his plan was not working. So Yaakov was as a Kamar, he ultimately saddled up to his donkey, so Yaakov Vayelach Habes, he went to his house, and he ruled the entire base of Yaakov. Now, getting all this thing, there was a story that happened with the fellow, and now what happens is, ended up committing suicide. When was it? There, it says, Anti Dominu Mirma, the people of blood, and Mirma, Lo Yachitsu Yaneim, they're not even going to live half of a life. The typical lifespan of a person, nation of heaven, is 70 years. So a person who's rebellious like this won't live even half of a life. That means he won't live till 35. The time learned culture, 12 years or so, he only lived 34 years. Snappy Kofel, years after Kofel, Einon Ella only 33 years. Remember, Kofel was the great grandfather of Noah, and he died when he was 36 years old. So it comes out. 12 years, we're only 30 years. How much were they? Plus in the clock. We have 33 years. Thou Sheva, the heavy some amount of 7 years to the time of the test. You have to take it 7 years. Now what are you left with? They take 30. Take 33. You're going to minus the 7. Then you're up to 26. So you have in 26 years, holy generations were born. Now start you have to subtract another 2 years with plus 3. Now, why is that here? Rashi has because the girlfriend doesn't have exactly approximately 3 years. So Chapakad turns out it turns out everyone was born, all these generations were born in 23 years. 24 divided by 3 is going to be 8. It must be that your father, then your father was 20 years old. Hold on, that's not a raya. Can't say 24 divided by 3. Still not Rabbi was a case not only. Maybe 2 of them were born when the father was 9. No, a 9-year-old family. And it could be about Sheva, remember the female who was holy fish. But Sheva, she was a female who was collaboration. And so I'm constantly looking for why do you think women are more healthy than men? We have to live with her when she is only less than 8. Less than 9 for the boy has to be 9 years old. Hey now, Uriah, why the Ha'avu of Lad a Tara? Part of the story was that he was an older child. Child, that turns out, Torah had a child. So, yes, and what's the big deal? 9 years old. Okay, Ellen Hall. Here we have arrived at 8-year-old. Because Ayla told the Sarah, these are the offspring of Sarah. Yes, Sarah told this of Rob. Sarah was Avram's father. Jill's father, he was Nachman's father. That's Sarah. Sarah had Sarah tells us Sarah had Avram, Nachor, and Hara. Now, the Avram Gazal Nachor Avram was older than Nachor by 1 year, and Nachor was older than Hara. Now, Nachor was a year older than Hara. Then the Avram Gazal stays older than Hara. Avram must have been 2 years older than Hara. Because Avram and Nachor have Nachor. Avram and Nachor both got married. Who did Avram marry? Avram married Sarai. You assume that Sarai and Yitzchak are the same person. Who's Yitzchak? Yitzchak Sarai. Yitzchak. Number of Yitzchak. Yitzchak is Sarah. Yitzchak was Sarah. Beloved, this was my Yitzchak. Why would you refer to as Yitzchak? It's self-referring term. If the sea with the divine vision, you have reference. And this is that what it says. That's why I said Avram. This is the WS. Watch this. Speak the words of prophecy. Yitzchak, Avram fell on his face and he turned to laugh. The Roman believer was sitting in the car. Oh, the mayor, yeah, how much older was Avram and Sarah? He was as the state. 10 years. And younger than father. How much Avram. 2 years. And the 2 year difference. The older part of the Sarah, when did Sarah have Sarah? Again, 2 years than Avram. Avram, and they 10 years later, and now he birth to Sarah when he was 8 years old. The time he was making a mistake. You're automatically assuming that Avram was older than Sarah. You know, you don't know how to keep the that father. He was younger than his brother. There's a possible part the Torah does. But our first person was much older. There's a possible they will not we do that sometimes. Why the possible when you saw there a person we don't put children not in order of age or in order of wisdom, they not understand. Noah was 500 years, but Yolad Noah had same as so much up. At a young age of 500 years, he gave birth to his son, Shem, Ham, and Yafet. Shem Hagadol, Shem Gadol Yifam Shana. Shem was older than Ham by 1 year. Ham Gadol Yafet Shana, and Ham was older than Yafet by 1 year. Nim Sir will come out of the age. Shem Gadol Yafet Shesha. Turns out the same is 2 years older than Yafet. All that in your head was good save himself. Not been chased the Sana, not have a Hayamai Malara. 100 years after the Yafet after the novel started. David tells us Alec of this shape. These are the children same been Me'ar Sana by Yolis Apapshat. Same was 100 years old when he gave birth to Apapshat. When was this just science off our level? 2 years after the battle. Now, how could he have been 100 years old 2 years after the battle? It's not possible he could have been 100 years old. Why? Because his younger brother was 100 years old 2 years after the battle. Of course, it's been there. So not he must have been at least 102. Ella, see, you know why Jane was mentioned first? Not because Jane was actually older. Rather, Ella, there are some possibilities they were actually listed as the order of wisdom. Now, there are some possibilities to be offered with this mentioned first because he's smarter, get more wisdom, but not because he's older than her. Omar Kahana, I'm used to the Bezer's vid. In our dog, I said this before the vid. You learn the age order. Sorry, in wisdom order. There, Anan, the we learn from stuff like that. Same, you let Gamula be covenant, Aver, Aki, Yefes, Hagalo. He said, you say first, he was the father of everyone on the other side of the river, which is Aki, Yefes, Hagalo. Yefes, Hagalo. Yefes was the oldest. But Shane was still missing. You see that the names are not out. Okay, Elmanella, happy number, the 8-year-old child, to give birth. He also has more to here. Salo, Ben Uri, Ben Kor, Lamate, Yehuda. The Salo was the son of Uri, the son of Kor, and the same as Yehuda. Sid, Bachamas and Zuba died, who was that was Kalev's wife. Rikach lo Kalev as Ephraim, the Kaled lo, the Kaled lo. Now we know that Kalev was Kor's father, who was the father of Uri, the son of the Salo. Salo, Uri, and Kor, then Kalev. Turns out that Kalev was the great-grandfather of the Salo. Now, this is the other Gonzalo Mishkan. How old was Gonzalo Mishkan? Bar Kama, how old is he? Yes. The Avad Gonzalo Mishkan, Bar Kama, how old is he? Mishkan? Bar Place, must be at least 13. Is Nimalak there Nima Oshir? The person has to be an ish, an adult, to be able to build a Mishkan. The time you learn it in the Bryson. Sada Rishona Asim Moshe Mishkan. The first year, Moshe built Mishkan. Shnia, the second year after they were in the Midbar, he built the Mishkan. The son is trying to push the Moshe Mishkan. Shnia Hakim Mishkan. He actually put it up. The Salach Meraglim, the sent to Merag during the second year that they were out of the Shai in the Midbar. Let's say the second pasuk. When Arba'im Shana, Anochi B'Shalach Moshe Eved Hashem. This is referring to how old Kalev was when he was sent. He was born in Iraq. He went as one in Iraq. He was 40 years. He was sent as one in Iraq. Now, today, behold, I am Ben Kamesh Shlonim, 85 years old. they'll take to the mouth. Kamahavilu, turns out, our but it was 40 years. Dollar basic, subtract 14 years, that'll be Betzalel. For Betzalel before. Koshlu extra Bishit. You're left with 26 years. Dollar practice plus Hebrew. Take out 2 years total pregnancy. Turns out, a second, so not the top, is coming over. Turns out the whole family of Kalev, Betzalel, Uri, Kalev, to 4, Uri, and Betzalel all for 24 years. So now we know that you were 8-year-old. That's how we know 8-year-old. This is further the Mishnah Ben Velova. It's not remotely relevant to a male child, not to a child. Tanya, other students, the truth is, it would be perfectly appropriate for a female to be a Ben Sora Umora just like a son. Why is that called? That's called Avera. Everyone should be readily available for her to do Averas. She's going to massacre herself. But as Rashi says, the Lala of the Sova, the Katsusa, if she's going to be doing all these things which is very a child, so for Kisolokin to Luda, for them to be destructive, Margalas, who Ragna, again, if the whole idea of the Torah is that ultimately this person is going to be a disaster for the person alive, look at her. She's already acting like this. What's going to happen? You end up being a major stumbling block for all the men in town, but still, Alex there's a custody, once he teaches us, then the concept of the Torah only relevant to the rebellious or wayward son, not relevant to the daughter, even though you might think it's relevant to the daughter, but instead it's not relevant to the daughter, the Torah or otherwise. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Sounds like town kids, they all carry everybody had knives. Everybody had knives. Everybody smoked. Everybody had a simple lighter. I smoked for a week. Did you? Yeah, sure. How old were you? I was 9. You're 9? You tried smoking? Yeah, I got myself a pack of cigarettes. Everybody else did. Did you get sick? No, I got used to it. And I learned how to blow smoke rings.
Okay, good morning.
Breathe out, taking it out through my nose. All the different things you learn. At 9. Why? Just
Today's daf
because everybody else did it.
is Sanhedrin daf Samach Tes.
Yes. And I just.
We begin by thanking our sponsors. We thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors of the year 5785, the Tosim Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, as is the plus for the service service for all of Am Yisrael, all of Klal Yisrael. We also thank our Daf sponsors this morning, Mel and Karen Ram, who in addition to Mel's father, Mordechai Ben Yitzchak, Mordechai Ben Yitzchak should have a wheel with an agent in the family, should have a nechama. We're going to begin Daf Samach Tes, Amud Beis, and we begin with the 4 lines up from the bottom, Pliga, the Rabbi. Yesterday we mentioned the Gemara quotes Rav Chisda, who tells us there's another exception to the halachas of Ben Sora Umora. That is that the Ben Sora Umora cannot be a father. Just to quickly quote it, he says, Amar Rav Chisda, Katan Shaholid Ein Beno Nasa, Katan Shaholid Ein Beno Nasa Ben Sora Umora. Just as halacha is, if a katan gives birth, his child is automatically going to get a lifetime exemption from the halachas of Ben Sora Umora. Why? It says in the pasuk, Le'ish Ben. The son has to be born to an ish. If the father of this Ben is not an ish, then he's automatically going to be exempt from the halachas of Ben Sora Umora. Now the Gemara is going to spend the entire Amud today discussing whether or not a child can have a child. That's the discussion of this. Tomorrow starts as follows. The Pliga, the Rabbi, Rav Chisda, who is telling us that the Pasuk is going to exclude the child of a child, he must have been of the opinion that a child can have a child. The Pliga, the Rabbi, that's argues the Rabbi. Why? Rabbi says the following: Katan Eina Molid. The child cannot give birth. Never was the Pasuk in Ein Ishgol. This is talking about the halacha of Gezel Ager. There's a halach that the person steals something, and he is reproached by the victim of the theft, and the person denies it. He says it's not true. I never stole it. And he takes his oath, and takes his wood, and didn't steal it, and then it turns out that he lied. Lied. Halacha is that he has to pay the person back Karen's principle of so much additional fish, and he has to bring a carbon. Now the pasuk says that he in mainly is Goel, if this person doesn't, he has already passed away, and he does not have anybody who is going to be an heir of his estate, halacha is when the payment goes to the Kohen. The Gemara says, hold on, is it possible that the Adam Yisrosh in a Goel to a person doesn't have any relatives? Everybody's got some relatives. Even if you don't have that many relatives, you can go back generation, and find somebody who you're related to. How can you say that there's a person who's not of a Goel? Elam against like our custom talking about a person who steals from a convert. A convert halachically is not going to have your family unless he gets married and goes to his own family. Now, the Amrachman, the pasuk teaches us, Ish says very clearly in the pasuk that if ain lo ish Goel, if the ish does not have anybody as a redeemer. Then the pasuk says ish after if the person who you stole from was an ish, you have to start reviewing in years for Goel, and if he has people who are relatives who could actually pick up the payment for him. Then laugh, or if not, however, Kaptan, if the person who was stolen from is becoming his child, he after Tzarach love, you do not have to start looking to see if the child has any relatives. Why? Because if the child is a convert, be a dua in Golan, it's obvious he doesn't have any family members. Why? Because the child cannot father another child. Therefore, it's impossible to assume that this child convert has any relatives. Therefore, don't bother with these things. Clearly, we see the rabbis of the opinion that a child cannot father another child. This is clearly it's in stark contrast to this, because this says the whole possible to teach you that if a child has a child, that child goes to exempt from the entire concept of the Torah Mora. Well, ultimately, it's possible to Torah. Hey, to Abaya asks the following question. It's doesn't possible. This is not supposed to be talking about with Rashi. Rashi tells me he's talking about a person who has an affair with a shifta. Shifta is a shifta who is considered to be halfway free and halfway still a maidservant because she's married to an Eved Ivri. The person who has an affair with her, the halacha is that person gets malchus but does not get nisa. Pasuk says ish, Eli Ela ish. I only know this halacha is true if we're talking about an ish. Ben Tess, Shanim, Yonef, Sharoy Levia. How do I know that a 9-year-old child, 9 years old, and one day is technically able to engage in Levia? How do I know that this person is going to be included in the parsha? Hamalomar says the ish. Additional above in the word says the ish. That includes even a 9-year-old child. Now, we see clearly, a 9-year-old child is possible to include in the concept of Bia. And if he included the concept of Bia, that means that he has the physical ability to be able to perform the Bia. He's able to perform the Bia physically, and also be able to be Mokisha Fazera. He gets a piece of Fazera because if he can't, that would be the fundamental flaw in the Bia. If he's saying that a 9-year-old child in one day can produce Fazera, then obviously what should happen is be able to father a child. Yes, you can't actually physically perform the Bia, but it's not going to be able to produce a child. What is it like? This is similar to grain that only grew 1/3, that did not grow 1/3. Rashi tells us if you try to plant that, it's not going to grow. The same thing with tree. You can have a seed, have a kernel, you can try to plant it, and it won't grow. The same thing is true when it comes to this child. He will be able to perform the Bia, but the action of the Bia is not going to be strong enough to actually produce a child. Okay, so it's possible that Rabbi is correct that a child cannot be born. They learn another allusion to this idea, which is if he does it, talking about a person who intentionally ambushes somebody and kills him. The pasuk says if he does it, Ishmael the Arma, the image of the kind of alone. So this is kind of a play on words over here. That if he does it, if the person's in the doll, then maybe it's Mashia. He able to cook is the physical bodily production of the zera, umazria, and can actually produce the semen. However, ain cotton made mazria, a cotton, while yes, you're not able to produce it, and that would be the concept that yes, you can be amazing, cook it inside your body to produce it. However, you cannot produce it and be mazria and actually be strong enough to actually conceive a child as a result of that. Amar lay Rav, Mordechai Rav. My masma, the high amazing Russian cuisine. Where do you find that this word amazing actually means to cook? Amazing seems to be a person doesn't mean intentional. Where do you see the word amazing means to cook? He said, responded to him, he said that this is clearly requested by Yazed, Yaakov was cooking up the lentil soup, and it was referred to as Bayazid. Yes, the Pasuk actually uses the word Bayazid to mean to cook. But Harvey, Rishmal, the word goes on. It says, and asks a question on the topic. Very small. Very small for the solid. Then below up. Again, when it comes to the only thing the kid should be is exclusively a bed, a son. He cannot be a father. Yes, we're going to have there is a custom to tell us that a child, a Bensora Mora must be a ben exclusively and not a father. Now hold on a second. How is it possible that Bensora Mora can't even be a father? The entire period that Bensora Mora is that period of time between starts to grow the 2 hairs until it grows in. So if you're telling me that she became pregnant after he grew 2 hairs and she gave birth before all those hairs grew in, hold on a second, the equal felt to the eyes, that's right. All that happened, she was pregnant with the birth so fast. Baha Amar, the first to die, Kali Namar, Bensora Mora, Aini Elegant for the Shabbat. The natural time that there is for Bensora Mora is only 3 months. Why does it take 3 months? The initial phase of it is growing will fully grow in. Now it's impossible for 2 months. So how can it be that this child is going to actually be able to be a father and that'll have to be excluded from that? What must we be talking about? The other this woman became pregnant before the child was still a child. When did he give birth? He before the nurses now parents bring him to this and say our son's out of control. He was goes through a process and say, hold on a second, he's a father. He's excluded because it's only relevant to someone who is a child. That's great. You must learn from the ocean, refer from it, that we can indeed give birth to a child. Versus no, incorrect. We're talking about is that the woman became pregnant from this young boy after he brought the Sarah. So he's a gadol. He's already a gadol. He's halachically a gadol. He has married. Now, but only when she gave birth, like a normal person, she gave birth, many months after all those hairs completely grew in. Would the Kashi to have the questions that put together, this entire period is 3 months? No, it's just understood. Also, Rabbi Amar, when Rabbi came and told us that Amrit Marava is telling Marava stand below Harai Litzvah. He meant to say was he has to be a man, but he can't be called a father. When is someone called a father? He's called a father as soon as the person who is pregnant is noticed to be pregnant. People see a woman who's pregnant. They say, oh, she's the father of the child. We learn from Subis, there's a concept of not that. Where did this child come from? Now, once they say, oh, it came from this person, oh, father of the child. Before the father, the child was actually born. So yeah, the time that the pregnancy takes place, the conception takes place after he grows up. Now, when is the woman noticed to be pregnant? There was no pregnancy. That's completely picked up the dollars for them. So what happened? He has to actually be pregnant. That will happen within those months that happen if those 2 months, 3 months, that's what the starts with, bro. They'll say, hold on a second. Oh, that person that played at the Sarah Mora, that guy. Oh, not anymore. The father tells you. Okay, so in other words, it's going to work. It's going to work, and it's possible that you can pregnant from him once he is already a halakhic adult. He's ready to practice something. Kufa, Amar Kuspedai, Amar Sapsi, Koyamar, the Soravara, Amy Alagir Falash, all the days with the Soravara are only 3 months Bovad. And that's now we learn in Mishnah. See, obviously, Sarah Jackson was not good. We didn't learn the 3-month period. We learned the period of 5 days. We have to connotation to all those years. Mar says, it's not a contradiction. You know what? She gives him the best of both. If you suck in alphabetical motion production and all the years flew in within 3 months, then how long it is, then the exam. However, molecular production alphabetical English is very slow. Over 3 months past, he's also going to be kept ready to get, hold on, the rope from both sides, and to get both. Yosef of Yaakov in our pocket to measure Avina. Yaakov from Narapaki said, remember Yosef Amr said the following in the name of Rabbi Yeshua. He said the following in the name of Rabbi Yeshua. It's not enough to be sister, right? It's not the sister, right? Amr of Shapsai, that you led us to first in her 7th month, 8 Ukra Nikar Lishina. Remember the fact that tomorrow assume that there are 2 possible types of pregnancy. One pregnancy is a 5-month pregnancy, another pregnancy is a 7-month pregnancy. And it's not that when a woman gives birth in her 7th month, it's being breastfed. Rather, there's a type of pregnancy that finishes in 7 months. Whether or not this is consistent with modern day science is above my grade. That's what tomorrow is going to be discussed over here. Now, if that's the case, if there's a woman who can complete her pregnancy in 7 months, how would you divide the trimesters? When will those trimesters happen? Typically, it's month 3, 6, and 9. But in this case, she's giving birth after 7 months. So, when is her Uber going to be recognizable? When will these be able to tell she's pregnant? It must be, she says, the aim Uber ridiculously. Not to notice her pregnancy when it's only a third, which is going to be 2 months and a third of a month. 2 months and a third. But he's not the guy over Nicholas pregnant after a slish, after a third of the way there. Let's listen now. Normally, Gimel, what you have to wait 3 months, but the trade with Tulsa Sagi was 2 months and a third, that should be enough. In other words, it should be enough. That's a third of the way of the pregnancy. And it's noticeable. In other words, he gets called in as the potential Ben Saramora. Look at this woman. If she's not pregnant, she says, okay, you're eligible. If she is pregnant, then he won't be eligible. But for her, she will be a much earlier time. The fact that we don't do that means it's not noticeable. Amalei, he says no. Yes, she will become noticeably pregnant a third of the way through, which is 2 months and a third of a month. However, it's no basarubo. We always go after the majority. And most women do not give birth after 7 months. Hold on a second. You're about to kill the Pesara Mora because she that wife, this woman, is going to be captive. Bottom line is that because you're assuming that she's not pregnant, but do we actually go after the majority? We know the death over here, where it says in the Torah teaches us that. But we saw this before, that one of the jobs of an adjudicating case is to try to save the potential conflict in this case. And now you're saying, but majority put that example. That's not how it works. I drew up to make Ravina, came back to Ravina, nonetheless, yes, leaving the Bashar Slow, not the majority. I'll prove to you that we do. But now it says it right in the Mishnah, after over this guy, the part of one person tells us. He was testifying in a capital case, in a murder case, and he says it happened on the 2nd day of the month. That's only the The other one says it took place on the 3rd day of the month. Of Salah, we do not qualify their age of by virtue of the fact that they have contradicting months of the days of the month. Sorry. Why is there before this guy got the memo that the previous month was extended. The same there, the other person does not have it. Therefore, they're both referring to the same incident happening at the same time. But they're telling God remember that this is the day the previous one, the other one did not. If you're talking to the times to capital cases, you do not go to the guard and hide out from the side of the so come out. Let's just say, we don't go out. What will we say? They're just simply being a doesn't trust us. Hell, you must say with no app. And what is it? Itchy. How did you tell me? Not everyone has an app on their phone to give them music. For some people, it was very common. You went around town. You asked me what day it is. One guy said it is the second of the month. Another guy said it's the first of the month. And eventually, sometime during the month, people figured it out. But it was very complicated to make this mistake, and the majority of people would make that mistake, and that would be fine. You're free to look something. Clearly, you go after the road. We also learned someone who, a girl who is, we learned previously, a couple weeks ago, about 2 weeks ago, we learned this Gemara. It says, a girl who is 3 years old in one day, so that's the Bia. We're here qualifying that any time she gets into somebody she has Bia, it is a full-fledged halachic Bia. She can be married with Bia, while Yavam Kana is leave right marriage takes place, then she is officially married to him. The other letter to make fish. If she's married to someone who has intimate with her, then the halacha is the time makes it. Kama's Boila, the time is to Elia. And if somebody is going to follow her while she's Ida, then the children, as we explained last time, has a very strict level of privilege to Elia. Even if you're actually the person actually becomes Sunday and he can do other things. This is the Kohen. If the student is married to a Kohen, we'll call it Shuma. So let it be Shuma, Bala, Epinam, Shuma. This is the relevant one here. If any one of these disqualified people are influenced, possible to Akuna, we don't disqualify from Akuna. Now, in Bala, Asad, Arias, the word right there. When the Arias is intimate with her, and Allah is Muslim allowed, they will be put to death for being intimate with her. Even she's obviously part of the child, but if any one of the arrives and tells them with her, they are going to be Chayiv Visa. Why? Because they had a full-fledged Via with one of the arrives. And we're asking the question, the arrives are true, Hema Island, if you want to say that maybe she is someone who's married, she can't give birth. And died is off, the person who married her never wanted to marry a person who's not going to have children. You say, this person went ahead with this woman, or with one of the arrivals, and why do you assume that she's an islandess? She's not going to be an islandess, she's like everybody else. Majority of other people built their children, and therefore you put the guy to death. Now you see, you put the guy to death for being interested in one of the arrivals. Why? Because she's married. Hold on a second. Married fall apart because he'll be an islander. Now, since the Gemara, we don't assume he's going to be an islander. Most women are not islanders. Therefore, they put the guy to death. Really, put the guy to death. This is the concept of relative majority. Where it says, my diet allowed Tani, doesn't mean it's kind of stuff. The Tani calls it. The card and not be said. You didn't read it carefully enough. It says, the guy to death. No, that wasn't referring to all the Arias. That was referring to all the fathers. Hold on a second. It says any one of the forbidden relationships. You really put to death. Must be talking about a case where the person who married the child loved her so much, and he said, even if it turns out to be an islandess, I'm going to keep you as wife. In such a case, even if you turn out to be an islandess, you're still going to put the person. So again, we do see that we do not have a raya. We go after the road, but someone to death. Tana Ravana. The woman engages in a very grotesque act of pregnancy with her young child. As a result of that act, the child had our always. Last time we learned, it was on Monday or Tuesday, Sunday or Monday, it was about 2 weeks ago. The hara is my focus on either its initial contact or is the initial penetration. So it's not called Gemar Bia. Doesn't finish off the Bia, but it is the first part of the Bia problem. So a woman has this in a relationship with her son, her child. What the Allah? Shami Omrim, Pasla, Mina Shuruna, she becomes disqualified from Shuruna because she's a Zona. The Surah Machir, the soul says that she's still going to be kosher for Shuruna. Why? Because it's a child. Amr Kia Bray, Rabba Bar Nachmeni. Kia, the son of Rabba Bar Nachmeni, is the following. Amr Kista, the Amri La, or Kista Amr Ziri. Not close to exactly how this went. Some say that it was Rabbi, the son of Rabbi Bar Nachmeni, the name is Kista. Some say it's Kista, who said the name is Ziri, that Hatzomot, and everyone, both the Sarah and Kista, will agree that the dedication of son of Yom Echad should be also Bia. Everyone agrees that if this child was talked about in this case was 9 years old in one day, his Bia is a Bia, and yes, he qualified the mother as a Zona from Kuhuna. If the child is less than 8 years old, then Bia should be able to agree that the Bia is not a Bia. A young child like that cannot actually perform the Bia. So that's what the weird is Mahloket, Ella, the Zona. So we're talking about a child who's 8 years old. It says, we could learn from previous generations. In other words, we're able to find a biblical reference to the fact that an 8-year-old child had a baby. And we'll say, even though nowadays we're finding cannot do something like that, an 8-year-old child will have a baby. What happened previously, and since it happened previously, we're going to assume that it is a Bia nowadays as well. Hillel Savri, the Hillel says, we cannot learn from previous generations. The rest of today's Amud will take us into some family trees of some history in Tanakh, and we're going to try to figure out whether or not anybody in Tanakh had a child when he was 8 years old. The Dustin Rishonim in Allah. How do we know previous generation? I was rushing through it, but it's so much time. 15 years to get through this. How do we know the Doros Rishonim had children when they were 8 years old? You know the old. If you want to suggest, we'll go through a number of these psukim, and then we'll try to explain ask that exactly what it means to get everything straight. Hello, Zoe Bathsheba. This woman is Bathsheba. So let's just get this clear over here. Number one, you have Bathsheba, who is the daughter of Aaliyah. Let's get them in our family. Bathsheba is the daughter of Aaliyah. It did also says to Oliam ben Achitophel. Oliam was the son of Achitophel. Now, Bathsheba, the son of Oliam, son of Achitophel, Agilon. The Yitzchak Yadnosim Anavi, the Yikra Shemo Yedidya. And he sent to the hands of Nosim Anavi, he called him Yedidya, before Hashem, because of Hashem. And who's this referring to? That was Shlomo HaMelech. Shlomo HaMelech was the great grandson of Achitophel, right? Achitophel, Oliam, Bathsheba, and Shlomo HaMelech. For 6, and it says in the passage, by Yiddish, Messiah Yamin, the death ended 2 years when he goes in Avshalom. And they were chasing after Avshalom. Avshalom Barak, Avshalom ran away. And Yelach Yeshua, but Yeshua tell Avshalom he was there for 3 years. It says the Yeshev Avshalom Yishlayim, Avshalom settled in Yishlayim, Messiah Yamin for 2 years. Bnei HaMelech were white, not to the king. Now it says, like unique in the Bible in the 40 years. Yomer Avshalom, Avshalom said to HaMelech, El Chana, as the Zariah turned out to work with Gomer, the Cabinet, he was the one who helped him complete the plan, and he realized his plan was not working. But Yaakov as a Hamar, he ultimately saddled up his donkey. But Yashkom Bayela Chabesh went to his house. Now, getting all this thing, that was the whole story that happened with the rebellion of Shalom. And now what happened is he ended up committing suicide. When was it? It says, people of blood, and Mirma, we will get to Yanam, they're not even going to live half of a life. The typical lifespan of a nation of 7 is 7 years. So a person who's rebellious like this won't live even half of a life. That means he won't live till 35. The time we learned most of Doeg, all the years of Doeg, he only lived 34 years. The years of Achitofel, only 33 years. Remember, Achitofel was the great grandfather of Shlomo HaMelech, and he died when he was 36 years old. That comes out. All the years, Achitofel, were only 33 years. How much were they? Plus in the plus. You have 33 years. Dal Sheva, the heavy Shlomo HaMelech for 7 years as a prime minister. Take away 7 years. Now what are you left with? Hashnu Esther. All the calculations for you. They take 30. You take the 33. You're going to minus the 7. Then you're up to 26. So you have in 26 years, all these generations were born. Now it's hard. You have to subtract another 2 T's. This plus Hebrew, so the pregnancies take time. Now, it's why it's exactly 2 full years. Rashi has his explanation because the Tyra Tosa doesn't go for it. It's not exactly years, it's approximately 2 years. Kochad Bakad, turns out, the Kamil. You have 26 years, minus 2 years. Turns out everyone was born, all these generations were born in 22 years. 24 divided by 3 is going to give you 8. Must be that your father, when your fathers were 8 years old. Marcel, hold on, that's not a raya. Can't you say 24 divided by 3? You don't know Tarvaya with the taste out older. Maybe 2 of them were born when the fathers were 9. You know a 9-year-old and it could produce a child. Bathsheba, remember, was a female included in the story. Only this shit. Bathsheba, she was a female, she could have given birth to 6 years. Why? Because the Itzavari, women are more healthy than men. Therefore, a woman can give birth when she's less than 8, less than 9, but a boy has to be 9 years old. Hey now, Migaraya. Why the Ha'avil Lad Kara? Part of the story was that he was an older child. Older child that turns out that she was sore at herself before she was 9 years old. So yes, you see that there are women who can give birth by serving men, therefore the master is going to be off. And what's the big deal? He's 9 years old, so they're going to pull this now. Okay, Elamihah. So where we have arrived at 8-year-old birth, Ayla told us Terah, these are the offsprings of Terah. Yes, Terah totally this Avram. Terah is Avram's father. Who else's father? He was Nachor's father. That's Hara. So Terah had, this is the Pasuk of Torah, it tells us Terah had Avram, Nachor, and Haran. Now the Avram Gadol Nachor Shana, Avram was older than Nachor by 1 year. The Nachor was older than Haran. Now Nachor was a year older than Haran. Means the Avram Gadol stay Shana than Haran. Avram must have been 2 years older than Haran. Which is, you got Avram and Nachor and Nachor. Avram and Nachor both got married. Who did Avram marry? Avram married Sarai. You assume that Sarai and Yiska are the same person. Who's Yiska? Yiska is Haran's daughter. He married his niece, Yiska. Lumber of Yitzchak, Yiska is Sarah. Yiska was Sarah. Why was she referred to as Yiska? The self of Ruach HaKodesh. She was able to see with a divine vision. She had Ruach HaKodesh. That's what it says. That's why I said to Avram, listen to whatever you want. Tells you why you keep the words of prophecy. That's the Yokra. Everyone was gazing at her. She's so beautiful. Now, let's go to that question here. Avram fell on his face and he kind of laughed. The Yoga believer says in his heart, now, how much Avram and Sarah? How much older was Avram and Sarah? He was as a snake, 10 years. Now, who was Tartan Schmidt and younger than her father? How much was Haran younger
Then
There's no chance.
Avram,
If they're doing a joke.
2 years. Remember the 2 year difference. Isaac comes out. The older Haran Sarah. When did Haran have Sarah? Yes, he was 2 years younger than Avram. So and there was a 10 year difference over there. It turns out he gave birth to Sarah when he was 8 years old. The family over. Versus no, hold on a second. You're making a mistake. You're automatically assuming that Avram was older than Haran. Nimai, Dilma, Avin, Zutadaf, Babi. If he was younger than his brothers, Derek Apostle, the Torah does put Avin first because he was much more wise. Derek Apostle, the Apostle, they did not prove here. We do that sometimes, but the Apostle, he brought Derek Apostle, we sometimes put children not in order of their age, but in order of their wisdom. Noah was 500 years, but Yoel, Noah, and Shem is coming up. And his young age of 500 years, he gave birth to 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Yafet. Shem Gadol Michal Shana. Shem was older than Ham by 1 year. Ham Gadol Yafet Shana, and Ham was older than Yafet by 1 year. So what comes out of here is Shem Gadol Yafet Station. Turns out that Shem is 2 years older than Yafet. Hold that in your head for a minute. Book 7 tells us, 100 years after he had his children, that's when the novel started. Book 7, it tells us, Shem. These are the children of Shem. Shem ben Me'ar Shana by Yoel Pashat. Shem was 100 years old and he gave birth to Pashat. When was this Shasayim? Achar Babel. 2 years after the Babel. Now, how could he have been 100 years old 2 years after the Babel? It's not possible he could have been 100 years old. Why? Because his younger brother was 100 years old 2 years after the Babel. This Gemara says, Ben Me'ar Shana, Barme'ar V'Tartin, she didn't have it. He must have been at least 102. Ella must be, you know why Shem was mentioned first? Not because Shem was actually older. They were actually listed in order of wisdom. Now, could be Avram was just mentioned first because he was smarter, he had more wisdom, but not because he was actually older than Haran. Amar Kahana, I'm recently magic major Zvin. In our jaw, I said this in front of Zvin, in front of Zvin, and Amar Ali, you learn this concept of putting people in age order, in wisdom order from there, but Anan, we learn from someplace else. Shane, you learn Gamhu Avi Covenant Aver Achi Yefes Hagadol. He says Shane gave birth. He was the father of everyone on the other side of the river, which is Achi Yefes Hagadol. Yefes Hagadol. You see clearly that Yefes was really the oldest, but Shane was still mentioned first. So you see that the names are not in order. Okay, Elmanoah, how do we know that an 8-year-old child can give birth? The offense of the artist from here. Tzalo, Bekuni, Betkor, Lamate, Yehuda. The Tzalo was the son of Puri, the son of Kor, and the Shevet of Yehuda. Thomas Azuba died, who was that which Kale's wife. Yikach Lo Kale, that's Ephras, the Kale Lo, Elos Kor. Now we know that Kale was Kor's father, who was the father of Puri, the son of the Tzalo. Tzalo, Puri, and Kor, and Kale. Turns out that Kale was the great-grandfather of Betzalel. Now, this is of the Betzalel Mishkan. How old was Betzalel when he built the Mishkan? Bar Kama, how old was he? Yes. The Omad Betzalel Mishkan, Bar Kama Havi. How old was he when he built the Mishkan? Must have been Bar Klesa. Must have been 13. Ish, Nimelachia, but the person has to be an Ish. The call to be able to build a Mishkan. The time we learned it in a Brisa. Shana Rishona Moshe Mishkan. The first year, Moshe built the Mishkan. Shnia, the second year, after they were in the Midbar, he built the Mishkan. Again, Shana Rishona, the first year, also Moshe Mishkan. Shnia Haken of Mishkan. He actually put it up. The Shalach Meraglim, the second Meraglim, during the second year that they were out of the tribes in the Midbar. This is referring to how old Kaleb was when he was sent. He was one of the Meraglim. He went as one of the Meraglim. He was 40 years when he was sent as one of the Meraglim. Now, today, behold, I am Ben Chamesh 85 years old.
They'll make the math. Kama Havalu, turns out, our boy, it was 40 years. Dalar Basi, subtract 14 years, Davi Betzalel. For Betzalel to be born. Pashlu Esubishis. You're left with 26 years. Dal Tartishni plus Uguri. If you take out 2 years for the pregnancies, it turns out, turns out that whole family of Kalev, Betzalel, to Uri, Kalev, to Chor, Uri, and Betzalel all took place in 24 years. So now we know that to an 8-year-old that is. That's how we know an 8-year-old. This is a little bit further. Does the Mishnah then and so Ramar is only relevant to a male child, not to a female child. Tanya, other students, the truth is that the possibly the it would be perfectly appropriate for a female to be a Ben Sora and Mora just like a son. Why it's a common tree that's called Bavera. Everything to be readily available for us to do Bavera, to after ourselves. But as Rashi says, Zolala, the Shova, the Kakusa, all the which is ready a child, so it's the Shalot, the Luda, the Lemon, Parshas Rabbi, Margelas, and the Raglas, Arias, the Ver, again, if the whole idea of Ben Soramar is that ultimately this person is going to be a disaster if they keep this person alive. Look at her. She's already acting like this. What's going to happen? She's going to end up being a major stumbling block for all the men in town. But still, Ella shares the custody. Basa teaches us then below the concept of the Torah Mora is only relevant to the rebellious or the wayward son, but not relevant to the daughter, even though you might think it should be just as relevant to the daughter, and it makes sense that she is much relevant to the daughter. The Torah thought otherwise. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
That's a good one. Really, read the question comments on that. Really good. Oh shit! Look who's in the chat right there. Oh shit! What's up, John? See Sean Corporal. Great guy. Never met him. Let's see. Baseball jersey guy is gonna get a phone call from Sean with the tears in his eyes, telling him that he's got a phone number. You did. Okay, I thought I was thinking they were gonna make fun of them being out kids.
All right, we'll say good morning or good afternoon. Today's daf is Summit Test 68. I shared this morning. It is dedicated by our annual conference about itself. It's going to be called the Rothschild this year. Plus, for the summer comments for all of the should be a week of Melon Caravan and Anurag. What if I did this? Except for the red side of the building, so we'll have no luck. Douglas, we hope that this season is more about all the soldiers are successful before and now see the Those with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Sunday like 6 years. We are picking up the answer Hashem actually at the top of Samachas 68. And the Mark holds the section from Rabbi Akiva. So remember again, Rabbi Akiva mentioned in the Mishnah. Rabbi Akiva mentioned in the Mishnah about the collection of tissues, especially cucumbers or gourds. Rabbi Akiva said in the Mishnah, Shnai local tissues, Echa local pater, Echa local tires. Sometimes things will go ahead and collect cucumbers, like harvest cucumbers and tires. Sometimes that's your favorite tires, sometimes the person is potter. And the Mishnah said, what does that mean? So the person actually harvests the cucumbers and the tires are very tires. But if you engage in the actual illusion, so then you would be potter. So the boys are going to talk about that for a little bit. So the Gemara says, Vaha, top of something like 68. Vaha, Rabbi Akiva and Yeshua Kamela, to Rabbi Akiva and Yeshua Yeshua, about kind of this is incredible story. By the time you work on the story, you should call out Rabbi Eliezer. This is Rabbi Akiva to Chaver al-Bachra. So Rabbi Eliezer became ill. So Rabbi Akiva and his other companions,
Scroll up all the way. I think the first
colleagues,
base
thank you. His
is the
colleagues
makes
came to
you
visit
the
Rabbi
ask
Eliezer.
right?
Okay, now you didn't see the context of the story, but just a little bit, that was quite dramatic. Who Yosef is Shalom,
Second
the
base,
Yosef track.
second base
So
is
Eliezer was like, he's dead. He's very low, definitely low, without the guys.
it's also
And he was like under his canopy. So he was in his bed under his canopy. And now the people of the Rabbanim were outside. Little distraction means like they were by they were visiting with him and they had the hallway. But also Yom Erev Shabbos and they preserved Shabbos. It's Friday afternoon. So what happened? Nichnas, Portuguese, Lachos, Tzilof. So Portuguese, this is Rabbi Eliezer. So Rabbi Eliezer's son Portuguese. This was Rabbi Eliezer and Portuguese. He had a son named after his father, Portuguese. Again, if you have time, we're going to talk a little bit more about the Eliezer and Portuguese himself. Was a disciple of Yochanan ben Zakkai. Okay, so what happened? So his son Portuguese went to remove his children. So again, remember, Rabbi Eliezer, the father, very ill, son Erev Shabbos, to remove his father's children. Shabbos is about to start. So God both the Yatzah ben Ezekiel. Rabbi Eliezer started young women, and little bit again with kid and coaching stuff for you. Amr Lahem Lefadera, Duma Ani, Shadai Koshal Abba Yitzchak, and Hokinus sees the Abba Bani Kodesh. That's a big the next four concerts. And Hokinus is so sensitive here that my father is not going to cover this. Like after chasing out the human, to say that my father is not going to cover this. So what happened? And what he did is he threw ahead. Daito, the best feeling. So the Eliezer says, I'm fine, I'm not a problem. But rather than his son, Fortunos, and his mother, my wife, who are the ones who are mentally not clear, not clear. Why? Case my mission is for Shira, but also for the Israel. Because little bit sensitive, also the Jews, that they are not careful with the Shira, and they worried about the midnight story. So anyway, what's happening there? Interesting enough, so Rabbi Eliezer is going to have his son and his wife, so Rabbi Eliezer's son, were not properly prepared. So he felt that they were not properly prepared for Shabbos, and because they're not properly prepared for Shabbos, there's a real concern of how to make the whole Shabbos. So they're not worried about praying for Shabbos, instead they're focused. You're very dependent on Shabbos. So worst case scenario, maybe things are supposed to be Rabbi. But preparing on Shabbos, that should be a serious disrespect. So we could actually just love is the third short line. And what does it there? The Hashmonas goes from the Davar Shekina Ela Isra Shmos. The Mania Kishon Shabbos in time. And Mania Kishon Shabbos in time to Shmolach that he used in Shrab and Vagach Rabbi. So apparently, it's what Rabbi Eliezer was upset about because he felt that his son and his wife did not laugh.
They make us laugh, right?
So he felt he focused on all the wrong things. He focused on getting that phone on Shabbos. That's all I know on Shabbos. And most of it's Rabbi. So better to go ahead and go with that. It's Rabbi or worry about preparing for Shabbos properly. So again, so what message is Shabbos? Something in general, what Shabbos says, you're right, they have to be able to have Shabbos. Why? Because you return for their father. Not because you return for their prison. So the Eliezer is strong personality. Very strong personality. So the nice, again, he's rebuking his son. They're probably praying for Shabbos. They've been Shabbos, not coming. Said that to you, Shabbos, I love. Now he's going to say, that Rabbi Eliezer was of sound mind, right? That he was fine. That he was fine. He was of sound mind, he was totally with it. When the other Rabbanim realized this, so they come into the Nevat Nechomer. Yashir Lefanov, Erichot Dalet Amos. And they sit 4 Amos away from Rabbi Eliezer. Now listen now, what's happening? So now with the story begins to really take place. With the Rashi says, Berichot Arba Amos, with the Hamidi, that Hukuma Hogan, Commercial, Rebbe, Yisrael. Let's remember again, this is the famous story of Hanukkah Halakha. First of all, Rebbe says, again, this is the famous quote between Rabbi Eliezer and the rabbinic community. There's a big market there. last 1,000 years. I used to be a contract, right? And other you got cultural parts, and because eventually it's not focused on regional status. Similar in Tyler. So again, the entire bit of community passed in one way, Rabbi Eliezer passed in a different way. Rabbi Eliezer did not back down from this community. As a result, he was pretty fair. He was pretty fair. He was pretty fair. It wasn't interesting enough that locally, that when someone is in Finland, you're not even allowed to come to the Khaled out 6 feet of them. So they're coming now to go ahead and do Vodka Cola. Now, the truth is, you're not even doing Vodka Cola. What they really can do is you come to me and you additional Cola now from Rabbi Eliezer. But they have to keep a distance from him because at the end of the day, he's doing it. It's not enough to hit his bedside. They're keeping a distance of Shalom. So the Eliezer, again, even on his deathbed, was not respecting his halachic position. And therefore, again, they come to a distance. Amar Lam. So the Eliezer says that there's so much just about this entire story about the Eliezer himself. There's sometimes in life, it's going to go down, and it's interesting what's in it. But if the whole world is against you, chances are you have to do a self-check, and you may be wrong. Now that's not always true. For example, the world is against us, like the rest of us, but in that case, we know that we do not back down. How you solve itself. If you're on the island and everyone else says one thing, right, and you're hoping something else, chances are you're wrong. So, and chances are you have to have enough humility and enough concern to be able to understand that maybe that revisit my sheep, that's my shkapas, my halachas, my life standards. But the Eliezer would not back down. He would not back down. So what does it happen? So he was, I'm about one of us. So the Lord says to the people, and the Akiva said, why did you guys come? Amalei, Yilmot Torah, Rabbi, you think very good. Look at the first. Once upon a time, talks about that, and about that. As the old tradition is members talk about these things. Like when a Rabbi died, what happens? Any Torah you have that you cannot share, when you which is why softening the mind is hard. And the sages are that
He's like trying to catch
us something in life because we're trying to just extract whatever last you were told to have people. So now, Rabbi Eliezer is in Torah. He's about to die. So we're trying to get to the Torah. The keep us ready. We're here for the Torah. Give us whatever you can before you die. Is it careful? I'm glad. Yeah, so why haven't you come in? Like, let's just we're not being this entire time. Why are you only coming here? On the road, they said to him, well, hire money tonight. He didn't have enough time. Next time, he got busy. I'm not supposed to do this. I never heard it. So let's back to them. Mia and me, in the Musu Nisas. I wonder about you guys. You will die a natural death. Whereas the Eliezer self-pathetic.
We should turn back on the interview. No, I think we're still on. I turned off the stream. If we turned off for you, it was me. So like tonight.
What do you see about my teacher? And the Lord shall talk.
That is clever shit, dude. Somebody wrote in the comments that like all the jokes go over my head. I was like, fuck that, they know, but they definitely don't.
As well, that he hasn't been looking as feeling that he was, ostracized in the community, which he was. But again, because of his own decisions. Those are those things unbelievers to that day. There was a decision is so incredible. Why have you
Whatever my head to.
and he said, oh, and the Lord just says, if you live a life where you don't have time, he says, to me, I am in the Muslim necessity. Then I would be shocked if you only get the experience of this world. You read that phrase, to me, I would be shocked in your Muslim necessity. If you only die a regular death. What is that?
I am 5'6".
When people go through life, and we have plenty of opportunities. And how do we justify not taking our opportunities, not making those opportunities? Not enough time. Every single opportunity is out there, opportunity to be incredible for time. That's a quasi death. What is that? Death represents a certain finality. When a person dies, that's it. We fail to take advantage of your life opportunities. Listen, you know how this works. Often we don't take advantage of our life opportunities. We convince ourselves, like lots, I get to it later. But we know that's not how life works. Often we don't take advantage of our life opportunities. That opportunity happens. There may be other opportunities down the road. But the ones you miss, and the ones you miss, are more often than not. The laws of to say to the other Adam, tell me you don't have time. For people who live a life where their common refrain is so just understand every time you don't have time and you pass up on a life opportunity, you're killing that opportunity. You're not like you're killing it. Like you're killing it right now, like that one, right? But like you've lost out on that. And that is ultimately again that is the door that shuts and once it shuts, you cannot go outside. Onto that. Just understand every single time. Pass up on a life opportunity because don't have time. That opportunity is gone. And there's no TS in this life opportunity. There may be other ones, but once the opportunity dies, dead and going to be overwhelming delay. So what happens? So they say now Rabbi Rothschild is about to die. Rabbi Rothschild himself is about to die. What does he do? Not those things but also they need a housing bond. So they'll say this is a times in law. Rabbi Rothschild takes his 2 arms and literally almost crosses it against his chest. Amar, I lachem shtei zra'os, shtei sifrei Torah shenigdol. So both of these arms that are like 2 sifrei Torah that are rolled up. So this imagery is very profound. If you look at his arms, like the 2 columns of the sifrei Torah, it's clustered over his chest. And he's saying, both of these sifrei Torah are rolled. Now, Rashi points out when a sifrei Torah is rolled, closed, change the arms. But the Ezra is lamenting. He's fully lamenting. This is this idea of unactualized. I have all of this, right? I had this sacred Torah. I had all of this in me, and yet my sacred Torah remains closed. You know, listen, it's such an overwhelming idea that when a person leaves this world, sometimes they think that he's the greatest man. You know, honestly, you know this. You know, when a person's on a deathbed, no one ever says, what about all the cases of I would probably get that because I'm like, oh, was waiting for me, and Tyler was waiting for me. This, whatever, you can try to give me a star, but it's like, I'm just saying, such a big body. The star wouldn't really fit. You know, it's like, where would it fit? Because that's how I just have to fucking people up. We got to pull this arm, this sacred Torah, was rolled up. What good is a rolled sacred Torah? What good is a rolled sacred Torah? What good is a rolled sacred Torah? You can kiss it, you can hold it, because you can't see it. So the answer is referring to himself as that rolled sacred Torah. So much unactualized potential. Harbe Torah, Lamarati, the Harbe Torah Limarati. I learned so much, and I taught this so much. Right? So how does that fit? He just said that he's like a rolled sacred Torah, which means you can't see the face. But then I learned so much, and I taught so much. Yes, I did a lot of learning. I learned a lot of Torah, and I taught a lot of Torah. But I could have done so much more. I could have been so much more. And that is the greatest existential that a person could face when we are at the end of the journey of life. I could have done more. I could have been more. I could have learned more. I could have taught more. I could have accomplished so much more. He goes on and says, how did they tell the other people of Sati me? I was like, you can tell from the Rashi. And I am. I learned so much from my day. In different things, I think it's more than a dog. Lapping water from the sea. The dog that goes to the river. It's like drinking water. It doesn't feel water. So to get an instrument, so much more dog drinking the water from the river. I drank. There's still so much more to drink. Our day. Already Martin. ולא ניסוי תמיד האלף ונכנס בשביל פרס. I taught some of Torah, and my students would just move more things to make a tweak and make it possible. In other words, see my students. That 6 months of my day in, it was like exactly the ocean. I gave so much to my students, but it was just not in the ocean. Although, not only that, I let so again, this is what he's never it's like I learned a lot. I taught a lot, but I could have learned so much more. My personalistic state of Torah is rolled up. You can't see the page, and I go to the grace of knowing that I could have been more, that my life could have been more. He goes on, he goes, Elishani Shana Shosnias Amavos, the Harris Hazon, although how you Adam Shamuni behind Gavane Olam. Is it very word? I know 300 halachos with the Baharas Hazon. What's Baharas Hazon? So Baharas is a type of salah. Hazon means right. So what I was going to say is, I even had very specific knowledge with a specific type of saras, and no one ever asked me about it. Below, Allah Shari Shlosh was halachos, Allah Shlosh was halachos, then it has Kishin, below. Adam Shamani behind government Olam. What's the people that know? And I know 300 halachos, 3,000 halachos. When it comes to cucumbers, or cucumbers, let's see what I mean just a moment. And no one ever asked me anything except that much. No one ever asked me anything except that what's the say that you're and that's what one of those I'm close. I need to do the half an hour. So the husband of this house is one time that my people and I were walking around the road. I'm ready, and then people said to me, Rabbi, Lamdini in the field teach me about the office of sorcery when it comes to cucumbers. First of all, not cucumber effort. The husband said, I said one word, I said one word of Kishop, the smaller color of the entire field. Obviously, we're talking about how exactly we can do the verse. I remember the time he came and he fucking in the rain. I'm like, fire. And he said, oh, I was supposed to be there. Rabbi taught me how to plant cucumbers with sorcery. Tell me how to harvest it. So I'm not cucumber. Effort is not to put them up in a single word, and all of the cucumbers were piled in one area. So again, that's just understand. That's the whole point of this story, right? Remember, in the Mishnah, Rabbi Akiva quoted in the name of Rabbi Yeshua about how the Gemara was asking, should Rabbi Akiva learn this from Rabbi Yeshua? It seems to me that Rabbi Akiva actually learned this from Rabbi Eliezer. That's the whole point of this story. We're not here for just a moment. So once it's like this point in time, that comes back. That he's holding with sound mind. Therefore, they want to use this opportunity to ask a variety of questions. So Rabbi Eliezer, HaKador, והעומס והקמיע אצלו המרגוריוס, ומשקולס תקנה מגו. We actually raised this a question regarding human power. So literally again a whole Rashi says over here. A weight, years, annually, Sram, I go to a couch with gems in the shoulder, or a weight. So I say these are all things that we can leather, filled with something else. So the Gemara says, silence, what's the, you're asking me a human power question. Again, if I wasn't going to speak in the halachas of human power, fine. Minal shal gabia imas now. then you ask, what is halacha concerning a shoe that is still on its foot? In other words, let's say you have a shoe and the shoe's being stopped and it's still on its foot. What's its halacha regarding Tuman Kara? On the one hand, he's taller. Ultimately, again, it's taller. Why? Because it's not a cancer. That's what you said. And the rest is the Yatsan Shmaso Ikara. The last word that Rabbi said, the last word he said was Tahar. Was pure. Those were the last words out of his mouth. Amar Rabbi Yeshua Arad Lava Amar Putra Haneder Putra Haneder. Yeshua stood up and he said that ultimately again we release Rabbi Eliezer from
Watching Adam Ray, the exact times when he does a punchline, the punchline is just him saying a guy's name, doing simple things. They'll be like, oh, is that for real? That's a terrible example, but it's like, I don't know about that.
Incredibly enough, the last thing that he said was done was Tahar. And that was his last word. So much of Shabbos, talk about Rabbi Akiva, means he started with me. I'm sorry, no one is Rabbi Akiva. So now, this number of years ago, he's still playing on the Friday. Friday, when they were like, he started, and Sunday is coming for his pillars because that is Shabbos. So when he's on the there's a much Shabbos. Rabbi Akiva is apparently, unless you put it in the story, Rabbi Akiva must have left before Rabbi Eliezer died. And Rabbi Akiva therefore goes into the field procession on Motzei Shabbos. And Rabbi Akiva comes into the procession from Caesarea and Caesarea to Lud. And the Makkah with Sarah actually coming shows his stars. So literally, Rabbi Akiva was fighting himself until he started to believe. So Tosfos points out that again, Tosfos says that this Rabbi Akiva wasn't necessarily over the death of Rabbi Eliezer.
You know what, Edgar?
Mourning the loss of his
I can be exactly maintain every interaction with the person in the audience. Like, everything they say is the stupidest thing they've ever heard. Oh my god, oh really? That's what you think, Edgar? What are you worried? What? A fisherman? Okay, the fuck? I am pretty well fish. That's what I'm getting more angry.
I'll be back on each other's So ultimately, again, when he said the concept that actually said about you knowing another God. That's a right century. He said, Abi, my father. That's how we saw Parasha. Ultimately, again, shine with Israel and its riders. I would think most, again, as his father, and as his child. So it's just like his child gets the riders and make it change. That would be Rabbi Akiva says, Harvey Malls is the English will come to the house. Ultimately, again, I so much money. I got all these plays, but I have no money. I have no money to do outside of religion.
Three times on Friday. No episodes of Winter Solstice.
So Sunny Spinelli, thank you, Paul. Sunny Spinelli says, Nico is your best Rabbi Bedouin. Granted, I have not worked on a really good impersonation, but if I were to impersonate Rabbi Bedouin, I go, who's fuck? Who's fuck?
A lot of times, I have all the stuff I need.
Somebody check in on
I
such
just couldn't know exactly who is going to use it. So I said, that's like a personal success. Like, it's interesting. Like, your Akiva is not saying, you know, it's basically saying, I have so much money, but I don't have a money change. What is a money changer do? So what does money changer do? I guess it's kind of money changer. You bring all of your clothes, right? And then what would the money changer say? Change this for this. Put this over here. Do this with this. The money changer will show you how to take everything that you have and maximize what you have for ultimate profit and ultimate result. And you keep saying this. And you got to be real. That's because they need to know. And he helps me keep all of the knowledge and figure out how to best sometimes you're right, my biggest challenge is not knowing how to utilize the knowledge that you have. I have so much, but we need to figure out how do I optimize it. Especially like time is not
Did they really respond?
I need to say, today, we have a conversation. You don't. You get information. However, what it really does for us, all of us, is not one of us who's resonates something like this. And it doesn't do one person, it multiple people. And it's just, I get my information. How do I use it? How do I use it? How do I organize it? How do I set myself up in the right window? So I can be successful. And I feel that sometimes, like, this is one of the biggest challenges of our job. And you can really kind of like, it's like all the yogis, right? Right. But I'm going through my whole list of stuff. I got everything. Because a lot of times, the mistakes we make in life is we're absorbing all the information. Where do I put it? What do I do with it? Sometimes more is less, sometimes less is more. Sometimes I should be focusing on certain things and not doing everything. Sometimes I should be doing everything, focusing. Right, face magic, home, help me to all these things. And it's everything. It's a show and diets. I have all the coins. I have everything. But how did I arrange it? And that's what I don't represent every exit in fucking information. I have the information. What I do with it, how do I organize it? How do I set myself up for success in life? That's what I need myself for. It's amazing. But people lost that. People lost that. You lose the resident happiness. He's overwhelmed. He's overwhelmed. He's going to help you. He's going to help you to the vision forward. Process overwhelmed by thoughts. Incredible. Remember like so all right, full circle. What do you see here? Rabbi Akiva didn't gain his cucumber knowledge from Rabbi Shimon. Who did he gain it from? Rabbi Eliezer. I'm Rabbi Eliezer, I'm sorry, I'm Rabbi Eliezer, Gabra, which is most right. I'm Rabbi Eliezer, the most supper. Other Gabra Rabbi Yeshua, the Asbun. Originally, he was for the Losses, Rabbi Eliezer, I should say, but I lost all my secret understanding. And then he gave me to Yeshua, and this is incredible. The murder's like that. The murder's like that. If you love it, that don't say, by the way, the murder's like, whoa, we hold up in a second. How exactly is Rabbi Eliezer allowed to go ahead and use tears, use sorcery, to go ahead and make a field with cucumbers, and then make them freckles? Isn't that crucial? Isn't that crucial? To which the Gemara from Banan Shnam, also my Sakai in Islam. Right? Also my Sakai. So ultimately, how you have to do this. Isn't that if this is all right to engage in crucial? To which the Gemara says, no, the Islamic side. Again, especially Rabbi Eliezer has to understand how things work in order to be able to trust it. Right? So therefore, you have to learn it in order to understand it. I say, you have to learn it in order to be able to. You have to understand it in order to be able to pass. Which I listen about it. Damar Mars, los civil lasos. So it tells us, do not learn in order to replicate what that creations of the world do. Lasos dat halama. So ultimately, again, you can't learn in order to go ahead and mimic that which creations of the world do. Atalamed, the Havin, to the holiness. So let's say, so ultimately, again, halakha myself, a person is not allowed to learn sorcery or anything else in order to do it themselves. But if a person needs to learn it in order to understand it, that's where not now again. Be careful when you do it. It's like, oh, you know what? Listen, it's important to understand our eyes. I don't mean the job meeting people, right? In other words, like, right, once I understand it, right? I need to understand some non-defensive job, perhaps become a position, right? What it means is like this, that somebody who needs to ask a locus needs to understand the mechanics. Like, you can't ask people to understand. So, Rabbi Eliezer needed to ask the difference between driving. Needed to understand how it is. That's why he part of Akiva, not for the purpose of going ahead and performing on the social platform. To the point ultimately going ahead and in the dynamic. Okay, let's just point out. I just bring us something amazing. Actually, safely. I don't need social website. Is that right? First class. Incredible. Here's the first good name. Let's celebrate. All right, so Michael, it's a short celebration. Let's go. All right, it says you. That's how we do it. That's how we do it. Doing right, good. Now move on. Let's say, that's the greatest metaphor for life. Right? Metaphor for life. You know, in the belt, when you go ahead and you accomplish something, you see, right? Like you're in a suit. Oh, what are you gonna do now? Right? And there's these things are like, okay, now you have a break. Now you do this. You get straight. When you go ahead and you have a dramatic accomplishment, what do? Next moment, move on, right? Give yourself a shkoyach, 5 seconds, appreciate the accomplishment, and then move on to whatever is next. Once I say, here we go. Son of Pesach race is GAB. Then Solar Umora. Once I say, now this is our next product. Right, now, let's remember again, just kind of like a quick overview. And Solar Umora is the rebellious son. So this is ultimately, remember, the child, he's not a child, he's an adult, a legal adult. He steals money from his parents in order to go ahead and purchase meat and water. So this is a fascinating set of halachas. We have to delve into a little bit. In terms of the Solar Umora is excellent. Now, interestingly enough, at first glance, it doesn't really feel that the crime really is that severe that it should warrant execution. So what we'll see, of course, is that Ben Solar Umora is really executed not as much for what did, but for what was considered to be we represent the profound perspective of the movie, and it was also nice to be executed. Now again, it's just Hashkafically problematic, doesn't seem to make all that makes sense. We're going to delve into all of this. Often I have in halacha, let's begin first with some of the mechanisms. Ben Solar Umora, when should a child become Ben Solar Umora, right? From what age? V'shiyadishte saris, v'achiyakid soccer. So we're going to get the time that it takes 2 minutes, which is the sign of physical menstruation. Achiyakid has something that really says that the beard fills out. Now the commercial says, by the way, a tachton below it comes in the metaphor. It doesn't mean a space beard, but rather it means physical menstruation. Right, you guys, Ella, so did you come to Russia with you? That's how I spoke, in a way. Right, so they didn't want to do this. Listen, okay, so first, ultimately, I guess, they didn't want to do it, stuff like that. Therefore, they set up a little bit of illumination. Then the last, also says, if a man will have a rebellious son, and not a daughter. Interestingly enough, there's no class so there, right? There's no female equivalent, right? Furthermore, Ben below Rish. Furthermore, again, it's a Ben and not a man. And again, we'll discuss exactly what that means as well. Ben below Rish. Katan, Utter, Shalababa, Katan is Utter, right? Because ultimately, again, a Katan has not yet come to the Yevamis, okay? So therefore, again, we'll have to be a question so much. Just give us 1 second. Katan, we know is Utter. So which we know that the child ultimately again is. The child can't be called and say, take a tiny time out, shall have both of because the Qatar hasn't yet come to the responsibility of the ministry. Therefore, I get a Qatar, which we learn the Su Hecha Ashkefan. The honors are the hockey, the boyfriend of it sounds like the person who is learning this that a Qatar is not separate of the soul. That's not why would you ever think that a Qatar is subject to the soul? In general, a Qatar is always exempt from everything. So I would read a specific passage that a Qatar is exempt. Which the Gemara says, I'm not happy to tell you. This is what I need to say. Akif and Solar Mora are test only Heras, Hashem Sober Mora. So what says we're going to discuss about Solar Mora, why is he executed for what he has done? Right? Because we haven't gotten into it yet. What has been Solar Mora? What has he done? He stole money and he bought meat and he drank wine. Not good, like not good. but certainly not executable house. Right? You can't say, so why is he executed?
I don't know what the
He's
barbecue is like in
executed
Austin.
because
I mean, the
we're
barbecue is fine in California.
that's a concern.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe that
Sorry.
would
Yeah,
nice
I like those.
exhibiting this type of behavior as a
That's I
child.
just put
We
my
are concerned
Instagram
about
handle
the
in
menace to society that he is going to become when he gets older. So he wants to keep on the Al Sofonera.
That's why you deleted your fucking message,
I'm
Jericho.
not about to see
Nashville's got good
but
food.
what he's going to
Had
become,
some good
maybe he's
barbecue in
not
Nashville. This
Hey,
is turning into
really,
the
the solar Mora
Let's talk
is
about
not
food.
as about what he is, but rather
Like,
about
oh,
what
you
he's
like
going to be.
Burger King
So
steak?
maybe you should execute that.
Our president.
Burger King. You're much more much
No,
much so a cut is not
no, what it is it's literally like coffee, like best
oh,
barbecue ever.
then below each. Then below each cut much more. So furthermore,
Yeah,
again, it was like,
Carolina, I heard it's good.
then below each is one of the then below
I'm
each
telling you,
means
like, I have my dad's at my house too.
I'm not even number up. So I'm gonna start with Eli Ish with Ben. Once it said, man will go ahead and have a son, then a son will grow up for son, who becomes a son. A Ben who is just recently into manhood. So this is interesting enough. That have been sooner or more has to be an adult. So again, he's a recently by mitzvah. Ben is somewhat an ish. He became an ish recently, but he's still a Ben. So he's a young ish. We're just relatively recently entered into Yoki, Soccer attack. So Tony that if you actually Yoki attack. So also so remember all of this discussion about stuff about fear is a euphemism, not so it's different idea again about physical maturity, strategic maturity. So the word is the Yoki Soccer attack. I'm telling you, I check the Torah. Okay, so there's air that really serves the Torah. So you want to express something. Hakapas here, below Hakapas dates. Okay, so let's say something about this guy is a tremendous level of specificity regarding regarding right? Right, so nice again, Gemara says it's not this particular hair, but rather again, it's the hair that surrounds again.
Oh yeah, come in here. I guarantee you're gonna leave unscathed. You're more of a bitch.
So you will not get tested on this information, right? So as I said, I just want to point out something interesting.
If Bob
You want to
and
do yourself,
Nate Diaz were like,
a lot of information.
going for their
Just
jerseys
understand.
coming out, and Nate wanted the number 66, he would walk away with a jersey that
What
had
is
a number
general,
30
right? When it comes to a
times
things
33 twice.
what's the general approach? General approach, we don't want to do it. We don't want to do it. Therefore, again, we will make it as difficult as possible for a baby to execute. When you see this level of specificity regarding pubic hair, what's the takeaway message? What's the takeaway message for this level of specificity? They don't want to do it. They don't want to do it. So I said, if you're getting into this, that now we're making accuracy in pubic hair. Right. We're making accuracy in this, right? You make accuracy. What that shows you is the system does not want to execute this. And therefore, again, we will essentially make it as procedurally difficult as possible for execution. That's the takeaway of the day. So the Gemara says, "I'm up to stop. Katan shaholit in bino nasev and solar. Next by the way, katan, father's child, that offspring not become a ben solar. How do you know this? Shemar here leish ben leish ben below the ben. So it's an interesting word because the classic says here leish, which means what? An adult. If an adult fathers a child, that child should become a solar. But at the end of the day, if a child fathers a child, a minor fathers a child, ultimately again, that child cannot become a ben solar anymore. Here's the much high, we finally go up. 1 second, you get this. But you name of rock, you name of rock said to us. In the name of God, he had ben Yish. Because it just said, if a man will have a child, or if a man, right, the Ben will Yish. Why does it say that a man will have a child? Jewish man is supposed to Ben Yish. Not in the ultimately, if a minor child, like a child fathers a child, then also can become Ben Solar. I the Ima Kule, the hockey with the also. I have a study with just this halacha. In Kinimatra Ben Ish. They said it in the short form of Ben Ish. My Ish Ben. Ultimately, again, what is it going to teach us? Ish Ben. Ultimately, again, what is work out? It's a learn both of these halachas. Like number one, halacha l'maisa that again, halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa that it has to be a child. Like halacha l'maisa that halacha should be the heir. That's number one. And the other halacha that if a child fathers a child, that says also is not self that she's a halacha concerning Ben Solar. So let's say, so let's talk about that today. I'm just interesting. So I don't want to look for the whole Ben Solar more because in Eretz Hashem we'll see this on a future document. But I just want to point out an interesting connection over here, right? You notice that the Rothschild and Rothschild, he was lamenting the role taken. Like you were thinking back that there was so much potential that remained unrealized. It's incredible because thanks so much and nervous about the potential that will be realized. But they saw it in more because of the we don't assume so he is executed because of what he will. So there's some more we're concerned about the potential he will realize. And that potential is negative and detrimental to the greater society. So Lesnar Fortunus is lamenting unrealized potential, and then Solar Amora is executed because of potentially or realized potential, potentially realized potential. So instead of how much is focused on potential, negative potential. Positive potential, and Solar Mora, negative potential, positive, unrealized positive potential, incredibly the greatest good of going in this world has a role that each of us possesses so much of this. Each of us is a role of circle. Things happen in your own life, tragedies happen. Some tragedies happen. You go to tell Brennan that you got to take a day off to go to your fucking loved one's funeral, and you're about to say when Papa shows up in here. And then you gotta find. You have to be so careful when you're locked up potential not to live a life of freedom. So we'll stop over here for today. A lot more talking, but I meant to go ahead of ourselves.
Because Papa is like wearing a hat that has like three bills. One here, one here, one here. And you're like, never mind. You're trying to tell Papa and Brian Kelly your problems. They're just like, good.
All right, well, say good morning, or good off. A great success for Hashem to be able to begin the week. Today's dash is Samir Plus 68. I showed this morning. It is dedicated by our annual time, the first one to the Tilsim Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Shemin Roshos this year. As you should. Plus, all the solos covers for all of Amis. Should be a week of Mel and Karen Ram, Rav, Nishmas. What if I did this? You have to remember about times over the channel, and the family. Because once we hope that this is the message and reach more of our hostages come home, our holy soldiers are successful before not seeing them. We should just be so familiar to something rough as the shoes and the homeless. Those with that, let us begin. Today's top of Sunfest 68. I have to come up in Hashem actually at the top of Sunfest 68. So the Mark quotes the section from Rabbi Akiva. So remember again, Rabbi Akiva mentions in the Mishnah about the collection of kishur, the collection of cucumbers or gourds. And Rabbi Akiva said in the Mishnah, Shnai lokim kishur, echa lokim potter, echa lokim chayi. Sometimes someone can go ahead and collect cucumbers, like harvest cucumbers on Shabbos. Sometimes a person can be chayi, sometimes a person can be potter. So the Mishnah said, what does that mean? So the person actually harvests the cucumbers and they will chayi on Shabbos. And if he engages in admiration, so they would be potter. So the Gemara says, aha, top of Sunday 68. Rabbi Akiva and Yeshua come in. Rabbi Akiva learned this out from Rabbi Yeshua. No, about 10 years. This is an incredible. But Zairi Mer tells the story. Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Akiva b'chaber l'vaska. When Rabbi Eliezer became ill, so Rabbi Akiva and his other companions, his other his colleagues came to visit Rabbi Eliezer. Listen, the context of this story is just a little bit quite dramatic. Of Shalom, the issue of China. So Eliezer was like in his bed. He was very ill, definitely traumatized. And he was like under his canopy. So he was in his bed under a canopy. And Rabbi Akiva and the other Rabbanim were outside. Literally tracking means like antechamber. So they were visiting with him in an antechamber, the hallway. But also Yom Erev Shabbos, and it was Erev Shabbos, it was Friday afternoon. So what happened? Nichnas, Horkinus, Lachens, Tfilof. So Horkinus, so this is Rabbi Eliezer. So Rabbi Eliezer's son, Horkinus. This was Rabbi Eliezer ben Horkinus. He had a son he named after his father, Horkinus. Again, if you have time, we'll talk a little bit more about Rabbi Eliezer ben Horkinus himself. Was the disciple of Yochanan ben Zakkai. Okay, so what happened? So his son Horkinus went into remove his tefillin. So again, remember, Rabbi Eliezer, the father, very ill. Son comes in Erev Shabbos to remove his father's tefillin. Shabbos is about to start. So Go'ar Bo v'Yatzim v'Nezifa. Rabbi Eliezer started yelling at his son. Started yelling at him, and literally again rebuked him and Horkinus left the room. Amr Lahan Lefadirav, Kinetima Ani Shagaita Sha'ada Mitrafo. So Horkinus sees the other Rabbi extensively to the Nevada to visit the city and Horkinus, his son, says, it would appear that my father is not going to compliment the state. Right after chasing me out to room like this, after rebuking me, okay, that my father is not going to compliment the state. So what happens? Eliezer hears this. He says, and Daito so Rabbi Eliezer says, I'm fine. I'm not a problem. I'd rather get into my his mother, my wife, who are the ones because literally, how could it be that and they're worried about again my toy. So I don't know what's happening here. So interestingly enough, so Rabbi is going ahead and rebuking his son and his wife, Eliezer's wife, properly preparing Shabbos. So he felt that they were not properly prepared for Shabbos, and because they're not properly prepared for Shabbos, there's real concerns. Chas v'shalom, they come to you in the house. So they're not worried about things, instead they're focused on thinking about Torah. So that's things like this. Very on Shabbos. So worst case scenario, maybe you think this is Rabbi. But the very low Shabbos has to be a serious issue for a race. So take a look at that. Just the Josh says in Sukkot, this is the first one. Advokas Ameh, the Hakamonas coming. First in the Gavash in the Aleph Isra Shmos. The Maniach Tefillin b'Shabbos in time. So the Maniach Tefillin b'Shabbos. So apparently what this was upset about was felt that his son and his wife had not properly prepared, focusing on all the wrong things, focusing on getting my photo. So what was the worst case scenario? I go ahead and I work Torah and Shabbos. So what? Okay, I'm not on this. So better to don't worry about this. We're not going to work for Shabbos properly. So again, plus the Shabbos. The Rothschild says they had delayed the work for Shabbos. Why? Because they were trying for that. That's because they were trying for that. So and again, Eliezer is a strong personality. So when Mike again, he's rebuking his son. He's not probably praying for Shabbos. Gave him shot. They died for me. Shabbos Allah. So now at this point in time, Rabbi realized that Rabbi Eliezer was of sound mind. I think he was fine. Everything is fine. He was on mind. He was totally with it. When the other Rabbanim realized this, so they come into the Nevada and Yashul Lefanov, the Richot Daled Amos, and they sit before Amos and from Rabbi Eliezer. Listen, what's happening? So now with the story begins to really take form. Rashi says, "Berichak Arba." Here, Hanidui Shebazuk Mafokes Tanur Shalach Nada Messiah. We'll say again, this is the famous story of Tanur Shalach. Tanur Shalach, we'll say this was the famous fall between Rabbi Eliezer and the rabbinic community. There's a big machlokas about again the other type of Tanur Shalach and other made up multiple parts, and there was a big machlokas about ritual status. So again, the entire rabbinic community passed in the way, Rabbi Eliezer passed in a different way. Rabbi Eliezer would not back down from his opinion. As a result, he was put in executed immediately. And what's interesting enough that look, it says in Tehran, you're not allowed to come within Dalit Amos, 6 feet of them. So they'll come out to go ahead and do Bakr Hola. What they're really coming to do is they're coming to glean any additional holy knowledge that they can from Rabbi Eliezer. But they have to keep a distance from him because at the end of the day, that's why they're not to his bedside. They're in the distance of Balaam. So Rabbi Eliezer explained even on his bedside was not retracting his halacha position. And therefore, again, they become a distance. Amar Allah, Rabbi Eliezer says, there's so much just about this entire story, and that's about the Eliezer himself. There are some things in life, it's good to stand your ground, and it's good to keep your shittas in your periods. But if the whole world is against you, like, again, chances are you have to do a self-check, and you may be wrong. Now, that's always true. For example, the world is against us, like the world is against us, again, you know that we do not back down from what we are. But within Klal Yisrael itself, if you're on the Lonely Island and everyone else says one thing, like, and you're hoping something else, chances are you're wrong. And chances are you have to have enough humility and enough understanding to be able to revisit my shiva, my shkafas, my halachas, my lifestyle. But Rabbi Eliezer would not back down. He would not back down. My son of Mamabas. So Rabbi Eliezer says to Rabbi Akiva, and Rabbi Akiva says, why did you guys come? Amar Lo, Vilmot Torah, Rabbi, we came for a time. What's the after? We mentioned this once upon a time, Shabbat was about, right? The old school was Mamish Shabbat, which means that's when a Rebbe died. What happened? Any Torah that he did not share went into the grave. Which is why so often in Gemara you find that when a great sage is on his deathbed, his Talmidim are circumvent because they're trying to just extract whatever last thing the Torah they have people to do. So now, Rabbi Eliezer was in favor to die. So they're trying to get, so they come to this Rebbe, we're here for a Torah. That's whatever you can provide. This is Rebbe Gemara. Dad, Achshel Abbasam. So why did you come into that? Right, so where have you been this entire time? Why are you only coming now? Amrullah, they said to him, wow, we didn't have enough time. We got busy. I'm not supposed to listen to this. I don't know the hand. So let's back to Mia and Yamusu Risa. I wonder about you guys if you will die a natural death. Whereas Rabbi Eliezer saw prophetically that these individuals, unfortunately, would meet a very bitter end. Again, Rabbi Akiva, again, and all these other rabbis were unfortunately killed by the Romans. So Rabbi Eliezer says prophetically, I see that unfortunately you're going to meet a very difficult end. Rabbi Akiva, Shalimahu. Rabbi Akiva specifically asks Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi, what do you see about my future? Amrlo Shalcha Kashmi Shalom. Your end is even more difficult. It's even more difficult than anyone else. That was like, there's a lot of emotion involved in this schema as well. But he has been working with feeling that he was, ostracized from the community, which he was. But again, because of his own decisions, it was unwillingness to back down. There was that this exchange is so incredibly profound. Like they was asking Rabbi, why haven't you come to me until now? And they said, we didn't have time. And Rabbi says, I can't tell you. if you live a life when you don't have time, he says, Tamia ani in Yamusim Misas Hatsi. Then I would be shocked if the only death you experience in this world, and the way you can read that phrase is, Tamia ani, I would be shocked in Yamusim Misas Hatsi. If you only die a regular death. What does that really say? People go through life and we have plenty of opportunities. But how do we justify not taking our opportunities, not taking advantage of our opportunities? Not enough time. Every single time you lose out on an opportunity because you don't have enough time, that's a quasi-death. What is death? Death represents a certain finality. When a person dies, that's it. You fail to take advantage of life opportunities. Those are how this works. Often we don't take advantage of life opportunities because we convince ourselves that what? I'll get later. But we know that's not how life works. Often we don't take advantage of a life opportunity. That opportunity will happen. So there will be other opportunities down the road. But the ones you miss are the ones you miss, and more often than not, you cannot complain. So the Lazar Branch is saying to the other guy, you tell me you don't have time. For people who live a life that their common refrain is, I don't have time, just understand every time you don't have time and you pass up on a life opportunity, you're killing that opportunity. And not like killing it, like the good killing it, right? Not like that one, right? But like you've lost out on that. And that ultimately, again, that is a door that shuts, and once it shuts, you cannot open it. So it's like, this is one of the most important and profound lessons. We go through life, and there's opportunities, whether it's opportunities for tefillah b'tzit, opportunities for learning, it's opportunities for company stuff, it's opportunities for chesed, it's opportunities for shalom bayis. And what ends up happening? I'm too busy, I'm too tired, or I'm too this, or I'm too that. Just understand, every single time you pass up on a life opportunity because I told you I don't have time, that opportunity has just gone. Right in front. And there's no chance on these life opportunities. There may be other ones, but once the opportunity dies, it's dead and gone to you forever. Overwhelming Gemara. So what happens? So Rabbi said, now Rabbi is about to die. So goes himself about that. What does he do? Not all stays also. Maybe a halvi. So Rabbi said, this is a Gemara. Rabbi also takes his two arms and literally almost he crosses it against his chest. Amar, oy lachem shteis ra'osai, shen kishtei sifrei Torah shenitron. So both of these arms that are like two sifrei Torah that are rolled up. So the image is very profound. If you look at his arms, like the two palms of the Sefer Torah, he's crossing it over his chest. And he's saying, woe to these sifrei Torah that are rolled. Now, Rashi points out when a sifrei Torah is rolled, closed, you can't see the letters. But what the Eliezer is lamenting, what he's truly lamenting, is this idea of unactualized potential. I had all of this, right? I had this Sefer Torah, I had all of this in me, and yet my Sefer Torah remained closed. You know, let's say, it's such an overwhelming idea that when a person leaves this world, sometimes the thing that gives them the greatest amount of, let's say, you know what, I want to tell you something, you know this. You know, when a person's on their deathbed, no one ever says, oh, you know what about all the places I wanted to vacation and I never got to? Like, oh, Cancun was waiting for me, and Paris was waiting for me. And this, no one ever on their deathbed laments the vacations they didn't take. No, at least I don't think so. It's not thinking people. What do people lament on their deathbed? They lament the opportunity they had to actualize their potential and failed to do. Because that's both and that's what is lamented. This Sefer Torah rolled up. What good is a rolled Sefer Torah? What's a rolled Sefer Torah? What can you roll Sefer Torah? You can kiss it, you can hold it, you can't look at it, because you can't see it. So the answer is referring to himself as that rolled Sefer Torah. So much unactualized potential. Harbe Torah, Lamarati, the Harbe Torah, Limarati. I learned so much, and I taught so much. Well, listen, right? It's interesting, by the way. So how does that fit? He just said that he's like a rolled Sefer Torah, which means he can't see the print. But then he says, I learned so much, and I taught so much. And as you're saying something so profound, yes, I did a lot of life. I learned a lot of Torah, and I taught a lot of Torah. But I could have done so much more. I could have been so much more. And that is the greatest existential pain that a person could face when they are at the end of the journey of life. I could have done more. I could have been more. I could have learned more. I could have taught more. I could have accomplished so much more. He goes on, he says, I learned so much from my rebellion, but the truth is, I didn't take more than them. They're like the dog takes when it's lapping water from the sea. Like the dog goes over to the river. He starts drinking water. He doesn't do water. So too, again, I learned from my rebellion. But there was so much more I could have learned. Like the dog drinking the water from the river. I drank, but there was still so much more to drink. Harbe, Torah Limarati, below Kisrin Hamida Ella Kimakafa Bishkal Ferris. I taught so much Torah, and my students didn't take anything more from me from like a tooth from like an apple kilo. In other words, it's the same idea. That I took so much of my rebellion, it was like a drop in the ocean. I gave so much to my students, but it was just a drop in the ocean. So not only that, Ella, so again, this is the mistake of Israel. What's important lamenting an unfulfilled life unless you think you didn't accomplish. It's like I learned a lot, I taught a lot, but I could have done so much more. My personalistic sefer Torah is rolled up. You can't see the print, and I go to the grave with the pain of knowing that I could have been more, that my life could have been more. He goes on, he says, below, he said, furthermore, I know 300 halachos with the Baharas Haza. What's Baharas Haza? So Baharas is a type of saras. Haza means bright. Let's be right, Mr. Simmons. I even have very specific knowledge with a specific type of saras, and you ask me about it. Don't ever ask me about it. Below, Allah Shani Shorosh Loshim halachos, or really Shoshes Alafim halachos. Benetias Kishurim, the Haya Adam Shamani behind Davar Me Olam, Chutz Me Akiva Ben Yosef, and I know 300 Allahs, 3,000 Allahs. When it comes to cucumbers, we'll see what that means. And no one ever asked me anything except Rabbi Akiva. He called him Akiva Ben Yosef. No one ever asked me anything. It comes in just a second. Why? What's sorry, Rabbi Akiva and Eliezer and Rothschild cucumbers. Listen to this. Pam Achos, I need to go Mahalchin Ayin B'Day. So Rabbi Eliezer and Rothschild tells this story. So one time, Rabbi Akiva and I were walking on the road. I'm Rabbi, and Rabbi Akiva said to me, Rabbi, Lamdini B'Netiyot, teach me about the halacha sorcery when it comes to cucumbers. First one, American Davar Echad. Eliezer and Rothschild said, I said one word. It was a sorcerer word. I said one word of kishuf is also the kishur. And the entire field filled with cucumbers. So also it's pretty incredible. And then obviously we're going to talk about how exactly is it permitted that Muslim Muslims is engaging in kishuf, is engaging in sorcery. Again, we'll discuss that. And so I said one word, and the entire field filled with cucumbers. And then Rabbi Yimaratani, Yitzyasan, Yimaratani Akilasan, Rabbi taught me how to plant cucumbers with sorcery. Tell me how to harvest it. So Amarti Davar Echad is not to put in the Makom Echad. I said one word, and all of the cucumbers were piled in one area of the field. Incredible. Amulo. So again, just understand, that's the whole point of this story, right? Because remember, in the Mishnah, God quoted in the name of Rabbi Yeshua about cucumbers. So Gemara was asking, Rabbi Akiva, so Yeshua, essentially, sort of Rabbi Akiva actually learned this from Rabbi Eliezer. That's the whole point of the story. We're not here in just a moment. So we'll say, so at this point in time, the word jumps back. The other Rabbi see that he's sound mind. So they want to use this opportunity to answer a variety of questions. I'm going to say, Rabbi Eliezer, Hachador, V'ha'amos, V'ha'kamira, Etzrar Hamargalios, Mishkolas Kitana Mahu. So there was this interesting, they asked Rabbi Eliezer workers a question regarding tumor and tara. So literally, again, a ball, or Rashi says over here, a weight, kamiyah is an amulet, sram, argolios, a pouch for gems, umishkola, or a weight. So what's it? These are all things Rashi points out over here that are made from the leather, filled with something else. So the Gemara says, what's the, you're asking me a human power question. Again, if Elazar Horkin speaks on the halachas of human power, fine. Minal shal gabia imisman. So then they ask, what is the halacha concerning the shoe that is still on its form? In other words, let's say you have a shoe and the shoe's being fashioned, it's still on the form, it's not complete. What's its halacha regarding human power? On the other hand, putar, ultimately again, it's tar. Why? Because it's not a complete. That's what Rabbi said. And the Gemara says, "That's on Nishmasal Tara." The last word that Rabbi said, the last word he said was tar, was pure. Those were the last words out of his mouth. Rabbi Yeshua Aragla Amar Putra Haneder Putra Haneder. Yeshua stood up and he said that ultimately again we release Rabbi Eliezer from the excommunication. So they lifted, the Rabbanim assembled, lifted the excommunication from Rabbi Elazar and Horkimus after he passed away. Incredible. That's what it means. Putra Haneder, Putra Haneder. So the Gemara says as follows. The Masi Shabbos, again, so Elazar and Horkimus died. And you know, so incredibly enough, the last thing that he said when he died was Tav. That was his last word. So the Motzi Shabbos, I'll go about Rabbi Akiva, sorry, I'm sorry, Rabbi Akiva. So let's say, so now, this remember, when this story happened, this whole story happened on Friday. Because remember, again, that's how the whole thing started, that his son Horkimus came in to remove his throne, it was Erev Shabbos. So the Levaya was on Motzi Shabbos. It was on Motzi Shabbos. Rabbi Akiva, apparently, according to this story, Rabbi Akiva must have left before Rabbi Eliezer died, and Rabbi Akiva therefore runs into the funeral procession on Motzi Shabbos. And Rabbi Akiva accompanies the procession from Caesarea to Lud. And Yomaka b'Fsaro ad shegamu shos Yisrael. So literally, Rabbi Akiva was striking himself until he started to bleed. Tosis points out over here. Tosis says that this Rabbi Akiva wasn't lacerating himself over the death of Rabbi Eliezer. Instead, what he was doing was he was mourning the loss of Torah. Because the halacha is you're not allowed to lacerate yourself over mourning for the dead. He wasn't lacerating mourning the dead. Rather, again, he was just he could not take the pain of all the Torah that was lost with the death of Rabbi Eliezer himself. But Omar, Avi Recha Yisrael Parasha. So ultimately, again, when he said the pasuk that actually Elisha said about Eliyahu and Navi died. Recha, he said to him, he said, Avi my father. Recha Yisrael Parasha. Ultimately, again, Israel and its rivals. Harbe Ma'o. So again, he referred, it's very beautiful, he referred to Eliezer as his father, and as a chariot, right? Just like the chariot gets the rider from location A to location B, Rabbi Eliezer was sending himself forward at every junction. What Rabbi Akiva says, Harbe Ma'os Yeshli, the Amy will find the heart so. Ultimately, again, I have so much money, I have all the wings, but I have no money change. Like no money change to show me how to properly live. We'll say this is incredible you say. We'll say sometimes, the Mishnah tells us, Selah Harav. All of us know it's like we need a rabbi. All of us. And by the way, a rabbi doesn't even have to be like a rabbi. A rabbi just means a right own someone who can help us with perspective. Because a lot of times, I have all the stuff I need. I know exactly how to arrange it in a way so as to maximize my personal success. Right, interesting that he's not saying, what is he saying? I have so much money, but I don't have a money changer. What does a money changer do? I guess it's a money changer. You bring all of your clothes, right? And then all your money changers saying, here's what you should do. Exchange this for this. Put this over here. Do this with this. The money changer would show you how to take everything that you have and maximize what you have for ultimate profit and ultimate results. Now, you keep it like this. I need Rabbi Eliezer, not because I need his knowledge. I have the knowledge. But he helps me take all of the knowledge and figure out how to best maximize it. It's like sometimes in life, our biggest challenge is not knowing how to utilize the levels that we have. I have so much, but I need to figure out how do I optimize it. Right? Isn't it interesting? Especially like find this a lot that we live in an age where it used to be you needed a Rebbe for information. I need a Rebbe for information. I will say the truth is today, do you need a Rebbe for information? Not really. I think you get the 8-minute dot, the 8-second dot, 25-second dot, right? Half a dot, part of a dot, the whole dot, right? You get any medium you want. You do not need a Rebbe for information. You don't. You get information however you get information. What a Rebbe does for us, for all of us, is not one of us who doesn't need something like this. And it doesn't be one person, multiple people. Is just like get my information. How do I use it? How do I use it? How do I organize it? How do I set myself up in the right framework so I can be successful? I feel that sometimes like this is one of the biggest challenges of our dog. Right? Because it's just kind of like it's like all the yogis, right? It's cute. What happened? I'm doing that, I'm doing Mishnah, I'm doing Kitzur, I'm doing everything simultaneously. So you ask them 5 minutes later, you know, what do you remember? It's zero, right? But I'm going for a whole list of stuff. I got everything. Because a lot of times, the mistakes we make in life is we're absorbing all the information. Where do I start it? What do I do? Sometimes more is less, sometimes less is more. Sometimes I should be focusing on certain things and not doing everything. Sometimes I should be doing everything and focusing. Right, face measures, home, chavrusa, all these things. And it's everything. Tzedakah, shalom, kindness. I have all the coins. I have everything. But how do I arrange it? And that's the secret. I think of your people what you know. I don't need Rabbi Eliezer and Huggins for information. I have the information. But what I do with it, how do I organize it? How do I set myself up for success in life? That's what I need my Rabbi for. It's amazing. And when Rabbi Akiva lost that, you lose your lesbian happiness. He's overwhelmed. He's overwhelmed. Who's going to help you make saving for life? Who's going to help you create visions and move forward and a process and a framework? Who's going to help you with that? And you can see again, he's overwhelmed by his loss. Overwhelmed by his loss. It's incredible. So he remembers like okay, by the way, full circle. What he's teaching you, right? Rabbi Akiva didn't gain his cucumber knowledge from Rabbi Shimon. Who did he gain it from? Rabbi Eliezer. I'm Rabbi Eliezer, I'm sorry, I'm Rabbi Eliezer, Gomra. Which the Gemara says, you're right. I'm Rabbi Eliezer, the most suffer. Other Gomra Rabbi Yeshua, the Asbra Nehira. Originally, he learned from Eliezer, or Rabbi Eliezer, I should say. But Allah, he didn't understand it. And then he learned it again from Yeshua, and this time he understood. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. Hey, Kila Rabbi. Bible says, I'm going to be nice. Hold up here just a second. How exactly is Rabbi Eliezer allowed to go ahead and use fear, use sorcery, to go ahead and heal with cucumbers and then make them collectively? Isn't that Kisha? To which the Gemara says, Vanan tonight, some nice Chayat Islam. Right? How was my Chayat? So ultimately, how you like this? Isn't that it? It's in Kisha. To which the Gemara says, no, the Islamic Chayat. I was saying, sometimes again, especially someone like Rabbi Eliezer, has to understand how things work in order to be able to pass it. Right? So therefore, you have to learn it to understand it. I should say, you have to learn it in order to be able to, you have to understand it in order to be able to ask. And Shabbos about it, Amar, those simul lasos. Torah tells us, do not learn in order to replicate or in order to mimic that which the nations of the world do. Lasos, so ultimately, again, you can learn in order to go ahead and mimic that which the nations of the world do. So let's say, so ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa is not allowed to learn sorcery or any other, for that matter, or anything else in order for themselves. But if a person needs to learn it in order to understand and teach it, that's when not right. Be careful with what you do. Like, you know what? Listen, it's according to understand this. I don't mean this reality to people, right? In other words, like, right, to understand it, right? I need to understand something. I'll have to completion will come down, right? What it means is that somebody asking halachas to understand the mechanics of things, right? To ask things to understand. So Rabbi Eliezer you needed to concentrate on different situations regarding Tishuk, you needed to understand how it was working. And that's why he taught us how to make up, not for the purpose of going ahead and performing instruction conditionally, for the point ultimately again of going ahead and understanding the dynamic of these things. Okay, so I just point out something amazing. Actually, all right, we'll save it for later. Hadron Allah, I release us. Let's say, like what happens first power for sure. That's how they say. So like, it's a short-lived celebration. Let's go. Right? That's how we do it. That's how we do it. Right? Good. Now move on. Let's say Son of Chesed is just about here. That's the greatest metaphor for life, right? Metaphor for life. You know, in the belt, when you go ahead and you're playing for something, you see this, right? Like you win a Super Bowl. Oh, what are you going to do now? Right? Just understand that, like, okay, now you have a break, now you do this. And when you go ahead and you have a dramatic accomplishment, what do? Next moment, move on, right? Give yourself a shtoya, 5 seconds, appreciate the accomplishment, and then move on to whatever is next. So there we go. Ben Sorer Mora. So now this is our next parak. Right, so let's remember again, just kind of like a quick overview. Ben Sorer Mora is the rebellious son. So this is ultimately, you're going to remember, the child. He's not a child, he's an adult, a legal adult. Who steals money from his parents in order to go ahead and purchase meat and wine. So this is a fascinating set of halachas, which we'll have to delve into a little bit. And the Torah says that Ben Sorer Umora is executed. Now, interestingly enough, at first glance, it doesn't really feel that the crime really is that severe that it should warrant execution. So what we'll see, of course, is that Ben Sorer Umora is really executed, not as much for what he did, but for what we're concerned he's going to become. And he represents a profound threat to the community. And therefore, Allah is to be executed before he can become an actual threat. Now, again, which is hashkatically problematic, doesn't seem to make all that much sense. We're going to delve into all of this. But often, like, let's begin first. So, Ben Sorer Mora, when could a child become Ben Sorer Mora? Right? From what age? Again, from the time that he brings 2 hair, which is the sign of physical maturation. Now, that literally sounds like until his beard fills out. Like the Mishnah just said, by the way, but it doesn't mean that his face, but rather again, it means physical maturation. Like the words, Ella, Chazal spoke in a cleaner way, right? So they didn't want to be explicit. This refers ultimately again to pubic hairs. Like they didn't want to be explicit like that. Therefore, they said it in a little bit of a nice Ben Lobas. Also it says, the man will have a rebellious son. First of all, it's a son and not a brother. Interestingly enough, there's no Bas Sorer, right? There's no female equivalent. Like, Ben. It's a Ben and not a man. And again, we'll discuss exactly what it means as well, Ben Velosh. Katan, Katan, Shalabama comes, and a Katan is Katan, but ultimately, again, a Katan does not yet come to the mitzvah. Okay? But that's the question that's on my first side. Katan means Katan. So where do you know that a Katan, that a child ultimately, again, is, after the child again become a mitzvah. Give it 20 time off, Shalabama with the Katan hasn't yet come to the responsibility. Therefore, again, a Katan, for which the Gemara says, the Su Eicha Ashkefan, the Anash Akasra, the Havi, Dava, the Baikal, one second. It sounds like this Gemara is the Gemara needs an explicit teaching that a Katan is not subject to Ben Sorer Mora. Like that's obvious. Why would we ever think that a Katan is subject to Ben Sorer Mora? In general, one is always exempt from everything. So why would I need a specific that a Katan is exempt? Which the Gemara says, unhappy Katan. This is what I need to say. Hati Ben Sorer Mora affect only her life. Hashem Sorer. So one says we're going to a Ben Sorer Mora is executed. Not really executed for what he has done, right? Because if you think about it, we haven't gotten into it yet. What has been sort of done? What he's done? He stole money. He stole money and he bought and he drank wine. Not good, right? Not good, but certainly not executable offense. I can't say. So why he's executed because we're what he's going to become. That's what we're concerned about. We're concerned about that nice stuff. If he's exhibiting these type of behaviors as a child, we are concerned about the type of menace to society he is going to become when he gets older. So he went to the cave on the outside of human money. And then about the sins we kill him for what he's going to become. Maybe these halachos should apply. Now, Yiddish and Solar Mora is not as much about what he is, but rather about what he's going to become. So this you should execute even a chatan for exhibiting this type of behavior. Much of the Mishnah teaches us that halacha l'maisa, a chatan is not how to show the old, then the ish. The old, then the ish chatan. So furthermore, again, what's like the halacha Gemara says ben the ish, which we're going to see the halacha what this means is ben the ish means changing the chatan, because the chatan in general then has a change. I'm not going to do Amrav. Zamakra v'hiya li'ish ben. Because it says a man will go ahead and have a son, then a son who becomes a ben Sora Mora, a ben who is just recently entered into manhood. So this is interesting, by the way, that a ben Sora Mora has to be an adult. But again, he's a recently done mitzvah. So he's supposed to be a ben, a son of the ish. He became an ish recently, but he's still a ben. So he's a young ish who has just relatively recently entered into Jewish adulthood. Incredible. Let's just go a little bit back. But actually, so tell you that if you are actually so as I said, remember all of this discussion about suffering, about a beard, is a euphemism, not for his face, but rather again about physical maturity, or actually human maturity. So the Gemara says, so I'm telling you, I took about Torah. Okay, and he told his hair that literally surrounds the Torah. So the Gemara says, Hakafas eat, the law Hakafas beats. Okay, so what's interesting about this, by the way, is a tremendous level of specificity regarding right? So again, Gemara says it's not testicular hair, but rather again it's pubic hair that surrounds again. Right? You will not get pestilence, right? So as I said, I couldn't find something interesting. You want to see yourself, like really a lot of information. Just understand. This is very reminiscent of like the Gemaras that talk about execution. What in general, right? When it comes to a basic execution, so I'll say, what's the general approach? We don't want to do it. And therefore, again, we will make it as difficult as possible for a Bayesian to execute someone. When you see this level of specificity regarding pubic hair, what's the takeaway message for everybody, right? What's the takeaway message for this level of specificity? They don't want to do it. So if you're getting into this, like they're making calculus and pubic hair. Right. They're making calculus with this. Like make calculus. What that shows you is the system does not want to execute this kid. And therefore, again, we will essentially make it as procedurally difficult as possible before execution. That's the takeaway of the idea. So I'm going to stop. Katan Shaul, it ain't been on us and so more. That's by the way, if a Katan fathers a child, that offspring cannot become a Ben Solar anymore. How do you know? This should not kill the Ish Ben, the Ish Ben below the Ben. It's interesting because it says kill the Ish. Ish means what? An adult. If an adult fathers a child, that child can become a Solar anymore. But at the end of the day, if a child fathers a child, a minor fathers a child, ultimately, again, that child cannot become a Ben Solar anymore. This is time we find the Gemara. What's that mean? That phrase? Are we going to write? Because we know about that said to us. Thinking of the cross, he had Ben First, could have just said if a man will have a child, or if a man, right? So Ben will finish. Mike ish Ben. Why does this phrase says if a man will have a child? Ish Ben both the Ben ish. Shmami no. The kid left this stuff. ultimately I teach halacha about kista. If a minor, if a child, right, if a child fathers a child, then offspring can become ben solar. I ve'ima kule lahaki yudasa. I was ready to try consequences of this halacha. In kine makra ben ish. To set it in the short form of ish. My the ish ben. Ultimately, again, what does it come to teach us? Ish ben. Ultimately, again, what the Gemara says, Tarti. We can learn out both of these halachas. Like number one, halacha l'maisa, that again, halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa, it has to be a child, right? Halacha l'maisa, about the halacha certainly pubic hair, that's number one. And the other halacha, that if a child fathers a child, that's also is not see the halachas concerning that's so right. So let's say, so let's have a different thing. I just think interesting. So I don't want to rush through the whole sort of morning because the Mirza Hashem will see this on future doctrine. But I just want to point out an interesting connection over here, right? If you notice, Rabbi ben Hercules, not just lamenting, when he was on his deathbed, what was he lamenting? He was lamenting the role of Sefer Torah. But he was lamenting the fact that he had so much to give, so much potential that remained unrealized. And it's incredible because Ben Solar Mora is almost like the opposite of that. Ben Solar Mora is nervous about the potential that will be realized. And Ben Solar Mora, the Rothschild is Gemara, he is executed because of what he will become. So Ben Solar Mora, we're concerned about the potential he will realize. And that potential is negative and detrimental to the greater society. So Leslie Hortonus is lamenting unrealized potential, and then Solar Mora is executed because of potentially or potentially realized potential. It's incredible how much this down is focused on potential, negative potential, positive potential, then Solar Mora, negative potential, then positive, unrealized positive potential. And incredible you said, because it's highly very undershot. Like how can you do a shot? So we speak about this in particular. Right? Loya Mishakira, right? About the greatest feeling in life of miscarrying the potential. The greatest feeling in life of leaving this world as a rolled up Sefer Torah. Each of us possesses so much incredible potential. It wasn't worth this. Each of us is that rolled up Sefer Torah. Even if Solar Mora. And Solar Mora, we're going to see, he could change his ways. He could choose to go and realize his potential in dramatically different ways. But the goal ultimately, again, is to make sure you see when you corrupt your potential enough, to show him, you put yourself on a certain negative trajectory. And you have to be so careful on one hand not to corrupt our potential and not to live a life of unrealized. So we'll stop over here for today. A lot more to say in this document, but I mentioned we'll get ahead of ourselves. Fast, everyone.
That's a Superman, dude. Superman? Somebody had you look up Canada by a thousand scales. Oh, shit. Superman's business. Yeah, everybody knows the guy that did the Superman music is Batman. Superman goes get some. Everybody knows that. Superman part 2. He's got to be held accountable. He will be for this. I'm not going to step into that. You know, we all make mistakes, and we all, and this is I don't know how I got an Argentine president or whatever, but he's like going through all the different shops. It's like he has all the more truck diaries. Afuera. Tunes out. Afuera. That's all you're Superman's just like, Brennan shop tiny desk.
All right, Rabbi, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Hashem, a great success. To be able to learn that here in Tananya Kodesh. Thank our sponsors for this morning's daf. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, for Tafsin Hey. Thanks to Mishpach Rabbi for dedicating all the Sherman dressers this year. And this first continues to serve as covers for Rabbi Shimon, which will be Zohar. I was thinking about this day because preparing the daf. One of the people that had just kind of reverberating through my mind. It's too late, so that's Shai as a mother to the Ani. Right now, that's the Torah. Gives you the light or the courage for yourself. We're just so overwhelmed by everything that we see unfolding in right in front of us. Overwhelmed by all the circumstances. Heartbreak and difficult circumstances. The loss of the Bida, the fact that the body identified doesn't change overwhelming circumstances. It would be easy for a person to lose themselves in the abyss of pain. The terrible thing is that they don't come give us the Torah. And that Torah is what keeps us tethered. That Torah is what keeps us connected. That Torah is what allows us from falling off. It prevents us from falling off the side of the sheer cliff of nationalism. It's the Torah that keeps us tethered to a sense of optimism, to a sense of hope. It's the Torah that keeps us tethered to the Rebbeinu Shalom. It's the Torah, Ruben Sarasma. David suffered so much in his life. So the Rebbeinu Shalom were not for you Torah as Abba Diba, I would have been lost in my faith. His words resonate with such abundant with that person resonate. Were it not for Torah, the Rebbeinu Shalom would have been lost in the abyss. So it's like, this story is just not a stop. It's just not. It's like a little bit of like a sleeping ball. And then for the next couple of minutes, we get to learn together. It's almost as if we can leave everything else on the side. And all we can just do is just immerse ourselves in Yam Shel, immerse ourselves in the sea of Torah, immerse ourselves and allow its beautiful and holy waters to see themselves. Yes, so with that, let us begin. Today's daf is kind of fun.
He puts on blackface. It's like I'm a mime.
So Shir is dedicated by Nelly and Ron, Uli Nishmas, Mordechai Davis, Mordechai All right, well, so let's begin. A lot to do today. A lot to do today. Really exciting data out of us. So we left off on some motivation. I want to apologize to Avi Tobias, who donated these. It might not look like much to you, right? It might not look like much to you, right? I want to make sure the camera on the camera is able to see it also. It's a sticker. Apparently, Avi got fed up with me spending time every single morning trying to figure out what to do. So I guess we don't have these in Baltimore. So apparently in New Jersey, it's incredible. They stick and they stay and they're able to show you. Now, as a result, I don't spend 14 minutes every single morning trying to figure out where we are. Only 4 minutes. When I moved the sticker from yesterday's here to this morning here. So as I said, we are picking up. It's really so a shkayach to the Tobias Mishpacha. I'm dedicating posted retail value 99 cents. But again, but tremendous shkayach going to save us a lot of time. So I say, so again, we are picking up in Yeres Hashem Rava, which is 2, 6, 8, 9 lines up from the bottom. So let's say, so the Gemara says as follows: Amar Rava. This is an incredible number. 9 lines up from the bottom, 65 decent candidates. Amar Rava. Bo Sadiki Bo Amen. So let's see how incredible this is. So Rava says, if Sadiki wanted to, they could create an entire world. Tzaddikim are so powerful that if they wanted to do, they could create. Shnei Amar, Tosechem Hayu Mabdilim. So this thing, take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, first why my boat Tzaddikim, Leo Ki It's now, so here's this interesting is like this. Tzaddikim wanted to create an entire world. How could Tzaddikim create an entire world? Because Tzaddikim have the ability to turn themselves from sin. Once he cleanses himself from sin, there is no telling what he is able to accomplish. And that's why it's interesting. So he both that Vicky Barry Almo, if he wanted to create a world that could do such an amount, yeah, but a second how you not do. So what's what he's seeking here? So he's seeking to see number one, what is the definition of Islam? What's the definition of Islam? So we know, by the way, what's not the definition of Islam? What's not the definition of Islam? It's a very important question. Right? What was that? A Russia, excellence, well done. But I will say, by the way, after operating on a system like very little sleep, I've set the bar very low. So really, like pretty much whatever you throw out is going to be fantastic. Russia, that's a trouble, fantastic. A Navi, right? A Navi. They are savage, beautiful. So we'll say, okay, also all correct, all correct. Which will also be good for students. All excellent as he's been not aware of. So nice, what I was going to say is, some of the words about Torah. What do I mean by that? One of the interesting things that you see is that anyone can learn Torah. Right? Learning Torah doesn't make you a doctor. What learning Torah does is opens up your understanding for all kinds of possibilities. You know, the definition of a tzaddik was like you're not just like the children that are going out of Russia. So you have such kind of like that they say. But you're not just like the fourth tzaddik is somebody who helps others, but he just think about himself on the other tzaddik. But I think what we also be good to see is tzaddik is someone who realizes and has the ability to change. But as we spoke about in yesterday's daf, reality or cognition is never enough. Action. A tzaddik is someone who understands that he has the ability to be a boss. That's it. Because being about Shubha means that I recognize I don't have to be the same person. I don't have to remain a person. Listen, one of the most incredible things that you have to cover. You know, it's very about Earth Snow. Is you need to realize you don't have to remain the same. It changes. It changes. Whatever change you want to affect in yourself, whatever change you want to affect in your life, do it. So that's what Rabbi is saying. Rabbi is saying tzaddikim has the ability to become a Bali Tshuva. And because they have the ability to be Bali Tshuva, therefore what? He both tzaddikim bore alma. It will say, when you get once you realize that you have the ability to change, what does that show you? That you have the ability to create worlds. Change is the greatest gift. Because change says I can create and recreate as many times as necessary. I don't have to live in the same world. I don't have to be the same person. My life doesn't just have to continue consistently on and going forward in the same trajectory. If I want, tzaddikim, definition of a tzaddik is about tshuva, and Rabbi says tzaddikim realize that they have the ability to create worlds. And we'll say each of us, if we choose to tap into the power of tshuva, we become tzaddikim, and if we become tzaddikim, we have the ability to create and recreate worlds. Is that not the most incredible thing you've ever heard? I know you might be saying to yourself, I'm too tired, so like lift my hand, right? That alone is really well, right?
There's better ways that you just spend your energy. Well, like I said, I would be careful about that because if you're, I'm not going to be careful about that. You only say it on my phone. You can use the dash of Bali Tshuva. Have the ability to create and recreate. That's not what I'm saying.
Rabbi, this is great. Rabbi Baragavra. Rabbi actually created someone. Rabbi created a person. These are, by the way, the stories are like the Golem, that is like their stories are not stories that was not allowed. The stories are of people, right? So Rabbi literally Baragavra. He created a person. Rashi says over here, right? Baragavra, you can see the Yitzira. So literally, again, what's that? Yitzira, which is a book that contains all the secrets of creation. And Rabbi literally went ahead and did a person. What happened? Shadri Kaneh, Rabbi Zera. He sent the guy to Rabbi Zera, have a Kamishtai Bade. So Rabbi Zera started talking with this person. But ultimately, again, honestly, the person that Rabbi created wasn't the He wasn't in the conversation. Abraham min Chabri asked as Amrei min Chabri asked Hadil Atra. So he wasn't happy with him. He said, you've been that's the min Chabri. I mean, from Ayah Kabar Nata, right? You are someone, right? You are someone who's been created by someone else. Right, get out of here. Right, no, go back to your dust. Go back to your dust. So they'll say, what's the chance? Why did you go ahead and send this card back to the dust? Because remember again, this creation was unable to interact with Rabbi Zera. They say, if you can't interact with Rabbi Zera, if you don't know how to say a shalom aleichem, if you don't know how to give Abba's feeling, if you don't know how to give a word of visit, go back to the dust. The world doesn't need you. Young's world doesn't need you. If you don't know how to interact with you are incredible. Listen to this. Rabbi Chanina bar Rothschild, Haviyasi Kamalu Shabsa, was an Erev Shabbos Gemara. An Erev Shabbos Gemara. How ridiculous is this? 7.5 year cycle. 7.5 year cycle. Granted, it's yesterday's stuff, but don't get caught up in the details. Right now, says, listen to this. So, Rabbi Chanina bar Rothschild were sitting on Erev Shabbos. Va'asti b'sefer Yitzira. And they were learning Sefer Yitzira. That's what we're doing during Club Out. I'm going to point out earlier, right? So we get given a little later on, right? All of Erev Shabbos, they were learning Sefer Yitzira. And what did they do? They created for themselves. Doesn't mean a third born half, or doesn't mean a half that has reached 1/3 of its maturity. Either way, it's supposed to represent like the best meat, like the most tender meat. So they created, like if you're close on, from the Sefer Yitzira, properly like, and they ate it. So what's the point of this tomorrow? What's the point of this? The point is, again, is to show the creative power of Tzaddik. So we can have the ability to create. And again, about the full circle. What's the definition of the Tzaddik? The Tzaddik is someone who recognizes that he has the ability to recreate himself. If you realize that you have the ability to be about Shuvah, to create yourself, to recreate yourself, then there is no telling what you could accomplish in this world. Because the most incredible yesod in life is that you could create and recreate yourself as many times as necessary. And that is the hallmark of a tzaddik. Tzaddik recognizes the creative power he possesses and utilizes that to create and recreate himself so many times as necessary. Let's go back to it. So the Gemara says, Tanabana. The Gemara says, Ma'oning, so back to history. So what's the Ma'oning? And the Shimon Omer, Zahamavir Shuva Mine Zafar Ala Ayin. Interesting. So this is someone who takes seed from 7 different types of animals and puts it on his eyes. Somehow again, you thought opening your eyes and you don't see this problem, right? I'm just saying, right? So nice again, puts on his eyes and apparently that allows him to be able to see. The Chum saying, this is somebody who engages in perception, right? Like what's the word? Like an illusionist, like a magician. Like someone who goes ahead and deceives people by making them think that he's engaging in some type of sorcery. Rabbi Kiva says, so let's listen to this. Rabbi Kiva says, who is the Ma'onin? Ma'onin is someone who believes in auspicious times. What does that mean? Ma'omer, Hayom Yafal, today is a good day to embarking. Tomorrow is a good day for purchases. Limude Arve Shvius Keeping Yafos. For someone who says, Erev, Shmita, that's when the week is done. Ekure Kitnios Mios Laos. So again, what's the chat? What does that mean to say? I'm only with someone who feels that certain times are auspicious for different things. So why does that sound so bad? Because like, what's the about it? Don't wait for the perfect moment, but make the present moment. So Ma'onin is someone who believes you gotta wait for the right time in order to be able to go ahead and accomplish it. Listen, there are people like this. There are people who have the most incredible dreams, goals, and aspirations. What are they waiting for? They're waiting just for the right moment. And when's the right moment? I don't know when, but it's certainly not now. Right? It may be tomorrow, but tomorrow's cloudy, so probably not tomorrow. Right? Sunday sounds good, but Sunday have that thing. I'm pretty sure the right moment is going to come sometime in the next decade, Oh, and when that right moment comes, that's when I'm going to pounce on it, right? When that right moment comes, that's when I'm going to make the magic happen. Rabbi Akiva says, we call that? We call that a ma'onim. That's the Issur D'Oraisa. It's the Issur D'Oraisa, right, to wait for the right moment. Waiting for the right moment, the right to make things happen. You know what they become excellent in? They become proficient in? You know what? In waiting. They become professional waiters. You understand, right? Right? They become professional waiters. That's what they do. Spend an entire life waiting to make things happen. Now, the Akiva says that's called sorcery. That's called ma'onim. Don't wait for the perfect moment. Make the present moment perfect. Remember like that. You must turn up on Menachish. What's Menachish? So let's say, Menachish is a person who believes that he's homeless. Zah Omer Pito not from the other. Like the person says, oh my bread fell out of my mouth. That's a bad omen. Maklo not from the other. My staff fell out of my hand. Korilo me'achorov. The no color my son called me from behind. These are things that people think that's a bad omen. Ori Korilo. The raven calls out to me. Svi Hepsiko Badera. Here, ran right in front of me. Nachash Miyamino B'Shua Mismolo. There's a snake on my right and a fox on my left. Now that one maybe legitimate, right? I don't know if you have that right? But again, these are all things that people hominize. Yes, right? They hominize, right? And they want. Yeah, Yosef and I had a football together. My first football. Life is filled with first. I got to start a football, and the Duana falls out of the tree. Right by the football. I'm like, this can't be good. Right? Okay, good. Anyway, right? But it was a new thing. The whole time, I never had to watch my back for iguanas. But, this happened. Okay, the Gemara goes like that. You can speak to Yosef the rest of the story. But, all right. So Gemara says as follows. Right? Show me a small. Top of something like 66a. Al Taskil B. I will say a person when they're collecting taxes, a person says to the tax collector, don't start from me. Right? Shachasu, Chodeshu, Matzah Shabbasu. Or you know what, again, I don't want to do certain things first thing in the morning, right? I forgot to point out over here, paying your debts. You know, again, these are all people hominizing things. I tell that's it's not a good sin to start with me. Or I don't want to start off the day by paying my debts. Or again, it's Chodesh, I don't want to start the new month. Or I don't want to start the new week. Again, a person humanizes all of these things. They don't believe in that. So I say again, I'm off on the nice time to accomplish is now. The time to take care of your debts is now. The time to take care of your responsibilities is now. I'm not bothered. Most of that for sure. The most of it. And if you go, I'm not for sure. The Kulda, the Opals, the Duggan. It's the first people who engage in all types of sorcery and ultimately, again, with weasels, with birds, and with fish. Okay, they hominize all these different things. But we'll say Mishnah. Hamechel is Shabbos. The government Shechayavin al Zedon Karis Hashi Yubas of Happis. So we'll say in general, when a person violates Shabbos, so again, Halos and Maisa. The person goes ahead and violates Shabbos. So it's something that they went into. So again, if you would be kind of Taurus, if you were to do so without a slaw, the halacha l'maisa would be kind of if there was a meaning for this as well. And again, accidental commission of an avera ultimately will be kind of a house. This universe in the cloud, you can need to control Shabbos how things chayav in the law, she goes to the law and goes to So is that to say that there is some type of control Shabbos? And if you were to go ahead and do it unintentionally, which would not be trying for a kashas, or you wouldn't be trying for it, what would that be, my view? The Gemara says, Kumin Balib Yakiva, the Habara Balib Rabios. Okay, so let's say that Yakiva holds that Kumin are Rabbi. And Rabbi holds that Habara, the active king, is Rabios. Ultimately, it's a single doubt, this is the Chayvan Allah, and that's Chayvan. Okay, and the color of the actually culture was the Dutch senior's reference earlier on. The person is his parents, the only person that would be actual from the community. So the person goes ahead and curses his parents with some type of nickname, like the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what the Rabbi Meir says, the Tayyus, Becha Chachamim Toch, Chachamim says the Gemara, let's analyze Man Chachamim, what the Chachamim Rabbi Nachman Rabbi Yossi. Nachman Yossi, the son of Rabbi Nachman Rabbi Yossi owner, the Nikvo Shem Torah says when you articulate the name of Hashem, it's ultimately one of these put to death. Not Tamalomar. So what does this mean? So the Gemara says, not Tamalomar, shame. Yine Amakala, other the emo, Shane Kayev, actually Kalalane of the shame. And we presume just that if one curses his parents, one is not Kayev for cursing their parents unless one goes ahead and does so, utilizing the actual name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Tan Rabban, each Matamaloma, right? Matamaloma, sorry. Matamaloma, each the Rabbos das Tumtum Ba'avlodim. So interesting enough, it comes to include that even if one's parents is a Tumtum or an Avlodinus, one might have thought that Allah will nice under those circumstances, you're not tied to person's parents. So much Malon, again, whoever the parent is, one is tied to go, one is tied to person. I say, Allah is Abid Gas, who will curse his father or his mother. Amy Allah Abid, Imo. So I only know from the pasuk, I'm going to cross one of them tied to person, mother and father together. Abid Shalom, Imo Shalom Abid Mirai. I don't know that I'm tied either for cursing one of my parents. Amalomar, Abid Imo Kilo, Dama Bo. Abid Kilo, Imo Kilo, Did Rabbi Yoshua. The verse says again, even though it's said as mother and father, we understand it as Abid Kilo, Imo Kilo. It says one of the parents ultimately makes you tied as Rabbi Yoshua. You want to go look at the verse that says, Mashma Shnei Ke'achad, Umashma Echad B'Pnei Atzmo, Ashiyifo K'Pah Kosim Yaakov. The pasuk indicates two instances. On one hand, the pasuk gives the instance of person and both at the same time. The pasuk also goes ahead and sees the tired for cursing and me. And halacha nice in a circumstance like that, you will always be tied unless the person individually, unless the pasuk says explicitly that you only tie the person them together. The most you must, Torah says, will be put to death for cursing your parents, is tefillah. Stoning, I told you, in the Ella, the Atlas, the Commission, so you say stoning, maybe it's not stoning, maybe it's one of the other types of death penalties mentioned in Torah. Namar Khan, Dama Bo, and Namar Lahalon, the Mayhem Bo. It says over here, Dama Bo, and it says later on, by Ovi Yedoni, the Mayhem Bo. Learned before, the Mayhem Bo. What do I learn from this? Mala Halon, just like I open your door, after this, so to the person parents, ultimately Sira as well. Says the Yumar Onesh, Shamanu Ashar Minayin. So now I know the punishment of Skiba. Where do I see the warning? Because that's the way it really works physically, is that every death penalty has to have an Ashara, a warning, and also the owner. Now I see the owner. Where do I see the warning? Olomar Elohim or Elohim Mosekalo. So which literally again I will say, so we'll see exactly what that pasuk means. In Haya, so watch this. What's the first wide line? In Haya Aviv Dayan, one's father was a Dayan. The Gemara says, Hare Hu B'Chlal Elohim Mosekalo. So most say, the way we're understanding right now of Elohim is Elohim the first judge. Do not curse a judge. So now, this is very interesting. Let's say again, right, Reuben as a father Yaakov, and Yaakov is a Dayan. So if Reuben curses his father, and not only is Reuben tied for cursing his father, but he's also tied for cursing the judge. Then Haya Aviv Nasi, and if your father was, right, Reuben's father was a Nasi, Hare Hu B'Chlal the Nasi. So also, it's interesting enough, there's a prohibition to curse a Dayan. There's a prohibition to curse a leader. So if Reuben's father Yaakov was a Dayan, he'd be tied for Elohim Mosekalo. If he wasn't Nasi, he'd be tied for Nasi Losa, or what happens? Ain't no dying below Nasi, right? But how do I know that if Reuben cursed his father, and his father is not a Dayan, his father is not the Nasi, that Reuben is still going to be tied? So the Gemara says, Amrit, let's say third wide line, Amrit. So, Amrit, Hale Atadan, Binyan As, Mishneh. So it is interesting enough that you create a paradigm. Binyan As is a paradigm. What's the paradigm? Here we go. Lori Nasi Kiri Dayan. So a Nasi is not like a Dayan. The Lori Dayan Kiri Nasi, and a Dayan is not like a Nasi. How so? Listen to this. Lori Dayan Nasi. Why? Shahari Dayan Atra Mitsuba Al Hara Asa. Lori Nasi should be Atra Mitsuba Hara Asa. So let's say that look like this. Dayan is the Dayan, right? Let's say a Dayan or issues a ruling. You're obligated to go ahead and adhere to it. and failure to adhere to it can actually result in a death penalty. Interestingly enough, that same halacha doesn't apply to a nasi. It's just interesting, right? If you violate the halachic rulings of a nasi, that doesn't necessarily carry with it a death penalty. I'm sorry? But, right, this is Parsha. Oh, thank God, that's incredible. Parsha is Parsha. Right, thank you. Lo nasi kiroi dayan. And on the other hand, again, a nasi is not like a dayan household. Shanasi ata mitzvah hamra also kiroi dayan shiata mitzvah haaretz. Wasn't here that's interesting. See, a nasi and a dayan are two forms of leadership. A dayan is halakhic leadership. And therefore, if halakha and Maisa, the dayan issues a halakhic ruling, and you violate that can result in a death penalty. A nasi is not halakhic. And therefore, if a nasi is halakhic ruling violated, you don't have death penalty. On the other hand, if a nasi kind of gives like a directive, thank you, like a directive, right? So then again, he's the leader. He violated the chayiv nisa. On the other hand, if an iron gives a directive, he's not chayiv nisa. So two different forms of leadership. Yet, what's the halacha? The Gemara says, "Hatzara Shabbat Shabbaim." What's the common denominator between them? Shehin ba'amcha, that they are both members of Klal Yisrael. Ba'atem Musra al Kilavas. The common denominator between the nasi and the dayan. Members of Klal Yisrael, and without curse each other. That's the common denominator. Av ani adi avicha shebe'amcha v'yatem Musra Kilavas. So if you create a paradigm, what's the paradigm? What's the paradigm? That any person who is a member of Klal Yisrael, he can't curse. So therefore, again, that includes father, even if the father is not a dayan, or the father is not a nasi, you still can't curse him. So the Gemara says, and again, let's say, remember, this is the ashara. This is what we're looking for. So the Gemara says, Mala tzala shavim, shekein yudulasan darba lahay. Why don't, on the other hand, maybe the commandment between nasi and dayan as well. They both occupy exalted positions of like they both have to they both have greatness. Now the Lomar makes the Kalo page. And also says don't curse the person who is deaf. So what do you see here? The Lomar said unclass customers. Talking about even people who are not in elevated positions of greatness. But again, maybe if there's a specific thing of respect. Not because he's having good advantage. So Nasi Vidanyati, Malu Nasi Vidanship, because I don't lower Zekura, the lower Zekura is that. So it turns out that really have three things over here: a Nasi, a Dain, and a Kerish. And the truth is, they're really all very dissimilar. What is the common Zatzara, Shabbat Shabbahem, Shem Ba'amcha, Va'atam Musa al Kilawas. What's the common denominator for a nasi? What's common denominator? They're all Jews. You're all members of Amcha, and you are not allowed to curse them. So to include the father, because the father also is a Yid, also is part of Amcha, and you're not allowed to curse. So I say, well, maybe that's not a Shabbat Shabbat. Is that again, Nasi and the Keres all have some unique difference. Inti Nisto Pra, O Elohim the Keresh, O Nasi the Keresh, Elohim Lamali. So we'll say that's because why do I need the Elohim? In Eno Inyan L'Gutol Tnei In La'avid. Ultimately, I can also say if you don't need it for its own interpretation, then use it for its own. If I was saying things that are either being out of paradigm, or it's really created between Nasi, Dayan, and Keresh. Common denominator between all those three is that what? That Allah makes against someone who is Amcha, someone who is part of your people. Ultimately, you're not allowed to curse. They will say, what a unicorn without the soul. What is the criteria for the actual what is the criteria for not mistreating someone? If they're Amcha, if they're not with Israel, you have to love them.
Yeah, it's embarrassing to even confess it affects me. I couldn't sleep. I figured out.
You're leaving
I figured you would have an idea of what I'm judging.
beautiful.
Me and my other friends who are incomprehensible to me just say, don't pay attention to any of it.
What is it?
Which I understand, but when it's a smear campaign against something I worked my ass off for, and it's a good product, I couldn't decide. So he's competing with me.
And you're like, wow,
It just goes to
these
show
guys is
how
mostly
long
nothing
these
for
restaurants
clouds.
been open for. You know, pretty
Give a
much
tremendous sense of Abba.
it's
Well, it's
amazing.
important to understand that
I
every
remember when I
year
first
wears a
worked at Sales Rec and I
Right?
literally
And it's the
for
uniform of
so
Salamah.
I left there.
It's the uniform of you.
And then it was going on for a long time while the website and all that stuff. And I joined Grunge. The first time I've ever seen Jake's, I just finished
So what you have to do, you have to bring to every single no matter what the actual uniform, physical uniform looks like, the spiritual uniform is always the same. The spiritual uniform is that every single year the uniform is the
You're
same.
being honest because that's also
Again, because of that, because that is members of Israel, and because of that beautiful uniform, therefore, they saw it at least. Like the baseline is, don't kiss. Like the baseline is, don't mistreat me. The baseline is, don't have someone who's a negative behavior towards you. Of course, that's where it starts. And there's hopefully you go on from there, so you have to really have to work off with every single year, right? The Gemara goes like the honey for Mangamar, Elohim, Chol. So by the way, this all works well if you understand that the pasuk Elohim Lo Sekalo is not Elohim God, but rather again Elohim is referring to a judge. Then I understand that now you can extrapolate you can even apply it to the father. Elamanda Amar Kodesh Me'in Zolim. But according to the opinion that says no, it's not Elohim judge, rather what is it? It's Elohim HaKadosh Baruch. This is a reference to Hashem. Then what is there to say? The sign of Elohim called the Rabbi Yishmael. Yishmael says Elohim is not God. Elohim refers to a judge. But the Akiva Omer Elohim Kodesh. And he didn't know. In the verse to HaKadosh Baruch. The time of the husband Yaakov Omer, as far as the Bar Shemin Ayin, from where do we see the warning against cursing of HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Amalomar Elohim Lo Sikalel, which the Gemara says, Man Damar Elohim Kol, Damar Kodesh Mikol. And when he says that Elohim in this context is called, Kol means it's not God. According to a judge, then ultimately again we can learn out the prohibition to curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu, from the prohibition to curse a judge. The Amar Elohim Kodesh. Yaminon Kol Mikodesh. But he says Elohim in this context of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is we derive ultimately again the prohibition to curse the judge from the prohibition to curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So this is Elohim Kol Damar Kodesh Mikol. So according to the opinion that says Elohim means a judge, so I understand. If you're not allowed to curse a judge, then what? Halachas kama v'kama kol shekin, you're not allowed to curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Elaman Da'amar Elohim Kodesh. Damar Kol Kodesh. But according to the one who says Elohim is God, so can you derive it? You can't curse God from the fact that you can't curse God, to which the Gemara says, Domo, HaKodesh Asar, HaKol Lo Esar. Maybe HaKadosh Baruch Hu is only warning us against cursing HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He's not warning us against cursing the judge. In case Lichto Kra Lo Sakel. If that's the case, the Torah could have just written it in the short form of Lo Sakel, don't curse my Lo Sekalo. Why does it say don't curse Lo Sekalo? Elongated form, Shmanina, Party. It comes to teach us two things. What are the two things? Number one, don't curse a judge, and number two, don't curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Beautiful, beautiful. Let's go later. Says the Gemara, Haba Nara Murasa. Most of the person, they change it to Nara. Remember, it's Nara Murasa. Remember, Nara is a very specific age. What age? 12 to 12 and a half. So Nara Murasa is a girl who's betrothed. Here, listen. Right, but not married. Therefore, if a man has relations with another man, has relations with her, that's adultery. What's unique about Nara Murasa is that she is singled out for unique, or she, she was complicit with she, and the man who had relations with her was singled out for Stila. She is opposed to Kenneth. So Nara Murasa, Eino Chayiv Akshay Tate. So I was saying, in order to be Chayiv, ultimately against for Nara Murasa, Stila. Remember, it's a unique type of adultery is punished by castration. So here, this is singled out for Stila. But in order to fit the criteria of Nara Hamurasa, the following criteria. Number one, Nara. The girl has to be Nara. Number two, the Suva. Number three, Rasa, Iris, and number 4, Behi, the base Avila. And ultimately, again, she's still living in her father's home. So those are the 4 criteria that you need in order to get the use punishment of Skila for Nara Murasa. Boara Shnayim, if human had relations with her, we'll say that that's second, right? Then what? Harishon the Skila, Vasheni the Then the first one is the Skila. Remember again, the first one has relations with the Skila. The second one has relations with the no longer the Skila. And therefore he's punished in a regular case of adultery by Chenek. Okay, so the Gemara goes like that. Good. So it happens to be over here. Rashi points out that the figures over here, the following, that even if the men had relations with her, Bia Shalot Darka. So if Bia Shalot Darka, technically speaking, physiologically, she's still of the Suva. So you would have thought that physiologically, since she's still of the Suva, therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, maybe even the second guy should be Suva. Kamash Lamos, like Kamash Lamos, the Torah recognizes 2 forms of Bia. Bia Kidarka, Bia Shalot Darka, and they're both other 2 forms of Bia. Therefore, again, after the first guy has relations with her, even though physiologically her basulim are intact, she is considered to be a Bula, and therefore the second guy gets Chenek, and ultimately, again, not it's very interesting. And not Shabbos interesting, but again, but interesting nevertheless. Alright, so where goes like that? Tanra Baron. Nara, but this is one of these. Somebody else says, right? Let's refer to this as well. So Nara below Bulgaris. Most of the says Nara. So again, now we're going to go to the Nara means the Nara, and Nara Bulgaris. What's the Bulgaris? What's Bulgaris? Bulgaris, 12 and a half years old and above, right? Below Bulgaris, Bisula. So that's the Bisula. Below Bula. Again, I was trying to point out, remember, even if a woman doesn't meet criteria, you're still tied for adultery. We're talking about the specific prohibition of Nara Murasa, which carries with it a penalty of Skila as opposed to Chenek. So in order to be high for this again, Bisula. Below Bula, Nu'urasa, that's the Erisin. Below Bisula, the base Abita, in her father's home. Frak, Yeshemasara Av Mishlufi Habal. This comes to exclude the case ultimately again, where the father had already given her over to the Shluchim of the husband, where she was being given over, right, to be taken to her husband's home. The Gemara says, good. So good. I'm going to be with the Amara. See Rabbi Meir. These are all the words of Rabbi Meir. The Chum say, Nara Murasa, Akidu Kishanamash. The Chum disagree. And the Chum say that Nara Murasa must have to be even what? Nara Murasa could even be a Kitana. I'm going to have Achim Gifti Ravino. Minaidi must be Rabbi Meir. We will eat Kitana and Hani. And you know that our Mishnah is Rabbi Meir. And comes to excluding. According to our Mishnah, Nara Murasa is Dafka and Nara and not a Kitana. Maybe it's according to the Rabbanon, and maybe the point of the Mishnah is to exclude a Bulgaris for Nara Murasa. Amarle, Hai Eno Chayiv Achetin Nara, Bisula Ma'orasa. Eno Chayiv Ella Al Nara Bisula Ma'orasa. So the Gemara says, you should have said that's the case, but it just said Nara Bisula Ma'orasa. Bisula, because the Gemara says there's nothing more to talk about this. We just solidified the fact that again, the specific and unique punishment for Nara Murasa is that's before Nara, not a Kitana and not a Bulgaris. What happens? If another man, in other words, not the husband, if another man, whatever reason, he's in our lease. What's the look on that situation? According to the Mayor, what's the look? So the Gemara says, is it saying that it's not adultery at all? Or miskila mamikla? Or maybe it's just so Amalei, the start from miskila mamikla. No. It's still present as adultery. It's just excluded from the prohibition or the miskila. And what will it get? Get kind of instead, God, the murder, the whole understand. I can stop it. That's the concept. The person that adultery says, the mission of the we were both strong. Which indicates us that quality. Both of the parties committing adultery. Now both sides, we're not engaged in adultery. What's that law? She went chayaves. Why she went chayaves? Why? She's not chayaves for anything. So how do you hold man responsible. If the girl is not responsible, so again, Shasik Rav was silent, he didn't know how to respond to this. Shmuel, my time is Shasik Rav, I don't say Rav, why didn't say, the name of Lay, Umei Sa'ish Asher Shachadi Malabado. Again, there's another pasuk, and the other pasuk indicates to us that the man will be executed because he committed adultery. So what do you see from here? There's a case, ultimately, again, where a man is singled out for execution, even though the woman is not. What's the case where the man is singled out for execution, even though the woman is not? It could be a case of a man who commits adultery with a kitana amullah. So again, she's going to be ketura. Why? Why? She's a kitana. She's going to be chayyah for that. To which the Gemara says, Kitanoi. The reality is, we'll say this point is in fact not both of them right. Well, basically, the positive is both of them when you look at that. That's you actually saying, Shad Rabbi Yoshia. Rabbi Yoshia says, in order to execute a couple for adultery, both of them have to have the same level of liability. And therefore, again, if it's adultery with the Kitana, since she's not put to death, he's not put to death either. Rabbi Yonasan says, Rabbi Yonasan says, not true. There are sometimes where the man will be executed, even if the woman is not. What will be that case? Kitana Rasa. So she's not going to be executed because she's a Kitana. Right? But for myself, he will be because he's an adult. What does Rabbi Yoshia do with that? What does he do? Sorry. What does Rabbi Yonasan do with the pasuk that says which seems to indicate that again there's got to be an equality and liability between the parties. That comes to exclude, let's say again, an act of intimacy that's not intercourse. So again, it's nice if you do any other form of intimacy that's not intercourse. So Allah for myself not about again not good, right? But for myself again, you're not liable for that penalty if one does that. Myself you do them not for me. The other part of course not. Don't need a positive to exclude myself you do this. Other acts of intimacy. That's not intercourse. That's nothing. Allah thinking that's not recognized as anything. I don't need a positive to exclude that. The Gemara says. The Ida, I levado my dash. What does the other thing do with the levado? So to the Sanya, Boala, Sarabini, Adam, Vadain, the Sula. That's an interesting case over here. Let's say again, 10 men have relations with an Adam Mulasa, but she's still with the Sula. So how does that happen? Again, via Shalotidaka. So 10 men have relations with her, but Lamais, again, she's still with the Sula. So again, physiologically, the Sulan are intact. Now, what is the liability for those men? So the Gemara says, Kulan to Skila. So the first opinion says they're all liable to Skila. I will say, now why are they all liable to Skila? Because the Halacha teaches that all of them had relations with a Na'ara and Ulasa. Because since she is still in the alliance with the Sula, there's all Chayat to Skila. Rabbi already says, no. Alisha Skila, not true. The first guy is Chayat Skila, right? Because he had a relationship with Na'ara and Ulasa. But again, even with Bishul Lokidanaka, so recognizes Bishul Lokidanaka as a valid form of Diyah. Therefore, after that first act, therefore, what? No longer Basila. So the rest of the guys are Chai. What are they Chai for? Adultery. But the Chai for regular adultery, it's just regular adultery, right? So the Chai for regular adultery, which is not punishable again by Sila, only punishable by incredible. Turn Rabbanon, Ubas each point, listeners, was the first time that now came was a spent a significant amount of time speaking about again the Bas Kohen. So the Torah says, Ubas each point, his nose, as I mean, in the Chalalas, but each piece of Torah was the singers. And the unique punishment for a Bas Kohen, punishment for a Bas Kohen, ultimately again, will execute this slave. So the verse is Ubas each point, Rabbi Omer Rabbi says, he lost us. So Rabbi Omer Tchilas. Take a look at that in just a moment. She says over here. Right. Rabbi Omer, Seichel Lashon Tchila Ulukalim Mefarsa. So Rabbi says, Rabbi says that her liability is with Chila. The Gemara says, what does that mean? Michael, what does Rabbi say? On Rachid Beis of Yeshua, Rabbi should be Shmos. Rabbi has to be Shmos. What does Rabbi Shmos? The Amar, Arusa, Yotza, Misrefa, Alon Yisua. So what's that? It is only in Arusa Baskin. We had this not mentioned before. It is only in Arusa Baskin. Ultimately, again, it is subject to Misrefa, not to Misua. Not to Misua. The hockey comes is only to say in Tilas via business the Sreifa the Idas the Ken. So we'll say if a bas coin is in Alisa has relations with someone, the first man who she has relations with, that's to be a Sreifa. Any subsequent acts of relations ultimately again will be the Ken. So again, what's that case? That's the indication of the Gaza. So the first man who has relations with the bas coin, the Arusa bas coin, he's going to be punished by Sreifa. The rest of them, even if he's supposed to be theologically a Siva, will be treated like a regular piece of adultery, and therefore again connect. So the Gemara my defense, what's the defense? So the Gemara says, Piyasam Mahas and the Kilas Biyaka Mishtaitra, there's a joke talking about a various activia, Hachanami, the Kilas Biya, Mishamishka. So over here, it's talking about the initial act of Biya. On the way, I'm going to be by Mar Lo Hafiya, so you took a bio, my Rabbi didn't say, which Imanu, who's Rabbi defense? Rabbi Meir, right? So Imanu, Rabbi Yosef. Who did he say? Rabbi Yosef. Rabbi Rabbi Meir. Rabbi holds like Rabbi. The Amar Nisei La'acham Minapsulim. You saw some of the kind of ultimately again, because Rabbi holds as follows. He'll say, Halach my son. How can you ultimately again? How can you have so Rashi points out? So go to Rashi. Rashi says Rabbi Meir, relate the Amar Bas Coin of the Kasha the Sreifa. Aval Nisis Ta'amin Apsulim. Let's listen to this. Rabbi holds the following. You see about saying Rashi is at the bottom of the page. It's a Bas Coin, right? When is there Sreifa by a Bas Coin of the son? Only if she is married to a person who is kosher. However, again, Avalanisis le'acham minapsulim. She is chalom mishakim. And let's say a bas kohen is married to a apostle, to a psul. Now she's married to a mamzer. So she married to someone who's an apostle. Therefore, what? Look at Rashi. She is chalom mishakim. Shuv ina ella bechenek by tchila dekama Rabbi Akiva. So they'll say, Rabbi holds it right now. What does Rabbi Meir say? The Meir says like this. The Meir says, when is there a unique for Arusa Bas Kohen only when she's married or has erusin to someone who's kosher. But if she didn't need erusin to someone who's kosher, let's say again she married a mamzer, in which case what? She's already quote unquote what? Been profaned. So therefore again the unique punishment of Stiver to a Bas Kohen doesn't apply. And therefore again it's still adultery, but it's regular adultery, only the Chenek. That's what it means to say in Chilas Achalasa Biznos the Sreifa. If Halacha Lamaisa the first time she was profaned was through the act of adultery, then there's a fee of Sreifa. But if technically speaking she was already profaned how? Through an illegal marriage, then a man who has commits adultery with her will only be Chayiv Chenek, not Sreifa. The Idach. So we'll say the Idach and the other, right? The Idach, the Chenek. And again, we'll say ultimately, again, the other case, right, the other person be Chenek. In my definition. So we'll say ultimately, again, what's the case of, what's the definition? Look at Rashi. Hakal lo kapit ela atilas lo, lo atilas bia, so hasim atilas bia and ami kapit. So we'll say, so again, halacha, what is the definition? What does that come into? We have on Samach Zayin, Sin number ultimately again with the thing by the other case only sin now. What is it? Look at Rashi. ובתחילת שום דבר הכסף מדבר, בתחילת חילול מהחווה. So what it turns out is the interesting we have put into the cases. In the case ultimately again of now, so listen, kind of bring this together. So Nara Murasa, that's the end of Nara Murasa. So what do we have in Nara Murasa? So I tell singles that Nara Murasa for a unique penalty of what? Of skiva. Right? A man has relations with an Nara Murasa, a girl betrothed to someone else, skiva. Even though what? Adultery normally carries with it what? The penalty of chenek. Nara Murasa is unique. But again, what's to satisfy all these criteria? Number one, Nara. Number two, Murasa. Number three, Beis Aviyah. Beis Halacha again, if you have those criteria, then Halacha it's skiva. Anything else is going to be fun. What else did we learn? We also learned that Halacha if there's an act of Via Kidarko, then it should be. Therefore, if again there are multiple acts of adultery, let's say an all Jewish Lokidarka, the first guy will get Skila, subsequent people will get Shila. Interesting enough, the Gemara reverts back now also to Bas Kohen. When is a Bas Kohen Chayis or adultery? Adultery are Chayis, but only once again, Nara, only if it's Erison, and again, only the first person to have a relationship. It's the same thing. If there's Yisha Lokidarka with a Bas Kohen, so the first guy will be Chayiv straight. Subsequent people will be Chayiv. Subsequent people will be Chayiv Chenek. But interestingly enough, another detail by Bas Kohen is very important. When is there a dinner straight? But only when what? When that first act is what's profaned for. But if she was already profaned, how is she already profaned? Illegal marriage. She's married to a mamzer. And Allah makes the dinner straight doesn't apply. Rather, she be treated just like a regular act of adultery and be punished all that time. All right, we'll say. Great. So we'll say, let's breakfast, 9:30. Let's do 9:55. 25 minutes of breakfast, 9:55 back here in the base measures.
Finally, I want to take oh shit, I didn't know this happened. This is Tim Kennedy. I'll take full and unequivocal responsibility for a serious mistake over the years. I made public statements and gave interviews in which I unintentionally misstated.
All right, so let's say good morning. Let us begin to be able to adapt together in Shemaya Kodesh. Thank our sponsors for this morning's got to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Lord Tafshin Pei. Hey, the Tilson Mishpach Avaris is for dedicating all the Shurman Drushas this year. And was supposed to continue the Soros Tovos for us. I'm going to be able to see it. I was thinking about this a little bit as preparing the daf. One of the people that helped suggest kind of reverberating through my mind is Lulei Soras Shuai Azavada Kudaini. Were it not that Torah gave me delight, I would have perished in myself. You know, we're just so overwhelmed by everything that we see unfolding right in front of us. So overwhelmed by all the circumstances, heartbreaking, difficult circumstances. The loss of the Bibas children, the fact that the identified wasn't she with us, overwhelming circumstances. And it would be easy for a person to just lose themselves in the abyss of pain. The incredible thing is that the Rebbe gave us a Torah. And that Torah is what keeps us tethered. That Torah is what keeps us connected. That Torah is what allows us from falling off, prevents us from falling off the side of the sheer cliff of nationalistic. It's the Torah that keeps us tethered to a sense of optimism, to a sense of hope. It's the Torah that keeps us tethered to the Rebbe Shalom. That's the Torah. Really, so that's that suffered so much in his life. It says Rebbe Shalom. Were it not for your Torah as Abadati Ba'an, I would have been lost in my pain. Your word resonated with such profundity for us. Were it not for Sanhedrin, were it not for the Daf, were it not for Torah, Rebbe Shalom, me too, would have been more than your this of the so very good. It's like this story is just not this Daf, thank you so much. This Daf is like a little bit of like a sleeping ball. You know, for the next couple of minutes, when you get to learn Torah together, it's almost as if you could leave. We can leave everything else on the side. All we can just do is just immerse ourselves in the Yam Shalom, immerse ourselves in the sea of Torah, and the Message Hashem allow it's beautiful and holy waters to see ourselves. So once they say that, let us begin. Today's daf is 10 o'clock. Meditation, yes. So shir is dedicated by Mel and Karen Ram, Ilay Nishmas, Mordechai Ben Yitzchak, and Hashem, and Hashem Shalom, and family. All right, so let's begin. A lot to do today. Today's got this really exciting daf. So we left off on some of the days that I want to probably Abi Tobias, who donated these. It might not look like much to you, right? It might not look like much to you, right? I want to make sure to click on the camera so you can see also. It's a statement. Apparently, Abi backed that up with me spending time every single morning trying to figure out where we're up to. So I guess we don't have these in Baltimore. So apparently in New Jersey, it's incredible. They stick and they stay and they're able to show you. So now as a result, I don't spend 14 minutes every single morning trying to figure out where we are. Only 4 minutes. But I moved the sticker from yesterday to this morning. So we are picking up. It's really short. So a shkayach to the Tobias Mishpacha on dedicating post-its, retail value 99 cents. But again, but tremendous shkayach going to save us a lot of time. So I say, so again, we are picking up in Yirtzeh Hashem Rava, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines up from the bottom. So we'll say, so the Gemara says as follows. Amar Rava. We'll say, this is an incredible Gemara. 9 lines up from the bottom, 65 decent affinities. Amar Rava. These bold Sadiki Boru Alma. We'll see how incredible is this. So Rabbi says, if Sadiqim wanted to, they could create an entire world. Sadiqim are so powerful that if they want to do, they can create Shinei Amar, so this statement, if you take a look at Rashi says over here, Rashi says, first white line, he both said, Leos clearly call Abba. If said now, so here's the solution. Rabbi thing is like this. If Sadiqim wanted to create an entire world, how could Sadiqim create an entire world? Because Sadiqim have the ability to cleanse themselves from sin. And once a yid cleanses himself from sin, then there is no telling what he is able to accomplish. And that's it's interesting. So if Sadiqim Bari Alma, if Sadiqim wanted to create a world with people, so Shneimar, so we say, what do you see from here? So there's 2 things you see from here. Number 1, what is the definition of a tzaddik? Like we speak about this a lot. What's the definition of a tzaddik? So we'll say, so we know, by the way, what's not the definition of a tzaddik? What's not the definition of a tzaddik? It's a very open-ended question. Right? What was that? A Rasha, excellent, well done. I will say, by the way, after operating on consistent nights of very little sleep, I set the bar very low. So really, like pretty much whatever you throw out is going to be fantastic. Rasha, Shkek, fantastic. And Rabbi, right? And Rabbi. Tzaddik, beautiful. So we'll say, okay. Also, all correct. What you also begin to see, all excellent. And so nice. What I was going to say is, someone knows about Torah. What do I mean by that? One of the interesting things that we see is that anyone can learn Torah. Right? Learning Torah doesn't make you a tzaddik. What learning Torah does is opens up your neshama to all kinds of possibilities. You know what the definition of a tzaddik was? Like Menachem said before now in Russia. That's something like what they say. Like Menachem said before, tzaddik is somebody who helps others, doesn't just think about himself and yell at tzaddik. But I think what we also begin to see is tzaddik is someone who realizes that he has the ability to change. But as we spoke about in yesterday's daf, reality, your cognition is never enough. A tzaddik is someone who understands that he has the ability to be about Tshuva. Let's say that's it. Because being about Tshuva means that I recognize I don't have to be the same person. I don't have to remain a place. Let's say, one of the most incredible things that we have to have, the most incredible thing that Israel is you begin to realize you don't have to remain the same. You can change. Whatever change you want to affect in yourself, whatever change you want to affect in your life, do it. So that's what Rabbi said. Rabbi saying Tzadikim have the ability to become a Bali Tshuva. And because they have the ability to be Bali Tshuva, therefore what? Ibod Tzadikim Bara Alma. It will say, once you realize that you have the ability to change, what does that show you? That you have the ability to create. Change is the greatest gift. Because change says I can create and recreate as many times as necessary. I don't have to live in the same world. I don't have to be the same person. My life doesn't just have to be consistently on and going forward in the same trajectory. If I want tzaddikim, definition of a tzaddik is about tshuva, and Rabbi says tzaddikim realize that they have the ability to create worlds. I will say each of us, if we choose to tap into the power of tshuva, we become tzaddikim, and if we become tzaddikim, we have the ability to create and recreate worlds. Is that not the most incredible thing you've ever heard? You know, you have to think to yourself, I'm too tired to lift my hands, right? Let alone create a world. I'm saying, whatever you have to do, tap into this, because this is great. Rabbi says tzaddikim. Tzaddikim means that Rashi says Balu Tshuva have the ability to create and recreate words. And that's the core of the consistently create and recreate. Gemara goes right there. Rabbi, this is great. Rabbi Baragavra. Rabbi actually created someone. Rabbi created a person. The stories of like the Golem, like we see, like those stories are not things that we can allow. You have stories in the Gemara, right? So Rabbi literally Baragavra. He created a person. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, right? Baragavra. I did a sefer yitzira. Shalom yitzira. So literally, again, was that is a Sefer Yitzira, which is a book that contains the Sefer that contains all the secrets of creation. And Rabbi literally went ahead and created a person. What happened? Sharti Lekane, Rabbi Zera. He sent the guy to Rabbi Zera, have a Kamishtai Bagay. So Rabbi Zera started talking with this person. But ultimately, again, apparently, the person that Rabbi created wasn't responding. He wasn't engaging in conversation. Amarlei min chavriye at hadal atva. So Rabbi apparently wasn't happy with him. He said, you've been, Rashi says, min chavriya, and in front ayideh chavar nata, right? You are someone, right? You are someone who's been created by someone else. Right, get out of here. Right, hadal atva. Go back to your dust. Go back to your dust. So they'll say, what's the point? Why did Rabbi Zera go ahead and send this guy back to the dust? Because remember again, this creation was unable to interact with Rabbi Zera. You can't interact with other people if you don't know how to say a shalom aleichem, if you don't know how to give avas healing, if you don't know how to give a word of visit. How's your laugh? Go back to the dust. The world doesn't need you. Well, Israel doesn't need you if you don't know how to interact and how to be there with us. Incredible. Let's listen to this. Rabbi Chanina Rothschild, Rabbi Yossi Kamal Shabsa, was an Erev Shabbos Gemara. An Erev Shabbos Gemara. How ridiculous is this? 7.5 year cycle. 7.5 year cycle. We're going to get to this, but don't get caught up in the details. Right? Listen to this. So these two Rabbi Chanina and Rabbi Rothschild were sitting on Erev Shabbos, Va'aski b'Sefer Yitzira, and they were learning Sefer Yitzira. This is what we're doing during Torah now. It's going to point out to me, right? It's going to get good a little later on, right? All of Erev Shabbos, they were learning Sefer Yitzira, and what did they do? They created for themselves, there's my always in my heart, doesn't mean a third born calf, or doesn't mean a calf that has reached 1/3 of its maturity. Either way, it's supposed to represent like the best meat, like the most tender meat. So they created an iglatilsa from Sefer Yitzira, and they ate it. What's the point of this? What's the point of this? The point of this, again, is to show the creative power of tzaddikim. Tzaddikim have the ability to create. Now we're going to both say, come full circle. What's the definition of a tzaddik? Tzaddik is someone who recognizes that he has the ability to create himself. If you realize that you have the ability to be about tshuva, to create yourself, to recreate yourself, then there is no telling what you could accomplish in this world. Because the most incredible gift of your life is that you could create and recreate yourself as many times as necessary. And that is the hallmark of a tzaddik. Tzaddik recognizes the creative power he possesses and utilizes that to create and recreate himself so many times as necessary. Let's go right there. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara says ma'oning. So back to sorcery. So what's a ma'oning? The Shimon Omer, Zahamavir Shiba Mine Zafar al Ha'ai. That's interesting. So this is someone who takes seed from 7 different types of animals and puts it on his eyes. Somehow again, you thought opening your eyes and you got seed. Right? I'm just saying, right? So again, puts on his eyes and a part of that allows him to be able to see. From the saying, okay, this is how you know. No, this is something that engages in deception, right? Like an illusionist, like a magician, right? Someone who goes ahead and deceives people by making them think that he's engaging in some type of sorcery. The Kiva says, in the shows. What's this to this? The Kiva says, who is the Ma'onin? Ma'onin is someone who believes in auspicious times. You know what? Ma'oner. I know Yafa Ratzis. Today is a good day to embark on a journey. Tomorrow is a good day for purchases. Remove the Ardi Sidious seeking Yaffles. Or someone who says, oh, Erev, Shemitah, that's when the wheat is best. Kure Kitnios Mios Raos. So again, what's the pshat? What's the pshat? What does Rabbi Akiva say? A Ma'onim is someone who feels that certain times are auspicious for different things. So I don't know why does that sound so bad? What's that about the rice? Don't wait for the perfect moment, but make the present moment perfect. See, the Ma'onim is someone who believes you gotta wait for the right time in order to be able to go ahead and accomplish. Listen, there are people like this. There are people who have the most incredible dreams, goals, and aspirations. What are they waiting for? What are they waiting for? What are they waiting for? They're waiting just for the right moment. And when's the right moment? When's the right moment? I don't know when, but it's certainly not now. Certainly not now, right? It may be tomorrow, but tomorrow's cloudy, so probably not tomorrow. Right? Sunday sounds good, but Sunday have that thing. I'm pretty sure the right moment is going to come sometime in the next decade. Oh, and when that right moment comes, that's when I'm going to come from. Right? When that right moment comes, that's when I'm going to make the magic happen. That you see, says, we call that? We call that a ma'onim. That's an issue d'oraisa. It's an issue d'oraisa, right, to wait for the right moment. People who wait for the right moment in life to make things happen. You know what they become excellent in? They become proficient in? You know what? In waiting. They become professional waiters. Understand, right? Right? They become professional waiters. That's what they do. Spend their entire life waiting to make things happen. Rabbi Akiva says that's called sorcery. That's called ma'onim. Don't wait for the perfect moment. Make the present moment perfect. Gemara goes weiter. Gemara says, Menachish, what's Menachish? So let's say, Menachish is the person who believes like it's always. Zah Omer Pito Nafla Miyazo, repeat. Like the person says, oh, my bread fell out of my mouth. That's about only. Maklo Nafla Miyazo, my staff fell out of my hand. Korilo Me'achoro. We know Korilo Me'achoro, my son called me from behind. These are things that people think like are bad omens. Only Korilo, the raven calls out to me. Svi Hepsiko Badera. Here, ran right in front of me. There's a snake on my right and a fox on my left. Now that one maybe you're Jewish, right? I learned if you have that right? But my again, these are all things that people omenize. Yes, right? They omenize, right? And it one. Yeah, just second I ran a football together. My first football, life is filled with first. I'm about to start a football, and then the one falls out of a tree. Right by the football. I'm like, this can't be good. Right? Okay, good. Anyway, right, but it was a new thing. The whole time, I've never had to watch my back for iguanas, but now this should happen. Okay, the Gemara goes like that. Because he can speak to Yosef for the rest of the story. But, all right. So Gemara says as follows, right? Show me a small. Top of something like 66a. Al Taskil B. I will say a person when they're collecting taxes, a person says to the tax collector, don't start from me. Right? Shachasu, Rosh Chodeshu, Matzeh Shabbasu. Or you know what, again, I don't want to do certain things first thing in the morning, right? Actually, Rashi points out over here, paying your debts. You know what I say? Again, these are all people harmonizing things. I tell a tax collector, it's not a good sinners to start with me. Or I don't want to start off by paying my debts. Or again, it's Rosh Chodesh, I don't want to start the new month. Or I don't want to start the new week. Again, a person organizes all of these things. You don't believe in that. You don't believe in that. They say again, Allah for the time to accomplish is now. The time to take care of your debts is now. The time to take care of your responsibilities is now. Tarabana, lo sinachashu, lo san. And if you go, Ilam Nasashim, the Chulda, the Ovos, Kibidagim. This refers to people who engage in sorcery and divination. Ultimately, again, with weasels, with birds, and with fish. Okay, they hominize all these different things. Good. And we'll say Mishnah. So we'll say in general, when a person violates Shabbos, so again, halacha l'maisa, if a person goes ahead and violates Shabbos, so if something that they went ahead, so again, if you would be kind parts, if you were to do so without hasra, then halacha l'maisa would be chayiv skila if there was proper meaning for this as well. And again, accidental commission of an avera ultimately will be chayiv achashos. Which means in the flower, the ikamidi, the soul Shabbos habi, being chayiv and Allah, she goes to achashos, Allah of their parts. So is that to say that there is some type of chol Shabbos that if you were to go ahead and do it unintentionally, that you would not be chayiv for a chatos, or you wouldn't be chayiv kares, what would that be? Might be. The Gemara says, "Tchumin ba'alibid Rabbi Akiva, ba'havara ba'alibid Rabbi Yossi." Okay, so what's Rabbi Akiva holds that tchumin are drabanon, and Rabbi Yossi holds that havara, the act of kindling, is malad matzasa. Ultimately, with a single dot, this would be chayiv on a lot and not chayiv on kares. Okay, Mishnah. Hamakalo of the Gemara chayiv actually kali Mishnah. So what's the reduction? We've seen this reference earlier on. If a person curses his parents, he's only chayiv if he curses them with the actual name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Killing, if a person goes ahead curses his parents with some type of nickname, right, or descriptive name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what's the halacha? Rabbi Meir says chayiv. The Chachamim poetry, the Chachamim say ultimately again that you are covered. Says the Gemara, let's analyze man Chachamim, what the Chachamim, Rabbi Nachman, Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi, the Sanya, Rabbi Nachman, Rabbi Yossi, Omer, the Nikvo Shem Yumas. The Torah says when you articulate the name of Hashem, right, ultimately one will be put to death. Matam Olomar. So what is this coming to refer to? So the Gemara says, Matam Olomar, Shem, Limei Amakalo, Avivimo, Shem, Chayiv, actually Kalalei Shem. So it needs to teach us that if one curses his parents, one is not chayav for cursing their parents unless one goes ahead and does so, realizing the actual name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Tan Rabbanon, Ish, Matam Olomar, Ish, what is right? Matam Olomar, sorry, Matam Olomar, Ish, the Ramos Bas Tumtum Ba'adrogenes. So interestingly enough, it comes to include that even if one's parents is a tumtum and or an androgynous, one might have thought that Allah under those circumstances, you're not chayiv to cursing the parents. Kamash Folon, again, whoever the parent is, one is chayiv to cursing them. Asher Kalal es Aviv ve'esimo, who will curse his father or his mother. Ainli Ella Aviv ve'imo. So I only know from the pasuk, I'm not a pasuk, one is only chayiv for cursing mother and father together. Aviv Shalom Imo Shalom Aviv Imo. I don't know that I'm chayiv even for cursing one of my parents. Amalomar Aviv V'Imo Kilo Damav Bo. Aviv Kilo Imo Kilo Div Rabbi Yoshua. Rabbi Yoshua says again, even though it's said as mother and father, we understand it as Aviv Kilo Imo Kilo. Cursing one of the parents ultimately makes you chayiv as Rabbi Yoshua. You know what Rabbi Yonasan says? Mashma Shnei Ka'afad Umashma Achab B'Snei. So the pasuk really gives two inferences. On one hand, the pasuk gives the inference of Torah at the same time. The pasuk also goes ahead and seems to indicate the chayiv for cursing them individually. And Allah mentioned a circumstance like that, you will always be chayiv unless the cursing individually, unless the pasuk says explicitly that you only chayiv for cursing them together. Most you must, Torah says, will be put to death for cursing your parents. Stoning. Atar b'skila in the elaba was becoming sustainable for Torah. So you say stoning. Maybe it's not stoning. Maybe it's one of the other types of death penalties mentioned in Torah. Ne'amar kon dama bo, ne'amar lahalon d'mehem bo. It says over here, dama bo, and it says later on, by Ovi Yidoni, d'mehem bo. Actually, what we learned before. The mayhem bomb. What do I learn from this? Mala halon, just like by holding your dome is the skila. After the skila, so by cursing one's parents, ultimately skila as well. Says the Yimara Onesh Shamanu Ashara Minayin. So now I know the punishment of skila. Where do I see the warning? Because what's wondering again, the way it works with biblically is that every death penalty has to have an ashara, a warning, and also the onesh. Now I see the onesh. Where do I see the warnings? Hawalomar Elokim or Elohim Moshe Harel. So literally again, I'll say, so we'll see exactly what that pasuk means. In Haya, so watch this. We'll say first wide line. In Haya Aviv Dayan, one's father was a Dayan. The Gemara says, Hare hu bichlal Elohim lo sikhala. Someone says, the way you're understanding right now, Elohim, is Elohim refers to a judge. Do not curse a judge. So now, the Gemara's position is very interesting. Let's say again, right, Reuven has a father, Yaakov, and Yaakov is a Dayan. So if Reuven curses his father, so not only is Reuven chayiv for cursing his father, but he's also chayiv the person, the judge. And if your father was a his father was a nasi, or a hari b'chlav the nasi, but amutalo saw. So also it's interesting enough. There's a prohibition to curse a diet. There's a prohibition to curse a leader. So if you his father Yaakov was dying, if you want to nasi, he'd be chayiv. Ain't no dying below nasi, man. And how do I know that if you've been cursed and his father is not a dying, his father is not the nasi? I'm going to go say third line Amrit. So Amrit, Hare Atatan Binyan Ab Mishneh. So it's like it's interesting enough that you create a paradigm. Binyan Ab is a paradigm. What's the paradigm? Here we go. Lori in nasi kiri dying. So a nasi is not like a dying. The Lori dying kiri nasi, and a dying is not like a nasi. How so? Listen to this. Lori dying nasi. Why? Shahari Daniel after Mitsuba al Hora Asa. Kiroi Nasi should be after Mitsuba al Hora Asa. So they said, I offer like this. If a dying, like I said, dying, and it's the judge, and I said, which is a ruling, you're obligated to go ahead and adhere to it. And failure to adhere to it can actually result in a death penalty. Interestingly enough, that same halacha doesn't apply to a Nasi. Just interesting, right? If you violate the halachic rulings of a Nasi, that doesn't necessarily carry with it a death penalty. I'm sorry? Right. This is Parsha. Oh, that's all incredible. Parsha's Mishpatim. Right, Parsha Mishpatim. Thank you. Lo Ri'i Nasi Kiroi Dayim. And on the other hand, again, a Nasi is not like a Dayan also. Shanasi Ata Mitzvah Hamra also. Kiroi Dayim Shiata Mitzvah Hamra. So what's the reason? See, a Nasi and Dayan are two forms of leadership. A Dayan is halachic leadership. And for a halachic Mesa, the Dayan issues a halachic ruling, and you violate that can result in a death penalty. A Nasi is not halachic leadership. And therefore, if a Nasi issues a halachic ruling and violates, you're not chayiv death penalty. On the other hand, if a Nasi kind of gives like a directive, thank you, like a directive, right? So then again, she's the leader, you gotta follow it. If you violate it, you'd be chayiv misa. On the other hand, if a dying gives a directive, you're not chayiv misa. Two different forms of leadership. Yeah, what's the halacha? The Gemara says, Hatzara Shabbat Shabayim. What's the denominator between them? Shein ba'amcha, that they are both members of Klal Yisrael. Va'atam Musa al Kilavasa. What is the common denominator between a Nasi and the Dayan? They are both members of Klal Yisrael, and you are not allowed to curse either of them. That's the common denominator. Av ani avi avicha sheba'amcha v'atam Musa al Kilavasa. So once you create a paradigm, what's the paradigm? That any person who is a member of Klal Yisrael, you can't curse. So therefore, again, that includes father. Even if the father is not a Dayan or the father is not a Nasi, you still can't curse him. So the Gemara says, and again, let's say, remember, this is the Ashara. This is what we're looking for the warning. So the Gemara says, Malat Sala Shabbat Shabayim, Shekin Gidi Lasan Garma Lahem. Why don't you say, on the other hand, maybe the common denominator between Nasi and Dayan is what? They both occupied exalted positions of leadership. Like in other words, they both have Gedula, they both have greatness. Now, the Lomar goes to Kala Chirish. And listen, the Torah also says, don't curse the person who death you. So what do you see here? The Umlam Sheva Amtra Kasim Torah is talking about even people who are not in the elevated positions of greatness. Kala Chirish, the king Charishasa Karmelo. So, but again, maybe a Chirish, maybe there's something that there's a specific spectrum of Chirish, not person of Chirish, because he's at a disadvantage. So, Nasi Vidayin of Yifu, Malu Nasi Vidayin Shekin, Velasi Damalahai, Chirish of Yah, is right down lower executive, the lower executive is that. So, it turns out that really we have three things over here: a Nasi, a Dayan, and a Chirish. And the truth is, they're really all very dissimilar. What is the common denominator? Zatzara, Shabbat Shabahan, Shein Ba'amcha, Ba'atam Musra al Shiralas. What's the common denominator? Common denominator between a Nasi, Dayan, and a Chirish. What's the common denominator? They're all Jews. They're all Jews. They're all members of Amcha, and you are not allowed to curse them. So taught them through the father, because the father also is lead, also part of Amcha, and you're not allowed to curse them. Shekin Mishunim. So I'll say, well, maybe the Sarah Shabbos is that again, Nasi Dain Akirish all have some unique difference. Into Nichtov Kra, O Elohim the Firish, O Nasi the Firish, Elohim Lamari. So we'll say that's the case, what I need the Elohim. In Eno Inyan, if you don't today in La'avi, ultimately, I can also, if you don't need it for its own interpretation, then use it for fathers. So if I was like, turns out that we have a being out of paradigm that is being created between Nasi, Dayan, and Firish. The denominator between all those three is that what? That Allah Chalamais against someone who is unful, someone who is part of your people, ultimately, again, you're not allowed to curse. They will say, what a beautiful and profound result. What is the criteria for the At least, what is the criteria for not mistreating someone? If they're unfair, so you have to love them. You don't see this. It's striking, it's so beautiful. Soldier came on the bus, last night when we were leaving. Kiryat Arba. It was beautiful. Let's say, but you know what's interesting? So, what is it? What is the change that love? It's simple. So you see, he was doing well. He was wearing the whole uniform. He was defense forces, the IDF. And you're like, wow, here's a guy who's mostly nefesh for Shabbos, So you feel a tremendous sense of Arba. Well, it's important to understand that every Yid wears a uniform. Right? And it's the uniform of Tzelem Elokim. It's the uniform of being created in the image of HaKadosh. Every single issue wears that uniform. And that love that we felt for that precious Allah yesterday is the one you have to wear and you have to bring to every single issue. No matter what the actual uniform, the physical uniform looks like, the spiritual uniform is always the same. The spiritual uniform is that every single Yid wears the uniform of the same image of God. And again, because of that, he's Amcho, because that he's member of Klal Yisrael, and because of that beautiful uniform, therefore, Mossar, at least, like the baseline is, don't curse. Like the baseline is, don't mistreat the other. The baseline is, don't engage in negative behavior towards the other. Of course, that's where it starts. And imagine hopefully we go on from there to you have to really Afa Kamocha. If every single year, right? The Gemara goes back to Hani Chalman Damar Elohim Chol. So by the way, this all works well if you understand that the pasuk Elohim Mosikalo is not Elohim God, but rather again Elohim is referring to a judge. Then I understand that now you can extrapolate and you can apply it to a father. But according to the opinion that says no, it's not Elohim the judge, rather what is it? It's Elohim HaKadosh Baruch. This is a reference to Hashem. Then what is there to say? Bisanya Elohim called the Rabbi Yishmael. Yishmael says Elohim in this pasuk is not God. Elohim refers to the judge. Rabbi Akiva Omer Elohim Kodesh. Rabbi Akiva says no. It refers to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Tanya of Elazar Yaakov Omer Azhar Levarach Hashem Yinayim. And where do we see the warning against cursing of HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Tamalomar Elohim Mosikalo. Which the Gemara says, "Man Gomer Elohim Kol Gomer Kodesh Michal." So the one who says that Elohim in this context is called, so means it's not God. It's referring to a judge. Then ultimately, again, we can learn out the prohibition to curse a Baruch from the prohibition to curse a judge. So man Gomer Elohim Kodesh Gaminon Kol Mikodesh. But the one who says Elohim in this context refers to the Baruch is we derive ultimately again the prohibition to curse a judge from the prohibition to curse a Baruch. So this is the Elohim, Kol, Gomer Kodesh, Michal. So according to the opinion that says Elohim means a judge. So I understand. If you're not allowed to curse a judge, then what? Allah has come of a Kama Kolshikin, you're not allowed to curse a Kodesh Baruch Hu. Element Gomer, Elohim, Kodesh, Gomer, Kol, Kodesh. But according to the one who says Elohim is God, so can you derive that you can't curse a judge from the fact that you can't curse God? To which the Gemara says, Dilma, Kodesh Asar, Acholo Isar. Maybe HaKadosh Baruch Hu is only warning us against cursing HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He's not warning us against cursing the judge. Imkain Lichtov Pra Lo Saka. But that's the piece which I would have just written it in the short form of Lo Saka, don't curse. My Mosikalo. Why does it say don't curse unless it's in the elongated form? Shmanina Party. It comes to two plus two. So one of the two things. Number one, don't curse a judge, and number two, Don't curse that beautiful, beautiful. Let's go later. Says the Gemara, Haba Nara Murasa. So it's like a person has relations with an Nara Murasa. Remember, it's an Nara Murasa. So remember again, Nara is a very, very specific age. What age? 12 and 12 and a half. So Nara Murasa is a girl who's betrothed previously, right? And not Yisrael. So she's married. Therefore, if a man has relations with another man, has relations with her, that's adultery. What's unique about Nara Murasa is that she is singled out for a unique charge. She was complicit. She and the man who had relations with her are singled out for steal. As opposed to Fenech. So Nara Murasa. So in order to be chayiv, ultimately again for Nara Murasa steal. Remember, it's a unique punishment. Normally, adultery is punished by chena, strangulation. So here, this is singled out for steal. But in order to fit the criteria of Nara Murasa, the following criteria. Number one, Nara. Number two, Pesulah. Number three, Nu'urasa. And number four, the base Abiyah. And ultimately, again, she's still living in her father's house. So those are the four criteria that you need in order to get the unique punishment of Skila for Nara Murasa. If two men had relations with her, it's like that's consecutive, right? Then what? Arishon Skila, Bashem. Then the first one is with Skila. Remember again, the first one has relations with Skila. The second one has relations with her. She's no longer Skila, and therefore is punished in a regular case of adultery by Chenek. Okay. So the Gemara goes back there. Good. So as I said, happens to be over here. Rashi points out that the Chiddush over here is the following: that even if the man had relations with her, Bia Shalot Darka. So Bia Shalot Darka, technically speaking, is physiologically she's still a Basula. So you would have thought that physiologically, since she's still a Basula, therefore again, halacha l'maisa, maybe even the second guy should get skila. You know, the Torah recognizes two forms of bia. Is bia kedarka, bia shalot kedarka, and they're both legitimate forms of bia. Therefore, again, after the first guy has the mission with her, even though physiologically her pursuing are intact, she is considered to be a b'ula, and therefore the second guy gets chenek, and ultimately again that's it's very interesting, and not Shabbos table interesting, but again, but interesting nevertheless. All right, so the word goes weiter. Tanra Baran. Nara. Right, this is one of these ones. Somebody else says, right? Let's refer to them as well. So Nara below Bulgaris. Also, Torah says Nara. So again, now we're going to go through the Nara means Nara, not a Bulgaris. What's Bulgaris? Bulgaris? 12 and a half years old and above. Right? Below Bulgaris, this is the law. So that's the law. Again, let's to the point that remember, even if a girl doesn't fulfill these criteria, we're still chayav for adultery. We're talking about the specific prohibition of Nara Murasa, which carries with it the penalty of sila as opposed to chenek. So in order to be chayav for this again, the sila be'ula, me'ula. That's the reason. Below the sila, the base aviyah, in her father's home. Prat, l'shem masar ha'av l'shluki ha'bal. This comes to exclude the case of ultimate man, where father had already given her over to the shluchim when she was being given over right to be taken to her husband's. Good. So good. I'm ready to go. He's the mayor. He's the only ready mayor. And I come to say Nara Murasa. The Chum disagrees, and the Chum say that Nara Murasa was like to be even what? Nara Murasa could even be a Kitana. I'm going to have to give you Rabino. We might give us this Rabbi Meir. We take Kitana and Nami. How do you know that our Mishnah is Rabbi Meir and comes to exclude it? According to our Mishnah, Nara Murasa is Dafka and Nara and Nara Kitana. Tumor Rabbanon is when we take Bulgaris for so long. Maybe it's going to Rabbanon, and maybe the point of the Mishnah is to exclude a Bulgaris for Nara Murasa. Amalei, I feel like I would actually Nara, the Sila, Ma'orasa. And the Chayit Ella al Nara, the Sila, Ma'orasa. So you know, I should have said that's what you just said. Nara, the Sila, Ma'orasa. The Sila meeting, but there's nothing more to talk about this. We just certified the fact that, again, the specific and unique punishment So now I'm going to that or now. Not a Kana and not a Bulgaris. But you know, that's about Alchemirat. Well, I like the Kamanula, so that I'll be mayor of nothing. What happens? What happens if another man, in other words, not the husband, if another man did have relations with his kind of, he's not Lisa. What's that look in that situation? According to the mayor, what's that look? So the Gemara says, is it saying that it's not adultery at all? Oh, the skila knowledge. Or maybe he's just putting to exclude it from skila. So I'm like, we start from the skila knowledge. No. It's still prohibited as adultery. It's just excluded from the prohibition or the punishment of skila. Right? What will get? That kind of gets that. But the whole sick will make some damn shneim. Shneim shoving. And here's the problem. The pasuk that talks about adultery says they will both die, which seems to indicate to us that there's got to be equality in both of the parties committing adultery. I will say, if the Ketana engages in adultery, what's that law? She's not chayav. Why is she not chayav? Why? She's Ketana. Ketana's not chayav for anything. So how can you hold a man responsible if the girl is not responsible? So again, Shasa. Rabbi was silent and didn't know how to respond. Amr Shmuel might have a shasik Rabbi. I don't know Rabbi decided. Anyway, Umay Sa'ish Asher Shach Abi Mama. There's another pasuk, and the other pasuk indicates to us that the man will be executed because of committing adultery. What do you see from here? There's a case, ultimately again, where a man is singled out for execution, even though the woman is not. What's the case where the man is singled out for execution, even though the woman is not? It could be a case of a man who commits adultery with a China American. So again, she's going to be Ketura. Why? She's Ketura. But he's going to be fired for that. Which the Gemara says, the reality is, also at this point is in fact not against the right. Well, basically, the positive is both of them will be looking at and Rabbi Yoshia. So Yoshia says, in order to execute a couple for adultery, both of them have to have the same level of liability. And therefore, again, if it's adultery with the Kana, since she's not put to death, he's not put to death either. Rabbi Yonasan says, Rabbi Yonasan says, not true. There are sometimes where the man will be executed, even if the woman is not. What will be that case? Kitana so she's not going to be executed because she's Kitana, right? But the man says he won't be because he's an adult. He's Ida. What does Rabbi Yoshia do with that? What is an Ida? Basically, I'm staying like that. What does Rabbi Yonasan do with the pasuk that says which seems to indicate that again there's got to be an equality in liability between the parties. That comes to exclude, let's say again, an act of intimacy that's not intercourse. So again, it's nice if you can any other form of intimacy that's not intercourse. So Allah that's not adultery. Again, not good, right? But again, not liable for death penalty if one does that. The other part of course not. Don't need a pasuk to exclude myself to do this. Other acts of intimacy, that's not intercourse, that's nothing. Allegedly, that's not recognized as anything. I don't need a pasuk to exclude that. You know what it says? The Ida, High Levado, my gosh. What does the other thing do with the Levado? So, Kirisanya, Boala, Sarabane, Adam, Vagain, Shula. What's an interesting case over here? Let's say again, 10 men have relations with an Aram Mulasa. But she's full of the Shula. So, how does that happen? Again, so 10 men have relations with her, but the man is again, she's full of the Shula. So, again, physiologically, her Basulim are intact. Now, what is the liability for those men? The Gemara says, who runs the skila? And the first thing it says, they're all liable to skila. I will say, now, why are they all liable to skila? Because the halacha treats it as if all of them had relations with a na'ara hamu'urasa. Because since she is still physiologically with the sula, there's all chayyat to skila. Rabbi says, no. Ali Shom the skila, the kulam not true. The first guy is chayyat skila, right? Because he had relations with an aramurasa. But again, even with Yishma Kedarka, Torah recognizes Yishma Kedarka as a dalit from else. Therefore, after that first act, she's no longer Basila. So the rest of the guys are chayyat. What are they chayyat for? Adultery. But the chayyat for regular adultery, right? So you have regular adultery, which is not punishable again by skila, only punishable by incredible. Ubas Ishkon, he says, our listeners, also first like now we spent a significant amount of time speaking about again the Bas Kohen. So the Torah says, "Ubas ish kohen kisechal his nose as a being nechalalas by ish kisechal." Remember, we've seen this. A unique question for a bas kohen, question for a bas kohen. Ultimately, again, he was executed with strifa. So the Gemara says, "Ubas ish kohen kisechal his nose." Rabbi says, "He lost some." So Rabbi Omer Tchilas. So take a look at Rashi in just a moment. Rashi says over here. Right. So Rabbi Omer, Seichel Lashon Tchila Ulekamim Mefarsha. So Rabbi says, Rabbi says Tchila, that reliability is with Tchila. So the Gemara says, what does that mean? Hey Omer, Omeisa Isha Sheshach Halima Levado. Michael, what does Rabbi say? I'm going to bring Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi can be Shmos. Rabbi also can be Shmos. What does Rabbi Shmos? So the Omer Arisa Yatsa L'Shreifa Below Nesua. So we'll say it is only in Arusa Baskin. We had stuff before. It is only in Arusa Baskin. Ultimately, again, he was subject to Sreifa, not on the Sua. Not on the Sua. The Hakikam is what it means to say. In Tchilas, via business, the Sreifa, the Idach, the Chenek. So we'll say if a Baskin who's in Arusa has relations with someone, the first man with whom she has relations with, that's the he is Sreifa. Any subsequent acts of relations, ultimately again will be the Chenek. So again, what's that case? That's going to be the case of the Mishnah of Gedarka. So the first man who has relations with the Bas Kohen, the Arusa Bas Kohen, he's going to be punished by Sreifa. The rest of them, even though she's still physiologically a Pesula, will be treated like regular cases of adultery, and therefore again Chenek. So the Gemara says, "My b'chein." What's the b'chein? So the Gemara says, "Kiyasam mahas in the tchilas biyah kamashtaikra." Just like Torah's talking about over there, initial act of biyah, hachanami b'tchilas biyah mishnamishra. So to over here, Torah's talking about an initial act of biyah. Amalei, Rabbi Barabaye, Mar lo hachiyar. So you said Rabbi. My Rabbi didn't say this. Who's Rabbi's supposed to Rabbi Meir? Right? So Rabbi Yosef. Who did he say? Rabbi Yosef. So Rabbi coming there. Rabbi holds like Rabbi. The Amar Nises La'acham Menapsun. Nisas Abachana. So ultimately, again, he tells as follows. So I say, how can myself? How can you ultimately again? How can you have? So Rashi points out. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, well, here, Rabbi Meir. So you're like the Amar Bas Kohen Yisua Mikasha B'Sreifa. About Nisis La'acham Menapsun. And so let's listen to this. Rabbi holds the following. So see what I say? Rashi is 2 lines at the bottom of the page. If a Bas Kohen, right? When is there Sreifa by a Bas Kohen on the son? Only if she is married to a person who is a Pasha. However, again, so let's say a Bas Kohen is married to a Pasha, to a Psul. She's married to a Mamzer. So she married to someone who's a Pasha, therefore, what did Rashi? She's Chalom and Mishas Nisuin, Shuv Ina Ella Bechana, by Tila Dikama Rabbi Yakikov. So what's it? Then he calls it Rabbi Meir. What does Rabbi Meir say? Rabbi Meir says like this. Rabbi Meir says, when is there a unique punishment for Arusa Bas Kohen? Only when she's married or has innocent to someone who is Pasha. But if she didn't mean innocent to someone who's Pasha, let's say again she married a Mamzer, in which case, what? She's already quote unquote what? Profaned. So therefore, again, the unique punishment of Sreifa to a Bas Kohen doesn't apply. So the Gemara says, and therefore it's still adultery, but it's regular adultery, only the Chenek. But as we need to say, in Tchilas, Halasa Biznos, the Sreifa. If Halacha the first time she was preparing was through the act of adultery, then there's a fee of Sreifa. But if technically speaking she was already profaned, how? Through an illegal marriage, then a man who has commits adultery with her will only be hired Chenek, not Sreifa. So I'll say the Idach, any other, right? The Idach, the Chenek. And again, we'll say ultimately, again, the other case, right? The other person, the Chenek. For my defense. So I'll say ultimately, again, what's the case of, what's the difference? Look at Rashi. Hachal no kapit el atchilas v'lo atchilas bia. V'hasam atchilas bia in ami kapit. So we'll say, so again, so what is the difference? What is that coming to? You have son of Zion, comes out, Simna Ba'al. Ultimately, again, the other case will be Simna. What is it in Rashi? Tfilas Shum Davar HaKasim Mikaber, the Tfilas Hibul Miha Haba. So what it turns out is we have interestingly enough very two different cases. In the case ultimately again of Nara, so let's kind of bring this together. So Nara Murasa, that's the end of the Nara Murasa. So what do we have Nara Murasa? What talks in is that Nara Murasa for a unique penalty of what? Of Skila. Right? A man has relations with an Nara Murasa, a girl betrothed to someone else, Skila. Even though what adultery normally carries with it what? The penalty of Chenek. Nara Murasa is unique. But again, satisfy all these criteria. Number one, Nara. Number two, Murasa. Number three, Base Aviyah. Base Allah Maisa. Again, if you have those criteria, then Allah Maisa, it's Siva. Anything else is going to be Keda. What else did we learn? We also learned that Allah Maisa, if there's an act of Diakidarko, then it's interpreted. Therefore, if again there are multiple acts of adultery, let's say an all be a Shlokidarko, the first guy will get Skila, subsequent people will get Cheda. Interesting enough, the Gemara reverse back there also to Bas Kohen. When is a Bas Kohen Chayiv Sreif or adultery or Chayiv Sreif? Only once again, only if it's Erisin, and again, only the first person to have a relationship. It's the same thing. If there's Bishalo Kedarka with a Bas Kohen, so the first guy will be Chayiv Sreif, subsequent people will be Chayiv Watch, the third people will be Chayiv Chenek. But interestingly enough, another detail by Bas Kohen is incredibly important. When is there a din of sreika? Only when what? When that first act is what profaned her. But if she was already profaned, how is she already profaned? Illegal marriage. So she's married to a mamzer. Then Allah makes the din of sreika doesn't apply. Rather, it will be treated just like a regular act of adultery and be punished by fire. Right? So we'll say, so we'll say, let's breakfast. 9:30. Let's do 9:55. 25 minutes of breakfast. 9:55 back here in the base measures till 11 o'clock morning.
It's so funny. It's just like nobody gets it. He's doing the fucking scorpion milk now. It's just like another shiesty thing. Yeah, just selling horse shit. Cooney needs to milk the blue scorpion. Smiley face emoji. That's what I call my cat. Skips the school, they won't show what you did, dude. I don't know if he just got here. This too much. Look at this. That was white before he started milking it, and now it's all blue. Yeah, this is actually
You know,
with those, I mean, this is what those kinds of things do. Not all of them are scams. They get pills that help you out, whatever. They will like give you a huge deal on the first round. So they're like, oh, these are let's see. I know that.
so let's get back to that. Today's that is 7:65. We're actually
How that one? That's the first thing we're not going to be able to do. The farthest got us twice. Haphazard, finally, why is Hap not a good talker? He's always like, wait for the show. Charlie looks the guy outside the tent. Okay, the tent's not there anymore. The cops are actually really That's why the Formula One don't separate between these good douchey ass. Let's get some Formula One to fucking dog bitch in the jet, right? That's a really good friend. Close to my guys. Every time I see Hap, I'm like, he's gonna be ready. It's gonna be the beginning of the podcast, like he usually does 45 minutes. Let's see if we check him back out. You're right. We're not like, dude, that would be fucking whatever you want. When the street lights turn on, why do your fucking feet hurt? That's what I get as a kid. It's hell amazing. You know, right? We're friends, right? Would you say we're best friends, sort of, at the end of the day? Yeah. How close are we? Are we close? Close, but are we friends now? Yeah, like you're kind of around my neighborhood. Like, if you needed to borrow $250,000, I would lend it to you, right? Yeah. I've been through some shit. Yeah. My mind gets to the world. Yeah. So what kind of stuff are you trying to yeah, it's fucking there. I get an invite to your house once. It's on for me. I mean, hey, you know what? I haven't gotten any yet. I haven't gotten who the fuck does that. Like, I haven't gotten
Hino ma'avir b'raglov, hamachopit b'raglov, b'gam shatinokos, kol tzimiyapur, sha'isa chachila ba'aretz, ra'ish horebo, u'kopit yisavon safon.
That sounds like he's related to me.
That is right. Molech wasn't walking on a path between fire.
What's it called?
Molech was.
How dare you? Doing my first break on or fucking manufacturing.
Fire, and you jump over the pit.
Actually, that's a good question. Oh, you're right.
He's
That is a good question. I do not like meeting her.
happens on
I mean, I don't think I had any of those parents in my house. But my papa, oh my god, I wish I was at my boy. Yeah, right.
What last time was
I don't like how
jumping
meeting guys
over,
are
jumping
playing
over a
by
pit,
counts.
jumping over,
Like
seeing
he's
how
definitely
far
shady, right? Meeting
jump.
guys shady.
So Sabai, so she never compares this,
Counts
but
here.
that's what I'm supposed to
He's
say.
like,
I'm
I'm
just
stuck.
not woke up.
Exactly. So we're like inviting himself. Like,
Sabai,
a friend of mine invited me to his house to do it.
fires,
Like his son.
love up, jumping over
Free.
all the
And then Bob was
I
like,
know
oh,
my
Dad, you want to come over?
I said something. I look how you actually have a young Derek Habar. So Derek Habar. I hear it. So that when places on Bravo, so I work for the house again. And that I would be go ahead and you pass over the list of the way pass over. I do not like a
Stomping back. I'm the stomping
That's
fan.
again, when carries the top to the left, ultimately again, so again,
This town's too big for
this
town is just the right size of both races.
and then ultimately again, the priest leading the child or causing the child to break for after. And then ultimately again, one is
I live 19 minutes away.
so what's the view of this? That it's not Moda. If you carry your child,
That's actually shocking. I got a fucking 15-month-old and a 3.5-year-old. That's our kids are different ages. So what? Hey, so I don't get a hint at your house. I haven't seen your house. You know what? Why is it weirdly sexual? I don't know. It's so stupid. He is like, she's like, oh, you like, you're like, the count didn't hit him with that. They'd be like a vortex. They would just never leave the street. Yeah, they would get like riff. Do you think that maybe Mexican just doesn't like it? Describe to me what it's like when shockwaves and inevitably just sink in there and learn themselves. You know, cannons not looking maybe Mexicans not taking a selfie. Yeah, I'm standing in by but getting you anywhere is impossible, which I know. I would love you to be involved with some of the things I almost are going to be. Everybody likes potato salad. It's not true. I hate potato salad. It's disgusting. It's cold. I think there was one time when we talked about it, I forgot that it was quite remember there was a whole thing. And I was like saying how I was like, it's hot, right? And then you were like, are you okay? And they were basically kind of telling me everything in German. Potato salad is hot.
You're fired. Those are the shipment owner. The moment fired, still the moment contact. Those are the
What is it? I mean, it's cold. Maybe it's German. That's hot.
not assuming any other.
Yeah, like cold shit.
My comes in but you might say the fall. The fall the answer. La bonne mort, she the fall. So what's the resolution in that? And I was that was and then I want to go down to the fall. I've hot tonight, you know, that's the
Diesel,
one
have
that's
you ever heard of that?
I've
Opposite
that's
to
so
that's
that's what
Spanish. Do I want to hear from? Yes. Let's say a Photoshop
Now, what we do is get my work market is pressing. Do it what I try.
Like right when you said that, we talked about that before my mom. Chelsea likes his potato salad. Honestly, I don't really. I don't think it needs to be cold because a lot of times if they don't have a potato salad at a cooking, it's a hot, which is crazy nice at the time, but it can be. The Germans have it hot. When you have potato salad at the cookout, it's not going to be cold. Yeah, it is. No, it's not. And it's outside. Not clear it in the fridge. Exactly. We've taken it out of the fridge. Okay, so the only thing worse than cold. What is that's a lot of it is room temp. Have you ever been to Freaks? It's not cold. I stay away from all those sort of fake salads. They're not real salads. Potato salad. They're fake. They're not real. You definitely do not stay away from fake salads. You, my friend, need a kind. That's large being sausage salad, which is ridiculous. It's not only one that's hot. You cook hot sausage and put it on lettuce. This really is I really can't count, and you can't chop. And we do it on purpose. Kiwi salad, but it has to go straight from the fridge into my fucking cold. It's got to go from. I got 5 sausages. What am I gonna do with them? Yeah, no, I was addicted to sausage salad. The other day, somebody was saying that I'm the kind of lady that cooks the same meal every day. You can't stand it. You can get them like, dude, same. I stopped myself because anytime I brought up sausage salad, it's never ended. I was making sausage salad from straight. I remember I asked you if you told them, and you were like, yep. They told me to watch my blood pressure. Let's see here. So, Queso World, never heard of it. Is there mayonnaise in the salad? Can it keep it cold? You keep it cold until you take it out. Like, you've never had potato salad that comes out. It's not going to stay cold. Right? You just don't leave it out forever. But eat it right away. Yeah, I drink the iced coffee because that's because I want to get caffeinated. Jay, if you like your potato salad cold yourself, he's like sick all the time. He's eating grains and potato salad like a big cat. Alright, baddies and baddies. This is cool. He's reading back to what matters. Handsome black man was this one chin nearly got fired for being a beast of a producer. Oh, wow, you want to predict this? So I'm assuming that he's going to say a story about how, like, he was going to fire Chin. You know? So I think he's also going to have in the story that he's really good at what he does. But he's, like, mentally. Alright, since you guys know, I would say that Chin, this Chin, do we know if Chin talks about it? No, not probably. He probably does. This little chart. Okay. So let's say Chin mentions something that he edited out, and Bob is like, "Oh, you edited it out? Wow." Even though it's something that's got okay. But here's what Chin's not doing. So we shoot that show. I'm coming Thursday. It's my day off. I come in Thursday. We shoot the show, and then record to see what connect it all the way in, and just shut it down. The cameras and DVDs.
Not a chance they were in. They were like 10 minutes in. He's exaggerating for sure. Oh, not a chance that happened. Then he knows the part. No. The lights were off. He doesn't know if the lights are on or off. Not a chance.
It's like that.
Yeah, see? Chin's like, okay, you're just behind me. Yeah, it's more of a shot trying to make it more interesting than it is. Yeah. Those are expensive cameras.
Is the woman of Odizara. Why don't you encourage them?
And that's a fucking nice ass cheap ass lens. This looks like maybe one of ours, but with like your model, the A7X. What is it? A7X3. Looks like
already cars in the next world.
or their old FX3s, which is insane. Those are $4,000.
Cars the
But
old
earlier when they were
cars
first
give
came out,
the color collection.
but they're like scarce now, so like
One
4,000.
cars is for this world.
And about
One
again,
cars is
I
for the
don't know, but those lenses are 2,600. That's insane. That's a lot of money, but you know what? How do they fit in there?
I was a couple of some
Yeah, that's exciting. I wanted you to say that's so funny to have those expensive.
Now moving on to old things. So now old.
Expensive. Oh my god. Expensive ass fucking camera. That's why I bought it. They're saying, Bob is like, we gotta save money and drive that someone told us this is the way to go. Also, we save money on this car right here. He has nothing to be sure. Have a pathetic fucking hat, get a beanie. That's this tripod is great. Like, this camera costs so much, and this tripod is cleaning. I'm sorry. The way that no, it's interesting. The way that they're talking though, it does kind of sound like shop right now. Kind of sounds like we take to know people stuff as a bit. Like having that shit right there, that's insane. Like packaging that. That's what it sounds like when he's here. He's like, I saw a cable. I was plugged in. Yeah, I was like, geez, we got it. He's like, you're gonna get it. If you're not an idiot, you can make it sound like you know what you're talking about. And I like sort of repeating the words and say like, oh yeah, one of the Cat 6 wires. Yeah. The AR-15 didn't have a switch on it, so it's out. The camera's all fucked.
How long have you been doing this? 10 years. I know it's not if you're in Germany for 5 years. I know. And you have been right for it. You know what? I got the tags that time. Yeah, right at that moment. That's what I can. Dude, God works in mysterious ways. I'll read you the show. You can call me my Jimmy. What? Tiger makes the team though? I'll be good, baby.
Is in violation of
I'll
the
be
law.
good. I'm
Oh,
fucking stoked. Somebody check on Donnie. I haven't seen Donnie in a minute. He hasn't been in the studio. He just casually mentions like, oh, my dog can read it. I'll be happy. That's some dark water right there. He's not even a comedian. And he's saying this stuff. Yeah, you can't say that saying dogs and not versus. Oh yeah, he died. He was a shark. Wait, show dogs, fish, and death, iguanas, iguanas, airliners. Damn, show us the fish tank. Fish. Fucking stoked. Stoked, man.
You don't even
The dog died, right?
oh my
God, that's redacted. Child has over snow.
but again, you always mention, but you always not mention why, because he has no nice son. There's no nice son there. You look at Rashi,
We started
some of you
I
don't,
wasn't
the
thinking of
happy
the
looks of you know, the hustle, the shit that you look at the nafshay,
That's
last back for the roof, but you should in go my son. So this
All right,
is
let me see what else we got.
so Rabbi wants us to Shakish wants us to
Ronaldo Johnson posted this. Bob is listening to it. Say user you can
since
spread
there's
his
no ultimate again, it's just more just speech, and speech is not a nice song. So the Gemara says that Rabbi Yochanan, nice stuff about all the Yochanan. So ultimately, it's Rabbi Yochanan. Why is it that all is mentioned in that second mission like he says?
Oh, shit, no, these are different ones.
So the passage like that,
It's an H.
yo,
Yo, I have an idea. Tell me what you think just about the
why
Hague
must be
show
such
test, especially
a
after Bless
so
Up.
yeah, Papa, I would
To
say
the
the
entire
Lisa.
email list,
She's
like
like,
conversation
the
based
artist
on
in
YouTube
the
might
arts,
offer a discount
we
just
change
to
art
show
with
this
you.
same way. Does that make sense?
Baluka,
Yeah,
the
he
lab,
doesn't.
Shmaka, the
I'll
God,
turn around and but yeah, so his idea was that showing that terrible this is not happening thing was really like a good idea.
by Nisa, over the century, the
Is
Yochanan,
this fucking
I
Melvin?
know what
This guy just
I was with
go
Yochanan,
signs all the shops for all that
I'm gonna
is.
come and
Yeah, he's
listen
not
to
the
this,
brightest.
and
He's not the
I'm
sharpest.
like, mobile,
Yeah,
you know,
he's not the
myself.
color
Mr.
smart
Arts,
crayon in the
like, pieces of
box.
the Yochanan, and keep a hold
It's not a color pencil in a crayon box.
It is why it's lucky if you Rabbi Akiva Maisa Rabba, Maisa Rabba.
Well, St. Two says, let's get back to
If you have
potatoes.
people who don't need it, land the Maisa, you don't need a significant Maisa. If you're doing
Earlier, you just said
something
potatoes.
and that is my Maisa.
Nothing crazy, just
It's
like
like
a
that's the
pure
key
spectrum
to
of
Maisa.
essentials.
So then how would you try to find the Gadi? Right?
Oh man, this
The
guy
Gadi
says my
is the
man.
blessing. What is
I
the
just spoke to
Torah?
Sven and said finally we're going to
What is
celebrate
facing
the
involved?
Rothschild
What's facing
even
involved?
on Monday.
People.
Discount
Right?
price
So what's the Maisa? What's the action behind the Gadi?
I will have
So there's Pika, Akimas, my Maisa. Akimas, Sasa, Maisa. Yakimas, Akimas,
You're
Sasa.
like, dude, we got it. He's still trying to do it. He's being about his haters.
That by itself is nice.
Adderall.
Five
Adderall for
old
sure.
my nice.
And it's such a ridiculously random,
What
like,
nice? Remember
so
the old.
because of your idiotic idea, it's now become important for
So
you to
what
talk to
nice
a
is the like
CBD
old?
company
Ika
about
cautious for
sustainable
us, cautious also
like,
have
it's
a
just a
nice.
waste of time. How many people are you going to talk to about your standard for CBD? Yeah.
Like
It's
just like
ridiculous.
the
What's the crossover?
one dot, so the
What
nice
comedian is
just
going to
go
pull
right.
that because of the crossover with the CBD? Or anything. And the CBD doesn't make you sick.
So the nice hey, what's better than you go?
It's like not even if it was
So
like
the
maybe
nice
that'd make more sense.
that's the
Buying
action.
stuff is fun.
That's the action.
CBD does
Orange,
not.
that's the action. People are going on. So people are going to
Supposed to buy
that kind of
any
I
facets
love
of
is
this
for
generator
myself.
talk about
So those who grew up, because of the staff level. Yeah, the most of the devices says as follows, like, well, Sarah, one is only kind, you actually, for example, incense, like castration,
in comparison to some of the people that have like quadrupedal rows.
what is the opinion that says castration?
I know my mind is
Like,
working the way they're working.
yeah, I'm a low button
Very
on
good
nice.
ways that
But
are
people who just put in the
genetic,
nice,
predetermined, whether it's just the life that they've chosen and the information that they've digested over the same long time. And then I've met people where I'm like,
that's
there's
just what
nothing
you do.
there. Like, I can't help this person. This is like if I'm talking to a Labrador retriever. Rich. Kim was just always upset about it. I mean, labs aren't that dumb. I can't. I mean, if a dog could, if a lab could talk, then I would say rich. If you put the SNL, you ever seen the SNL sketch where you put the hats on dogs and have a dog? Oh, I feel like you put a hat on a dog, it's gonna be anyone. I'm gonna racist.
I'm sorry.
It's racist. Not even that racist. I think the sketch is that like the dog is racist. That's funny.
That's the garbage
Versus
down
like,
for me,
oh,
right?
okay. And then just
You know, in the country,
appropriate during that 31st of this week on Monday because why UFC sucks.
yeah,
Why UFC sucks. Just because British Chop
That's
left
the
UFC
decision
not a
myself.
great
I'm
comedian.
offering up
That's
the
why
same
it's
I'm really
the
love
pro
it.
shop
Actually,
accounts
shake
are
all
funny.
day.
Like they're fake. Like big blue collar. They go too bad. Let's see. So I'm just trying to get the guys to the pro shop because it's
Shaking.
generic
Offering up
tech and office too.
exactly
To show.
the
Wow.
in the
Wow.
contact
I don't know who that is.
Lechada. So you know what's happening over here? You're going ahead and you're offering up incense in order to cancel off something. Let's say if you look at actually, which is just the main attraction says Lechada, it is something about it. In the Mechada is shape and of course, El Yaktora Nasa Shapos Lechada.
Wow, that's like brings the just preaching home.
It's happening is as follows.
Remember they had that one before they were talking about the leg extension
Go
that he
ahead
got?
and conjure up
How much would you
shit. Apparently, again, that's going to be problematic. I know that by
Yeah, dude, you know
the
what
conjure,
would
the
I
cover, cover.
Yeah, that's how they get break. If he doesn't become the outlier Brady claims that he is,
It's
he'll
also
boss team
cover,
trying to
cover.
do sports
Right?
drama.
So, what we have over here is old,
He has Jerry.
summoning up the dead, Rikoni, summoning up the dead with a mouth, although we see it's a bone in the mouth. And apparently, cover is summoning up groups of sheep.
I hate these
Groups of
these
sheep. Okay, so the Gemara says, so before the covering, so the Gemara says, that Torah Allah over Skiva. So apparently again, act of summoning up.
Ryan looks like something was taken
is
from
in of something. So there's the Skiva. It's not on a cover cover. So what is it cover cover? Effort cover double. The effort cover cutter. So it's a decision. Now the right thing says what it is. So what is cover cover? So this refers to covered goggles. What's a covered goggles? So Rashi says over here. This refers to someone who uses some types of sorcery to gather up animals. Like an animal whisperer. Like someone who's gathering up groups of animals with some type of
Jesse on fire here
is
with
this
me in
covered
Austin,
goggle?
Texas.
That
Long
might
time
cover
ago,
up.
my man.
Or even
I
if
can't
you're just
make
summoning
enough.
up a small group of animals that feel the passion that love. Even if you're summoning up snakes and scorpions. On Rabbi, Hilcha, man who summons Zibila and Ba'akrava, Atagat and Kamekabin, will obviously also. Therefore,
All this shit, you're kind of the mastermind of it.
to go ahead and gather together
It's International Fight Week. Solid card. Main events
now, why
off
am
the hook. I come to Real Housewives on my UFC. There's a lot of drama going on. Kick it off. John Jones.
Right, so that again,
There's a lot of hearsay going on.
so I'm using some sources to go ahead and gather up to be in this with you. It's still awesome. It's still awesome. Actually, using sources to go and gather any type of animals is going to be problematic. Rabbi Yochanan, nice to keep us on the muscle. Rabbi Rabbi says that he must discuss a lot, and I was going back. That plenty of Rabbi Yochanan. So we'll say, why is this plenty of Yochanan? According to his understanding of the Rabbi, the act of prostration is a ma'aseh. The act of lips is not. Also, prostration is a ma'aseh. Not a ma'aseh. What's the shot? I'm about shining the gabi. Oil yes no. It's almost like the equal of glass in general.
No, for sure. Meth on fire makes it a fire show. That's one thing I'm glad people don't say about kids that are on meth. Yeah, I want to go to the hotel. This is so weird. It's like a chick trying to show you how big their tits are. I don't know why I was hard.
It's about what the cutting is. So he's cutting the body hashim.
Yeah, I think he's a self-conscious guy.
Shakim the body hashim kavayom. The evil book Rabbi Nailo. Ela Shema Hashem Yudavar Acher. Umekaneu B'Shem Yudavar Mekala B'Yishai. The most actually very interesting. The only way in the Bible is awesome. It's a test for a person who goes ahead.
Numbers, guys, dude. You gotta watch
But in
that.
his heart, he doesn't have to come on the so I think this is the most interesting. It's not awesome.
This is posted
It's not
by
awesome.
Dandy
The
Comics.
intellect of that is the intellect of that is when you have this
Have you seen this?
person who is part of
Can you
your
guys
heart,
answer this
and then
question?
that
So 2 plus 2 times 2.
manifests itself in some verbal expression. But if the verbal expression is there without the intent, that's not the
That's
God.
hilarious.
That's not the God.
Plus 2
So because this
is
is there,
4 times 2
happening in your heart, and the
4
verbal
times 2 is
expression is saying,
8.
yeah,
Is this a man?
the
Yeah.
actualization
It's 6
of
plus 2.
the act, all you need is a verbal
This is
expression.
like,
You
I
don't
feel
have
like
the
I'm watching
lips
Dorothy
to
Talk.
Times
2. Is it 4? No, like 4 times 4 is 16.
you require something more significant. So this is in the world of
Is it
nice
16?
stuff, the world of nice stuff,
16.
action really has to be something
Wait, is that 16?
to the point that even prostration, according to many opinions, is not really a significant
X
act.
is 2. This is
The
that's 4
God
times 2
plus
of it.
is the exception.
Most
Like
people would agree with
lastly,
you, but
the real because what's happening is what? Is what's happening inside of the heart.
wow.
And the verbal expression is just like the icing on the cake. But in general, you mean like what nice looks like. Is a true
Electrocution.
because there's a
Yes,
tremendous
yeah,
amount of
because
nice. That's a tremendous amount.
escape.
Listen, general life. General life. What do you do?
Just a couple of numbers, guys. Delia catching strays in the comments.
Listen, what do you need? What do you need? What do you need? You need a nice son. You need
You'll never believe how
a
this
nice
got prepared.
You have to do something. You have to do something. What you think
According to
doesn't matter.
look where
What
Bubba
you say
this lawsuit.
doesn't matter.
Okay, so
What
Indian
matters
pheasants. This might have to do with what
what
I'm saying.
Bell, the one who filed the lawsuit, Brennan was actually just officially served with the lawsuit on his local Lefty's Pizza, which is just hilarious to think about, since he was probably like when this came all the way out, he was served with the lawsuit.
None of it matters.
Damn, how did they know? I don't know. That's why I was like, is that real? And I guess it is. It could be, but it's hard to serve somebody a pizza shop. What is it a comedian they serve on stage? Oh, wow. That's different. I think we're good for time. We're already at 2 hours. We're putting a lot of chin in the clips for this week in the kitchen. Thank you to the chef. Thank you guys for tuning in. Do you want to go through some of this? Sure, Chase. Yeah. What do you guys think? Like button before you bounce. Yeah, we're at 45 bucks. We already gave up. We would be at 300 for sure. We're trying to get to 3,000 before the end of the show. Time to fuck each other. Dude gets seen. Just give us money. You can't make up shit. You didn't miss. I think you came in relatively early. I don't know, but the beginning of like. Potato salad. Next show I'll have 5 or 6 more books. I'll read Quantico. Speaking about dogs, she's at my house, my apartment, in my bed. Why did you shit your head like that? In my bed. She really just goes to couch the bed. She's kind of like, I would be more upset being outside of my chin. I was like, well, this guy would my chin is so arrogant about information. I'd be like, upset. We're coming from where you guys probably know, like you are now in high school. I was like, mature, you're not 12. I was actually not
Incredible. I'm
into
amazing.
the couch. So by the way, I do have songs on it. I was making fun of my songs on it, but I do have songs on it. Yeah, Get him some Netflix. I see him over the live. He was actually really funny live. Oh, that's right. You were the song. I forgot. I totally forgot about that. Actually, I would say Legions. Big in the long future. Like so when I say like how can you see crazy success rate just by just for a day. That's insane success. Nowhere near 100%. Insane success sounds fantastic. Oh, good. You want to listen? No. I think somebody in my life is taking two of those. Oh, yeah. I mean, I also would say I like I moved to Austin, Texas, but I didn't also. I didn't like that. There's some few places that I like. Reminds me. Sorry, shout out to Miguel. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Miguel. Yeah, we don't have the couches. My parents are just to stock off of purchasing this house. Yeah, this couch is not going to the same as Republicans. The two of us are going to aggressive facts. I actually gained 10 pounds this week. Oh, yeah. I mean, we ate last holidays. Should we race? I mean, I don't know. I might hurt myself if we raise my emotion. That would be terrible. I was playing softball. It was like you were playing on thin ice, but I was gross up. My mom was good. She told me to move to Italy today.
Right,
the nice
nice
like, that's a huge sacrifice. Italy, you need Chuck E. Cheese. Yeah, you're right.
What's going on?
Your mom went to Chuck E. Cheese. Don't make it a big deal. I'm trying to make it bigger than it is. Imagine you want to go to Chuck E. Cheese. Your mom was just fucking hated it. You were trying to eat pizza and olive gardens.
myself, we're trying to show how God
Cheers that
God and myself,
we're second in line.
we're trying to show you how there. And the question is active, it's not a myself. I'm a lot of shiny result of the yesterday.
The Bravo returns day states evidence is not real.
Atheist in general, atheist is
I
fascinating.
don't know that his kids
Atheist in general
to
is
his
not
friends.
really about what you say.
All
Or
I know is
rather,
that you
what
try
is
to make
atheist
me
really
kind
about?
of
What is
focus
atheist
on
really about?
that's
What
a
is,
yeah.
right?
Can
Everyone
you
is
play any physical
seeing,
sports? Well,
seeing
that depends. Do you call
seems nice, right?
fucking
There's no nice involved in the
I'm sure you guys some
so
fucking
it's
league
fascinating. When it comes to atheists,
because I have done that every
atheists is really
it's
passivity.
a sport to me.
And yeah, well, for myself, there's no covenant.
Yeah. Does it rain in the winter?
Never
I drink rain.
Like life, so often we see
About
things, like we see things, and we become inspired by the things that we see. That's important to share. That when you become inspired
All right,
by
well,
things that
shout out to
you see,
you guys. We were able to do 2 hours today, which it felt like it was like this.
what happens to passive
Yeah,
inspiration?
only 5
That is
minutes.
not
I felt like 3 inches.
Is
So fucking stupid. 5
like
inches.
passive inspiration,
And
see something
said it felt like
amazing,
6 inches.
amazing.
It's very
If you don't
powerful. That was
do
very
something
that was
with
a lot.
it, that is
Alrighty, well, love you guys. Guys, I love you.
that says
Hey,
when
by the way, 77% wasted, so I won the whole stuff. I need calls
you
and
see
compare
something
high.
that
Yeah, sure.
inspires you, that says
Getting flying high hawks. Okay.
we'll
We'll talk to you guys later. See you later.
just read Vaidaber Hashem Moshe. Now these two things, you're thinking that passive inspiration, right? You've seen satisfied, you're thinking passive inspiration, and you plug it into something concrete. So at least now you have that possible. At least you've taken something that was passive inspiration, plugged it into something incredible. Let's go like this. Rabbi, Chinese good. Obviously, Rabbi. Balo, supposed to back to open the door. It seems to be stuff. Balo, what's old? Sehamid Dada came up plucking when you bring up Syria. The rice is like this. What's old? Okay, all of this is not passing, and all of this is communicating with God. So how does the old communicate with God? So ultimately, again, it speaks to the dead, never speaks to them. They're not plucking, so they're not plucking music on the joints. So apparently, again, so the speak to the death of the joints of the body, the elbows, the knuckles, that's where the spirit's rest. Okay? Or armpits. Right? Armpits is associated with it. Right, but the nice is like either through armpits or through, I guess if I got we laugh at this. There was something. There was something, right? Because again, it's all like out of the spirit to some type of bone in his mouth.
On this week, Patreon, we watched the Netflix 10 minutes of Ari Making.
My love and strike you.
Also, last week we did Office Sick. Yeah, he said the word that was a lot. Yeah, check that out. But anyways, that's not why you're here.
My love and strike
We're
you.
going to tell us that the audio sucks and all that stuff. The audio is bad. You can't hear us and all that stuff. That makes a lot of sense.
And
But they're really not here. They're here to watch Tim That's a Shot. To start the timer, play the check clip. Alrighty, let's see what we got here today. I think we gave a little video of the first one in
By the way,
it's called Toe Rogue.
says the show, I still again, I couldn't let you see him in eyes. I saw it really at show.
It's like you're in Texas,
Smoke
it's terrible.
rising up from the earth.
Hey guys, always like eating people and doing weird stuff and like the one with the gasoline tank rolled out and he's like sucking on this. So it's like weird eating coming out of the video.
Okay, so it's the vice. How did all communicate? So the Gemara says, "Echad ha'ma'alev
Well, so
yisrael."
it's the second
The echad
version
ha'mishal
of
b'Torah.
All
All right,
race
so
it.
this is an issue. right? I'm not sure exactly what
Shout out to Soccer.
right, but the nice stuff.
Yeah, I
So
think we're figuring it out. Maybe we already figured it out. I don't see any audio stuff you got
so
Thank you. Good to see some people.
right? That's how you
That
go
we
ahead.
know in the crowd. Moses, Jack, Tommy Jarvis, Infinite Raw, Rick, and Lee
Everybody's got to
Victory.
find it. Right,
Trevor Nuts looking
the nice
nuts.
stuff.
Trevor
Right,
Nuts.
again, gotta call that
Yeah,
units,
welcome
right?
back.
So the nice stuff. So let me go ahead and you communicate with the dead like this. I'm not sure how you describe it, right? But the nice stuff again.
Serious
Look,
stuff.
pretty much, or whether you speak the skull, right? So again, you can communicate again through the muscle, or you can go ahead and communicate with the dead through the skull. So nothing settles out. What is the skull? Right? What exactly is the difference between the two? Oh, the difference is very obvious, right? But the nice says not nothing settles out. Now let me see, in the older tobacco, in the older the Shabbos. So again, if you raise the dead, in your own body, the dead doesn't come up, spirits don't come up in the normal way. Like the dead, no, they don't come up like
I guess, I mean, Tim Kennedy is
we talk with the Golas,
he's
but if you
lost
sum up the
It's a
death,
bad
so
stop.
all
Bad
the
stop
tobacco,
there.
the spirits
Oh,
come
you
up
know,
in the
shop
normal way,
like some
but all the Shabbos, and ultimately again,
I watched
and they come up on Shabbos as well. All the Echasad, that's what we're talking about. We're talking to a skull, the skull is right there in front of you. And the Ima only actually got for the old ones. So
cares more about fashion than any girl
the skull, and the dead in a normal way, and also
it's when you're like 5 paragraphs into
especially much more incredible story. The opposite even to Shaul Turnus Rufus, so also Turnus Rufus.
he's making some. I wanted to let that
Right,
shop there for a little bit.
also when I had these
Start thinking about the way they shop
I
things.
was thinking of the people. What's going to do? I'm alone.
Yeah, dude.
Not your Neo
Time. You guys, Fast and Furious itis. He's all about family. He's been taking heavy doses of Vin Diesel. What are the infants? Vin Diesel.
I'm alone. Will not get any good. What makes you more special than other people? Why you like? You ask me why science is more special than other days. I'm asking you why is it that you are more special than other people? The mother itself,
when Chad takes pictures of people's family,
right? So my dealer,
at the end of the day, he's just a really funny guy. He's talented. He bought his mother-in-law a house. Did you do that? I want to. I want to. Yeah.
Because I really say that Shabbos is also
Just a
that's what Shabbos is. I'm a hockey coming.
Just a Latino lady. Yeah. A Latino lady. I would like to buy a
We
Latina
ain't at the high people in Shabbos.
a house. It's cute, bitch. I know, yeah. That's celebrating some tequila. Jesus, pizza, all of it.
How do you know?
I see
I
the
don't know who
facts.
is now it's Sabakio Yopia. Sabakio River is very much regular.
See what else we got here? Shout out to Tim Kennedy. Come on the show.
Shabbos is like Bal Yopia.
28 Texas, 8
We have also
Texas Papa is my favorite of all.
summing up the day, 6 days a week.
I've never seen a couple little
We go to other Yopia. Shema La'asham Shabbos.
I cannot get citizenship in America. I wish we had like around with these things because I would totally sell myself out. I'm like, oh, showing his ass. Netflix is falling. Yeah. I got Ari Batty on Netflix. That's like doomsday scenario. Cody is already managing to sound like Strong Bet. I mean, I don't know. I actually honestly forget what Strong Bet is. Remember that? Remember the Newgrounds, Strong Bet? Damn,
You
I
have
like
a
art
balance
better
in
than
my
impression.
my father.
If you
You
like
have a
art better,
balance
you
in my
should take a
father.
cold shower and see how you feel afterwards. Yeah, I think mainly you should watch more stuff because that's very funny. Tommy, you're aging yourself here. You're strong, man. Just so you know. Okay, because people know how old I am. Because I said, just do that to yourself. Let's see here. This one's posted by Ronaldo Johnston. Great first name, almost. Papa says, quote, broken families. It's inside stories where he refused to allow his father to live in his house with their pets. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm not responsible for
You
all the
said, man, oh, dude, we got some developments here. What the fuck is that? Yeah, that looks weird, doesn't it? What's that? It looks like it's like a hand as a baby. The soda though is not a Diet Coke. I don't know what this one is. That looks like a Taco Chico. I know that from Mama. Yeah. High life. But what happened to the fucking break? Body shots. We've been talking about sure shot. We've been talking about body shots, dude. We've been talking about this since development for sure. It's still not there with all the sponsorships, but I'm more interested now in the photo because do you think that's like shot as a joke, like shot as a kid? Or no? I feel like it's kids with somebody else that does the shot. What's that guy called? It's like a shop's face, photoshopped on a child's body. Oh, right. Maybe it's like a vision in some reason. It's like a little person. Oh my god. We have kids here. Get out. I mean, I couldn't say nothing in a minute anymore. I like how it's like a dramatic moment. This violence playing. What is going on in that photo? Because now there's a better view of it. I hope that wasn't good actually. That's not a real picture. That's Brendan Schaub. That's somebody else. It is Brendan Schaub as a person. Yeah. I see. So it's a man. And that's Chin. That's Chin. I see. So they're like, that's very strange. That's not very strange. Let's see this. He's like, anyways, so wild. That cannot be true. I couldn't see my uncles ever trying to do that, but it would be so strange if my uncle showed up with a mask and I was like, they could not do that together. That's the best. My uncle's a priest. Priest costume. I don't know if you guys can say it. Shout out to Papa Juice. This is an original versus stolen coffee shop story posted by First Umbler. Let's see.
So I don't get to go in. I don't have the mask because it's broken. I walked in with my shirt, but I don't have it. And I say to the guy, "Can I get a coffee?" And I swear I come, they know me every day. And they walk me to the lady. 4 years. They have a queue with that. They say, "Oh, I got my shirt over my thing." And they say, "You need a mask." So I said to him, "Well, okay. I need a mask. Trying to explain it to him. Buddy, I promise you, get the copies. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to get my copy, and then if you have an issue with it, you can meet me in the back. I will follow you up.
I heard him tell the story. I mean, anybody that's seen this has been said by other people too. Anybody that's still talking about masks, masks here is this whole news, man. Nobody gives a shit about that. Wear it, don't wear it, I don't care. Yeah. It's just like it's part of society. mass. And it's not funny. What is he talking about? He's gonna beat up a security guard, or I know he really wants to fuck. He wants to fight someone. Imagine telling someone, I got into a fight today. Oh, I got sorry to hear that. Yeah, it was the security guard at Starbucks. What? And then you get a Starbucks security guard. I'm up to date on this because I was DoorDashing today and I was managing podcast cringe. And I like his username Cooney's Dentist. I can't wait to see fuck off, dude. I can't wait to see his Gerard Barber. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. But podcast cringe apparently has like some weird. And you know what though? Because he was saying, like, I've got this thing in the mail, and it's a bunch of stuff that Papa did from like 2018 to 2022. And then he's trying to source it or whatever, make sure that's all true before he says anything about it. And guess who it's from, dude? Martin. If you have to guess, the first thing that's mine, it's Martin. Oh, yeah, right? He doesn't say who it's from. I'm just like immediately, like, it's from Martin. Yeah, it's probably from Martin, you know. That's a great guy, never met him. If it was from somebody else, that would be real Sterling Chan. Get a package from Chan in the mail. That little fucker named George. George. That might be a rat fucker named in Succession. That guy likes to fuck rats. Yeah. But yeah, releasing the Papa files. Mr. What's his name? Podcast Cringe. No, podcast cringe. I was watching. Actually, I was in my shorts in my house and I got a package in the mail. I won't say who it was. I got it 7 days in time. And I'm releasing everything I know about Brendan Shaw, the greatest comedian ever lived. I was legit watching podcast cringe before this thing. And you was BGL. Yeah, everyone knows who it is. Mark Harley versus 100 Liver Kings. That's an interesting battle. I think Mark Harley's going to probably lose because Liver King, you know, Mark Harley is kind of wild, crazy guy. Yeah, Liver King's a little bit like. Well, I'm not a numbers guy, but 100 of one guy versus one guy, that's just math. You're going to put me in this corner, make me fuck my way out of it, you know? Yeah, true. It'll be hard to fuck your way out of that, dude. He was Australian. Podcast cringe. Yeah, dude. Yeah, podcast cringe is definitely Australian. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, so let's do that first. We already did that. All right. Oh, BC Cooking. Okay, maybe BC Clip. I'm excited for this. This is posted by Larson37 BC Cooking.
Yeah, it's IMW Fight Week where that war with Iran. John Jones is retired and God knows we're sort of not out of the UFC. And shit still hasn't found a place to live in Texas. We're supporting combat.
Reactions also, yeah, like that. You know, this gets some bad years.
On a place to live in Texas. Hey, that's supporting combat.
What makes you do that when I say something? Like, what face is that? What, have I ever given you this face? Oh, yeah. You know, whatever. What does it? When you blame the team or when you blame it on Graves? Oh, sure. Stuff like this. Okay, I see. Yeah, that's not. Well, you need a bigger beard. When I see the like count on the. Oh, that's a post my video. Yeah, it makes me do that for sure. 100%. Speaking of which, here we are. 19. Wow, that's pathetic, guys. 25. Come on. We're not actually. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that. We zoomed in and it went up 6 likes. I'm down. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, dude. Fuck me hard. A message for shit. We've already seen that right here. Oh, so podcast cringe is from New Zealand. Okay. Oh, I thought it was Australian. I just assumed Australian. Yeah. Alrighty, so this is posted by Dazzling Rabbit 633. This is not edited. I don't care what they tell us, but Joe is not 5'7" man. There's no way that's not it. He is a big guy. I make fun of him for saying the thing like, "No, he's shaped like me, and like clothes don't fit." That picture, if it's not edited, I can see how clothes don't fit. He's strangely shaped. This has to be it. It looks like he's becoming, you know, the Fantastic Four thing. It looks like he's becoming like a small version of the thing. Like if the thing was Groot, you know, Groot is small and becomes big. This is Joe Rogan has Groot tendencies. Groot tendencies. He's a mixture of he's the child of Groot and the blue child. What's the blue guy's name? Right here. Blue guy and Groot's baby is Joe Rogan. Well, how did that happen? I guess it's in a different skin color somehow. That's why I'm sticking by. I mean, do you think we're gonna leave
All right, we'll say. Let's begin. Today's dot. Today's dot is Summer Shalom. Right? Yeah. Dot. Good. Right?
He looks bad.
Fantastic. All right, so we left off. I don't know, but when was the last time we did about a week ago? Feels like, all right, we got Baruch Hashem on. All right. So it says we're picking up on the bottom of Sabbath. We left off. Which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines up on the bottom. We'll say some incredible words today. I'm going to do them around. Here we go.
Dude, there was some solid.
I'm ready for that. Look at how you can spell that. I'm so old. Yeah, I think it's alright. It wasn't anything to it. But it's also such a profound Gemara. It's not even more successful. These Gemaras. What is going So why did they watch Avodah Zarah? Avodah Zarah was Avodah Zarah was what needed to go ahead and, in this case, do more out. But you see a little bit different. The shop for the forward says, what is the point of the Avodah Zarah and Avodah Zarah? Where is the other tree? And the surface of the Avodah Zarah is something amazing. He says, Yiddishkeit, we are told to make ourselves judges. Avodah Zarah is what Avodah Zarah says is, decide what you want to do in life, and then create a framework which justifies all the different things that you want. So it's like, that's a lot of how you should like all of these things. Like all these things, like people deciding that what are moralities, you want to engage in all the different things. So you create a system.
Around Columbine,
And then they create a system.
Isn't that the first school I ever bullied a kid before? And he was like, a shot of pepper and he
The whole purpose of Avodah Hashem is that life doesn't begin by deciding what I want. Life begins by deciding what I should follow. There are constant things. There are constant what is my
Whoever did that did it.
not what makes me happy. Not how I feel like what I want to do. What is my obligation? Because as a kid, I have a very simple obligation, which is to serve the Rebbeinu Shalom, to fit myself into his heart, not to go ahead and fit in fundamental principles of reasoning of God. The entire course of Avodah Zarah was to justify a whole system of errors and evils. Incredible. That's what I'm trying. So those are really you can never reach this level. That's not what they want. Like at the end of the day, they simply want our lives. They just needed a system which would allow for them to go and do what they want. Sometimes that's what the church does. The church is the cash up. This is what they have is the question. Other choose from God who will help you know.
There was never a time where I didn't consider.
Again, the Pasuk describes the Jews' connection to Avodah Zarah, and the way it describes it is the Torah Kenim and his Pasuk. The Rothschild says that Jews loved Avodah Zarah, but the father loves his son. So that's the connection to Avodah Zarah. When you first started working at Avodah Zarah was only a mechanism to allow us
It's so funny when it was very long.
it's just a matter of what happened. Spending enough time in these workers
fucking kidding me. Wow, that's cool.
muscle action level is zero. Then unfortunately, again, we really actively get
You gotta give them credit.
that's actually get something.
So they're just
I'm gonna
making
go
outside. Yeah, that's what
Come on. If you're
is this Harry Potter? Change your name.
if you're
Sex for your sister.
if you're also if you're is going ahead and helping out,
It's just like he hates everything, but it's funny to see shot in a shitty studio in Texas and it's whatever this is, like I just worked out or something, talking shit about this guy, idiots who's holding all this child. It's always fucking like that guy is way more successful. Sean doesn't want his hand, not even invited. He lost a lot of people. He lost Showtime, he lost UFC, he got kicked out after he drank that coffee, he lost the bills. I don't want to put our there before they're hatching. He lost weight. Yeah, that's probably the hardest thing too. It's like Buffalo. We still got rained out.
Like I was seeing the right just say that every day.
I have no idea either. I laughed through it because he said, "Hi." So it was so funny.
What's it gonna be?
It's like a small guy.
Has to be quiet.
Orlando Bloom. Okay, yeah, I mean, me too. I like if they're trying to talk about we just talk about this. He's like, are you finished? Yeah, fucking short Cody was still away here. That is really. It's almost like the seems to fucking rap it like, oh, get it. Stretches a crazy thing because it's like one of those guys that chicks like, maybe I don't know. Hey, man, nobody talks about it's fun to fuck other guys. He's like, I want to put my dick in your ear. And that's the worst question to ask him because he was engaging. It makes me really make fun of Peep Show here. We're nowhere near the level of Lady Optus. It's good. I've done ones called Shark where I'm on a zip. I always thought, I mean, yeah, you know, not saying that. I never really thought it was that. I always loved that one. I just love the just a big,
So it's great to
all
see
the film cars. Yeah.
and how do you become inside with fellow.
Yeah, I was trying to think about
That's
that.
what
Orlando, how many chicks you fuck
to
with?
work on yourself,
Yeah.
to I think that's what fucking but if you have nothing comes to child stress, stops everything, and learns how to do personal finance. It's not one that is consistent by working on oneself. Exactly the point. My listen to this. Once on production, he said, "Nine guys, nine guys, nine guys is all, go to us. They were preventing you from listening to him. And we think that he's so incredible,
We said this about both of them, but I guess it's just fact. It's just like these guys don't realize that they're like they're gonna hate Texas. I guess Cal likes him. But Shah, everything he says is like the stereotype of the stupid person from LA. Like that, the how of heroin. That was one of the first things he said. Like, you can't even handle the heroin. You're in trouble, dude. The only heroin there is like a temper force. Fucking else what I was noticing is that it's just the shit he's wearing is it's like what is that mechanic like overall something like that, and it has the T3 that drive past all gas logo on it, but also Ricky's logo is buying. He's buying it from Ricky's drive past all gas. Okay, yeah. But they're not selling it. Ricky's no, not Ricky's himself. Like, is he selling mechanics wear for sure? But I didn't know that before you asked the question. When you asked it, like, of course, so much of this is like just things we ask the question why over and over again. I mean, keep in mind, he's a marketing genius, so he's trying to do things that everyone else is like, oh, why does that he has an insane level of money somehow. Because in my life, if I told you, Rabbi, I'm going to start a clothing company, they probably would say I was but if I really wanted to do it, they'd be like, all right, fine. But then if I said in my clothing company, I would like mechanics wear that,
What's what happened? Here we go. No, you're not.
No, it says for devil. Someone would tell me that.
It's
And I have to like, all right, mechanics. But how percentage of people that sell shop no? So he was, that's a good point too. I guess I listen to maybe he's a success because he doesn't take commercial. I'm a failure because when people tell me things that are actually true, I go, right?
Just a few steps away from the values
Yeah, we know what heroin is. It's a Richmond yeah. Well, sounds like somebody can't afford this. It's so strange. Okay, yeah, it's the grocery store that's so expensive. Way too good. Crystal Farms, they're all great places. Dazzling Rabbit 63 is not even going to reach 1,000 views and look at the sadness of it. It's crazy that there's not that many views because things are all different things. I mean, this just makes a podcast that is preparing for
about finding line. And that fine line
it's because of how strong the game is out of Tokyo and LA. That's like
right after the video plays. I'm gonna actually say I'm not looking nothing. I start to have that's it. That's it. That fine line up. That is that's it. That's it. Rapid. Versus body because started dancing as they were wrestling. As they were wrestling, the fire line cup. So when I think that hair came off on the line cup, the other color of the other layer are again, the line from again to Christ.
Do an hour and a
Again
half
to cry
podcast
out.
like I said up, that's true. I do actually.
Maybe not. So now the Chazal said what should we do? Because again, the Torah does not know about everything. So Shmaim is maybe at the start of the passion on the line because it's the thing right now. There's another one and when we see on the level, Shachir, you have to have up the Shayim. Rabbit, put it in a culture of leg, cover it with leg, but that was
this guy
is all of the right.
defect kayfabe.
Say, I look at this, I watch the actually post out, people, the actual concept of so plus or just a second. Plus or that's
He wants to write the book.
doesn't matter.
And
It's
also
okay.
I have to
It's okay.
have it with
Very
a
much. We always
for
do
you guys.
so what's the second? Yeah. Where does Sahara for the Sahara reside? Where does it live? Where does it live? This is the end of the day. What is how you tell us? Like all of our laws, our desires, our fantasies, our loves, our inclinations, that those things come. I think that those things come to their place. And to leave ourselves up. We're ones with desires, the laws, the liberties, the Saharas, those are Kodesh Kadosh. Because it's those struggles that will lead you to the version of yourself.
There's something about because they are
That makes
successful.
us.
There's
You know what
something
life
about
without
success
struggle
that
is
makes
called?
you
Life without struggle is called?
and they have it there. They don't have it there.
Right, you get.
Shop
Like,
is like in that
if you're
couch.
not struggling with something, chances are you're dead, right? Or just totally sleep in the yoke of life. Like, don't say that, right? I say my dad, either way. Like, when I say, our needs and
Look at that. They look like this is their.
it's not about it doesn't forget it, you know? Right? It doesn't do this dollars. It's in the Polish because it is the holiest thing. Because it was a desire that gave us that the challenge of our needs and hers is that if we're honest,
Why would they post these things? So funny. We're gonna. I want to remake so we can have
just
like
don't
that's
fight
real
hard.
douchey.
Just get in.
Like, what if
Just get in. Or when it not
you go
just
through a bunch of stuff.
just surrender.
It's turning
We don't
into
have
like
to surrender.
yeah.
We never have to surrender.
I
We're
gotta
so much
make us
stronger
big so I
than
can
we
do
give ourselves credit for.
and then watch our
Some
vlog.
needs are because the challenges we have, Bible gives them to us only to allow ourselves to create the best version of ourselves. And that's what I said. That's why when you're wrestling the lion cup, so to speak, the lion cup of the other player, and the little airfall wrong, and you're going about 1,200 runners, because the original love means love. Sounds strange. Why does love mean love? Because it keeps us moving. Because he created it. It's like being Sahara is the Polish or Polish, they just English. Because it is being Sahara, it is the ocean of love. So in that moment, it's hard to wrestle. And let's have it by pity. So it's almost as if Hazal is saying, you've got close on the Sahara and allow him to come back to his form of glory. That will say the things we contend with, they're not working against us. They're working for us. Those challenges that are there are only there to make us
I think it's easier to laugh at it 2 weeks at a time or
work a little bit
every 2
harder.
weeks as
Is
opposed to
that nice?
yeah, no, it's a lot. It's cool to watch it all. Muhammad Kadir said it so bad. It's
Kind of gives me a little bit because more often than not, it gets me to do stuff that I shouldn't be doing.
And on them that's more to it.
I'm going to check, right?
Diddy
I'm
Baba
going to check,
was
right?
joining us at this.
That's I come to the police. It's an incredible deal. Incredible deal.
I mean, I don't know who that is.
Listen.
I don't know. We're just gonna skip that. Oh yeah, we saw her. Texas Rushmore. We Okay, so shopping, all they would lift in acting chops of electrolysis. I think this is from what they were just talking about, right? This is what turned heads. Successful pigs, 3, 4, 5. This is one of the episodes we watched.
That's what definitely says it's what you told them.
Let's see, the words out of context.
Whatever it is, whatever it is, whether it's issues or colors, or whether it's the virus, whether it's the soils, almost, or whether it's the whatever it is, it is. Got it. Whatever it is, we're going to do it. Or whatever it is, how it is, circumstances, always become something great. And you are here in areas of stress. It's incredible to know to
His desire to stay alive.
to get the idea that it is. There's something worse. There's something that. There's something tremendous to do. That's what I said to you tomorrow.
It almost felt like, I mean, yeah, shout
What
out,
happened?
obviously. Not very good acting.
Good.
I went to 5
What did I say? Good.
Oh, yeah.
It's also like this. Oil based spots on this. So now that we see that this is starting, now what does it mean to say starting? Now that we see that it's also like this. Now we recognize that obviously this is a suspicious
I
push.
mean, I'm
Right? Why is
excited.
it not suspicious? Right?
You really, you're going to watch it like this.
It's a horror problem. That's what I'm going to do. Why do you worship everything? We skip the victory because it's a horror for this like Sarah was that's what happened was removed. So that's how you kill from the same way. So now it's also okay, it's not wrong. Got this. They say now that you do the Sarah on the whole day it's what you buy that and now you say God did. Let's go. Let's move the morality. Let's move the entire morality from us.
Come on, guys, can we have a positive piece of fucking information?
So it is so. Right now, so let's say that now. That's the plus yellow. That was the issue. The problem is, when we desire for morality, it's like they took out all kinds of desires. Basic desire also just reproduction, procreation. Couldn't find the chicken that was willing to live again. You know what I'm saying? That's what he said. Let's remember again. All the these issues, all the these, like, you know what's like, morality is a corruption of a natural desire for intimacy, a natural desire for reproduction. So when you take that out of the world, people are negative stuff, but you also involve it as well. So they cannot find an egg. What's like, how can you let like this? You can't find eggs. It's nice one. It's nice one out there. Now you know something nice again. You couldn't find an egg. Well, I should do $180. What should you do? What should you do? You must be white. I'm talking about it. What should you do? Have half of the eats from us? That's not going to work, right? That's not going to work.
It's not because I love his music, but it's like, you don't want to go to the show.
Half of the eats.
I mean, whatever you just say, whatever you want.
Okay, so you do half of the eats, whatever. Let's go back to the photo. What do you guys? So let's get on. How do they go? What they do again, a blinded eye of the morality, and they had a partial benefit. Always a partial benefit, right? And a person doesn't have a desire for intimacy. Okay, it's helpful. Like, this is one of those things, like, you use our lives in a giver, like, there is no things about the giver, I know giver, most of us can see that there's what young people experience in ourselves. I feel like I got this one, right? Like, in other words, like, I desire all those stuff. Not that. So why is that? Because Chazal was successfully able to remove at least that basis level of morality. That a person desires whole bunch of stuff. But at least when it comes to incest, that's not something that
What's the story like over there now?
All right, you go around.
Are you guys done with it?
My son got this happened. So it's back this is incredible. So just so interestingly enough, and this goes back to what we were saying before. Everything's so hard that we
Got
can
it. Okay,
have
thank you
people
guys.
surveil,
Thank you guys.
but also has
Check
very
the
positive
post this
physical
weekend.
complications
Shop
as
chicken
well.
grounds
So
and
we
shit.
didn't go ahead and
Place
use
it.
our modality
See all this on
because
the
in
box.
general,
Fucking
that
this.
is the natural, healthy, public desire for intimacy. But there is a function in some way that is
It's like they want us. They
basis
want to
of
melt down.
that
That's
morality.
awesome.
For instance, okay, sorry, with the I said, there was a story of a man who was very like, I'm not, you should be trying to have a look over the version of it. So says, what did she do? And this is incredible. What did she do? She made a Kabbalah. She made a Kabbalah. And I was like, by the way, can I point out how incredible this is? See, here again, it's great Kabbalah. She made a Kabbalah. And she said, I get better if I'm I promise I will worship Christ. I'm going to sorry in the way. Yeah. Long time Kabbalah. Like, but definitely, good intentions. So what happened? So he must have Hashem. I usually and she ended up pushing every single operating zone. She said she did this hard. She got the mouth hard. Shot all the things. So we got the mouth hard.
What's the studio like over there now? Are you guys done with
And
it?
she says to me, he's like, tell me, how do you worship this idol?
Yeah, it's cool.
So what happened?
Yeah, it's a big help.
The show's in shape, right? So you eat and you drink beer. So
Wait, so I think so. What do you do there?
that's the most
For any kid?
right? Right?
Kid shop, we got this on gas. They have 2 cars that's coming in.
So, you know, of course they got the car, right? So the price again, eats and beer, and that's gonna cause the balance to move. It must squeeze it different. So it's about public choice. So how do you get there? How far we got to go to like
Just trying to be
definition, but like intermitzvah for Bob R was like what's the right dog? Like what is but it's like a shtickle eruption like that. It's like apparently that's ridiculous. So again, if you put more in there, that's all it is. Yeah, the amount is like a level. So the idol, that's like all that's so she said, you know what? No, I'm not gonna, you know what? I'm gonna pass. We're gonna pass on this one. I'd rather get sick again. I'm gonna have to worship on all those like this. So you were saying, so I broke down one of those. I can be talking with me, and it's looking about to us. So again, so what's that? Out. To see if you get that. Where does like, in other words, I won't start off here. So we can't really do it because we need those things right now. But like, we get once I feel like I'm so itching, they say she got permission, so it says, I'm so pleased. They'll say, you say Rashi, like you say Rashi, why? Because we recognize godliness and the ability to body to work the right way. The person goes and uses the bathroom. We recognize, again, I said, and then always say that time there, something that's open and closes up. Right? Something that's open and closes up. And it's closed open up. Right? It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. If something is open, it's closed.
There was a guy that lived in the studio, and there was a guy that lived in the fourth wall track.
So when I say, yeah, you don't see the good about so again, I'm going to decide what's in the notice, but like every single one of these really is a very much eruption about peace.
Oh, so this is the clip, dude. This is where the shop is. I want to see if you catch it.
At the end of the day, when we say something on it, Mark says, and it's fucking the mouth hard. The antenna thinking about okay, and you speak to us at very high. So again, we probably start out like that. That again, we gotta be like, again, we weren't so much, right? We just trying to talk about art. And that's when we got to look at shape was a music.
Now I can find
Some of the things about the horrible, but two dates. Like 2 dates that could
that one
each
is
other
also
as
a song.
well. And it's talking about art.
I really think
Some is like you do stuff. I think I'm thinking about what's in it.
it's like trying to
What's it? What's happening? What's
pull down my hair tonight. Now I can find you brought that
So you're
thing out.
never
What came? I was like, just a stop it.
So that was the highest one that I saw. In other words, someone there, they were doing it, or that's smart. I cannot think. So we'll say, even when he did worship, and even when he did those straight and narrow, and whatever else he's doing, kind of understand. The biggest is always the primary part of our relationship. Myself, this Safka that you know, is a person. There was a guy by the name of Safka that he loved to shake his skin from the moment he loved
And then he's in the comic world. And then you think being an ex-fighter, you would know punching bag.
David should deal with art. So your dad is like, so what happens? So ladies travel, she gets about the art. Remember those, she says, something actually current state saying, she says, you know what, I want to worship something foreign, right? This week from the I'm a lot. So she goes in, she sits out, then the Jewish guy, he says, I'm actually current state saying, so he says to her, you know what, go to the bar, you know, right? So she says to him, what? She says to the guy, aren't you weird? Oh, so he says,
It became like just a sounding pad.
she said, I'm a lot.
If I return that same environment,
It's like how art application, application writer, the key on is the then I was like, you gotta kill someone on these movies, right? So again, what did it see over here? I was saying, now the conscious is actually trying to do something disrespectful to the item. Like the stress that is on the council of the owner. We all know how to look at this accent. Never see someone who has worship God of such Islam that you wipe yourself on his dad. So it's all right. I see it. He was trying to do it. Incredible. I'm not the problem with this looking at this is where it says that so apparently this Jew is actually trying to base about art. That's where it's because again, defecate on art, so that's base level, but because that is the mode of worship, the high level result. You can't get how about so against I sorry for example, Sidney Marcus, how do you worship Marcus? So that because that is the mode of worship. But when that also the way so I'm not as sorry you try to so I'm not sure what kind of work ourselves. Isn't that what we're sorry? So what I wanted to shut up, so shut up and took a front of it and
successful acting for the chance this week.
I said to the master, it's Marcus.
I'll tell you what, I'm not
Just
going
the
to
story of Marcus now again. And the rest, and he was walking,
I said, so I was like, if you do this,
what do you do?
yeah, do that. I was like, cool, man.
And now
He's like, legit, it's my blood, you can find me.
I was like,
I was like, go, dude. I think you throw as hard as you want. I'm going to be at 10%.
what I do. I was right on the last
I'm not
We're
sure.
actually in trouble over here. But when I say you understand the intention was to debase the idol, but when I said the end of the day, you went ahead and you worship it. I'm a little season. I said, okay, no problem. I'll go back and I'll repeat the story. I'll remove the stone that I threw. So when they act like the extra, I know it's the Chaim. Okay, the Chaim not from a cover in the shop. No. You can't remove the short markers either. Because if you remove short markers, then what? Then the mice again, the mice if you remove it from the wall, part of the holds up the mind is stone. And then again, it's stones, so those who might get the apples are so careful that the host that joins the race in this hospital. Carefully for because sometimes once you put stones, I would say, again, and how you draw and then it's the way. We all because the greatest sickness is when you reach out to your fellowship. How does the sickness end? Be careful when you throw stones, because once at the end of the day, you throw stones, you can't take them back. Once it's thrown, so it's like, several stuff I was doing otherwise, about certain segments of conscious on my I just take every right so I say, but in general, you have to be careful about whether they react to the stones or verbal stones. But once you tell it, and once you see it, it's virtually impossible. Rothschild says, hey, this special person.
He's wanting to fight like his 9-year-old son.
Because it's not one of the reasons people have one of the questions that Shona has a question as well. Because most stones will tend to much stones. Each one with 8 foot stones. But the actual verbal incredible. Mishnah. I know things are wrong. Supposed to go back to just for 4 minutes.
And I get it.
I know things are wrong. We'll say, listen, now the new homes are made. All the most of the child sacrifice. So now again, we're going to get into the idea. I know some things are the way. First thing is over to the only type until a person leads their children living over to the peace of the left and walks them in the fire. Muscle will look at heritage. And the person leads their child over to the left, but a child walks or every day to a muscle or to be over to fire, or wasn't even over to peace. It'll type and choose the more of the other. So this is the therapy. He was on campus. My vision of more of the Lord, all that goes from the children, never to get people against simple less, never to teach. Now, again, that process we see. Funny about this, talk about a whole sorrow, and now all that is being down. So like that, trust me, Molech is not a bold sorrow. That was it. Now what is that? The sign after the Molech. So whether a person gave his child over to a Molech, if you're going to hold the that's a main that's over one child, let's say to Bob or that's not take up the dollar. That's not the reason I wasn't sure that I wasn't sure again. Molech is Molech is Jewish that is worship to the person is talking to child. Whoever I know, like the lights that's not about this level. They not also follow us on Molech. Why does it what is Molech? Shows Molech. Was told was a symbol that violates Molech.
Job postings out there, and a lot of the things you'll see are like, viral content. It's like, I'll reply, what I can define viral. It's like a dollar store.
Whether or not it's something temporary or episodic molech and she's Rabbi, you know, I she's very sure when it comes to molech, it's like what is only chayiv if he gives his child over the actual attendance, right, to the piece of molech. Whereas we'll say there's a process. So let's say a person just gives their kid over to molech, that's not the avodah zarah. It's giving the kid over to a piece of molech or avodah zarah. Usually a nard, Mizarah, so sitting lahad, you know, hang on, that device has more. This Yokel have everyone was you might have people child to the eyes of Mola, but give you actually give his child over to the piece of Mola, and the Lomar is sitting must of the Mola. You have to give over your piece to the piece. Although, however, not tell you what happens if you give over your child and didn't have to pass into the fire, maybe you can be and the Lomar Lahavia. And most of the habits of the Mola, Yokel is no matter what, I don't want to say give over your child to the piece, pass into the fire, and not the Mola. The Mola, most of the habit of the Mola for the branch. What happens if you give over your child to the piece? But it has to be not to fire. Yokel, I never come out here, and never have a Havon. Once you become Mahavir, you'll become Malaran Baish, African Baish, Makman Molech, African Molech. In order to be kind, giving your child over to Molech, you need three components. Number one, you have to give over to the piece of Molech. That's number one. Number two, ultimately, again, there has to be fire involved. Number three, your child actually has to walk with fire. Now, what that actually walks with fire actually looks like, and that's Hashem will see a little bit. I'm not going to be level. Heaven was out of it. Let's say, if you ask all of your children to Molech, you're about to die. Shneimar, Nisa, as the Russian of the Prophet means ultimately, again, you ask your child, or come amongst your offspring, not all of your offspring. Most ones are acquired, I should say, Habiras, Momahu. What happens ultimately, again, if a person went ahead and has a child who's blind, and they passed the child who's blind through the fires of Molech, what's that? Or in Russian, what happens if the child resisted the forces when they get in these situations? The child is left aware of what is part of the blind or asleep. Then you know, then now, what happens if the parents grandchildren from Molech? What's that? So keep showing up now, though. You can answer this one of these. Sanyo, Yaro, no son from Molech. Plus it says, give up the offspring to Molech. Have not come along. I wasn't going to go from this. Ishnem, I went to the Kamabir, you know, be the age. Amy, Ella, you know, so I don't know, son of daughter. Then you know, then you can deny how do you know you grandson or granddaughter? I'm a Lomar. This Misaro. So what's the secret here? Give any of your offspring, whether it's your children or your grandchildren, what the rest of your Chayyim. No, also he's Misaro. Solid Misaro. Josh also says, it begins with Misaro and it begins with Misaro. Misaro. In the Misaro, once it does Misaro, it's Chayyim for Joshua offspring. There are possible. I don't know if the person has this. He's been down offspring. Still Molech. And he's still Molech. I don't know if he's still Molech. Okay, I'm not sure. I don't know if I actually have been better at that. So you can say like this. You only hide it. It's like, what? If you go ahead and ask your children do, there are also actually doing this stuff over here for today. So this next video, this next video, how Molech was actually done. I'm going to end and it was cast in the fire. So let's say next time, again, on next one, I'm going to not going to learn more today. Not finished. So also, if you want to take your practice with you, so if you get some success outside it, and then touch on today, we'll do that with the research. A little bit, so let's say, and again, use this time. Usually, when it comes to that feeling, usually don't have a lot of time to be able to concert. Now that we're here, especially trees, sodas, from the top, even more than yes, we'll get into the shots. This is all the Italian breakfast, Zebia. I think our goal in yes, I should be the website. 8:30. Breakfast, yes, I should be.
I mean, Tyler Creator, great guy, never met him.
Stop having dates. How about that? Yeah. Take a week off. Yeah, take a week off. Oh, you're smart, huh? You're
Or
smart.
you know, it's like
Recording a new podcast. Yeah.
putting such a
Right?
small
How about
question
you
into
know,
people.
yourself?
So we would have to get a Shabbat coverage by thanking our sponsor for this year, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tzolsi Mishpach, our dedicating all the Shir Rushes this year. As he's with us, for the Soros levels on this how I wish to see here at Hashem that will be this kind of here at Hashem that so let's with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Sunday 365. We are actually picking up on Sunday 2000 days, 64. I'm ready to go. This is about 21 from the bottom. Right across the toast is the whole levels. You see how close it's on the right, there's going to be a bigger toe on the left, and you see exactly where I'm ready to go. In the fight, actually, at the end of the Derech so we're going to be speaking about Molech. So we're speaking about Molech. So remember again, we have all the Zara Olech. So this whole level Zara is all about burning the head and taking one's child sacrifice. So taking one's child and casting it into fire. Now we're going to see the process that you tell. Yeah, the Zara was important. You know what it says? How exactly, what does the Zara actually do? You know, so I'm about struggle when you learn how Sabbath is like this. There would be a fire on two sides and a pathway made of grapes. And the idea was that as the child, they run the rest. So you go to your child to be at once, and the corner of the piece that you have over Zara will lead the child to the pathway between the fire. So the child, fire on both sides, that was the other Zara. Rabbi on the other says, no. Rabbi says, no. Molech looks like, literally again, the way people jump on Purim. What is that? You think of the Rashi, Rashi says that Rabbi Omer to start with 40 minutes back 5 by 7 before it gets wide. Enema Avio Baraklov have a complete Baraklov Kidash Shatinokos, Kovtzin in Purim, Shahaisa Hafira Baris, Maish Borebo, who cultivates himself on the Safa. Interestingly enough, Rabbi says, Molech wasn't walking on a path between two fires. Instead, what Molech was ultimately again jumping over a pit. There was a pit with fire, and you jumped over the pit. And if you made it, you made it. If you didn't, you didn't. See, so Rabbi compares it to what people do on Purim. Suffer what happened. I guess one of the Purim pastimes. Like one of the Purim pastimes, not fire. One of the Purim pastimes was, jumping over the pit, jumping over, seeing how far. Rabbi, so Rabbi compares this, then that's what it's exactly what Molech looked like. Rabbi, literally again, a brick path between two fires. Rabbi jumping over a pit of fires. So that so the crisis was level, then I love for a nice and then United Tigers you saw and we passed over the way people normally pass over. I do not bring up Potter. Interestingly enough, if you go ahead and let's say a parent carries their child. So let's say again, the parent carries their child to the moment, ultimately again Potter. So again, so you have to bring support that you only way to go ahead and buy a mobile. In a very specific way, giving it over to the piece of Molech, and then ultimately again, the piece to being the child or causing the child to go through the child. Through Molech, then ultimately again, one is covered. Meaning that that's not a form of Passover. So that it's not Molech if you carry your child to it, but it's only at where you go. The child walks Zara as well. So only transgress if the child walks on his own. You can carry the child through life. They're not going to. In other words, it's only called that whole Zara
can't let it sit in with them.
walks on the
So they go
whatever
to
super
Austin.
Austin,
It's sad. It's sad because it's a routine. So I read the comments, and he's a white and at least one kid. So he fucked up life.
because always disappointed. They were always hoping. And at the end of the day, it's written legally, they're non-growth. No, always has to know that
So
it's
you
there.
think this kid, my
Also,
car,
has
made a lot of
to
bad decisions,
walk
but
on their own.
I mean, these guys, imagine telling
So you know, there's like, they know Chayiv.
your wife, yeah, we gotta move to from there.
One is only Chayiv, one is
They're all from there.
Mola is only done with one's own children. You know, if you don't Chayiv, if a parent goes ahead and brings his son or his daughter to the Mola, then the Chayiv obviously called the Abraham wholesale partner. Ultimately, again, if you bring your parents, you bring your siblings to Mola, then your partner. Have your small partner coming again, if you take yourself to Mola, you're also partner. And then also, obviously, it's not good. But what he's saying is, what is the difference with rest? Yeah, but the Zara of Mola, there's a specific and a
Imagine a
strict
company's
way.
their marketing strategy is
Which
to
one
make money
changes?
for random
But
people.
those are showing, sorry, Rabbi, a lot of shiving the Chayiv. He says, no, if you walk yourself to Mola, ultimately, again, you are Chayiv as well. So the Gemara says, Echel the Mola, the Echel Shalach Zara. So ultimately, again, so you have also easy enough. Whether you go ahead and pass your own child through Molech or any other Zara, you're Chayiv. The Elazar Shimon Omer, the Molech Chayiv, Shimon the Molech Potter. The Elazar Shimon says, no, the yisod of offering up one's child is only through Molech, not beginning any avoda, not beginning any other avoda. Amor, my time to Elazar Shimon, Elazar Shimon says, Amor, so he must say the Chol Ba'atzmicha, L'Avon HaLogar should be the Chol. So listen, what's the Elazar Shimon's logic? In other words, that even if one offers themselves up to Molech, so to speak, that one is Chayiv. That's why he's looking up the Chol. And the Rabbanon don't darshan the Chol. I, the Hutch now, they don't darshan the Chol, one doesn't call it Halachah. Avi Dosa, he does Avi. Shalot, and it's also interesting enough, let's say I lost something, and my father lost something. Now, what to do is that my lost object takes precedence. In other words, that I have the right to seek out my lost object before my father's lost object. What's the reason for the rest of my time? I'm going to be on the call. FS, you know, yet the call. It says that there should not be anyone who is anyone established in you. Sharon, Demis, Yishar, Ultimately, this is an incredible idea. Your lost object comes before anyone else's lost object. So first of all, the halacha. So the halacha itself is that if I do something and my father does something, so whose object should I try to seek out first?
And it is really interesting.
Well, again, without the eight honoring parents, Torah comes in and says, "As you all yet the chot at you." There should not be anyone or
And while I'm on the first day, that was
and there shouldn't be anyone established before in you, which means that ultimately, again, your financial status or your financial well-being comes before someone else's financial well-being. So therefore, again, it's a question of finding my own lost object or someone else's lost object, even if that's someone else's father. My lost object comes first. My financial security comes before anyone else's. To which the Gemara says, "Awesome, yeah, that's because you get that. I'm not even so sense." Again, so it's just going to play next to the this idea that Avidaso, the Avidas, so it's even that this
sad. Your family.
things inside of us that are
I
good.
mean, this is
And
wrong.
we
This
all
guy
have
because
things
the way
inside
you're
us
going to be like,
that are lost.
yeah, we gotta
And there are other things around us
right,
also,
but
but things
again,
that are
if
broken,
it had any
things that are
sense,
lost.
they would just do a show like this, and they could just live
First,
stream
repair that which is lost.
just the way I used to do the show with Levy
Deal
or
with
Chad
that
or
first.
Adam. don't have to
before
be
you
the same
deal with the
location.
local
And then they could get
because if I
super
walk
chats.
around
Oh,
as
there's
a
people
local
on
person,
the
it's
opinions.
much harder for me to
Brian
get
Kalin
things that
saying
I'm
I
walking
didn't show.
around.
So
But
I
I
don't
fix that which
watch
is
their
working
show,
inside of me.
but I'm sure it's
If I
all
find that which is lost
tuckered out
inside
in
of me
terms of like
first,
any
then
hot topics.
ultimately I'm going to have
The
the
only hot
ability to
topic
help
now is
prepare
really it's
that
like
which
these
is
guys are
working
not
around me
doing well.
and to help me find that which is lost in my life.
And the fact that
If I
he's like
never take the time
heartbroken,
to prepare
that's
myself,
heartbroken.
if I never take the time to go out and find that which is lost inside of myself,
According to Dave
it's very
Law,
hard
but
to
this
affect
for me,
change.
because I know
All
a
around.
family,
But
so
it's
this
like
is
this,
heartbreaking to
there's
me
this
that these
incredible,
guys would
this
move.
whole attention to the Jew
I mean, Brian
about
Caleb
being
wanted to
there
move. He's
for
been talking about
myself,
forever.
but being there for other people
But
as
this
well.
guy,
And on
this
one
guy's from
hand,
LA. He's
sometimes
not
the
from,
best way
he,
to
you know,
prepare
he's from
yourself
LA.
is
He became
through
friends with
helping other
Rogan, I
people.
guess, through
But
boxing or
sometimes there's this
MMA.
recognition.
And then he
But
started
as
doing
long as
stand-up
I
because he
am
was
in a
friends with
state of
Rogan
disrepair,
and went
as long as I have
to a
not yet
fucking shitty
found my
podcast. The
avenue, what
podcast
is
is
for
not
me,
doing well.
it's very hard to
So,
affect
so
change.
again, they can just
So
fuck this. They can
this
live stream. They
dialectic.
can they
You
have more
can't
active
just be there
chat,
for
more
yourself.
active
You
super
have to
chat.
be there
Take
for
a
other
little,
people
take
as
a little
well.
bit like
So yet,
a lot of them would be insulting that the fact that this guy moved and now he's
do I
heartbroken.
know that that which is broken, the wreck which is lost inside of me,
I mean, it's
has
so
really
to
been
probably have a
treated
fucking
well,
listen,
and
man.
really found
Unless
incredible love.
your
Our
company
best Rabbi
says you gotta move,
says the Gemara. I'm Rabbi Yossi Rabbi
not a
Chanina.
big deal.
Shalosh
Unless your
Christos
company
Gabo
moves
Bizarre.
or you get
So
fired,
we'll
you
say,
gotta
why
get a new
is
job.
Haris
You need to get
mentioned
fired. You can still do the show. You don't have to do your show like the old days, sitting with another guy. That shit was down anyway. That's why sitting in a studio with him with a couple of guys and riffing.
Even if it's not accepted mode.
Brian Callen
And
was
the
good.
third is from
The
Mola.
fact that
So
Brandon
most
showed
of
up
the
with drag
see
is
it
fucking
from
family. And then
Mola
probably
is
is
Abo
that's
Bizarre,
probably why it's hard
but
to
it's just
check
enough
on
Mola
this.
is from a certain
And also,
okay.
Kevin
Not gonna go Abo Bizarre. As told you, in that sense, Mola is treated like any other form of Abo Bizarre. Parties from Mola Flannery. Why do I need that third parties by Mola? The matter of the Lord Shemot Kidarka. Ultimately, I'm going to teach me that I love the nice. If I offer up my child Shemot Kidarka means to another Avodah Zarah, even besides Mola. But there is no point in it. When the man doesn't make that big Avodah Zarah, Kari is going to make that big family. And according to what he says, that the guy in class is important. Is a form of Avodah Zarah. So why do I need Kari's by me? If you decide to Kari's to Kari's, Kari's to Mazah, Kari's to Omer, so he gives his ultimate again for Avodah Zarah. It could be Kari's in two worlds, Kari's in this world and Kari's in the world to come. So I'm already Shmuel, I won't find that out in the Episode. I had the possibility to do myself. If you show or Roman I understand so what is the third one or is it he's already part of this world, already part of the next world, so what else do you carries for that world? The Nifras of Olam Hazeh, he carries the Olam Haba, he carries Dibra Torah Kedoshim Miriam. So nothing on one carries is for this world, one carries is for the world to come, and ultimately again the third Lashon of carries is because the Torah speaks to the vernacular of incredible. Alright, the most top of Sun Faith, Mishnah 65. Says the Mishnah. Baal Old. So what's this now? Using on to a new form of Avodah Zarah. So right, we've done Molech. Now we're moving on to Oath and Yidon. Says the Mishnah. So Baal Oath. So what's Oath? What is Oath? So we'll say, in English, we use the word necromancy. Basically, necromancy refers to communicating with the dead. So these are all different forms of sorcery that are designed to communicate with the dead. So Baal Oath, Zeh, and the Daber Meshachim. So let's say, so Oath refers to someone ultimately again who communicates with the dead through his armpits. Where's armpits? Take a look at Rashi. Pito, Shema Mechashim, and the Daber Meshachim, Mala Esamis Vila Aretz, Moshe Bo Meshachim Tafaz Vila Osav, and the Daber Meshachim. So this is literally how it works. So you go and summon up the spirit of the dead, and the dead can speak through the armpit of the individual. Alright, that's Oath. The Yidoni, what's Yidoni? Zeham and Gaber Mikiv, this is someone who summons up the dead, and the dead speaks through the mouth of the sorcerer. Now, we're going to see, it's not just down through the mouth, there's a little bit more involved than that. Rashi says over here, Yidoni and Gaber Mikiv, Kin Mefarish B'Gemara, Chaya Achos Shishma Yodua Umachnis Mimena Etzam Usokim. In fact, whatever happening over here is the Yidoni would put a bone in his mouth and ultimately get the dead to communicate through the bone. Okay, so you must have initial Bahara Elubisika. So again, over Yidoni, upon Shobasika, the initial Bahem Azhara. And ultimately, again, if you consult the over Yidoni, that is allowed. So not only is the sorcerer himself but ultimately one who consults the open Yidoni is in violation of Allah as well. Alright, says the Gemara. So my Shnahaf at the Tani Pal Ol Yidoni, my Shnagabi Krisos, Tani Pal Ol, the Shire Yidoni. That's an interesting question. So we hear in our Mishnah, the Mishnah mentions both open Yidoni. You know, when the Alice, the earth is the same thing. They're both communicating with the dead. That's the whole Mishnah here. Happens to be again, old does it with the person, it's only does it with the mouth, it's the same idea. So here, it's both over Yidoni, but yet you're going to both say in another brisa, but by Kisas, right, it only mentions oath, doesn't mention Yidoni. So what's the pshat? Yochanan Amar, Holu Shmeim, the lav Echad Nemru. But Yochanan says, look, this is the same lav. So you don't really need to mention both, you just need to mention one, and the other one is automatically Rish Lakish Amar, Yidoni Lefi She'in Bo Maisa. See, interestingly enough, so again, the Ov is mentioned, but the Yidoni is not mentioned. Why? Because he has no Maisa. There's no Maisa that's there. If you look at Rashi, Rashi's Rish Lakish Amar Yidoni, Lahachi Lo Tanina Le Lahasam Mishum Davilu Ki Avet Le Ba'avi Nafshe Lav Bar Karbanu Lefi She'in Bo Maisa. So this is interesting. So Rabbi Rish Lakish wants to suggest that the Yidoni doesn't have any action. Since the Yidoni ultimately, again, it's just Dibor, just speech, and speech is not the Maisa. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan, Maishna Pal Ov Dinachit. So ultimately, Rabbi Yochanan, why is it that Ov is mentioned in that second Mishnah that Christos and Yidoni is not? Mishnah the Pasuk like Rothschild, because it's mentioned first in the Pasuk. Reish Lakish, my time on Lo Amar Rabbi Yochanan. Why doesn't Reish Lakish like Rabbi Yochanan? Amar Haba Chalukim the Misa. Because ultimately, again, they are distinguished, they are separated in terms of their field. So, Yochanan, Chaluka, the Lav, Shema Chaluka, the Nisa, the Shema Chaluka. So, Yochanan will say, ultimately, again, when they are distinguished by a Lav, that's called the distinction, but a distinction by Nisa is not called the distinction. Rabbi Yochanan, my time in Amar Krish Lakish. Why does the Yochanan say Krish Lakish? Amar Lachamas Nisa, the Krisos, Rabbi Akiva, he Amar, Lo Ba'inan Maisa. The Mishnah ultimately, like Krisos, reflects the view of Rabbi Yana, and the Kiva holds out of Maisa without an action is liability. Reish Lakish, Nihito Boy, Rabbi Akiva, Maisa Rabba, Maisa Suta Boy. Even if I'm Rabbi Akiva, if Rabbi Akiva holds, you don't need a grand Maisa. You don't need a significant Maisa. You still need some type of Maisa. So the Gemara says, Megadeh, my Maisa. Go. 1 second. So that's the case that you need a Maisa. You actually generate liability. So then how would you try to find the Megadeh? Right? The Megadeh is the blasphemy. The one who said from Shparov. What is cursing involved? What is cursing involved? Right? So what's the Maisa? What's the action by Megadeh? So the words Ika, Akimas, my Maisa, Ika, Akimas Swasa, Habi Maisa. The action of Akimas Swasa means articulation of the lips. The act of articulation of the lips, that by itself is the Maisa. Baal of my Maisa. So they say, what Maisa? Remember again, the oath. The guy is starting up the death. So what Maisa is there by oath? Ika Kashas Ra'os, there's a Kashas Ra'os of Habi Maisa. Apparently, in order to make this work, you have to flap your arms over it. Right? I guess like you get like the armpit warmed up, you know. So the nice right, that's the old, right? That's an excellent question. I'm gonna get back to that. So the nice better right? Like that. So the nice that's the action. That's the action. You flap of the arms, that's the action. Even Rabbanon, that you're going to Rabbanon, that Tanya in the Chaim Ella Damashish Bamaisa, she goes to Guach, she told me so we shach about. And Rabbi said the Bryce says as follows: with Zara, one is only shy if you do a real action, for example, slaughtering an animal, incense, flexion, prostration. Who is the opinion that says prostration you're five. Like Rabbi Akiva, the Amar low button on Maisa. So Rabbi Akiva holds it to the Maisa. So we'll say it's interesting. The Gemara understands that the Shtachaba prostration itself is not even such a Maisa. Rabbi Yochanan says, no, Akiva to Rabbanon. Fifas Komas Rabbanon have a Maisa. The act of bending the posture, in other words, prostration, that's considered to be a Maisa. Hasha Reish Lakish Fifas Komas Hashda Reish Lakish Fifas Komas Rabbanon have a Maisa. Heritage Lakish is understanding of the Rabbanon. Even bending down and prostration is not considered to be a Maisa. Hakashas Tzva'osa to Baal O have a Maisa. Flapping your arms for a Baal O be a Maisa. Reish Lakish Rabbi Akiva, right? Reish Lakish is saying Rabbi Akiva. So Rabbi Akiva seems to say that you only need just a very minimal Maisa. Rabbanon, no. For the Rabbanon, ultimately, one does not do any kind of Maisa. Oh, I'm sorry. Rabbanon, you need a greater right? That's in the goddamn for me, right? Shula in the Catholic case is where you're offering incense to a shade. That's the he says in myself. I'm offering up incense to a shade. Just 1 second. I'm really wrong. The Catholic shade all this go Hadamu. I mean, is worshiping is offering incense to a shade. Is that considered to be? I've never seen this before. A serving shading, right? Offering up is that considered sorrow? The Mekata, so ultimately, what's happening over here? You're going ahead and you're offering up incense in order to conjure up something. I must say, if you look at actually the moment actually says it is says it from the bottom. Aim of the Mekata was shaped on the cross. El Yaktara Nasa Machekos Chaber Hashim. So this is interesting enough. What's happening over here is as follows. We're offering up incense in order to go ahead and conjure up a group of shit. Apparently, again, it's going to be problematic. I'm going to say it. And the Kaka, the Chaber, Chover, Chover. So let's say this is another interesting enough in the same section of Old and Yidoni. It's also Chover, Chover. Right? So what we have over here is Old, summoning up the dead through the argument. Yidoni, summoning up the dead through the mouth, although we see it's a bone in the mouth. And apparently, Chover, Chover is summoning up groups of sheep. Groups of sheep. Okay, so the Gemara says, so the Chover, Chover, in. So the Gemara says, Torah Amra, Chover, so apparently, again, this act of summoning up a group of sheep is in of itself a Torah. So apparently, so turn on Chover. So what is a Chover? Echad, Chover Gadol, the Echad, Chover Katan. So I said, this is interesting. Now, I understand something different. So what is Chover? So this refers to Chover Gadol. What's a Chover Gadol? So Rashi says over here, this refers to someone who uses some types of sorcery to gather up animals. Right? I think animals, right? Someone who's gathering up groups of animals. Some this is Chover Gadol, Bechad Chover Katan. Or even if you're just summoning up a small group of animals, even if you're summoning up snakes and scorpions. On Rabbi, man could summon Sikura Va'akrava, Afagad the Kamachavin to know Wisku Asa. So therefore, we'll say, even if someone who goes ahead and uses sorcery to go ahead and gather together Sikura Abi and scorpions. Now, why am I using sorcery to gather together scorpions? Because I don't want them to harm me. See here, my kavanah is not for sorceric purposes, right? But rather, again, my kavanah over here is to avoid any type of damage. So I'm using some sorcery to go ahead and gather up the bee and the scorpion. Still awesome, because the act of sorcery to go ahead and gather any animals is going to be problematic. So now we're going back to the second. So we'll say one is according to his understanding of the Rabbanon. The act of prostration is a Maisa, Yet the movement of lips is not a Maisa. Maisa prostration is a Maisa, movement of lips not a Maisa. What's the pshat? Amarava, shiny Megadev, Hoyo Vyesh Nobeliba. The Rebbe said Megadev is different. Megadev is different, right? Blasphemy is different. Why? Because the Rebbe said the acre of blasphemy in general is not even as much about what you're doing with your lips. Like the acre of blasphemy is really about what's occurring inside of your heart. Look at Rashi, the last Rashi on the daf. Rashi says, "Kol v'yesh lo b'libo." Ikar kiyuv habal tavri b'liv. Also, when it comes to blasphemy, the real issue over here is not even what you see with your lips, but rather it's about what's occurring inside of your heart. She's having the Varech Hashem. Person has in mind to person had a shot for Chas Shalom. Shafim levarich Hashem kalayom. Ve'im b'libo klapi maylo. Ela shavas Hashem ledavar acher. U'mechaneu b'shem yichad. U'metala im neschayim. The Rebbe says, it's actually very interesting. The only way Megadev is awesome, it's the casual person goes ahead and curses the name of HaKadosh. But in his heart, doesn't have Kabbalah to do so. Technically speaking, the Gemara says it's not awesome. It's not awesome. The Ikar of Megadev is only when you have this ill intent to curse HaKadosh in your heart, and then that ill intent manifests itself in some verbal expression. But if the verbal expression is there without the intent, that's not Megadev. That's not Megadev. So because the Ikar of Megadev is really what's happening in your heart, and the verbal expression is kind of just the actualization of the act, all you need is a verbal expression. So the movement of the lips is enough to make you fight. But in general, also they say that a Maisa really requires something more significant. So listen, so look what's happening over here. In the world of Maisa, action really has to be something significant. To the point that even prostration, according to many opinions, is not really a significant action. The gun is blasphemy is the exception. Because blasphemy, what's happening is what? It's what's happening inside of my heart. And the verbal expression is just like the icing on the cake. But in general, you need a real man. So we'll say, there's a tremendous, also for just a second. Because there's a tremendous We'll say, in general in life, what do you need in sometimes in life, or all the time? We'll say, what do you need? What do you need in order to affect change? What do you need? What do you need? You need a nice. You have to do something. What you think doesn't matter. What you see doesn't matter. What matters in life? What you do. What you do. I want to say this is such a tremendous thing because we go through life and we have beautiful goals and dreams and aspirations and Yarkakala, Kabbalahs. But listen, at the end of the day, none of it matters unless it's expression in dynamic. A life filled with dreams, goals, aspirations, and talk is very in order for anything that we aspire to it's expression in dynamic activity. Life of a youth is a life is a life of dynamic. Yet, what you think and what you do, because of the day, that's the basis. That's the foundation. Whereas action doesn't just happen, it's the result in your heart. What you do. So that's the thing. That's the laboratory for dynamic activity. It comes all too often to become the flatline by the dream, goal, Kabbalah, level. We have to take what we do, what we see, what's happening, and just bring it to the saying. For years. So it's got to be something dramatic. You see over here, the Shkach Abol, a little bit of movement, it's not a nice requires something dramatic. A nice requires something incredible. Something about also that the world that I can see. Also, when you bow down, you bow down a little bit, you bow down a lot. It might not even be that noticeable. The nicer to be real nice song to be gotta be something incredible. Not zero was a zero divider. So message of zero here is because shot myself. So remember again, the more points out over here that we can solve it. Our heart to cover. Right to heart to cover. So you must know myself that I'm not all less. Right? Ultimately, remember, you can solve it. We'll say, how's how does a person come and eat something? So the nice again, you see that it's not like that. It's about my other way. I mean, other shiny things are all the yes with the cold. Cold, they are your own lives. So also because it's just again through your speech. In front of your own speech is not amazing. I have a hard eat my infections. That cold, that voice is not amazing. Let's listen to this. Whereas it's custom of a cold, when you have a cold, is that when animal is threshing, you're not allowed to use it. Well, Saxon church, right? My animal is threshing, I'm not animal while it's threshing. You're not allowed to rest. Let's say my animal threshing, and I yell at it. Don't eat. Don't eat. So sometimes it is. You just have to right? So apparently, I guess if you yell enough, you're supposed to get scared because that's called khasma. I'm muzzling the animal with my voice. Or with that matter again, I go ahead and I quickly get these species of animal under one yoke. And I say, move. I start my many moves. So I muzzle the animal with my voice, or I move them better with my voice. That's Kilayu. Or exactly. I've only done it actions with my voice. And yet you see that still try it. What do you see from here? What do you see from here? Again, back by your call.
Did you just say you had? No, I did a vlog.
Right, the nice so you might have a voice activated. So you see that call open again? The act of going ahead and pulling your lips, like lifting up your lips, is going to be a nice it's like a sharp part, you must be nice it's not your sense of because it's like it's active within your lips. It's not a myself. I'm a lot of shiny so of the yes and so no, keep that up and do so with it. Right? Because it interests me enough. Equals general. English in general is not really about what you say. Or rather, what is English really about? What is English about? What you see. Right? Everyone agrees that seeing seems nice, right? There's no miss involved in the so it's fascinating. So when it comes to the hate, the essence of hate is passivity. Passivity. For Allah, for myself, also another tremendous thing. right? You see things, and you become inspired by the things that we see. So it's important to understand that when you become inspired by things that you see, that's the inspiration. What happens to passive inspiration? We all know easy come, easy go. Right? Passive inspiration, amazing. If you don't do something with it, it evaporates. It's a beautiful example. Lisa does. That when you see it, it's like describe passive inspiration. When you see something you like, but as I said, you have to take that inspiration and something concrete. The point that I said, and we just read, Vaydaber Hashem Moshe Rabbeinu, at least the truth is taking that passive inspiration, right? That we've seen, you've seen that it's like taking passive inspiration. So at least now you have that possibility. You think it's something that was passively incredible. Let's go like this. Rabbi, Baal, supposed to back up the goal. Baal, Zehamada Ben Habiwakim, and we didn't see the Lord. The right of this. So again, all of this is necessary. All of this is dead. So how does all so that is interesting. They're not plucking, so they're not plucking. So the speak to that we rejoice not always that's the spirit. Okay. Or right. I must say, by the way, I kind of point out. We laugh at this. Again, the Torah goes out of the spirit, this type of sorcery, which means that at some point in the world, this power did exist in some way. Don't what's the don't that's the environment. So you put some type of bone dead through the bone. Mason is where it's without a higher bone, my love and strike, okay? So I was also communicates with the dead from the grave. Because that the dead is talking to the Gemara says, oh, give me strike. No, it's talking about the dead. He joins the market, it's talking like that. Hush, Mark. All that. Remember again, it's actually one of these necromancers to raise the spirit of the rest. By the way, they worked. So this right is still in the eyes. I saw Shem, the spirit rising up from the earth. Communicating with the spirit. Well, yes, they're not watching in the show. No, it's very much okay. One Vaisa. How did all David? The Gemara says, "But on the Aleph is the Echad and you shall go." All right, so this is an interesting one. I'm not sure exactly how you answer this, right? But for myself, so apparently there was the ability to go ahead and raise the dead through Manila. The male member, how you go ahead and it communicates like that. Like I said, right? For myself, right? Gotta cut out right? So with myself, so whether you go ahead, you communicate with the dead like this. I'm not sure how you discover that power, right? Myself again. So you must, or you speak to skulls. Again, you can communicate through the makom, or you can go ahead and communicate with the dead through a skull. The Gemara says, "Ma being zealous, a skull." But what exactly is the difference between the difference is obvious, right? But Gemara says not. So apparently, again, if you raise the dead through your own body, the dead doesn't come up. The spirits don't come up in a normal way, like it does. Okay, you shall go to Golas, but if you suffer, the spirits come up in a normal way. But over Shabbos, again. And they come up on Shabbos as Gemara says, Ola, what are you talking about? You're talking to a skull. The skull's right there in front of you. And La'ima, only if you get to a skull, then ultimately, and the dead answer that you can also open okay? So what's the story of it? So we'll say Turnus Rufus. Turnus Rufus was a tremendous Rothschild, right? So when I had big general, so it's competition for the people. What did he say? Amrlo. So Gemara says, Turnus Rufus was asking Rabbi Akiva the following Shaila. This is a unique day. What Shabbos is so special? Shabbos and Shabbos will not get any different, but he keeps it to Turnus Rufus. Turnus Rufus. Asking why Shabbos is more special than others. I'm asking you, Turnus Rufus, why is it that you special than other people? Amalei, Mari Savi. So just because the Caesar, or is my ruler appointed as a fresh of a person. That's what Rabbi Akiva responded to this Nami. Okay, so he said that you're Chashiv, that's why you're Chashiv. So our ruler at the Bishbar, because our ruler's Shabbos is Chashiv, that's why Shabbos is Chashiv. I'm really happy with that. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm asking as follows. That you have the right calculation to know that the day you say is Shabbos wrong, and maybe again tomorrow Shabbos, maybe yesterday Shabbos. Amar Levul is Nar Sabat Yom Yofi. So he says the Sabat River proves it. So he's trying to out over here. The Sabat was a very turbulent river. And Shabbos was tranquil. Isn't that incredible? Because it was tranquil. Right? Yeah. Could summon up the dead 6 weeks, but the oath can't dead on Shabbos. So listen to this. Furthermore, the Akiva's Rufus, your father's grave was Jesus. Why? Your father's grave and the lady from your father's. Why was that? So Rufus' father was a bigot. So again, what's the halacha is that Gehenna, right? Those who are Gehenna, so they suffer in Gehenna through Friday. But Shabbos, everyone gets a rest. So he says, go to your father's grave on Shabbos and you receive the smoke coming out from his grave. I know, so Turnus Rufus was this. He says, so, you have degraded my father, embarrassed my father, cursed my father. So once I see interestingly enough, Turnus Rufus was very offended by Rabbi Akiva's statement. Very offended by Rabbi Akiva's statement. And halacha myself, Allah was taking it back. All right. Shoel O, in the duration of this, and the Gemara says, isn't it the same thing? Shoel O and duration of this, the pasuk is repetitive, isn't it the same thing? Dorish Lamason keep the same one. The Dorish Lamason, so that's incredible. What is Dorish Lamason? Zeh Hamarid Atzmo, the whole Kalam Beis HaKadosh, Kadesh Kishra Allah Ruach Tova. So let's say Dorish Lamason is someone who starts himself and goes to sleep in the cemetery. So why does he do this? In order that the spirits rest upon him and will be able to go ahead and have a little bit of a power of kishuf. So this is apparently how people try to observe powers of sorcery. Those are incredible. Rabbi Akiva Magila Mikra. When Rabbi Akiva would get this pasuk with Dorish Mason, he would cry. And he would say as follows: if someone who goes ahead and deprives himself of physical enjoyment of eating and goes to sleep in a cemetery, could have this access to these impure power. So I'm married, first one line. I'm married and Mekadisha, Kishalov Lafkara, Alachas Kamach. The Kiva says, this is what the Kiva said. It's deprivation to access all of these co-hosts. Then imagine what deprivation does allow us to access to Kedusha. Right? What should I do? Because they are Averos, the distance between ourselves and our Kodesh Baruch Hu. So I will say this is part of the profound. Listen to this. Right? It says, how do you access the co-host of Tumah? You go and deprive yourself of some food. You go to sleep, right? Deprive yourself of a comfortable bed. Go to sleep in the cemetery, and suddenly you're able to access all of these co-hosts of Tumah. So the Akiva scenario was like cloud level. Whatever is true for Tumah is always true for Torah. So the Akiva says a little deprivation allows you to access the co-hosts of Tumah. Allah has come with a camel. A little deprivation allows us to access the co-hosts of Torah as well. But what can we do? Because we're so distant from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that somehow Kedusha becomes so inaccessible to us. I will say that the Akiva is teaching us something incredible. If you want Kedusha in life, what do you need? There's one thing you need in order to access Kedusha, and that is sacrifice. Sacrifice. You can't have everything. You can't have everything. So what am I willing to give up for the service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu? And I will say, this is true on every single level, right? I can't have tefillah b'tzibur unless I'm willing to give sleep. Right? I can't have cheer unless I'm willing to give up. Everything you want, there's a phrase like, I want my cake eaten too, or cake eaten too. That was coined by a God. Right? Why? Because Yidden don't believe in that. You can't have your cake eaten too. You can have your cake. You can have your cake. It's like in life, right? You can't have your steak and have ice cream for dessert. You have to make a decision. You have to choose a team. Life is filled with a series of sacrifices. The greatest disservice that we do of ourselves, a lot of us, I kind of don't want to make a commitment. Why? Because I want to leave all of my options open. Sometimes you think about it, our greatest challenge in our relationship with God. We'll say, what do we say, right? If we had to look at the conversation we have with God, how does it go? It goes something like this. I love you so very much, but what's the but? I'm not really ready to settle down. I have commitment issues. I think we should see other people. Right? In other words, it's not you, it's me. I'm not ready to commit to you. Why? Because commitment to HaKadosh Baruch Hu comes with a whole series of sacrifices. And I'm just not willing to sacrifice. If you're not willing to sacrifice, there's no Kedusha. If I'm not willing to give up certain things, then by definition, I'm going to be unable to advance my life agenda. That's how Rabbi the sacrifices we need to make in order to become the people here. Yes, Rabbi Kiva says, because if you would just be willing to identify the things that I know are waiting for me, there is no telling